The icy river water poured viciously into his mouth and nose. Every breath brought the searing pain of broken ribs grinding against his organs, as if countless red-hot daggers were tearing through his viscera. Lin Chen's consciousness was plummeting into darkness. At the brink of death, only overwhelming hatred and unwillingness remained in his mind. He was 25, a self-made man in the building materials trade. After 5 years of struggle, he had saved over 10 million yuan, enough to pay for his mother's kidney transplant, for Uremia marry his fiancée of 4 years Lu Chen, and pave the way for his sister entering college. But overnight, everything turned upside down. His brother-in-arms of 5 years Zhang Tao set a shocking trap, drained all the working capital from his company, and left him with 8 million in debt. Overnight, the young boss worth tens of millions became a penniless debtor. The 5,000 yuan he had scraped together by mortgaging his house to save his mother was taken entirely by his fiancée, Lu Chen, who then threw herself into the arms of Zhao Tianyu, the top rich second-generation heir, in Jiangxing, becoming his plaything. When he went to Zhao Tianyu and Lu Chen to demand justice, Zhao Tianyu's bodyguards broke 4 of his ribs, and like discarding trash drove dozens of kilometers to abandon him at the deserted river wharf, leaving him to be swallowed by the rising tide. Zhao Tianyu, Zhang Tao, Lu Chen. Even if I become a vengeful ghost, I will never forgive you. These were the final obsessions before the original owner's consciousness faded away. Darkness, boundless darkness. It was as if he had fallen into a river of time spanning 100,000 years, with countless visions of ironclad warfare, immortal gods and demons, and crumbling heavenly laws flashing past in the darkness. Those were the glorious years of sitting atop the immortal emperor's throne for 90,000 years, the mighty prestige of crushing 3,000 million worlds and battling chaos gods, and the supreme glory of defying the heavenly Tao and ruling alone across the ages. Moi. A voice utterly indifferent, as if weathered by 100 millennia, overlooking all worlds, suddenly resounded within the dying body. Lin Chen, immortal emperor, cultivated immortality for 100,000 years, occupied the Lingxiao throne for 90,000 years, ruled over countless worlds, slew chaos gods, and shattered the cage of heavenly Tao. Yet I fell to 9 Tao masters who followed me for 80,000 years. They used forbidden heavenly Tao arts to set up a world-destroying formation and teamed up to kill me. Ridiculous. What a colossal joke. The heavenly Tao leaves a thread of hope. My indestructible imperial soul has actually been reborn on a low-level mortal planet called Earth in a mortal ant with the same name. Countless fragments of memories surged into the soul of the immortal emperor Lin Chen like a tsunami. The previous owner of this body, 25-year-old Lin Chen, had lived a diligent and loyal life, yet ended up betrayed by his brother, abandoned by his lover, humiliated by his enemies, and destroyed. Now with broken ribs and left on the riverbank, he was at his last gasp. Had it not been for the indestructible imperial soul of 100,000 years entering his body, it would have completely dissipated in the next second, becoming food for river fish. I see. The immortal emperor Lin Chen, no, the current Lin Chen, slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes, once filled with unwillingness, hatred, and despair, had now completely changed. There was no fear, no panic, no worldly obsession or resentment. Only endless indifference and coldness, along with an arrogance and contempt carved into his very soul and bone. In 100,000 years of cultivation, he had witnessed too much betrayal and slaughtered too many births, deaths, and partings. Even the trusted Tao masters who had followed him for 80,000 years could turn against him for power. So what were the betrayals of a few petty clowns in the mortal world? In his eyes, people like Zhao Tianyu, Zhang Tao, and Lu Chen were no different from ants yapping on the roadside. Not to mention a mere mortal rich heir. Even the Tao masters and immortal kings of the celestial realm would not dare act presumptuously before him. Throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands, across all domains, who would not kneel and tremble at the name of Lin Chen, immortal emperor. Yet now a few mortal ants had forced him to the brink of death and annihilation. Interesting. A cold arc curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. The soul of the 100,000-year immortal emperor stirred faintly, and a trace of barely perceptible imperial source power overflowed from his soul, instantly sweeping through his broken body. The 4 broken ribs healed at a visible speed. Bones realigned, calluses formed in an instant, leaving no trace of a fracture. His damaged internal organs were fully restored in a snap, and even the chronic ailments from years of late nights, hard travel, smoking, and drinking were completely eradicated by the nourishment of that strand of source power. Even his bones, muscles, skin, and blood vessels were thoroughly tempered by the 100,000-year imperial source, completely reborn, surpassing the limits of mortal bodies. Every move he made carried earth-shattering power. For the immortal emperor Lin Chen, even if he had lost all cultivation, and only this indestructible imperial soul remained repairing a mortal body, was nothing more than a flicker of thought. Not to mention a few broken ribs. Even if the body were reduced to a pulp, as long as a wisp of remnant soul remained, he could bring it back to life. With a splash, Lin Chen slowly stood up and walked out of the icy river water. His clothes were soaked through and caked with mud, yet as he stood there, he seemed to be standing in the Lingxiao heavenly palace above the 9 heavens, radiating an aura of dominance that made heaven and earth bow before him. He slightly raised his hand, imperial power flickering at his fingertips. In an instant, the water stains and mud on his body evaporated under an invisible force, and even his torn clothes were smoothed back to perfection. The 100,000-year imperial soul amplified his five senses countless times, letting him perceive every stir within 20 li. He could even clearly hear Zhao Tianyu arm around Lin Chen boasting to his friends in the private club atop the Tianchi International Hotel 18 kilometers away about how he had thrown Lin Chen into the river like a dead dog to feed the fish. That broke loser Lin Chen. Didn't he take a piss to look at himself? Who the hell does he think he is, daring to fight me for a woman? Damn it, he even dared to come asking me for money. If I hadn't directly killed him, he'd already be burning incense for his ancestors' graves. Don't worry, that kid had 4 broken ribs and was left at the abandoned dock. Tonight's tide will feed him to the fish. No one will even find his corpse, and no one can trace it back to me. Zhao Tianyu's arrogant voice reached Lin Chen's ears, clearly accompanied by Lin Chen's coquettish agreement and the burst of laughter from his followers. Lin Chen's voice was even more acerbic. Brother Tianyu, don't mention that loser. I was blind to have been with him for 4 years. He has no ability and no money. Not even a finger compared to you, Brother Tianyu. That 5,000 yuan is just compensation for the years I wasted on him. Lin Chen's gaze remained utterly calm, carrying nothing but extreme coldness. He could ignore these ants' humiliation of the original owner, for in his eyes their actions were nothing but skirmishes between ants. But they had crossed the line by taking the original owner's mother's life-saving money and seeking to destroy his family. Though the immortal Emperor Lin Chen was wildly arrogant and regarded all things as ants, he had his own bottom line. Since this body was now his, the family of this body became his inverse scale. Across all heavens and realms, everyone knew that whoever touched the inverse scale of the Lin Chen immortal emperor would surely die. Ants never know what kind of existence they have provoked. As his words fell, Lin Chen's figure instantly turned into an afterimage, dashing toward the city. His speed was extreme. The surveillance cameras along the way couldn't capture his figure. Only a blurred streak of light flashed past. Passing vehicles only felt a gust of wind, not even catching a glimpse of his shadow. To the soul of a 100,000-year immortal emperor, even without cultivation, merely driving the tempered physical body could easily break the sound barrier. The 18-kilometer distance took only 2 breaths. In less than a minute, Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the Tianchi International Hotel in Jiangxing. This hotel was the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Jiangxing. The private club on the top floor was the core asset of Zhao Tianyu's family, open only to Jiangxing's top circles, the rich and powerful. Ordinary people weren't even allowed to approach. 4 black-clad bodyguards at the hotel entrance frowned at the plainly dressed Lin Chen. They stepped forward, raising hands to block him, and snapped arrogantly, "Stop. This is Tianchi International, not a place for a poor loser like you. Get the hell out and don't dirty our ground." In the bodyguard's eyes, Lin Chen's clothes cost no more than 300 yuan altogether. He was obviously a low-class pauper unworthy of setting foot in Tianchi International. Lin Chen's steps didn't pause in the slightest, nor did he even glance at the bodyguards. Just as the bodyguard's hand was about to touch his shoulder, an invisible pressure from the imperial soul exploded from Lin Chen. Boom, 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 boom. With 4 simultaneous thunderous crashes, the 4 bodyguards were sent flying over 10 meters, as if struck by a speeding train. They slammed hard into the hotel's tempered glass doors, knocked out on the spot, their fate unknown. The doormen, bellhops, guests, and waiters in the lobby were instantly stunned, frozen in place, trembling, not daring to move. They hadn't seen what happened at all. They only saw the 4 professional bodyguards flying backward, while the young man before them hadn't even raised a hand. Lin Chen continued walking step by step into the hotel's resplendent lobby, his gaze never wavering. His goal was singular, the top-floor private club of Zhao Tianyu. He would make those few ants pay the most painful price for what they had done. 2 personal bodyguards at the elevator blocked him, hands already reaching for the batons at their waists, and shouted sternly, "Stop. The top-floor private club is off-limits to non-members. Who are you? Take another step and don't blame us for being rude." Lin Chen finally stopped, looked up at the 2 bodyguards with indifferent eyes, as if watching 2 stray dogs barking. Scram. That single word was uttered with the supreme pressure of a 100,000-year immortal emperor, like an edict of heaven, undeniable. The 2 bodyguards instantly felt as if crushed by a towering mountain. Their blood surged, their souls shook, their legs gave way, and with a thud, they both fell to their knees. Their faces were pale as paper, heads unable to rise, bodies trembling like sieves, breaths almost stopping. Without even glancing at them, Lin Chen walked straight into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. As the doors slowly closed, the mirrored surface reflected his cold and arrogant eyes. The 100,000-year immortal emperor descends to the mortal world today. From this day on, the rules of this world are set by me, Lin Chen. Heaven and earth may be vast, but I am the greatest. Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish. A crisp ding echoed as the gilded doors of the top-floor private club slid open. In an instant, deafening music, the scent of luxury wine, and the raucous laughter of men and women washed over the space. The entire top floor had been reserved by Zhao Tianyu. A crowd of wealthy heirs and socialites from Jiangxing gathered here, toasting and indulging in extravagant revelry. On the central leather sofa, Zhao Tianyu had one arm around Lin Chen's waist and held an expensive glass of red wine in the other, bragging with spittle flying about how he had just thrown Lin Chen into the river. The people around chimed in with endless flattery. Brother Tianyu is awesome. That Lin Chen should look at himself. How dare he fight Brother Tianyu over a woman? He was simply asking for death. Exactly. A poor wage earner, how dare he compare with the Zhao family of Jiangxing? Dead is just dead. Sister Qianqian has good taste. Ditching that piece of trash and siding with Brother Tianyu makes her a top-class lady of Jiangxing. Lu Qianqian nestled in Zhao Tianyu's arms, her face full of pride and vanity. She raised her glass and clinked with the crowd. Thank you, everyone. I'll rely on your care in the future. As for that trash Lin Chen, don't mention him anymore. Mentioning him dirties my mouth. At that moment, an indifferent figure slowly walked out of the elevator. The entire noisy club fell silent in an instant. The music stopped abruptly, and all eyes turned to the young man in ordinary casual clothes at the entrance. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The smile on Lu Qianqian's face froze instantly. The glass in her hand crashed to the floor, splashing red wine over her, but she didn't notice. Her eyes bulged like brass bells as she stared at Lin Chen, her face filled with incredulous terror. Lin Chen, how can you still be alive? Zhao Tianyu was also stunned, then his face twisted into a vicious expression. He had clearly ordered his bodyguards to break 4 of Lin Chen's ribs and dump him on a deserted riverbank dozens of kilometers away. With the rising tide tonight, there was absolutely no way anyone could have survived. Yet the Lin Chen before him was completely unharmed, his clothes clean and neat. There was not a trace of the disheveled state of someone who had just crawled out of the river. Damn it, you're really tough to kill. Zhao Tianyu suddenly stood up, kicked aside the coffee table in front of him, and pointed at Lin Chen, while shouting, "Since you're not dead, that's perfect. Today I'll make you disappear completely." As his words fell, a dozen or so black-suited bodyguards immediately surrounded them, their faces fierce, holding batons and stun batons, encircling Lin Chen completely. These bodyguards were ex-special forces hired by Zhao Tianyu at great expense. Each was highly skilled, capable of taking on 10 men. In their eyes, dealing with an unarmed poor kid like Lin Chen was as easy as turning over a hand. Lin Chen, you really don't know how to live. Lu Qianqian snapped back to herself, her fear turning into bitter mockery. Brother Tianyu kindly let you live, yet you dare to come to his doorstep. I advise you to kneel down and kowtow to Brother Tianyu to apologize. Maybe he'll spare your pathetic life. Kneel and apologize? Lin Chen slowly raised his eyes, sweeping them over Lu Qianqian. His gaze was devoid of any ripple, only extreme coldness. Who do you think you are to teach me what to do? When you took away the 500,000 yuan that was meant to save my mother, why didn't you think about begging me to spare your life? Lu Qianqian's face turned pale, then she flew into a rage. That 500,000 was given to me voluntarily. It's my deserved compensation for wasted youth. Lin Chen, don't be ungrateful. If you dare to touch even one finger of mine today, Brother Tianyu will never let you go. Noisy. Lin Chen uttered 2 words indifferently and waved his hand casually. An invisible force erupted in an instant. Lu Qianqian, as if slapped by a giant invisible hand, spun around 3 times and collapsed to the floor. Half her face swelled like a pig's head, blood trickled from her mouth, and several teeth were knocked out. The whole scene erupted in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't even seen how Lin Chen moved before Lu Qianqian was sent flying. You dare to hit my woman? Zhao Tianyu flew into a rage, pointing at Lin Chen and roaring, get him, break his limbs, and throw him into the river to feed the fish. I'll take responsibility. Hearing this, a dozen bodyguards immediately swung their batons and viciously attacked Lin Chen. They struck ruthlessly, aiming to cripple him. But in Lin Chen's eyes, their movements were as slow as snails. The divine soul of a 100,000-year immortal emperor allowed him to clearly perceive every bodyguard's trajectory and even predict their next move. Lin Chen's footsteps barely shifted as his figure wove through the crowd, strolling as if in a leisurely courtyard. Thud, 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 thud. A series of muffled impacts rang out in succession. With every collision, a bodyguard was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into walls or the floor with broken bones and blood spat out instantly, losing the ability to fight. In just 3 seconds, a dozen battle-hardened Special Forces bodyguards all lay on the ground, moaning in agony, none able to stand again. The entire club was dead silent. Everyone's mouths hung open as they stared blankly at Lin Chen, their faces filled with terror and disbelief. Is he even human? 3 seconds, and he took down a dozen Special Forces bodyguards. This is a scene that could only happen in a movie. Zhao Tianyu's face instantly turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he involuntarily stepped back, his eyes filled with fear. He finally realized that the Lin Chen before him was no longer the poor kid he used to bully. Why you? Don't come over here. Zhao Tianyu shouted with false bravado. My father is Zhao Tianlong, the patriarch of the Zhao family of Jiangxing. If you dare to touch me, my father will never forgive you. My Zhao family can cover the sky with one hand in Jiangxing. I can make you die without a burial place. Lin Chen curled a cold smile and walked step by step toward Zhao Tianyu. In my eyes, let alone a mere Zhao family of Jiangxing, even the imperial clans of the celestial realm would not dare to claim they can cover the sky with one hand before me. You broke 4 of my ribs and threw me into the river to feed the fish. It's time to settle this account. Zhao Tianyu was scared out of his wits and turned to run. But as soon as he took a step, an invisible force locked his body and held him motionless. Lin Chen walked up to him, looking down at him with eyes as indifferent as if gazing at an ant about to be stepped on. First you broke 4 of my ribs, so I'll cripple your 4 limbs. That's fair. As his words fell, Lin Chen waved his hand casually. Crack, 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 crack. 4 crisp bone-breaking sounds rang out simultaneously. Zhao Tianyu's limbs twisted at grotesque angles. Excruciating pain tore a heart-rending scream from him. He collapsed like a lump of mud, convulsing, his face ashen, nearly fainting from the agony. The wealthy heirs and socialites around were trembling with fear, not daring to breathe, huddling in corners, terrified that Lin Chen might turn his anger on them. Lu Qianqian, scared out of her wits, crawled to Lin Chen and kowtowed, repeatedly begging for mercy until her forehead bled. Lin Chen, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please spare me. I'll return the 500,000. I won't dare anymore. Please let me go. Lin Chen looked down at her with not a trace of pity in his eyes. When you took my mother's life-saving money, why didn't you think of sparing me? A woman like you is not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Get out, don't dirty my eyes. Lin Chen kicked her aside and didn't look at her again. For a woman so gold-digging, vain, and treacherous, he had no interest in even killing her. Killing her would only dirty his hands. Second, you colluded with Zhang Tao to embezzle all the working capital from my company and left me with 8 million in debt. Now return the money to me. Lin Chen crouched down, looking at Zhao Tianyu, who was writhing in agony. His tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. I'll pay. I'll pay. Zhao Tianyu, in too much pain to speak properly, nodded hastily. There's a transfer app on my phone. I'll transfer it to you right now. 8 million, not a cent less. And that 500,000, I'll return it too. Lin Chen took Zhao Tianyu's phone, unlocked it with the fingerprint, and had him transfer 8.5 million into his own bank card. After receiving the transfer confirmation, Lin Chen tossed the phone back to Zhao Tianyu. Third, call Zhang Tao here. Huh? Zhao Tianyu was stunned. I told you to call Zhang Tao here. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. He betrayed me and took my money. That account I will settle with him as well. Today no one who owes me can run away. Zhao Tianyu dared not disobey in the least, hurriedly picked up his phone and dialed Zhang Tao's number. The phone was answered quickly. Zhang Tao's ingratiating voice came through the receiver. Brother Tianyu, what's up? Did someone find that trash Lin Chen's corpse? Don't worry, I've arranged everything. They'll never trace it back to us. Zhao Tianyu glanced at Lin Chen's icy gaze, shuddered in fear, and quickly said, Zhang Tao, come to the top floor club at Tianxi International right away. I have an urgent matter, the sooner the better. Sure. Brother Tianyu, I'll be right there. Zhang Tao agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, Zhao Tianyu looked at Lin Chen cautiously. I've called him. He'll be here soon. Lin Chen nodded and said no more. He walked to a sofa nearby, sat down, poured himself a glass of red wine, and gently swirled it. The entire club was silent, everyone holding their breath. On the floor lay a dozen groaning bodyguards, Zhao Tianyu with broken limbs, and Lu Qianqian crying heartbreakingly. Yet Lin Chen sat there leisurely drinking red wine as if none of this had anything to do with him. That extreme indifference and arrogance struck deep fear into everyone's hearts. They finally understood that today Jiangshang was going to change. This young man named Lin Chen was not someone they could afford to provoke. 10 minutes later, the club doors were pushed open and Zhang Tao rushed in with an ingratiating smile on his face. Brother Tianyu, I'm here. What's the rush? Are you giving me a bonus? Haha, that trash Lin Chen is finally dead, and now we. Zhang Tao's words were cut short when he saw the carnage on the floor and Lin Chen sitting on the sofa. The smile on his face froze instantly, his pupils contracted as if he had seen a ghost, and he turned to run. Wanna run? Lin Chen said indifferently, flicking his finger. A golden stream of energy shot out and struck Zhang Tao's knee precisely. Crack! The kneecap shattered instantly. Zhang Tao screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his leg and rolling around. Lin Chen slowly stood up and walked step by step to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao, we worked together for 5 years. I treated you well like a brother. But you colluded with outsiders, took all my money, and destroyed my family. Tell me, how should this debt be settled? Zhang Tao was scared out of his wits and kowtowed, repeatedly begging for mercy. Lin Chen, I'm wrong. I was bewitched. Zhao Tianyu forced me to do it. He made me do it. Please spare me. I won't dare again. I'll be your slave. Too late. Lin Chen shook his head, his eyes icy. Those who betray me never come to a good end. With those words, he stomped and crushed Zhang Tao's other leg. Then he crippled Zhang Tao's hands, leaving him unable to hold a pen, sign contracts, or do business for the rest of his life. For a man who lived by his wits and hands, this was worse than death. After doing all this, Lin Chen dusted off his hands and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he paused and said without looking back, Tell Zhao Tianlong that I'm keeping his son's life for now. If he dares to come after me for revenge, I won't mind making the entire Zhao family disappear from Jiangxing. With that, Lin Chen entered the elevator and the doors slowly closed. Only after the elevator doors had fully closed did the people in the club finally exhale. One by one they collapsed to the ground, soaked in cold sweat. They looked at Zhao Tianyu and Zhang Tao, who were wailing on the floor, and at Lu Qianqian, who was nearly hysterical, and their faces showed lingering fear. Everything that happened today would become a nightmare for the rest of their lives. and the man named Lin Chen would become the one person in all of Jiangsheng that no one dared to provoke. In the elevator, Lin Chen looked at the 8.5 million balance on his phone, his eyes utterly calm. To him, the former immortal emperor Ling Chen, who had once possessed wealth across 30 million realms, this money was less than a speck of dust. But now this money was enough to pay for his mother's surgery. Mom, wait for me a little longer. I'm coming to save you. Lin Chen murmured, a rare trace of gentleness finally appearing in his eyes. The elevator reached the first floor. Lin Chen walked out of the hotel, his figure flashed and disappeared into the night. His next destination was the First People's Hospital of Jiangxing. He would completely free his mother from the torment of kidney disease. Yet what he didn't know was that shortly after he left, an old man in a black tang suit in the corner of the club took out his phone, dialed a number, and said with a trembling voice, "Patriarch, something has happened. A peerless master has appeared in Jiangxing. With one move, he crippled Zhao Tianyu and a dozen special forces bodyguards. We may have run into big trouble." The night was as dark as ink. In the corridor of the intensive care unit of Jiangxing First People's Hospital, the pungent smell of disinfectant hung in the air. Lin Chen's figure appeared at the end of the corridor like a ghost, drawing no one's attention. The soul of the immortal emperor, who had cultivated for 100,000 years, allowed him to perfectly conceal his aura. In the eyes of others, he was merely an ordinary family member walking in haste. His gaze pierced straight through the wall and landed on ICU Ward 307. On the hospital bed lay a sallow-faced, emaciated woman, barely clinging to life. An oxygen tube was inserted into her nose, and her body was connected to various machines. The waveform on the cardiac monitor was so weak that it was almost a straight line. This was the mother of the original Lin Chen, Lin Xiaolan. She was in the terminal stage of uremia, with complications erupting throughout her body. Had she not been kept alive by machines, she would have long since passed away. The money the original Lin Chen had scraped together by working himself to the bone was not even enough for half a month's medical bills, let alone the expensive kidney transplant surgery. For a single moment, Lin Chen's gaze softened. Since he had occupied this body, Lin Xiaolan was now his mother. Throughout the 9 heavens and myriad realms, everyone knew that the Lingxian immortal emperor always protected his own. Whoever dared to touch his family would be doomed to utter destruction. Director Wang Ward 307's medical bill is already 100 yuan in arrears. If the payment isn't made today, we really will have to stop the medication. In the nurse's station, a young nurse holding a payment slip spoke to a pot-bellied middle-aged man in a white coat. This middle-aged man was Lin Xiaolan's attending physician, Wang Haitao. Wang Haitao waved his hand impatiently, his face full of disgust. Stop it right now. That destitute brat can't even come up with the money to treat his own mother, yet he's occupying the best ICU in our hospital. I've said it all along, terminal uremia is a bottomless pit. Even a kidney transplant may not keep her alive. Better to take her home early and let her wait to die, so we don't waste medical resources. But her son just called and said he would come to pay right away, the nurse said hesitantly. Him? Pay? Wang Haitao let out a sneer, his face full of contempt. That Lin Chen, I've seen him before. He wears cheap street stall clothes and doesn't have a cent to his name. If he can come up with over 100,000, I'll write my surname Wang upside down. I think he's just trying to dodge the bill. When his mother's corpse goes stiff, he'll turn around and walk away without a care. Enough, no more nonsense. Go pull the oxygen tube from Ward 307 right now, remove the machines, and free up the bed for young Master Zhang's father. Just then an icy voice came from behind. Go ahead and pull one tube if you dare. Wang Haitao spun around and saw Lin Chen standing at the entrance of the nurse's station. His eyes were as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, making Wang Haitao shiver involuntarily. So you're Lin Chen. Wang Haitao steadied himself, then put back on his arrogant face. You've come just in time. Your mother is beyond saving. Settle the outstanding medical fees now and take her home. Our hospital is not a charity, and we don't support idlers. How much is the medical bill? Lin Chen asked calmly. With arrears and current charges, it's 200 yuan in total. Wang Haitao crossed his arms and glanced sideways at Lin Chen. Can you even pay that? If not, get the hell out and stop wasting time here. Without saying a word, Lin Chen took out his phone, pulled up the payment code, and scanned it on the payment terminal. Beep. Payment successful. 200 yuan in full. A crisp notification sound rang out, and the entire nurse's station instantly fell silent. The smile on Wang Haitao's face froze. His eyes bulged like brass bells as he stared at the payment terminal screen, unable to believe what he was seeing. That poor brat actually came up with 200 yuan. The young nurse was also stunned. She quickly picked up the payment slip to verify it. After confirming it was correct, she stammered, Mr. Lin, the payment went through. I'll go renew your mother's medication right away. No need. Lin Chen waved his hand. His gaze fell upon Wang Haitao, and his tone was calm, yet carried undeniable authority. I will treat my mother's illness myself. From now on, I don't need any treatment from your hospital. What did you say? Wang Haitao laughed heartily as if he had heard the funniest joke. You'll treat her yourself. Lin Chen, are you feverish? Your mother has terminal uremia, a terminal disease that modern medicine cannot cure. You're a poor kid who never even attended college, and you dare say you can heal her. You must be insane. Family members of other patients gathered around, pointing at Lin Chen and murmuring. Is this young man grasping at straws in his desperation? How can uremia be cured by the patient's own family? Exactly. Director Wang is the best kidney specialist in our hospital. Even he says there's no hope, yet this young man is still showing off. Alas, a parent's love runs deep. He probably just can't accept reality. Hearing the crowd's comments, Wang Haitao became even more smug. He crossed his arms and said, Lin Chen, I advise you not to fool around. If you kill your mother through your treatment, our hospital won't take responsibility. And if you try to blackmail us afterward, we can't bear that burden. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. He walked straight toward the ICU. Stop. Wang Haitao hurried over to block him. You can't go in there. The ICU is not a place just anyone can enter. If you dare to cause trouble, I'll call security. Lin Chen stopped and raised his eyes to look at Wang Haitao. It was only a single look. There was no unnecessary movement, no unnecessary words. Yet Wang Haitao felt as if he had been stared down by a primordial beast. The blood in his veins froze instantly, and a chill shot from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. His legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. He opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. All he could do was watch helplessly as Lin Chen pushed open the ICU door, walked inside, and closed the door behind him. With a bang, the door was locked. Wang Haitao collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. His back was drenched in cold sweat. That look just now was terrifying. It was not a look an ordinary person should ever have. It was a look that regarded all living things as ants. A look that held the power of life and death. Inside the ICU, Lin Chen walked to the bedside and looked at his pale mother. He reached out and gently held her withered hand. Mom, I'm back. From now on, no one will ever bully us again. As his words fell, Lin Chen's fingertips moved slightly, and a thread of golden immortal emperor origin power slowly flowed into Lin Xiaolan's body. At the same time, he turned his right hand over and 9 silver needles gleaming with golden light appeared out of thin air at his fingertips. These were the 9 needles of the Imperial Tao, the peerless healing art uniquely created by the Lingxian Immortal Emperor. Let alone a mere case of uremia. Even a dead person, as long as a wisp of residual soul remained, he could snatch that person back from the king of hell. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and the 9 silver needles, as if alive, floated in the air on their own, and accurately pierced 9 vital acupoints on Lin Xiaolan's body. Golden light surged through the needles and into Lin Xiaolan's body. Her failing kidneys began to repair at a visible speed. Necrotic cells revived with new vitality. Blocked blood vessels were opened one by one, and turbid blood turned clear and bright. The waveform on the cardiac monitor suddenly flattened into a straight line. Outside, Wang Haitao saw this and screamed, "Oh no, the patient's heart has stopped. I told you he was messing around. Quick, call security. Break down the door. We can't let him destroy the corpse." Several security guards rushed over with batons and prepared to ram the door. Just then, cough cough. A violent burst of coughing came from the ICU. Immediately after, a weak yet clear voice sounded, "Chunner, is that you?" Wang Haitao and the security guards froze and placed their expressions locked. How could a person whose heart had stopped possibly speak? With a click, the ICU door opened. Lin Chen walked out slowly, supporting Lin Xiaolan. At this moment, Lin Xiaolan's face had regained color. Her formerly sallow skin was now rosy and radiant, and her eyes had recovered their sparkle. There was not the slightest trace of a severely ill person about her. She no longer even needed the oxygen tube and could walk on her own. The entire place fell into dead silence. Everyone gaped and stared at Lin Xiaolan in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. Wang Haitao was so shocked that his glasses fell to the ground. He rushed over, grabbed Lin Xiaolan's wrist, and began to take her pulse. Her pulse was strong, steady, and normal. He then hastily took out a stethoscope and listened to Lin Xiaolan's heart and kidneys. Her heartbeat was powerful, and her kidney function was completely normal. This is impossible. Wang Haitao muttered in a daze. How could terminal uremia be cured all of a sudden? It absolutely can't be. I must have seen it wrong. That's it. He ran back to the nurse's station like a madman, pulled up Lin Xiaolan's examination reports, then dragged Lin Xiaolan away for a full battery of tests. Half an hour later, staring at the examination report in which every index was normal, Wang Haitao sat down heavily on the ground, his face ashen. It was true. Terminal uremia had actually been cured by a method he simply could not understand. Lin Chen did not even bother to glance at him. Supporting Lin Xiaolan, he said softly, "Mom, let's go home." Lin Xiaolan nodded, a gratified smile spreading across her face. Although she did not know what had happened to her son, she could feel that he had changed, become far more dependable. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave with Lin Xiaolan, boom, the hospital's front door was kicked open. A dozen burly men in black suits charged in. At their head was an old man in traditional Chinese attire with a grim, sinister face. None other than the Zhao family's steward, Uncle Fu. Behind him followed 5 men with steady auras and sharp eyes. These 5 were ancient martial arts masters hired by the Zhao family at great expense. Each of them was at the peak of Ming Jin, able to kill an ox with a single punch. Lin Chen, stop right there. Uncle Fu pointed at Lin Chen and shouted harshly, "How dare you cripple my young master? Today you will pay with your blood. Not only will you die, your mother will also be buried with my young master." As his words fell, the 5 ancient martial arts masters struck at the same time and lunged at Lin Chen. Fists howled through the air with piercing sounds. Clearly they intended to kill. People around screamed in terror and scattered in every direction. Wang Haitao was so terrified that he hid under a desk, not daring to raise his head. Lin Chen shielded Lin Xiaolan behind him, his eyes icy. "Ants like you dare to make noise before me." He did not even move. An invisible pressure from the imperial soul erupted from his body. Thud, thud, thud. The 5 ancient martial arts masters at the peak of Mingjin, as if crushed by an enormous mountain, instantly fell to their knees. Their bones and tendons, shattered blood poured from their mouths, and they lost all combat capability on the spot. The arrogance on Uncle Fu's face vanished without a trace, replaced by endless fear. He could never have imagined that this ordinary-looking young man possessed such terrifying strength. Even 5 peak Mingjin masters could not withstand a single move of his. "Why you? Stay away from me." Uncle Fu backed away in panic. "I am the steward of the Zhao family. If you dare touch me, the Zhao family patriarch will never let you go. The Zhao family rules Jiangqing with an iron fist and can leave you dead without a burial place." That same old line again. A cold smile curved at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. With a slight shift of his step, he appeared in front of Uncle Fu in an instant. He reached out, grabbed Uncle Fu by the neck, and lifted him entirely off the ground. "Go back and tell Zhao Tianlong. Before noon tomorrow, bring Zhao Tianyu here to the hospital and kowtow to my mother in apology. If you don't come, I will come to your door myself, and I will make the Zhao family vanish completely from Jiangqing." As his words fell, Lin Chen casually flung his hand. Uncle Fu flew out like a torn sack, slammed heavily into the wall, and passed out on the spot. Without giving another look at the mess on the ground, Lin Chen supported Lin Xiaolan and slowly walked out of the hospital. At a corner of the hospital corridor, a tall woman in a black trench coat had witnessed everything. She took out her phone, dialed a number, and said respectfully, "Miss, I found out. The one who crippled Zhao Tianyu is named Lin Chen. Just now in the hospital, he effortlessly crushed 5 peak Ming-Jin ancient martial arts masters and even cured terminal uremia." On the other end of the line, there was a brief silence. Then a voice as clear and cold as ice and snow came through. "Chu, keep a close watch on him. I want to meet him." The night deepened over an old residential building in Jiangqing's old district. Lin Chen helped Lin Xiaolan through the front door. The apartment was small, just 2 bedrooms and a living room, and the furniture was somewhat dated, yet it was kept clean and tidy. This was where the original owner and his mother had depended on each other for survival, and the first true home he had ever known on this strange mortal star. "Mom, sit down for a while. I'll pour you a glass of water." Lin Chen helped his mother settle onto the sofa, then turned and walked into the kitchen. His fingertips stirred faintly, and a wisp of golden imperial power dissolved into the water. In an instant, ordinary tap water became a spirit spring brimming with pure spiritual energy. Lin Xiaolan took a sip, and a warm current slid down her throat into her stomach. The exhaustion weighing on her body vanished in an instant, and her spirits brightened considerably. She watched her sons bustling back, the rims of her eyes slightly reddening. "Chen, tell me the truth. What exactly has happened to you? How did your illness heal? And that medical skill of yours?" She was no fool. Everything that had happened today was beyond strange. Her son had been thrown into the river with 4 broken ribs, yet he had come back, without a scratch, casually taken out 200,000, and even cured a terminal case of uremia that major hospitals had been powerless to treat. All of this defied her understanding. Lin Chen turned around, walked over, and sat down beside his mother. Gently taking her hand, he said softly, "Mom, you don't need to ask. In any case, I'm fine now. No one will ever bully us again. All you have to do is take good care of yourself. Leave everything else to me." He did not explain too much. The matter of the 100,000-year immortal emperor was far too shocking for the mundane world, revealing it would only make his mother worry. Some things he would bear alone. Lin Xiaolan looked at the resolve and composure in her son's eyes, things she had never seen there before, and nodded, asking no more. She could sense that her son had truly grown up, had become a man she could rely on. After settling his mother into bed, Lin Chen walked onto the balcony and looked up at the night sky. Countless secrets lay hidden within the vast starry heavens. He could feel it with absolute clarity. The ancient seal of earth was loosening, and the thin, scarce spiritual energy was turning denser at a pace visible to the naked eye. Before long, the curtain of spiritual resurgence would rise in full. When it did, ancient martial arts, supernatural powers, secret realms, and the myriad races would all appear in the world, one after another. And he, Ling Xian, the immortal emperor, would mount the summit once more in this era and settle the blood debts of 100,000 years. Lin Chen's fingertip moved subtly as he laid down a simple spirit-gathering array on the balcony. Though Earth's spiritual energy was thin, with this array in place, the surrounding qi would converge here. It would not only nourish his mother's body, but also allow him to recover his cultivation faster. Having done all that, Lin Chen was about to return to his room to cultivate when a knock sounded from outside the door. Thump, thump, thump. The knock was light, yet it carried a peculiar rhythm, not the way an ordinary person would knock. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. His divine sense had long since enveloped the entire building. He had detected the visitors the moment they reached the ground floor. There were 2 of them. One was the black-clad woman who had stolen glances at him from the hospital corner earlier. The other was even more powerful in aura, already standing at the threshold of the innate realm in the ancient martial arts world. On a present-day Earth where spiritual energy was so scarce, someone reaching the innate realm could already be deemed a top-tier expert. Lin Chen walked to the door and opened it. Two people stood outside. At the lead was a woman in a white long dress. She was tall and willowy, her skin fairer than snow, her features as exquisitely crafted as a masterpiece sculpted by the hands of God. Her jet black hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, and her temperament was cold and ethereal, like a snow lotus atop a frozen peak, visible from afar, yet never to be profaned. Yet her complexion was slightly pale, her lips devoid of blood, and between her brows lay a faint, hard-to-detect air of illness, as if a single gust of wind could topple her. Even so, the immense presence of one accustomed to ruling from on high had not diminished in the slightest. Behind her stood the woman in the black trench coat, Chu Yi. When she saw Lin Chen, her eyes held a mix of wariness and awe. Lin Chen's gaze fell on the white-clad woman. A single glance was enough for him to see straight through her. She stood at the pinnacle of the innate realm, only a step from the transformation realm. She was afflicted by the ancient heart-eroding goo. The poison had already invaded her heart meridian, her cultivation was sealed, and she had at most 3 months of life remaining. What was more, within her body lurked an extremely pure innate spiritual energy, a 1 in 10,000 innate spiritual body, merely suppressed by the goo poison and prevented from awakening. You are Lin Chen. The white-clad woman spoke. Her voice was cold as ice and snow, yet it carried a unique allure, exceedingly pleasant to the ear. Yes. Lin Chen nodded faintly. Something. His tone was plain, with not a trace of surprise or reverence, as if this formidable woman before him were nothing more than an ordinary passerby. Chu Qinghan raised an eyebrow slightly. She had encountered countless brilliant young men, prodigies of ancient martial family, scions of top-tier financial empires, and every one of them had been utterly deferential, even fawning before her. Yet this Lin Chen regarded her as though she were air, his eyes carrying nothing but indifference. And this indifference was not an act, it came from the very core of his being. It was as if in his eyes she truly was no more than an insignificant stranger. I am Chu Qinghan, she introduced herself. At the hospital earlier I watched you take action. So, Lin Chen leaned against the doorframe, hands in his pockets, his eyes languid. Chu Qinghan looked at him and spoke slowly. I know your medical skills are superb. You can cure terminal uremia. I carry a strange ailment and would like you to cure it for me. Name any price, money, power, resources. As long as I can provide it, I will satisfy you. She was straightforward and did not mince words. With her identity and status, it had always been others who groveled before her. This was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to beg someone else. Hearing this, a faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. What you have is no strange ailment. It is the ancient heart-eroding goo. The poison has already seeped into your heart meridian. You have at most 3 months to live. Am I right? Chu Qinghan's pupils abruptly contracted. The secret of the heart-eroding goo was the highest confidential matter of the Chu family. Apart from her and Chu Yi, no third person knew of it. This Lin Chen could see it with a single glance. Chu Yi's face changed dramatically as well. On instinct, she moved to shield Chu Qinghan and stared at Lin Chen with caution. How do you know? Lin Chen paid Chu Yi no heed, his gaze remaining fixed on Chu Qinghan. Not only that, I also know that you are an innate spiritual body. If it weren't for this heart-eroding goo, in no more than 3 years you would have broken through to the transformation realm, becoming the youngest transformation realm grandmaster in the Dragon Kingdom in nearly a century. Unfortunately, now you can't even protect your own life. Chu Qinghan's breath caught sharply. As for the innate spiritual body, even she herself had not known. She only knew that her cultivation speed far exceeded that of ordinary people, but she had never understood the reason. Who exactly was this Lin Chen? How could he know so many secrets? At this moment, Chu Qinghan's curiosity toward Lin Chen reached its zenith. She took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart, and looked at Lin Chen with utmost solemnity. Mr. Lin, since you already know everything, I won't keep it from you. As long as you can remove this heart-eroding goo from me, I, Chu Qinghan, will owe you a debt of gratitude. From now on, within the Dragon Kingdom, anything I can accomplish you need only ask. A debt of gratitude. Lin Chen scoffed, contempt flooding his eyes. Your debt of gratitude is worthless in my sight. Not to mention the gratitude of a mere eldest miss of the Chu family. Even the favor of an immortal realm Dao Lord was beneath the notice of Ling Xian, the immortal emperor. Chu Qinghan's face turned slightly pale. She had never been so slighted by anyone before. Yet she knew that the man before her had the capital to look down on her. Just then a harsh racket of car engines roared from near to far. More than a dozen black Mercedes sedans screeched to a stop at the entrance of the building, sealing off the whole unit in a tight ring. Car doors burst open and dozens of burly men in black suits swarmed out, every one of them wielding steel pipes and machetes, murderous spirit wafting around them. At the forefront stood a burly middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit, none other than Zhao Tianlong, the head of the Zhao family. By his side followed an old man with graying hair and a thin, withered build, dressed in a gray practice uniform. His eyes were sinister, and a powerful aura radiated from his frame. He was Chun Xian, the widely famed Dark Force Grandmaster of Jiangqing's ancient martial arts world. Lin Chen, get the hell down here. Zhao Tianlong raised his head and barked ferociously toward the upper floors, his voice brimming with towering rage. You crippled my son and injured my steward. Today I will grind your bones to dust. Chun Xian stood with his hands behind his back, sweeping a contemptuous glance up at the building. Brother Zhao, calm down. A mere wet behind the ears brat. How much skill can he have? When I get up there, killing him will be as easy as crushing an ant. He was the only Dark Force Grandmaster in Jiangxing, having dominated the city for decades without ever encountering a worthy opponent. In his estimation, Lin Chen, having bested 5 peak Bright Force experts, was at most an early Dark Force practitioner, nowhere near a match for a peak Dark Force Grandmaster like himself. Upstairs, Chu Yi's expression shifted. Miss, it's the Zhao family. That old man is Chun Xian, a peak Dark Force Grandmaster. He's extremely formidable. Should we take cover first? Chu Qinghan shook her head, her gaze settling upon Lin Chen. She wanted to see how this enigmatic man would handle it. Lin Chen's face betrayed no ripple of emotion, as though the clamor below was not a gang of bloodthirsty thugs, but a pack of stray dogs barking mindlessly. He looked at Chu Qinghan and said flatly, if you want me to remove the goo, that's possible. Help me with one matter, and don't let these mortal trivialities bother me again. He couldn't be bothered to waste time on these ants. With Chu Qinghan, the eldest daughter of the Dragon Kingdom's top conglomerate, handling these mundane affairs, he could focus on cultivation and prepare for the coming spiritual resurgence and the pursuers from the immortal realm. Chu Qinghan nodded without the least hesitation. Fine, I accept. From now on, I'll settle everything in Jiangxing for you. Very good. Lin Chen nodded, then turned and headed downstairs. Chu Qinghan and Chu Yi followed. Below, when Zhao Tianlong saw Lin Chen emerge, his eyes instantly turned vicious. Lin Chen, you finally dare to come down. Today I will avenge my son. Chun Xian appraised Lin Chen from head to toe, and a sneer tugged at his lips. Boy, so you're the one who injured the Zhao family. You've got some nerve? A pity you've provoked the wrong man. Today this old man will cripple you and teach you what it truly means that beyond the sky there is still a sky, and beyond each man there is still another man. Lin Chen ignored him entirely. His gaze rested on Zhao Tianlong, his voice icy. I ordered you to bring Zhao Tianyu here before noon tomorrow to kneel before my mother and apologize. Do you not understand human speech? Kneel and apologize. Zhao Tianlong burst into loud laughter, as if he had just heard the world's greatest joke. Lin Chen, death is staring you in the face, and you still have a sharp tongue. Elder Chen, cripple him. As you command. Chun Xian acknowledged, his feet moving lightly as his figure blurred into a residual shadow and lunged at Lin Chen. His right hand formed a fist, hammering at Lin Chen's chest with a whistling gale. A full-force strike from a peak Dark Force Grandmaster could split steels and shatter boulders. The burly men all wore cruel smiles, as if they had already seen Lin Chen flattened by a single punch. Chu Yi unconsciously clenched her fists, her eyes tense. Only Chu Qinghan watched everything with calm eyes. She had a premonition that Chun Xian was no match for Lin Chen. And true to that premonition, the instant Chun Xian's fist was about to strike Lin Chen's chest, Lin Chen slowly raised his hand and blocked it casually. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing rang out. Chun Xian's fist had struck solid steel, his knuckles shattered at once, and excruciating pain flooded his entire body. Before he could react, Lin Chen kicked out, striking him square in the lower abdomen. Buffed! Chun Xian flew backward like a discarded sandbag, crashed heavily onto the ground, spat out blood, and convulsed uncontrollably. His dantian had been shattered by that kick. His entire cultivation had been abolished. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was dumbstruck. Chun Xian, a peak Dark Force Grandmaster, could not even withstand a single move from Lin Chen. The smile on Zhao Tianlong's face froze instantly. His eyes bulged like brass bells, his face a map of utter incredulity. Chun Xian was the #1 figure in Jiangxing's ancient martial arts world. How could he be defeated so easily? Lin Chen walked step by step to Chun Xian and looked down at him with freezing eyes. With your paltry bit of skill, you dare to speak to me of the sky beyond the sky? Chun Xian, lying on the ground, stared at Lin Chen with fear and despair in his eyes. Why you? You are a Transformation Realm Grandmaster. Apart from a Transformation Realm Grandmaster, no one could abolish a peak Dark Force expert in one stroke. Lin Chen did not answer. He simply stepped forward and crushed all 4 of Chun Xian's limbs beneath his foot. Ah! Chun Xian let out a tearing scream and passed out from the pain. Lin Chen turned, and his eyes fell upon Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong was terrified beyond all reason. His legs went weak, and with a plop he knelt to the ground, his whole body quaking like someone shaking a winnowing fan. And Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Zhao Tianlong knocked his head against the ground again and again until blood smeared his forehead. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. Tomorrow I will definitely bring Tianyu and personally kneel to your mother to apologize. Please spare me. I beg you, please. Only now did he finally understand the Lin Chen standing before him was not someone he could afford to provoke. What was the Zhao family? What was a Dark Force Grandmaster? In front of him, they were nothing but ants. Lin Chen looked down at him and said tonelessly, remember, tomorrow at noon. If you are even 1 minute late, I will annihilate your entire Zhao clan. I remember. I remember. Zhao Tianlong nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Scram. Lin Chen spat out a single word. Zhao Tianlong, as though pardoned by imperial grace, scrambled away, leading his men and carrying the unconscious Chun Xian as they fled in utter disgrace. In a flash, only Lin Chen, Chu Qinghan, and Chu Yi remained below. Chu Qinghan looked at Lin Chen's back, her eyes filled with mixed emotions. To cripple Chun Xian, a peak Dark Force Grandmaster, in one move. This was unquestionably the power of a Transformation Realm Grandmaster. And he looked only around 25 years old. A Transformation Realm Grandmaster at 25? This was utterly unprecedented, with none to match in the past, and none likely in the future. Lin Chen turned to face Chu Qinghan. From today on, all these worldly trifles in Jiangsheng are yours to handle. 3 days from now come here, and I will remove the goo for you. Having said that, Lin Chen turned and entered the building without the slightest pause. Chu Qinghan remained where she stood, watching his figure vanish into the stairwell, silent for a long while. Chui stepped to her side and said softly, "Miss, this Lin Chen is terrifying. A Transformation Realm Grandmaster at 25 is nothing short of monstrous." Chu Qinghan nodded, a rare smile curling at the corner of her lips. "Yes, perhaps he can not only remove my goo, but also bring me a greater surprise." She could feel that her fate from the very moment she had encountered this man had already been completely rewritten. The night settled deep and Jiangsheng returned to calm. Zhao Tianlong fled in disgrace with his battered remnants, and the old street fell utterly silent. Chu Qinghan stood quietly downstairs, her white garments lightly stirring in the wind. Between her cold, elegant brows lingered an unfathomable shock and curiosity. A 25-year-old who overwhelmed a peak Anjin Grandmaster, possessed peerless medical skill, and perceived an innate spiritual body and an ancient heart-devouring goo. Someone like that could never be an ordinary ancient martial practitioner. Young lady, the Zhao family will never let this go. Zhao Tianlong is narrow-minded. Only after suffering such a humiliating disgrace today, he will certainly ally with the other ancient martial powers of Jiangsheng in secret to take revenge. Chu, he said in a heavy voice, his brow full of solemnity. Moreover, Chun Xian's crippling has drawn in the old ancient martial Chen family of Jiangsheng. That clan has deep foundations and harbors reclusive Huajing masters, a grave hidden danger. Chu Qinghan nodded slightly, her pale fingers clenching gently. I know. That is exactly why Lin Chen is my only reliance right now. The heart-devouring goo gnawed at her heart meridians day and night, every backlash cut to the bone. Fierce infighting within the family bared its fangs, and transcendent powers from beyond the borders pressed ever closer. She was already trapped in a desperate plight. Ordinary divine physicians were helpless, and even the most formidable ancient martial masters dared not speak lightly of the ancient goo poison. Only Lin Chen saw the root cause at a glance, and spoke of removing the goo as if it were effortless. Issue the order. Chu Qinghan commanded coolly, her aura unfurling outward in an instant, revealing the decisive ruthlessness of a top-tier conglomerate's helmsman. Fully suppress news of the Zhao family's disturbance tonight. Quietly take over Jiangsheng's underworld order and intelligence networks within the ancient martial circles. Launch an all-out siege and crackdown on every Zhao family asset. Within 3 days, I will make Zhao Tianlong understand completely that provoking Lin Chen was the greatest mistake of his life. In addition, keep watch on the Chun family of Jiangsheng and guard against them, secretly dispatching hidden experts for revenge. Mr. Lin wants peace. Any mundane trouble, we will shield him from it. Yes. Chu Yi immediately acknowledged the order. This was the foundation of the Chu family. They not only commanded a transnational business empire, but had also quietly cultivated the ancient martial and extraordinary circles for decades. Connections, influence, and resources far beyond those of ordinary mortal clans. After arranging everything, Chu Qinghan cast one last glance at the window of that old apartment building, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes, then turned and left silently. Inside the old residential building, Lin Chen returned to his room, where it was quiet and peaceful. His mother had already fallen into a deep sleep. The spirit-gathering array revolved slowly, drawing in the thin spiritual essence of heaven and earth in an unending stream, gently nourishing the entire room, washing away the lingering sickness and soothing body and mind. He sat cross-legged on the windowsill, eyes slightly closed. The 100,000-year-old soul of an immortal emperor sank into quiet circulation, and his shattered cultivation foundation slowly revived. He had self-detonated his immortal emperor origin to perish together with the 9 treacherous Tao sovereigns. Now only an indestructible emperor soul remained rooted within a mortal body. His cultivation had fallen to rock bottom, with not a trace of immortal essence in his body. Only his soul undying through the ages, preserving his eternal foundation. But that was enough. His divine soul towered above all worlds. One glance could see through the laws of heaven, one thought could command life and death. Mortals, ants, and mundane martial arts were no more than dust and insects before the emperor's soul. Mingjin Anjin Huajing Xiantian. These martial realms of the mortal world were nothing more than the crudest circulation of qi and blood before the great path of immortal cultivation, not even qualifying as an entrance. The spiritual energy revival has already begun. Earth's seal is loosening, and the secret realms will soon emerge. Lin Chen raised his gaze, lightly piercing through row after row of buildings toward the distant horizon. He could clearly sense that beneath the entire earth, the ancient veins that had slumbered for 10,000 years were awakening. Spirit veins surged underground, while primordial baleful energy, ancient demonic aura, and remnants of immortal power intertwined in chaos. Further away, faint cracks were appearing in the barriers of space. On the Immortal realm side, the remnant forces of the 9 traitors were still tracking his Emperor Soul's aura, ceaselessly probing for the coordinates of the lower realm. The myriad races lay hidden, alien races spied with covetous eyes, and the struggle for national destiny was about to begin. An age of chaos was coming. For now, stabilize the physical body, restore cultivation, seize Earth's native spirit vein nodes, and lay down an Emperor-grade grand formation. Lin Chen's thoughts turned swiftly, his plans clear. The strife of the mortal world was beneath mention. The Zhao family, the Chen family, and the ancient martial clans were nothing but clowns easily crushed underfoot. His true enemies were the betrayers of the 9 heavens, Immortal realm, the will of the heavenly Tao manipulating everything behind the scenes, and the armies of myriad races about to cross the boundaries between worlds. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, morning light streamed through the window. Lin Xiaolan's body had completely healed, her complexion was rosy, and years of illness had been swept away. She rose early to buy groceries and cook, her eyes filled with peace and joy. Mother and son ate breakfast in quiet serenity, a peaceful moment in life. This mortal warmth was a tenderness he had never possessed in his 100,000 years of cold imperial path. It was also his only weakness and his one untouchable reverse scale. Whoever dared to touch it would die without question. At 9 in the morning, the sunlight was just right. A heavy, orderly symphony of footsteps rose from the stairwell below. The aura was thick and condensed, carrying the oppressive blood energy of profound, ancient martial cultivation, utterly unlike the rabble of the Zhao family. 3 formidable auras locked onto the old apartment building. Lin Chen slowly set down his chopsticks, his expression indifferent. They've come. The Chen family, the foremost ancient martial family in Jiangqing, had come seeking revenge for Chen Xian, the Anjing grandmaster crippled yesterday. At the entrance to the stairwell, 3 middle-aged men in dark green martial attire walked forward slowly. Their steps were steady, their qi and blood surged around them, and their gaze as sharp as blades swept across the entire building. The man at the lead had a resolute face and a profound aura. He had already stepped into the early Huajing stage. Chen Wanshan, the current patriarch of the Chen family. The 2 behind him were both peak Anjing experts steeped in killing intent, having roamed the ancient martial world for years with ruthless methods. Yesterday, who crippled Chen Xian, the ancestor of my Chen family? Chen Wanshan raised his head, his icy gaze locking onto Lin Chen's window. His voice was bone-chilling and spread across the entire old street. If you hide and refuse to come out, we will tear down the building to find you. Not even a chicken or dog will be left alive. The residents along the street immediately slammed their windows and doors shut in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Ordinary folk simply could not bear the wrath of an ancient martial clan. A moment later, the door opened slowly. Lin Chen stepped out leisurely in simple casual clothes, hands casually in his pockets, expression languid and eyes indifferent, as if he had not felt the terrifying pressure crashing toward him at all. Looking for me. His tone was flat, without a trace of tension or fear. Chen Wanshan fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, looked him over from head to toe, and knitted his brows tightly. This young man before him was no more than 25 or 26. His physique was ordinary and his qi and blood thin. He looked like a common mortal with not the slightest trace of ancient martial cultivation. Was it this man who had crippled Chen Xian, a peak Anjing expert, with a single move? Severed his 4 limbs, shattered his dantian, and destroyed his lifelong cultivation. It was you who laid hands on one of my Chen family. Chen Wanshan demanded in a deep voice, murderous intent chilling the air. Yes. Lin Chen admitted openly, as if it were nothing. An ant blocked the path, so I crushed it with a casual move. Arrogant. One of the peak Anjing experts behind him roared in fury. His qi and blood erupted, causing the air around him to tremble. A mere mortal dares to insult our ancient martial clan. Ancestor Chen Xian was a veteran grandmaster of Jiangqing. Crippling his cultivation and severing his limbs is tantamount to trampling the Chen family's honor. Today you will pay with your blood. Chen Wanshan raised a hand to stop his subordinate, his eyes dark and sinister. Young man, I don't care what backing you have nor what sinister method you use to ambush Chen Xian. The ancient martial world has its own rules. Surrender your cultivation, sever your own limbs, kneel before the Chen family ancestral hall in apology, and I may grant you an intact corpse. If not, then today you and your old mother will all be buried alongside him. A threat, a naked threat. They were using his mother to force his submission. In that instant, the indifference in Lin Chen's eyes vanished, completely replaced by a deathly stillness like primordial ice. His reverse scale, touch it and die. He was the Lingxian immortal emperor, whose bottom line none across the countless worlds dared to cross for 100,000 years. How dare a mere mortal ancient martial clan provoke him wantonly? Originally, I intended to spare the Chen family's lives. Lin Chen slowly raised his eyes. A wisp of faint emperor soul pressure spread out silently. The air froze instantly, and the temperature plummeted. Since you are courting death, I will grant it to you. The Chen family of Jiangqing. Today the entire clan will be wiped out. Each word fell lightly, yet carried an overbearing supremacy that crushed all worlds like a decree of the heavenly Tao. Absolute and unchangeable. What arrogance! Chen Wanshan flew into a rage. His Huajing qi and blood exploded forth, and martial energies surged around him. The brick floor beneath him cracked slightly as a brutal pressure swept in every direction. "You brat who doesn't know your place, this old man will tear you apart with his own hands." As his voice fell, Chen Wanshan vanished and reappeared in a gust of steel-like wind. His great hand lashed out, condensing Huajing force into a single palm strike, fierce, savage enough to split steel plates and shatter metal and stone, aimed straight down at Lin Chen's head. The two Anjin experts behind him attacked at the same time, flanking left and right to seal off every avenue of escape, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. All around the old street, hearts stopped and bodies stiffened in terror. A Huajing grandmaster striking with full force. Ordinary people would not witness such a terrifying sight once in their entire lives. In everyone's eyes, Lin Chen would surely be killed by that single palm in the next second, his corpse and bones ground to nothing. And yet, facing the deadly combined assault of three ancient martial masters, Lin Chen remained motionless, not a single shift of his feet. At the very instant the palm wind was about to land on his forehead, Lin Chen casually raised his hand and flicked out a single featherlight finger. A faint light glimmered at his fingertip, and an invisible emperor's force erupted. Puff! A dull sound. The unstoppable Huajing palm force shattered and dissipated in an instant like ice meeting raging flames. Unable to stir even the faintest ripple, Chen Wanshan's pupils shrank sharply, his face filled with horror. He felt a vast, boundless, irresistible terror of force pierce through every meridian in his body in an instant. Crack! Crack! Bones and sinews throughout his body shattered one after another. His dantian collapsed instantly, and the Huajing cultivation he had painstakingly built over decades vanished in a flash. "Oh!" The shrill scream was cut short abruptly. Chen Wanshan's massive body flew backward like a kite, with its string cut slamming heavily into the wall. Drenched in blood, he collapsed limply to the ground, completely robbed of any strength to resist. All of it happened within a single breath. The remaining two peak Anjin experts were scared out of their wits. Their chi and blood flowed in reverse, all color drained from their faces, and their legs trembled violently. The Huajing family patriarch had been defeated in one move, his cultivation completely destroyed. What terrifying strength was this? The young man before them was not human. He was a demon. Run! Run! Neither dared to harbor the slightest will to fight. They turned to flee for their lives. I said it before. Lin Chen's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Today the Chen family, utterly wiped out. His fingertip flicked twice in succession, releasing two streams of energy. Two piercing sounds split the air. The two Anjin experts' knees and dantians burst simultaneously. They crashed to the ground on their knees, completely crippled. In just a few breaths, all three of the Chen family's top experts lay ruined. The old street was deathly silent. Lin Chen walked slowly to the three men kneeling on the ground and looked down at them with indifferent eyes. Ancient martial clans bullying others through power, oppressing the weak with force, and threatening my loved ones. Anyone who sets foot here and stirs up trouble will be crippled. Go back and tell the remnants of the Chen family. Before sunset, everyone in the Chen family must leave Jiangqing. Those who remain, tomorrow I will wipe them out completely. Those icy words were like a curse seared into the hearts of the three men. Chen Wanshan lay in a pool of blood, consumed by despair, and finally understood. The one they had provoked was not an ordinary reclusive master. He was a supreme existence who overlooked all of Jiangqing and crushed every ancient martial power beneath his feet. Whether it was the Zhao family or the Chen family, in the eyes of this being they were merely ants and dust to be crushed at will. Having done all this, Lin Chen did not spare the three men another glance. He turned and walked leisurely back into the stairwell, closing the door to shut out all the clamor of the outside world. Earthly strife was suppressed with a casual hand. The 3-day deadline was near. Xu Qinghan would soon come calling. The ancient heart-devouring goo that had plagued her for years could be dissolved in the snap of a finger before the divine power of the Emperor's Tao. And he, with the resources of the Chu family, would formally set his schemes upon the age of spiritual energy revival. Step by step, he would ascend once more to the pinnacle of immortal emperor, point his sword at the 9 heavens immortal realm, and settle the blood debt of 100,000 years. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the old window, casting a warm, cozy glow over the wooden tea table in the living room. Lin Xiaolan sat on the sofa, needle and thread in hand, mending Lin Chen's old clothes, her face filled with contentment. Thanks to Lin Chen's imperial force nourishing her yesterday, she had not only completely escaped the torment of uremia, but had also fully recovered from her chronic cold leg ailment. She was now hale and vigorous, with no trace of someone who had once been beset by serious illness. "Shen'er, there was such a commotion outside just now. Did someone come looking for trouble again?" Lin Xiaolan looked up, a hint of worry in her voice. Although she was old, she could sense that the aura outside a moment ago had been wrong. That killing intent made her heart tighten. Lin Chen sat on a chair nearby, idly playing with a jade bead condensed with spiritual energy. "Mom, it's fine. It was just a few ants that didn't know their place. I've already sent them off. No one will disturb us anymore." He did not go into detail about the Chen family to keep his mother from worrying. In his eyes, the Chen family was nothing more than dust that could be wiped out at a flick of the hand, not worth her concern. Lin Xiaolan nodded, half convinced and half doubtful, then admonished him, "Chen'er, I know you're capable now, but don't be too rash. Let's just live peacefully and not bring too much trouble upon ourselves. Don't worry, Mom. I have my limits. Lin Chen smiled, and a rare softness appeared in his eyes. Just then a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. It was neither hurried nor slow carrying, just the right amount of deference. Clearly it was Chu Qinghan. Lin Chen got up and opened the door. Standing outside were indeed Chu Qinghan and Chu Yi. Today Chu Qinghan was still wearing a white long dress, but her face was even paler than yesterday, and the sickly aura between her brows was heavier. Clearly the heart-eroding goo was acting up again, causing her tremendous pain. Even so, her posture remained straight, her cool and aloof aura not diminished in the least. It was just that when she looked at Lin Chen, there was more urgency and anticipation in her eyes. Mr. Lin. Chu Qinghan inclined her head slightly, her tone respectful, with none of her former arrogance. The 3-day deadline has arrived, and I have come as I promised. Chu Yi also bowed slightly to Lin Chen, her eyes full of reverence. After yesterday's events with the Chen family, her awe of Lin Chen had deepened further. She had learned that all 3 top experts of the Chen family had been crippled, and the entire Chen household had packed up overnight and fled Jiangxing in disgrace, without even a shred of courage to resist. Such strength was long beyond the bounds of a transformation realm grandmaster. Come in. Lin Chen stepped aside to let them in, his tone calm. Chu Qinghan and Chu Yi entered the house. Seeing Lin Xiaolan on the sofa, they were taken aback for a moment. They had not expected Lin Chen's mother to be so ordinary and so healthy, with no sign of having just recovered from a serious illness. Lin Xiaolan also looked up at Chu Qinghan, a trace of curiosity in her eyes. The young woman before her was really beautiful and had an exceptional bearing. She did not seem like an ordinary person. Mom, this is Chu Qinghan. She's here as a guest, Lin Chen said. Hello, Auntie. Chu Qinghan quickly stepped forward and bowed slightly. Her tone was gentle, with none of the air of a top-tier financial magnate. She could feel that Lin Xiaolan weighed heavily in Lin Chen's heart, so she naturally did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Lin Xiaolan smiled and nodded. Please sit, young lady. I'll pour you some water. No need to trouble yourself, Auntie. We'll be leaving soon, Chu Qinghan said quickly. She had come today to remove the goo, and she did not want to disturb Lin Chen's family too much. Lin Chen waved his hand. Mom, go and rest. I'll handle things here. Lin Xiaolan nodded tactfully, returned to her room, and closed the door. In the living room, only Lin Chen, Chu Qinghan, and Chu Yi remained. Mr. Lin, I'm ready. Chu Qinghan drew a deep breath and looked at Lin Chen with resolute eyes. She had endured the pain of the heart-eroding goo for too long and desperately wanted to escape that torment. Lin Chen nodded and pointed at the sofa. Sit. Chu Qinghan sat down as told, closed her eyes, and relaxed her body, leaving herself entirely in Lin Chen's hands. Chu Yi stood nearby, watching the surroundings, warily afraid that something unexpected might happen. She knew that removing the goo was a grave matter. Any slight carelessness could endanger Chu Qinghan's life. Lin Chen walked up to Chu Qinghan, stretched out his right hand, and gently placed his fingertip on her brow. A wisp of golden imperial force slowly poured into Chu Qinghan's body, and following her meridians headed straight for her heart meridian. In an instant, Chu Qinghan felt a warm power surge through her, and the fierce pain wreaking havoc in her heart meridian was greatly relieved. But a moment later, an even more intense pain came. Ugh! Chu Qinghan let out a muffled groan, her brows tightly furrowed. Her face instantly turned as pale as paper, sweat beads the size of beans rolled down her forehead, and her whole body began to tremble slightly. She could sense a cold, sinister force within her, fiercely resisting the golden power Lin Chen had sent in. That force was precisely the origin of the heart-eroding goo worm. The ancient heart-eroding goo was an evil creature from the remote ages, feeding on cultivators' essence, blood, and spiritual energy. Once it invaded the heart meridian, it would gnaw at it day and night, and was hard to eradicate. Ordinary methods could not remove the goo. Instead, they would enrage the goo worm and hasten the host's death. Seeing this, Chu Yi's expression changed dramatically. She hurriedly stepped forward to ask something, but Lin Chen shot her a cold glance and stopped her. Don't move, Lin Chen said calmly. The goo worm's backlash is a normal phenomenon. At his fingertip, golden imperial force surged once again, pouring into Chu Qinghan's body like surging river water. The power of the imperial way was the supreme force among all heavens and myriad worlds, containing vitality and the laws of Tao, and it was especially effective against all kinds of evil spirits and goo poisons. The goo worm origin that had been rampaging moments before instantly became docile under the golden imperial force. As if it had met its natural predator, it began to flee wildly. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. With a slight movement of his fingertip, imperial force condensed into an invisible chain, firmly shackling the goo worm origin and slowly stripping it away from Chu Qinghan's heart meridian. The process was agonizing. Chu Qinghan trembled violently, biting her lips until they were bloody, and her consciousness started to fade. But she never opened her eyes, nor did she let out a single cry for mercy. She knew this was her only chance, no matter how painful she had to hold on. An hour later, Lin Chen flicked his finger, and a wisp of black mist flew out from between Chu Qinghan's brows, then was crushed casually in his hand. That black mist was exactly the origin of the ancient heart-eroding goo worm. As the goo worm origin was completely purged, the sickly aura on Chu Qinghan dissipated in an instant. Her complexion gradually turned rosy, and her pale lips regained their color. She slowly opened her eyes. The exhaustion and pain in them had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented ease and clarity. The cultivation sealed within her body began to revive wildly. Blood and chi surged, meridians opened without obstruction, and a power even fiercer than before began to flow slowly through her. Is my goo poison cured? Chu Qinghan muttered to herself, an incredulous smile spreading across her face. She could clearly feel that her heart meridian no longer hurt, and the power in her body was skyrocketing, even somewhat stronger than before it had been sealed by the goo poison. Lin Chen nodded faintly. The goo poison is cured. Your innate spirit body should awaken now. As his words fell, his fingertip moved again, and a wisp of golden imperial force entered Chu Qinghan's body, heading straight for her dantian. Boom! A soundless rumble resounded inside Chu Qinghan's body. Her dantian was unlocked in an instant, and an extremely pure innate spiritual chi burst out from it, sweeping through her whole body. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy was also drawn by that power, converging madly around Chu Qinghan and forming a huge vortex of spiritual energy. Chu Qinghan closed her eyes, feeling the changes in her body with all her being. The innate spirit body had fully awakened. Her cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket. Perfect innate realm, early transformation realm, mid-transformation realm, late transformation realm. In the span of a few breaths, her cultivation broke through to the late transformation realm, only one step away from the peak of the transformation realm. A late transformation realm powerhouse at 25. If this got out, the entire ancient martial world of Longwa would be shaken. Chu Yi stood nearby, dumbfounded, her mouth wide enough to fit an egg. She had followed Chu Qinghan for many years and knew how extraordinary her talent was. But she had never imagined that Chu Qinghan possessed an innate spirit body, and with Lin Chen's help broke through to the late transformation realm in an instant. This was too incredible. Lin Chen looked at Chu Qinghan with calm eyes, without the least surprise. An innate spirit body might be a genius found once in 10,000 in the mortal world, but in his eyes it was nothing more than acceptable aptitude. With his methods, even a piece of trash could be forged into a proud prodigy of the heavens and all worlds. An hour later, the vortex of spiritual energy gradually dispersed. Chu Qinghan slowly opened her eyes, brilliant light shimmering in them. Her aura was deep and powerful, and she was now a true late transformation realm expert. She stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Chen, speaking with utmost reverence. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for saving my life. This great kindness Chu Qinghan will never forget. From now on, if Mr. Lin has any instructions, Chu Qinghan will go through fire and water for you. She knew that Lin Chen had not only saved her life, but also awakened her innate spirit body and elevated her cultivation. This debt of gratitude could never be repaid in her lifetime. Lin Chen waved his hand. A mere lift of the hand. Remember what you said. Don't come troubling me with mortal trivialities again. Yes. Chu Qinghan nodded quickly. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. From now on, I will handle all trivial matters in Jiangqing and all of Longwa properly, and I will never allow anyone to disturb your peace. Just then, hurried footsteps came from below the corridor. The auras were powerful and numerous, laced with an official killing intent. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Not an ancient martial family, and not a secular power. It was the Dragon Group, the official supernatural organization of Longwa that he had refused to cooperate with last time. They had come to his door again. Chu Yi's expression changed. Mr. Lin, they're from the Dragon Group. They're very strong. The one at the head is Li Lai, head of the Dragon Group's Jiangqing branch, and a peak transformation realm powerhouse. Chu Qinghan also frowned. The Dragon Group has always been domineering. Since Mr. Lin rejected them last time, their coming this time bodes no good. A cold arc curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. No matter. Since they dared to come, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Whether it was an ancient martial family or an official organization, in his eyes they were nothing more than ants. Those who dared to disturb his peace would have only one end, death. Soon knocking sounded at the door. Mr. Lin Chen, we are from the Dragon Group's Jiangqing branch. We've been ordered to come and discuss cooperation with you. Please open the door. A steady, forceful voice came from outside, carrying a majesty that brooked no dispute. Lin Chen walked slowly to the door and opened it. Outside the door stood more than a dozen people in black uniforms. Each had a calm and steady aura, sharp eyes, and special weapons at their waists, emitting a dense killing intent. At the lead was a tall, dark-faced, middle-aged man with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. His aura was thick and heavy, already at the peak of the transformation realm. It was Li Lai, the head of the Dragon Group's Jiangqing branch. Li Lai gave Lin Chen a look up and down, his gaze containing a hint of wariness and a faint, barely noticeable arrogance. He had already found out that Lin Chen had crippled Chun Xian of the Zhao family and destroyed the 3 supreme experts of the Qin family. His strength was unfathomable, far beyond that of an ordinary transformation realm grandmaster. But as the head of the Dragon Group, he represented the official supernatural power of Longwa, so he naturally could not appear too humble. Mr. Lin Chen, I am Li Lai, head of the Dragon Group's Jiangqing branch. Li Lai spoke, his tone flat. Last time we came to your door to discuss cooperation and were refused. Today I have come again, hoping you will consider it carefully. The spiritual energy resurgence has already begun. Ancient secret realms are about to reveal themselves, and myriad races will soon invade. Longwa needs a powerhouse like you to guard the safety of the nation and its people. As long as you are willing to join the dragon group, we can give you the highest treatment, the richest resources, and even let you take command of all of Longwa's supernatural forces. Li Lai's tone carried both temptation and a hint of threat. In his view, no matter how strong Lin Chen was, he was after all just an ordinary man, unable to contend with Longwa's official power. Joining the dragon group was his best choice. Lin Chen looked at Li Lai with indifferent eyes and curled a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. Cooperation. Join the dragon group. With the likes of you, are you worthy? The words fell lightly, yet carried an unmatched arrogance that crushed everything before it, instantly changing the faces of every dragon group member present. Li Lai's face immediately darkened, and a flicker of murderous intent passed through his eyes. Mr. Lin Chen, don't be ungrateful. The dragon group is Longwa's official supernatural organization. Inviting you is a show of respect. If you insist on refusing, then don't blame us for being impolite. Impolite? Lin Chen sneered. I'd like to see just how impolite you can be. As his words fell, the aura around Lin Chen exploded. A vast and boundless imperial soul pressure swept across the whole place. Li Lai and every dragon group member instantly felt as if a towering mountain were crushing down on them. Their blood and chi surged backward, their legs weakened, and they nearly fell to their knees. The arrogance and murderous intent on their faces were immediately replaced by fear. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was countless times more powerful than the peak of the transformation realm. Li Lai's face was deathly pale, and his body trembled. He finally understood that he had underestimated the young man before him. This Lin Chen was no transformation realm grandmaster at all. He was an existence they simply could not fight against. The invisible Imperial might crash down, and the air in the entire corridor froze solid. Li Lai, the captain of the dragon group's Jiangcheng branch, had labored in cultivation for decades, his cultivation firmly rooted at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. He commanded supernatural public order across the region and had laid eyes on countless ancient martial arts grandmasters and ability practitioners, deeming himself a man of exceptional discernment. Yet now, beneath the overwhelming pressure of Lin Chen's imperial soul, all his formidable, true chi shattered directly. His internal organs shook violently, and his mind rang with a dull roar, as if he were standing before the judgment of the ancient heavens themselves. He did not even possess the right to raise his head and meet the man's eyes. The dozen or so dragon group members behind him were even worse off. Their bodies stiffened, their limbs going numb, the standard issue weapons at their waists hanging heavily against their bodies, yet not one of them dared to move so much as a hair. The dragon group was the orthodox supernatural institution of the dragon nation, wielding authority over the country's ancient martial arts, superhuman ability users, and hidden world powers. When had it ever been trampled in such a manner? Chu Qinghan stood quietly inside the room, her gaze detached. Having just broken through to the late stage of the transformation realm and awakened her innate spiritual body, she could sense the horror of this aura more keenly than anyone. This was utterly beyond the scope of martial arts, transcending the transformation realm and transcending mortality itself. It was an absolute suppression of hierarchy, like mortals gazing up at gods, like ants staring up at the heavens. You? Exactly what realm are you? Li Lai ground his teeth, forcing his body upright. Cold sweat seeped through his garments layer by layer, and his voice trembled. He had come bearing the arrogance and coercion of officialdom, believing that the dragon group's authority and the nation's deep reserves would be enough to compel Lin Chen to compromise and cooperate. Only now did he realize that everything he took pride in was so fragile before this man that it could not withstand a single blow. Lin Chen stood at the door with one hand clasped behind his back, his cold gaze looking down on the assembled dragon group members. Realm. He chuckled softly, a cold, arrogant smile curling at his lips. The 3 realms and 9 ranks of mortal martial arts, bright force, dark force, transformation realm, are mere child's play in my eyes. Your dragon group, which commands the greatest supernatural resources in the mortal world, may be barely fit to guard the peace of one region. But when it comes to recruiting me, you fall far too short. As I said last time, if the dragon nation ever faces a catastrophe of annihilation, myriad races breaching the bounds of the world, mountains and rivers overturned, I may act once. As for all other trivialities, martial world vendettas, clan feuds, local unrest, do not come to bother me. Every word rang out resolute and unassailable. Li Lai's face shifted from pallid to livid as humiliation, apprehension, and terror intertwined within him. He wanted to retort, wanted to unleash the dragon group's last resort strength, but his body was firmly imprisoned by the imperial might. He could not even marshal a single wisp of chi and blood. He knew very well that the man before him could erase every one of them with a single thought. Even the official identities they wore would be utterly useless. Mr. Lin. Li Lai took a deep breath, suppressing every shred of pride. His tone fell completely stripped of all previous toughness. We were presumptuous, we overestimated ourselves, and underestimated you. Your terms are noted by the dragon group. From now on, within the bounds of Jiangcheng, all supernatural events, ancient martial disputes, and power struggles will be handled in full cooperation with Miss Chu. We will never set foot in this area to disturb your cultivation. But I must tell you the truth. Li Lai's expression was grave, his tone utterly solemn. The full-scale resurgence of spiritual energy around the globe is already inevitable. It is not just the Dragon Nation seals everywhere in the world are loosening at the same time. Ancient secret realms are breaking through the ground, in succession remnant souls of foreign races are awakening, and major supernatural forces abroad are expanding with madness. The global national fortune battlefield will be forcibly opened 1 month from now. Every nation will bind itself to its national fortune and send its supreme experts into the secret realms to slaughter one another. The victors plunder the opportunities of heaven and earth and the fortune of dragon veins. The vanquished suffer withering lands, depleted resources, and great harm to their people. Even more troublesome supernatural forces from the Yuan nation have already infiltrated the Dragon Nation in secret. Li Lai paused, his tone growing heavier. Ijiru ninja and Onmyoji of the Yuan nation, along with the remnant Shikigami they revere, have used this spiritual resurgence as an opportunity to infiltrate our major cities in waves. Their target is the ancient secret realms about to emerge, and they have even been covertly probing for information about you. Their intentions are clearly sinister. Just half an hour ago, our dragon group detected 5 Iju Jonin, with 2 Onmyoji infiltrating the southern outskirts of Jiangqing now, within 10 li of the Haifeng Ridge secret realm entrance. It looks like they intend to seize the secret realm's resources first, and they may even be setting schemes against you and the supernatural powers of Jiangqing. At these words, Chu Qinghan's expression suddenly turned grave, and the aura around her turned icy in an instant. The supernatural forces of the Yuan nation had always been vicious and cunning. During their invasion of our country back then, their Onmyoji and ninja had committed unforgivable atrocities on our soil. Now, with spiritual energy reviving, they had returned in force, coveting the Dragon Nation's secret realm fortunes. Their intentions alone warranted death. A cold glint finally flickered through Lin Chen's 10,000-year-old indifference. The national fortune battlefield. Yuan nation spies. It saved him the trouble of settling scores across realms later. These ants delivered to his doorstep were just the right tools to establish his prestige. In his past life, he had swept across 30 million worlds, and what he hated most were exactly these kinds of treacherous furtive rats. The Yuan nation, a paltry patch of land, how dare its mortal ninja and Onmyoji infiltrate the Dragon Nation, covet its opportunities, and pry into his whereabouts. I know of the national fortune battlefield, Lin Chen said flatly. 1 month from now, the Dragon Nation need not select experts, nor spend the nation's resources to nurture combat power. The Dragon Nation's fortune, I alone shall bear it. He paused, and his voice turned abruptly frigid, dripping with bone-piercing killing intent. As for the clownish vermin of the Yuan nation, who infiltrate the Dragon Nation, covet our secret realms, and probe into my affairs, let them come. They shall not return. One sentence, arrogant to the absolute extreme, domineering beyond measure, yet carrying an unquestionable conviction. The dozen or so Dragon Group members shuddered, shock written all over their faces. One man bearing an entire nation's fortune and casually erasing the Yuan nation's, infiltrating supernatural forces to boot. Never in all of history had such wildly arrogant words been uttered. Even the reclusive transformation realm patriarchs of the Dragon Nation, even the ability supremos unseen for a century, would never dare speak like this. Yet looking into those eyes of Lin Chen's, eyes that dismissed all living beings with cold indifference, yet blazed with killing intent, not one person dared to question him. This man had the absolute strength to back those words. Li Lai nodded heavily, the boulder hanging over his heart finally crashing down. With Mr. Lin's words, I can go back and report to the Director General. From now on, all Dragon Group intelligence, secret realm information, alien race movements, foreign supernatural disturbances, and especially the tracks of the Yuan nation forces will be relayed to Miss Chu immediately for your perusal. Also, I have already ordered the mobilization of every elite in the Dragon Group's Jiangqing branch to covertly monitor the Yuan nation spies on the southern outskirts. We watch only, and will not act rashly, awaiting Mr. Lin's instructions. This was compromise and also surrender. Before absolute power, every rule, every identity, every authority had to bow its head. Get out. Lin Chen flicked his sleeve, and the imperial might that had enveloped the whole scene dispersed in an instant. The pressure vanished abruptly. Li Lai and his men felt their knees buckle, staggering backward in disarray, gasping for breath, their backs long since soaked through with cold sweat. They did not dare utter a single extra word. Bowing in orderly unison, they turned and strode away, vanishing at the end of the corridor. The uproar faded, and the corridor returned to silence. Chu Qinghan walked slowly to the doorway, watching the Dragon Group's retreating, disheveled figures, and spoke softly. Mr. Lin, the Ijiru Jonin of the Yuan nation are not weak. A top-ranked Jonin can rival a peak Dark Force master, while the Onmyoji can command Shikigami, unleash sinister arts, and excel at stealth and assassination. They are extremely troublesome. Moreover, their incursion probably involves more than 5 Jonin and 2 Onmyoji. There is likely a far stronger card hidden behind them. If they strike by stealth, it will cause no small trouble. Her concern came from genuine worry. Yuan nation ninja had always been ruthless masters of ambush and assassination. Even with Lin Chen's heaven-defying power, it would be hard to defend against every hidden blow. A faint, indifferent arc lifted at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Base vermin like them, they are worthy of talking about ambushes. IGU ninja on Myoji and those so-called remnant Shikigami are in my eyes no different from ants on the roadside. They dared to infiltrate the Dragon Nation, dared to covet the secret realm, dared to snoop into my affairs. That is how they walk straight into the gates of death. You need not interfere, and you need not deploy anyone. Lin Chen added coolly. Once they grope their way to the secret realm's entrance, I will make my move myself, and leave them buried in Jiangcheng for eternity, never to return home. Arrogance carved into the marrow. 100,000-year immortal emperor warring across the heavens, crushing chaos underfoot, suppressing 10,000 races. What sinister miscreants had he not seen before? A few mortal ninja and onmyoji from a tiny nation were to him nothing more than ants to be crushed that will not even qualify to provoke his anger. Chu Qinghan watched his solitary world transcending back, and her heartbeat inexplicably skipped a beat. This man was cold, taciturn, and regarded all things as dust, yet he possessed a unique bottom line and a unique sense of responsibility. His coldness was reserved for the ants of the world, his gentleness alone for his closest kin. His dominance was to protect the peace of one region, his killing intent was to intimidate external enemies. I will mobilize the entire intelligence network and all global assets of the Chu family. Chu Qinghan said seriously, within 1 month I will compile every supernatural powerhouse's profile on the planet, the distribution of secret realms, the rules of the national fortune battlefield, and especially the complete depths of the One Nation's supernatural forces, including the battle layouts and top expert lists of the Ijiru and the Onmyorio, and deliver them all into your hands. In the meantime, I will have the Chu family shadow guards cooperate with the Dragon Group in secret, watching the movements of the One Nation spies on the southern outskirts. At the first sign of any move, I will notify you at once. As for all the troubles of Jiangqing, the Dragon Nation, and even the whole mortal world, I will shoulder them alone, ensuring you can cultivate without a single care. This was her promise, and also her choice. To follow such an unrivaled great being was both a blessing and a destiny. As you wish, Lin Chen replied indifferently. Mortal resources, intelligence, and power, he regarded them with disdain. But since someone was willing to handle them and spare him endless trouble, he naturally welcomed it. Just then the earth gave a faint tremor. A deep hum, a low resonance of heaven and earth sounded from the distant horizon. Above the whole city of Jiangqing, spiritual energy abruptly surged several-fold. The air grew dense with the vital essence of plants and trees, faintly tinged with the desolate breath of antiquity. Lin Chen raised his head toward the distance, his gaze piercing through layer upon layer of buildings to a point 100 li beyond Jiangqing's southern outskirts. On a desolate mountain that had slumbered for 10,000 years, the ground was splitting open, black mist surging upward. Ancient runes gleamed faintly in and out of sight. The veins of mountain and river reversed their course, and spirit springs erupted in torrents. The first ancient secret realm, Haifeng Ridge secret realm, had appeared in the world. 100 li beyond the southern outskirts, Haifeng Ridge. Lin Chen said unhurriedly, a low-grade secret realm left behind by ancient cultivators born from the era when the ancient path of immortality was fractured. It contains body-tempering spiritual materials, low-grade cultivation arts, and ancient martial manuals. The first secret realm of the spiritual resurgence has appeared. Chu Qinghan's expression hardened, and she immediately pulled out her phone. I'll order an immediate lockdown of the area around Haifeng Ridge, and keep a close watch on the One Nation spies' movements so they cannot get into the secret realm first. No need. Lin Chen raised a hand to stop her. A low-grade secret realm with meager opportunities is not worth my personal action. Let the ancient martial clans, rogue cultivators, and foreign powers fight over it, slaughtering one another until they burn themselves out. He paused, his tone turning icy. Especially those One Nation spies. Let them go, and everyone who enters will die. The true great opportunities, the true grand secret realms still lie ahead. His sights were set far too high. The resources inside a minor secret realm left behind by ancient mortal cultivators were not even fit to temper his body. Rather than waste time vying for it, it was better to sit back and watch the masses slaughter one another, calmly observe the changes of heaven and earth, and in passing cleanse the One Nation rats from the Dragon Nation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chu Qinghan understood immediately and nodded. Understood. We watch in secret, refrain from forcibly seizing anything, and only purge the evil forces that deliberately stir chaos in Jiangqing or harbor murderous intent. We will keep the closest watch on the One Nation spies. Once they step into the secret realm, we will track them the entire way and await your command. In a few short moments, the entire online world erupted. Across the country, anomalies broke out simultaneously. Mountains shook, lakes flowed backward, fog blanketed the land, and one ancient secret realm after another unsealed in succession. Short videos, news media, and the hidden supernatural circles all exploded. Everyone understood that the era had changed. Beneath the dazzling surface of technological civilization, the great age of cultivation and supernatural power had officially begun. And Jiangqing, because of Lin Chen's presence, was destined to become the most terrifying, most unprovocable forbidden land upon this entire earth. As for the One Nation spies who had infiltrated Jiangqing, they were destined to pay a bloody price for their greed and arrogance. Night fell. Chu Qinghan and Chu Yi departed quietly, setting the full power of the Chu family in motion, expanding across the globe, consolidating intelligence, suppressing local powers, and cleaning up the remaining henchmen of the Zhao family. In the meantime, they closely monitored the Haifeng Ridge secret realm and the movements of the Wan-nation spies. Zhao Tianlong arrived on time, with the gravely injured Zhao Tianyu kneeling at the gate to apologize and offering his entire family fortune as recompense. He was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body and he never dared set foot in Jiangxing again for the rest of his life. The Chen family evacuated entirely, and the ancient martial world fell utterly silent. All the underground powers and reclusive minor families of Jiangxing submitted their oaths of allegiance overnight, not daring to make the slightest move. Across the whole of Jiangxing the undercurrents settled, leaving Lin Chen supreme alone. At the same time, near Haifeng Ridge on the southern outskirts of Jiangxing, 5 Igiryu Jonin in black, close-fitting combat suits, faces covered by masks, lurked in the mountain forest. Their auras were thoroughly concealed, and their sinister eyes were fixed on the black mist at the secret realm's entrance ahead. 2 Onmyoji in white kimonos folding fans in hand stood to one side, murmuring to each other, their voices steeped in greed and arrogance. The Haifeng Ridge secret realm is already open. The body-tempering spiritual materials inside are enough to let us break through to the ninja grandmaster realm. Once we do, we will have a solid foothold in Igiryu. And that Dragon Nation cultivator called Lin Chen, they say his strength is tremendous, that he crippled a transformation realm grandmaster of the Dragon Nation. As long as we can uncover his real background, or even find an opening to strike him down, we will certainly receive a handsome reward from his Imperial Majesty when we return. Dragon Nation cultivators are nothing but trash. Even if that Lin Chen is a bit stronger, he is still immortal in the end. With the 5 of us Jonin plus 2 Onmyoji joining forces, killing him will be more than enough. Move fast. Before the Dragon Nation knows what is happening, we enter the secret realm, seize the resources, then lay our plans, and hunt down Lin Chen. Their eyes were vicious and their words arrogant. None of them realized that every word and action of theirs had already been fully observed by Lin Chen's imperial soul. On the balcony of an old residential building, Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the starry river, a cold arc curling at the corner of his mouth. Those Wan-nation rats certainly are impatient. Since they so desperately seek death, I might as well grant it to them. Thin starlight cascaded down, drawn by his imperial soul to temper his withered cultivation foundation. 100,000 years of cultivation heritage was as vast as an ocean. As long as spiritual energy was sufficient, he could break through again and again, returning to the golden core realm, the nascent soul realm, the spirit transformation realm, ascending step by step to the summit. The secret realms emerge, 10,000 races grow restless. The national fortune battlefield opens in 1 month. The Wan-nation comes trespassing and walks straight to death. The pursuers of the immortal realm are about to cross over. In this life, I descend once more upon the mortal world. Old debts must be paid. The heavenly Tao shall be cut down across 10,000 worlds. I alone am heaven. The evening wind blew past his black hair, lifting gently. Within the young man's body lay a dormant, peerless, immortal emperor who suppressed the heavens. The mortal city was only his brief resting place. This ordinary star was merely the starting point of his road of vengeance. And the Wan-nation spies who had infiltrated the Dragon Nation would become the first sacrifices beneath his blade in this era. Black mist coiled around the entrance to the Haifeng Ridge secret realm, carrying an ancient and mysterious aura. The air blended the fragrance of grass and trees with a faint sinister qi, the distinctive rank scent of the IGA, school ninja, and Onmyoji from the island nation, barely discernible at the edge of the realm. 5 IGA school Jonin dressed in black with face masks lurked like phantoms in the underbrush by the entrance. Their eyes swept the surroundings with cold malevolence, and only after confirming that no dragon group or Chu family patrols were present did they slowly rise. 2 Onmyoji in white kimonos followed close behind, holding ancient talismans and murmuring incantations. Wisps of black qi curled around them, the remnant souls of the Shikigami they had summoned. Move fast, enter the secret realm, and seize the spiritual materials first, then track down Lin Chen and kill him without mercy. The lead IGA Jonin lowered his voice, his tone brimming with arrogance and cruelty. A mere mortal cultivator dares to act so arrogantly before our Yamato nation. Once we secure the secret realm's resources and break through, we will make the Long Nation pay. Another Onmyoji sneered, the talisman in his hand glowing faintly. What is there to fear? With our Shikigami and the most elite Jonin of the IGA school, we can easily crush even a transformation realm expert from the Long Nation. As for that Lin Chen, he is nothing but an overhyped mortal. Once we obtain the ancient spiritual treasures in the secret realm, let alone him, even the hidden masters of the Long Nation will be no match for us. The group wasted no more time. With a flicker of movement, they stepped into the Haifeng Ridge secret realm. Inside, ancient trees towered into the sky, vines coiled around the trunks, and a thick layer of fallen leaves covered the ground. The air was dense with rich spiritual energy, yet laced with a bone-chilling cold and a faint smell of blood, traces left by those who had trespassed and fallen before. They pressed deeper, greedily collecting spirit herbs and ores along the way, indifferent to the dangers around them. Their only thought was to find the legendary ancient cultivation arts and the core of the spirit vein as quickly as possible. Little did they know that every move they made was fixed upon by an invisible gaze. From the moment they set foot in the secret realm, they were already lambs waiting for slaughter. Lin Chen did not enter the secret realm right away. Standing on a slope not far from the entrance, his white robes fluttering in the wind, he had completely concealed his aura. Yet an invisible pressure radiated from his very being. Chu Qinghan stood at his side, holding the latest intelligence report. Her voice soft, she said, Mr. Lin, the 5 Jonin and 2 on Myoji from the island nation have already entered the secret realm and are heading toward the spirit vein node at its core. It seems they intend to seize the ancient spirit crystals and technique manuals inside. In addition, the Dragon Group reports that supernatural powers from other countries are also entering the surrounding secret realms, one after another, scrambling for resources in preparation for the upcoming National Fortune battlefield. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his calm gaze fixed on the depths of the secret realm. Let them grab. The fiercer the grabbing, the worse they will die. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. Faint golden light rippled beneath his feet, and he vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the core area of the secret realm, where the spirit veins converged, where the ancient spirit crystal and the lost martial arts manuals lay, and where the Island Nations group was ultimately headed. At that moment, the 5 IGA Jonin were arguing over a spirit crystal that radiated soft white light, while the 2 on Myoji were setting up a barrier, trying to seal the crystal and take it away. Greed was written all over their faces, and none of them sensed the approaching danger. This is it. This ancient spirit crystal is enough to let us break through to the ninja grandmaster realm. One Jonin shouted in ecstasy, reaching out to touch the crystal. Wait. The leading Onmyoji suddenly raised a hand, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. There's an aura. A very powerful aura. The group instantly tensed, drawing their short blades and talismans as they looked around alertly. No need to search. A cold, clear voice echoed through the secret realm, carrying an irresistible pressure that immediately crushed the breath out of everyone present from the island nation. Lin Chen slowly stepped out from behind a towering ancient tree. Dressed in casual clothes and wearing a composed expression, he looked as if he were simply taking a leisurely stroll through the secret realm rather than paying a deliberate visit. Yo, you're Lin Chen. The leading IGA Jonin's pupils sharply contracted, the arrogance on his face instantly replaced by terror. He had never expected to run into that legendary man here. They had heard overseas that a peerless expert had emerged in the Long Nation, one who could crush a dark force grandmaster with a single move. Yet now that they saw him in person, the invisible pressure he exuded was more terrifying than any expert they had ever encountered. How can you possibly be here? Another Onmyoji shouted, outwardly fierce, but inwardly terrified. The talisman in his hand instantly activated as he summoned a pitch-black Shikigami. Shikigami, kill him. The Shikigami was hunched and reeked of sinister aura. Baring its claws, it lunged at Lin Chen with a piercing shriek. Lin Chen did not even move his gaze. He simply raised a finger. With a soft pop, the Shikigami dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and vanished into the air, leaving no trace behind. The 2 Onmyoji went pale with shock. They could not believe that the Shikigami they had summoned by burning their own essence blood had been dispelled with a casual flick of his hand. They hurriedly tried to activate more talismans, hoping to summon stronger Shikigami, only to discover that the spiritual energy in their bodies felt frozen solid, completely beyond their control. Impossible. Who the hell are you? The leading IGA Jonin bellowed, his bluster cracking. He swung his blade at Lin Chen, the cold edge tearing through the air with a sharp whistle as he threw all his strength into the strike. Lin Chen shifted his body slightly, without even raising a hand. The sharp short blade snapped, instantly, shards scattering in all directions. At the same time, an invisible force surged forth. With a miserable shriek, the Jonin was blasted backward and slammed heavily into an ancient tree. The distinct sound of bones shattering echoed through the air, and then he went silent forever. The remaining 4 Jonin and 2 Onmyoji were frightened out of their wits. All traces of arrogance vanished, and they turned to flee. Since you're already here, don't even think about leaving. Lin Chen's voice remained calm, yet it carried a lethal intent. He casually waved his hand, and a golden blade of light appeared out of thin air, sweeping across the entire area in an instant. Several muffled thuds followed. The 4 IGA Jonin and 2 Onmyoji could not even utter a scream before their heads separated from their bodies. With a casual gesture, Lin Chen absorbed their spiritual energy and essence blood into himself, using them as nourishment to restore his cultivation. The remnant Shikigami spirits they had summoned now, without their hosts, instantly turned into black smoke and scattered. Lin Chen walked over to the ancient spirit crystal and lightly pressed his fingertip against it. The crystal transformed into a beam of white light, merging into his body and nourishing the foundation of his cultivation. He also casually collected the ancient martial arts manuals from the core of the secret realm. Treasures to others, they were merely reference materials, barely worth using in his eyes. With that, he turned and left, not sparing the corpses on the ground another glance, like a man who had just crushed a few ants underfoot, utterly unbothered. Outside the secret realm, Chu Yi, along with the Chu family shadow guards and the dragon group, was closely monitoring the surroundings to prevent supernatural forces from other nations from forcing their way in. Seeing Lin Chen emerge from the secret realm, Chu Yi hurried forward and said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, the island nation's forces inside the secret realm have been eliminated. The supernaturals from other countries are still lingering at the outer edge, afraid to enter rashly." Lin Chen nodded slightly and said evenly, "Pay them no mind. If they want to wait, let them wait. Once they set foot in the secret realm, they will learn what it means to overestimate themselves." He paused, then added, "Notify the Chu family, the dragon group, and all related forces to keep a close watch on supernatural movements in every nation, especially the remaining forces of the island nation and the movements of foreign races beyond our borders. Also confiscate all resources from the Hafeng Ridge secret realm. Use part to expand the Chu family's enterprise and part to nurture supernatural talents native to the Long Nation. After all, I cannot be the only one holding everything up forever." Chu Yi quickly answered, "Understood. I'll arrange it immediately." At that moment, on the outer edge of the secret realm, several supernaturals from the west were watching Lin Chen from a distance as he walked out, shock and terror written across their faces. Originally, they had planned to wait until Lin Chen left, then enter the secret realm and plunder its resources. But after sensing the overwhelming pressure that had just swept through the secret realm and seeing Lin Chen's unhurried composure, none of them dared entertain the thought any longer. One by one, they slipped away in silence. They finally understood that the Long Nation's confidence and its firm foothold in the national fortune battlefield came not from the dragon group, but from this unremarkable-looking man whose true depth could not be measured. Back in the old residential building, Lin Chen stopped paying attention to the outside turmoil and began mapping out his next moves: stabilize the spirit veins, restore his cultivation, set up an emperor-grade defensive formation, prepare for the coming national fortune battlefield, and settle accounts with the immortal forces that had betrayed him. What he did not know was that after he left the Hafeng Ridge secret realm, a faint spatial fluctuation emanated from its deepest depths, where an even greater secret lay hidden, one concerning Earth's spiritual resurgence, the laws of the heavenly Tao, and the truth behind his death in his previous life. It was quietly surfacing. Meanwhile, within the island nation, the headquarters of the IGA school flew into a violent rage upon learning that all 5 Jonin and 2 Onmyoji had fallen. The clan head personally ordered the transformation realm powerhouses hidden within the clan to slip into the Long Nation, determined to avenge the dead and recover the ancient spirit crystal Lin Chen had taken. A greater storm was quietly brewing. As for Lin Chen, he remained as composed as ever. His gaze had long since moved beyond mortal struggles toward a place far away, that supreme path of pinnacle glory which belonged to him alone and which had only just begun. In the heart of Jiangxing stood the headquarters tower of the Chu Group. In the top-floor CEO's office, Chu Qinghan stared coldly at the intelligence report in her hand, the chill radiating from her body, threatening to freeze the air itself. Chu Yi stood opposite her, head bowed, and said gravely, "Miss, at 3 in the morning our secret stronghold in the western suburbs was attacked. All 7 shadow guards died in the line of duty, and the first batch of spiritual materials from the Blackwind Ridge secret realm stored there was looted. The attackers left the cherry blossom mark of the IGA school at the scene, along with traces of talismans from the Amyo Bureau. According to the latest intelligence from the Dragon Group, Onizuka Yuichi, the patriarch of the IGA School of Japan, has slipped into Jiangxing with Onizuka So, the only peak transformation stage expert in the clan, and Abe Jinya, the current Grand Onmyoji of the Amyo Bureau. Abe Jinya is a direct descendant of Abe no Saimai and commands the Yin-Yang arts that the Abe family has passed down for 1,000 years. It is said that he can summon the remnant soul of the ancient Yamada no Orochi, and his power is unfathomable. They sent word that at noon today, they would fight Lin Chen to the death on the roof of the Jiangxing International Financial Center, to avenge their fallen clansmen and seize back the spirit crystals of the Blackwind Ridge secret realm. Chu Qinghan suddenly clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. "You reckless fools. Mr. Lin spared them once, but instead of restraining themselves, they went even further. They even dared to kill members of the Chu family." She had just broken through to the late transformation stage and awakened her innate spiritual body, overflowing with pride and ambition. The murder of the Chu family shadow guards and the raid on their stronghold were not merely an affront to the Chu family. They were an outright contempt for Lin Chen. "I'll go and meet them myself." Chu Qinghan rose and started to leave. "No need." A faint, indifferent voice came from the doorway. Lin Chen walked slowly into the office, his expression calm, as if what he had just heard was not news of 7 people being killed and powerful enemies closing in, but an utterly trivial matter. He had just come from home, where his mother Lin Xiaolan had simmered a pot of chicken soup and asked him to bring a bowl to Chu Qinghan. He had not expected to walk in on this. "Mr. Lin." Chu Qinghan and Chu Yi both bowed, at once, the anger on their faces vanishing and being replaced by reverence. Lin Chen set the insulated jar on the tea table and said calmly, "A few jumping clowns. Hardly worth your hand. They killed 7 of our shadow guards and even issued an open challenge. This is going too far." Chu Qinghan said through gritted teeth, her tone full of unconcealed frustration. "Dead then dead." Lin Chen's voice was indifferent, yet carried an unshakable authority. "Since they dare to come today, they will not be going back." And not just them. The entire IGA school and the entire Amio Bureau. I will settle every account with anyone who dares to offend the Dragon Kingdom. But Mr. Lin, that Abe Jinya can summon the remnant soul of Yamada no Orochi. It is the remnant soul of an ancient vicious beast with boundless power and extreme evil. It will be very hard to deal with. Chu, he said with worry. Yamada no Orochi. Lin Chen let out a contemptuous laugh, his eyes full of disdain. It's just the remnant soul of a little serpent beheaded by an ancient cultivator, and it dares to act ferocious in front of me. Back in the immortal realm, true dragons, phoenixes, and Kirin I slew numbered at least 8,000, if not 10,000. A mere little snake. It can be extinguished with a snap of my finger. Chu Qinghan and Chu Yi looked at each other, both seeing shock reflected in the other's eyes. Killing true dragons and phoenixes. This had exceeded their understanding of what lay beyond the mortal world. But neither of them had the slightest doubt. Whatever Lin Chen said was the truth. At noon, or I will go to the top of the financial center. Lin Chen picked up the insulated jar and handed it to Chu Qinghan. My mother made chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot. Once this mortal affair is settled, no one foolish enough to trouble us will ever come again. With that, he turned and left without hesitation. Chu Qinghan accepted the jar and watched his silhouette disappear through the doorway, 100 emotions surging in her heart. This man, he was always like this. Aloof and arrogant, yet at the most critical moments he could always hold up the sky for everyone. At noon or at 12 o'clock, the Jiangxing International Financial Center, a skyscraper more than 400 meters tall, was the city's landmark. At this moment, 3 people stood on the rooftop terrace. At their head was an old man in a black kimono, his face dark and malevolent. He was none other than Onizuka Yuichi, the patriarch of the IGA school. Beside him stood a tall, muscular, middle-aged man whose entire body radiated the terrifying aura of the peak transformation stage. It was Onizuka So. On the other side was a young man in white onmyoji robes holding a folding fan. He had handsome features and coldly soft eyes. Abe Jinya. The 3 men stood at the edge of the rooftop, overlooking Jiangxing beneath their feet, their faces dripping with arrogance and disdain. The Dragon Kingdom is nothing more than this. A mere Lin Chen is enough to make them tremble with fear. Onizuka Yuichi sneered, his tone full of contempt. After we kill Lin Chen and take the secrets on his person, all the supernatural forces of the Dragon Kingdom will kneel beneath the feet of our Yamado nation. The patriarch is right. Onizuka So's voice was low and booming. A brat in his 20s. Even if he is strong, how strong can he be? I can crush him with one hand. Abe Jinya waved his folding fan gently, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Do not take him lightly. He killed 5 Jonin and 2 onmyoji in a single move, so this Lin Chen does have some ability. But since he has run into me, today is his death day. I have already prepared the Yamada no Orochi seal passed down by the Abe family for 1,000 years. Today he will be the sacrifice for Lord Orochi. Just then a figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the rooftop. Lin Chen walked in with both hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent, as if he had simply come up to the roof for a stroll, instead of a life and death duel. Are you Lin Chen? Onizuka Yuichi shouted harshly, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. You killed my IGA clansmen and robbed the fortune of my Yamado nation. Today you will pay blood for blood. Lin Chen ignored him. Instead, he turned his gaze to Abe Jinya and said coolly, so you are the descendant of Abe no Saimai. You can summon the remnant soul of Yamada no Orochi. Abe Jinya gave a slight nod and answered arrogantly, that is correct. I am Abe Jinya, the 108th generation successor of Abe no Saimai. Today I will let you witness the power of an ancient beast. Very good. Lin Chen nodded, voice calm. Call out your Yamada no Orochi. I'm in a hurry. Arrogant. The pinnacle of arrogance. Onizuka Yuichi and Onizuka So flew into a rage. They had never expected Lin Chen to insult them so openly. You are looking for death. Onizuka So roared, fully unleashing the blood energy of his peak transformation stage. Surging martial chi churned around him and cracks split across the concrete floor beneath his feet. His figure flickered, becoming a blur as his fist shot toward Lin Chen's head with a piercing whistle. That punch contained the entirety of his lifetime cultivation, enough to smash boulders and split stone. If a tank were in his way, it would be punched clean through. Lin Chen stood still. In the instant before the fist touched his brow, he casually raised his hand and blocked it. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. Onizuka So's fist might as well have struck solid iron. His finger bones, palm bones, and arm bones shattered all at once. Pain lanced through his entire body, and he let out a miserable shriek. Lin Chen pushed casually. Onizuka So's massive body flew backward like a kite, whose string had snapped, crashing heavily into the rooftop railing. The railing twisted and broke on impact. He fell from a height of more than 400 meters and slammed into the ground, his body crushed to pieces. One move. Onizuka So, a peak transformation stage expert, had died in one move. Onizuka Yuichi's pupils shrank. The arrogance on his face was instantly replaced by terror. He had never imagined that his proud younger brother could not even survive a single move from Lin Chen. Now it's your turn. Lin Chen's gaze fell on Onizuka Yuichi, his voice ice cold. Onizuka Yuichi was so frightened his soul seemed to scatter. He turned to run, but the moment he took a step, an invisible force locked his body in place, rendering him immobile. Lin Chen walked slowly up to him and looked down at him. You just said I would pay blood for blood. I was wrong. Mr. Lin, spare me. I will never dare again. I am willing to lead the entire IGA school to submit to you. Please spare my life. Onizuka Yuichi, terrified out of his wits, fell to his knees and begged for mercy. He lost control of his bladder and bowels, making a complete fool of himself. Submit. Lin Chen sneered. Are you worthy? As the words fell, Lin Chen crushed his head with a single stomp. Blood and brain matter splattered across the floor. In the blink of an eye, the two supreme experts of the IGA school had both fallen. Only Abe Jinya remained on the rooftop. His face was pale, his whole body trembling, and the folding fan in his hand had dropped to the ground. He had never imagined that Lin Chen could be so horrifying. Onizuka, so a peak transformation stage expert, died in one move. Onizuka Yuichi, the patriarch of the IGA school, did not even have the right to fight back. Now summon your Yamada no Orochi. Lin Chen looked at Abe Jinya and said flatly. Abe Jinya gritted his teeth, a streak of madness flashing in his eyes. He knew there was no escaping today. Better to fight desperately than sit there waiting for death. Lord Orochi, awaken. Abe Jinya bit the tip of his tongue, sprayed a mouthful of essence blood, and formed hand seals rapidly while murmuring incantations. A huge black formation appeared instantly on the ground. In the center of the formation, black mist billowed. An icy, evil, and savage aura swept through the entire rooftop. Roar! A deafening roar shook the air. A colossal serpent head emerged from the black mist. It was hideous with crimson eyes and carried the terrifying pressure of an ancient vicious beast. It was the remnant soul of the ancient Yamada no Orochi. Though only a remnant, its power was still boundless, enough to crush any transformation stage expert. Lin Chen, accept your death. Abe Jinya shouted crazily. Lord Orochi, devour him. The remnant soul of Yamada no Orochi opened its monstrous maw and bit savagely at Lin Chen. The stench of its breath rushed forward as though it would swallow the entire rooftop. Lin Chen stood where he was, expression unchanged. Watching the remnant soul of the great serpent charge at him, he slowly raised his hand, and a glint of golden light flickered at his fingertip. Vile creature, how dare you run rampant? A pillar of golden light shot out from his fingertip and pierced through Yamada no Orochi's head in an instant. Oh! The remnant soul let out a miserable cry, and its body immediately began to dissolve. No matter how desperately Abe Jinya activated his talismans, he could not stop its dissolution. In just a few seconds, the remnant soul of Yamada no Orochi, which had terrorized Japan for 1,000 years, turned completely into a wisp of black smoke and scattered into the air. No. Impossible. This is impossible. Abe Jinya mumbled, completely stunned, disbelief written all over his face. The remnant soul that had been passed down for 1,000 years was killed by Lin Chen with one finger. Lin Chen walked slowly in front of him, his gaze icy. If you have any other tricks, use them now. Abe Jinya suddenly raised his head, venom flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen, don't be so pleased with yourself. Our Yamato nation still has countless experts, ancient Shikigami, and top masters on the national fortune battlefield. They will definitely avenge me. You will die at the hands of our Yamato nation sooner or later. Is that so? A cold arc lifted the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Then I will wait. But you will not live to see that day. As the words fell, Lin Chen gave a casual squeeze. Abe Jinya's head burst apart in an instant. Thus all three top experts of Japan who had infiltrated Jiangxing perished. Lin Chen dusted off his hands, turned, and walked toward the rooftop entrance. What he did not know was that at this moment supernatural powers and extraordinary organizations across the globe were watching everything that had happened on that rooftop through satellite surveillance. At the U.S.S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, all senior officials remained silent, their faces filled with shock. At the European Order of the Knights Templar, the Bible fell from the Archbishop's hand, and he did not even notice. In the White Bear Legion of the Polar Bear Nation, the commander-in-chief suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes grave. Everyone understood that the Dragon Kingdom had produced an existence no one could contend with. This man called Lin Chen was to become the most terrifying nightmare for every supernatural power in the world. Lin Chen came down from the financial center, and Chu Qinghan was already waiting at the foot of the building. Mr. Lin, is it all resolved? Chu Qinghan asked softly. Lin Chen nodded. Notify the Dragon Group to launch a full-scale purge of all remaining Japanese forces within the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Also spread the word from this day on any foreign supernatural power that steps into Dragon Kingdom territory without permission will be killed without mercy. Understood. Chu Qinghan quickly acknowledged. Just then Lin Chen's phone rang. It was the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Group calling in person. On the other end, the Dragon Group chief's tone was extremely respectful. Mr. Lin, we have just received word that the detailed rules of the global national fortune battlefield have been announced. The first intermediate secret realm, the Jade Pool Secret Realm, on Kunlun Mountain, will open in 3 days. It holds ancient cultivation techniques and a spiritual vein core. Top experts from every nation will be going there. In addition, Japan has allied with the Western Sanctum and the Dark Council, and they plan to join forces against you inside the Jade Pool Secret Realm. A cold curve rose at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Allied. Perfect. That saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. In 3 days at Kunlun Mountain. I will make them understand what it means. Whoever dares to offend the Dragon Kingdom shall be slain no matter how far they flee. 3 days later, deep within the Kunlun Mountains. The perpetually snow-capped Kunlun Mountains now radiated warmth. Amid swirling clouds and mist, an enormous white jade gate hung, suspended in midair, its surface carved with ancient runes that exuded vast primeval might. This was the entrance to the first intermediate secret realm since the spiritual energy resurgence, the Yaoqi secret realm. Below the gate, top-tier, transcendent experts from around the world had already assembled. The steel-armored troops of the U.S. Divine Shield Bureau stood in a neat row, their armor gleaming coldly. The paladins of the European Holy Temple, clad in silver-white armor and gripping holy swords, wore solemn expressions. The warriors of the White Bear Legion of the Polar Bear Nation were thick, with muscle radiating piercing cold aura. Black-robed figures from the African Dark Council lurked in the shadows, their eyes sinister. But the most eye-catching were the three forces standing at the very front, the remnants of Japan's Onmyorio, the Western Holy Temple's headquarters, and the European Dark Council. The three forces formed a triangle subtly surrounding the Dragon Nation's camp, in the middle, their eyes brimming with hostility and greed. On the Dragon Nation side, the chief commander of the Dragon Group personally led the team, followed by dozens of top Dragon Group experts, as well as Chu Qinghan and Chu Yi. Chu Qinghan wore a pristine white combat suit, her aura thick and powerful. Having already firmly consolidated her late transformation realm cultivation, she stood at the front of the crowd, sweeping her cool, clear eyes around, with an imposing presence fully unleashed. Even so, the powerhouses from other nations still looked on with contempt and disdain. In their eyes, the Dragon Nation had managed to stand firm during the early days of the spiritual energy resurgence only because luck had blessed it with a Lin Chen. As long as they joined forces to kill Lin Chen inside the Yaoqi secret realm, the Dragon Nation would collapse in an instant, and the secret realm resources of all Asia would be theirs for the taking. Humph, the Dragon Nation people arrived early enough, but unfortunately today is your death day. Abe Saimai, the new Grand Onmyoji of Japan's Onmyorio, spoke with vicious eyes, a folding fan in his hand. He was the younger brother of Abe Jinya, and this time he had come to avenge his brother. Mr. Abe is right. Arthur, the paladin commander of the Western Holy Temple, held his holy sword and said arrogantly, a mere Lin Chen. No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly be a match for the combined forces of our three factions. Today we won't just kill Lin Chen. We will also seize the ancient immortal cultivation arts inside the Yaoqi secret realm and make the Dragon Nation bow its head in shame forever. The president of the Dark Council, Mephisto, was wreathed in thick black mist as he let out a hoarse laugh. Ha ha ha. I heard that Lin Chen also carries the secret of an immortal emperor. As long as we catch him and extract his soul, we can ascend to the heavens in a single step and become true gods. The powerhouses of the three factions all chimed in, their tone arrogant beyond measure, as if Lin Chen were already theirs for the taking. The Dragon Group's chief commander's face darkened and his fists clenched tightly. He knew that today's battle would be fraught with grave danger. If Lin Chen failed to arrive in time, or was defeated by the three-way alliance, the Dragon Nation would be doomed beyond redemption. Chu Qinghan remained serene, without the slightest hint of worry in her eyes. She had seen Lin Chen's strength with her own eyes and knew that these so-called world-class powerhouses were nothing more than a troop of clumsy clowns in his sight. Don't worry, mister. Lin will come, Chu Qinghan said calmly, her tone firm. And he'll make these insolent fools pay a bloody price. Just then, a gentle hum rang out. A streak of golden light came at breakneck speed from the horizon, sliced through the sky, and landed before the Dragon Nation's camp. As the light dispersed, Lin Chen's figure slowly became visible. He was still dressed in ordinary casual clothes, hands in his pockets, looking completely at ease, as if he had come to the Kunlun Mountains as a tourist, not to fight a life-and-death battle that would decide the fate of a nation. Mr. Lin. The Dragon Group members all cried out in unison, their voices filled with reverence and excitement. The boulder that had been crushing their hearts finally fell to the ground. Lin Chen nodded slightly and swept a casual glance across the assembly. When his gaze passed over the Japanese Holy Temple and Dark Council factions, there was not a ripple in his eyes, only the utmost indifference, as if he were looking at a pack of yapping stray dogs. So you are Lin Chen. Arthur stepped forward, pointed his holy sword at Lin Chen, and thundered, you killed the disciples of my holy temple and seized the opportunities of the West. Today, in the name of God, I will judge you, heretic. Judge me. Lin Chen let out a sneer, his tone arrogant in the extreme. You? Worthy? Arrogant? Arthur flew into a rage, holy light blazing around him. Paladins formed the formation. Today we'll show this arrogant Dragon Nation man what the Holy Temple is truly capable of. In an instant, the 12 paladins made their move together, swinging their holy swords in unison. A colossal holy light sword image coalesced in the air and slashed toward Lin Chen with world-destroying might. That sword contained the full power of all 12 paladins. It was enough to split a mountain peak. The powerhouses of every nation broke into gloating smiles, as if they could already see Lin Chen cleaved in two by that single stroke. However, faced with that world-destroying slash, Lin Chen stood in place, unmoving. Just when the holy light sword image was about to land on the top of his head, Lin Chen slowly raised his hand and casually extended a finger. Uff! A soft sound. The enormous holy light sword image shattered and vanished in that instant like snow meeting blazing fire, without raising even the slightest ripple. All 12 paladins sprayed blood from their mouths at the same time, flew backward, and crashed heavily onto the ground. Their holy swords all snapped, and their cultivation was completely destroyed. A deathly silence enveloped the entire scene. Everyone was utterly stunned. The combined full-force strike of 12 paladins had actually been dispelled by a single flick of Lin Chen's finger, and he had even crippled their cultivation. Just what kind of terrifying strength was this? Arthur's face turned ghastly pale, his eyes overwhelmed with disbelief. He had never dreamed that the paladin grand formation he was so proud of would be so fragile before Lin Chen. Now do you still think you have the right to judge me? Lin Chen's gaze landed on Arthur, his voice icy cold. Arthur shuddered, involuntarily stumbling back a few steps, his eyes swimming with fear. But he still forced himself to hold his ground and shouted, "Everyone attack together. He's only one man. With so many of us, why should we be afraid of him?" As his voice fell, the Japanese on Myoji, the black-robed figures of the Dark Council, and the top experts of other nations all attacked at once. Innumerable talismans, black mist, ice spikes, and fireballs rained down toward Lin Chen. For a moment, heaven and earth changed color, spiritual energy surged wildly, and the entire Kunlun Mountains trembled slightly. This was a combined blow from the world's top transcendent forces. Its power was boundless enough to level an entire city to the ground. The Dragon Group members' expressions changed dramatically, and they instinctively moved forward to help. "No need," Lin Chen said, faintly stopping them. He slowly lifted his right hand, and a flash of golden light glimmered at his fingertip. A golden sword formed from pure imperial power appeared in his hand out of thin air. "One strike." Lin Chen softly uttered the two words. Then he swung the sword. A brilliant golden sword light split the sky and swept across the entire field in an instant. Wherever the sword light passed, all the talismans, black mist, ice spikes, and fireballs dissipated completely. Oh! Blood-curdling screams rose one after another. Abe, Simai, Mephisto, and the top powerhouses of every nation were turned to ash by the golden sword light before they could even let out a scream. Arthur tried to flee, but the sword light caught up to him and dissolved him into nothingness in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant top experts of every nation had all perished, leaving not a single trace behind. At the entrance of the Yaoqi secret realm, there was absolute silence. The remaining powerhouses from around the world were scared out of their wits. Their legs turned to jelly, and they collapsed to their knees one after another, trembling like seas, not daring to lift their heads. They finally understood that the man before them was not someone they could contend with at all. He was no mortal, he was a god. Lin Chen put away his sword and swept an indifferent look over the kneeling powerhouses. "Today I will spare your lives. Return and tell your nations the land of the Dragon Nation is not to be entered without an invitation. The resources of the Dragon Nation are not to be touched without permission. Those who offend the Dragon Nation will be punished no matter how far they flee." Every word was sonorous and forceful, as if it were a decree of the heavenly Tao burning itself into the hearts of all who heard it. Yes, we remember. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for sparing us. We would never dare offend the Dragon Nation again. The powerhouses from every nation hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy, their voices trembling with fear and awe. Lin Chen ignored them, turned, and walked toward the white jade gate of the Yaoqi secret realm. Xu Qinghan and the Dragon Group members quickly followed. The moment Lin Chen stepped into the white jade gate, all the powerhouses still kneeling on the ground finally let out a long breath. One by one they slumped to the ground, soaked through with cold sweat. Everything that had happened today would become the nightmare of their remaining years. And the name Lin Chen would spread across the globe, making him the one existence that no transcendent force in the world would ever dare provoke. Inside the Yaoqi secret realm, immortal vapors wreathed through the air, and jade towers and resplendent mansions loomed indistinctly among the clouds. The spiritual energy was so dense it almost turned into liquid. This was indeed a secret realm left behind by ancient cultivators, more than an entire tier higher than the Blackwind Ridge secret realm. "Mr. Lin, the spiritual energy here is so dense. If we can cultivate here, our cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds," the chief commander of the Dragon Group said excitedly. Lin Chen nodded slightly and gazed into the depths of the secret realm. He could clearly sense a faint aura of the immortal realm deep within, along with a familiar fluctuation of an emperor's soul. It seemed this Yaoqi secret realm was not merely the ruins of ancient cultivators. "You may search for your own opportunities here, but do not venture deep into the core of the secret realm," Lin Chen said lightly. "There is danger inside beyond what you can handle." "Understood," the Dragon Group members answered promptly. Xu Qinghan walked up to Lin Chen and said softly, "Mr. Lin, I'll go with you." Lin Chen glanced at her and nodded. "Very well. Your innate spiritual body is just right for absorbing these primordial spiritual energies and breaking through to the peak of transformation realm," Lin Chen said. With that he led Xu Qinghan toward the depths of the secret realm. Deep within the secret realm the mist grew even thicker, and an enormous jade pool appeared before them. Its emerald waters rippled, gently radiating dense, primordial spiritual energy. At the center of the jade pool was a white jade platform upon which rested an ancient jade box. Beside the box stood a figure in black armor. That figure exuded powerful ripples of immortal energy. It was unmistakably an immortal soldier who had descended from the immortal realm. Immortal Emperor Lin Chen, I never imagined you really did reincarnate on this low-grade mortal planet. The immortal soldier raised his head and stared icily at Lin Chen. The 9 Dao Lords have ordered take your emperor's soul and bring it back to the immortal realm. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile. At last they had come. The pursuers from the immortal realm had finally found this place. You alone. You think you're worthy of taking my emperor's soul? Lin Chen's tone was indifferent, yet carried the overbearing arrogance that crushed everything before it. I alone may not be enough, but I've already sent the signal. In no time at all the immortal general will descend with a great army. The immortal soldier sneered. Immortal Emperor Lin Chen, you have no way out. Surrender obediently, and perhaps I'll leave you a wisp of your remnant soul. Is that so? Lin Chen slowly raised his hand. Then I'll kill you first, and wait for your immortal general. The moment his words fell, Lin Chen vanished and reappeared in front of the immortal soldier. A violent contest spanning 2 worlds was about to officially kick off in the depths of the Yaoqi secret realm. The jade-green waves of Yaoqi rippled gently, while innate spiritual energy coalesced into a veil of mist. An immortal soldier clad in black armor gripped a long spear, immortal might surging about his frame. At the spear's tip a chill light flickered, carrying the biting pressure unique to the immortal realm. He was originally the most ordinary realm-patrolling immortal soldier beneath the 9 great Dao Lords, his cultivation resting at the late stage of foundation establishment, beneath the notice of even the lowliest ant in the immortal realm. Yet on Earth, where spiritual energy had only just begun to stir back to life, he was an existence that could trample everything beneath his feet. Immortal Emperor Lin Chen, in bygone days you held sway over 30 million realms. How imposing was your majesty. Now you have been reduced to a mortal rebirth with all cultivation lost. How laughable. The immortal soldier thrust his spear toward Lin Chen, his tone steeped in derision and arrogance. The 9 Dao Lords long ago divined that you would be reborn here. A net has long been cast over heaven and earth. Today you cannot escape, even with wings. Shu Qinghan's lovely face was cold as ice, and her innate spiritual energy exploded outward as she stepped before Lin Chen. To show disrespect to Mr. Lin, you court death. She had just broken through to the late transformation realm and awakened her innate spiritual body. Now striking with her full power, her momentum was astonishing. But to the immortal soldier, she was as laughable as a child brandishing a fist. A paltry mortal innate spiritual body dares to act insolently before an immortal soldier. The immortal soldier sneered, casually waving a hand to unleash a stream of immortal power. Watch out. Lin Chen reached out and drew Shu Qinghan behind him. A glint of gold flashed at his fingertip, dissolving that immortal power effortlessly. His gaze upon the immortal soldier was as indifferent as still water. An immortal soldier of the late foundation establishment stage. In his 100,000-year career, as an immortal emperor, such a creature was not even worthy to hold the reins of his horse or carry his whip. Were it not for the plummeting of his cultivation after self-detonating, his origin a mere thought would have been enough to scatter this soldier's soul into oblivion. Dogs of the 9 Dao Lords, how dare you bark before me? Lin Chen's voice was glacial. In the past I could cut down your masters. Today, I will cut down every last one of you remnants. Arrogant nonsense. The immortal soldier flew into a rage, his long spear transforming into a black bolt of lightning that stabbed straight at Lin Chen's brow. At its tip coiled the immortal realm's power of destruction, enough to pierce steel and tear through the earth with ease. This strike was 100 times more terrifying than every combined attack of all the mortal powerhouses before it. Shu Qinghan's face changed drastically, and she instinctively clenched her fists. Yet Lin Chen remained rooted in place, utterly motionless. At the instant the spear was about to pierce his brow, a vast, boundless pressure, the might of an emperor's soul, erupted from his body with a thunderous roar. This was not the martial pressure of the mortal world, nor the ordinary pressure of a common cultivator. This was the authority of an immortal emperor who had reigned over 30 million realms for 90,000 years, the supreme dignity engraved in the deepest recesses of his divine soul. Thud! The immortal soldier dropped to his knees on the spot. The spear flew from his grasp and embedded itself deep in the ground. His whole body shook violently, immortal power surging in reverse, his divine soul nearly crushed beneath that pressure. He no longer even had the courage to lift his head and look directly at Lin Chen. Emperor's might. This is true immortal emperor's might. The immortal soldier's voice trembled, his eyes drowned in the utmost terror. Impossible. You clearly self-detonated your origin. How can you possibly still retain emperor's might? He finally understood why the 9 Dao Lords held this man in such deep dread. Even reborn in a mortal shell with cultivation entirely lost, this single unextinguished wisp of emperor's soul alone was enough to crush everything that existed beneath the immortal realm. Nothing is impossible. Lin Chen walked slowly to the immortal soldier and looked down at him from on high. Speak. How many strongholds have the remnants of the 9 Dao Lords planted on Earth? And how many immortal soldiers and generals have descended to this world? I won't tell you. The immortal soldier clenched his jaw, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. The Tao Lords will avenge me. You will die at the hands of the Tao Lords sooner or later. As the words fell, he violently detonated his immortal essence, seeking to take Lin Chen down with him. You wish to die? It's not that simple. Lin Chen flicked a finger, and a thread of Golden Emperor's power shot into the immortal soldier's body. In an instant, the detonating immortal essence was forcefully suppressed, and his divine soul was firmly bound by that imperial power. Before me, you do not even have the right to die. Lin Chen stirred his divine sense, directly invading the immortal soldier's soul to extract his memories. Countless pieces of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind like a surging tide. The remnants of the 9 Tao Lords had established a temporary stronghold at the edge of the Milky Way and opened 3 provisional spatial passages to Earth. Over 100 immortal soldiers had already descended, lying in wait across the globe, covertly harvesting Earth's spiritual resources as preparation for the arrival of the immortal generals. In 3 days, an immortal general at the early Golden Core stage would lead 500 immortal soldiers down from a spatial passage deep within Kunlun Mountain, their objective being none other than Lin Chen's Emperor's soul. With the memories extracted, Lin Chen casually closed his hand. Poof! The immortal soldier's divine soul shattered in an instant, and his body disintegrated into ash that scattered into the air. Chu Qinghan walked over to Lin Chen with a grave expression. Mr. Lin, the pursuers from the immortal realm have already arrived, and an immortal general is about to descend. What should we do? An immortal general at the Golden Core stage was an invincible existence in the mortal world. Even if all the extraordinary forces of the Dragon Nation joined together, they could not possibly be his match. No matter. Lin Chen's tone was composed, as though he had not regarded the Golden Core immortal general with even a shred of seriousness. Merely an ant at the early Golden Core stage. His coming is convenient. I can use his immortal essence to help me break through to Golden Core. His gaze settled on the white jade platform at the center of Yaoqi, where an archaic jade box was emitting a faint ethereal glow. Come, let us see what lies within. The two of them reached the white jade platform, and Lin Chen reached out to open the jade box. A surge of innate spiritual energy, dense to the extreme, burst forth instantly. Within the jade box rested 3 drops of crystal clear liquid, their surfaces shimmering with a riot of rainbow radiance. These were the legendary innate spiritual marrow. Beside them lay a golden jade slip engraved with ancient immortal script. Lin Chen picked it up and swept his divine sense across it, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. This jade slip was actually one he had left in the Yaoqi's secret realm long ago. 100,000 years passed when he roamed the myriad heavens. He had once passed by Earth and left behind 3 drops of innate spiritual marrow and a foundational cultivation method meant for a fated one. Never had he imagined that 100,000 years later it would be found by none other than himself. Truly, this is heaven's design. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. With these 3 drops of innate spiritual marrow, I will have more than enough to break through to the Golden Core realm. He handed 1 drop of the spiritual marrow to Chu Qinghan. This drop is for you. Once you absorb it, you will be able to break through to the peak of the transformation realm and touch the threshold of the path of immortality. Chu Qinghan accepted the spiritual marrow, her heart brimming with gratitude. A supreme treasure like the innate spiritual marrow was priceless even in the immortal realm, yet Lin Chen had unhesitatingly shared a drop with her. Thank you, Mr. Lin. No need for thanks. Lin Chen said calmly. You are mine, so you must not be too weak. With that, he sat cross-legged on the white jade platform and swallowed the 2 drops of innate spiritual marrow. Boom. The moment the innate spiritual marrow entered his body, it transformed into 2 overwhelming torrents of energy that swept through every part of him. Lin Chen activated the Lingxian Emperor Scripture, a creation unique to the 100,000-year immortal emperor, and crazily absorbed the spiritual marrow's power. At the same time, he drew upon the innate spiritual energy of Yaoqi, tempering his flesh and repairing the foundations of his cultivation. His cultivation began to advance at a dizzying speed. Qi refining, 1st layer, 3rd layer, 7th layer, 9th layer. Foundation establishment, early stage, mid stage, late stage, peak. There was no bottleneck, no obstruction whatsoever. The accumulated might of a 100,000-year immortal emperor revealed itself in full at this moment. Meanwhile, Chu Qinghan also sat cross-legged nearby, absorbing her drop of innate spiritual marrow. Her innate spiritual body was awakened to its fullest extent, and her cultivation surged unceasingly. Soon she broke through the peak of the transformation realm, and the martial true qi within her body began to transform into a cultivator's spiritual power, formally stepping onto the path of immortality. Time slipped by, drop after drop. Above Yaoqi, the wind and clouds turned ominous as spiritual energy gathered into a colossal vortex. Lightning cracked, thunder boomed, and a host of extraordinary phenomena unfolded. This terrifying celestial phenomenon not only alarmed the dragon group members within the secret realm, but also spread across the entire Kunlun mountain range, and was even captured by satellites from nations around the world. At the entrance to the secret realm, the kneeling powerhouses from many nations felt the dreadful aura surging from the depths of Yaoqi. Their faces turned ashen with fear, and not one dared to take even a single full breath. This. What kind of aura is this? It's absolutely terrifying. It's Mr. Lin. It must be Mr. Lin breaking through. Good heavens, he was already so powerful, and he's still breaking through. The chief of the dragon group gazed in the direction of Yaoqi's depths, his eyes filled with reverence and fervor. Mr. Lin has broken through. The dragon nation is saved. Even if the immortal generals of the immortal realm come, they will be no match for Mr. Lin. Deep within, Yaoqi golden light erupted around Lin Chen, and an aura 100 times more potent than before exploded from his body. Early golden core. In merely 2 hours, he had gone from immortal, with no cultivation whatsoever, to the early golden core stage. Such a rate of cultivation was unheard of across all the myriad heavens and boundless worlds. Sensing the surging power of his golden core, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. Though he was only at the early golden core stage with the divine soul and battle experience of a 100,000-year immortal emperor, he could still contend with a nascent soul cultivator. The golden core has just formed. It feels quite good. A pleased smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's lips. But at that very moment, rumble. An earth-shaking, heaven-splitting detonation resounded from the depths of Kunlun Mountain. A colossal spatial rift materialized out of thin air in the sky. Within the rift, black chi roiled, and countless immortal soldiers' silhouettes flickered faintly in and out of view. An aura 100 times more ferocious than that of the previous immortal soldier rushed out of the spatial rift, bearing an icy, killing intent that engulfed the entire Kunlun Mountain. Immortal Emperor Lin Chen, come forth and die. A domineering voice thundered across heaven and earth. The immortal general at the early golden core stage had arrived. Xu Qinghan's eyes shot open. Her expression changed as she immediately rose and shielded Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, beware. Lin Chen slowly stood up, patted the dust from his clothes, and turned his gaze toward the spatial rift, his eyes frigid. You came at just the right time. I shall use your head to honor the 100,000-year heroic spirits of my Lingxian imperial court. With those words, Lin Chen's figure flickered, becoming a streak of golden light that raced toward the spatial rift. A pinnacle duel at the golden core stage was about to officially ignite at the summit of Kunlun Mountain. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, a spatial rift stretched across the vault of heaven like a hideous black wound. Amid the churning billows of ink-black immortal mist, 500 immortal soldiers clad in dark iron armor filed out in orderly ranks. Their standard-issue immortal spears glinted with cold light, and the murderous aura coalesced from their immortal power, pressed down so heavily that the snow beneath them collapsed and the peaks quivered. At their head strode an immortal general in purple gold battle armor, gripping a 12-foot heavy sword of dark iron. 9 Tao Lord runes were etched along the spine of the blade. The immortal power of a peak early golden core cultivator poured out, without restraint, splitting the very air into hair-thin cracks. He was Mo Yuan, vanguard battle general under the 9 Tao Lords. For 30,000 years he had served Zixiao Tao Lord, and had personally slain 3 great generals of rebellious immortal kings. His aura of slaughter towered to the heavens. Lingxian, immortal emperor, crawl out and face your death. Mo Yuan's voice, steeped in immortal power, detonated like thunder. The 9 Tao Lords have decreed that we shall claim your undying imperial soul, refine it into the 10,000 souls banner, and condemn you to eternal damnation. Anyone who dares to resist, this mortal star will be wiped clean, not a single chicken or dog left alive. The 500 immortal soldiers raised their spears as one and roared in unison, shaking the clouds themselves. At the entrance to the mystic realm, the surviving powerhouses of every nation had long since prostrated themselves in terror, trembling like leaves in a storm. Once they believed Lin Chen was a god among mortals. Now, facing the true battle generals of the immortal realm, they finally grasped the unbridgeable abyss between the mortal and the celestial. The warriors of the dragon group clenched their weapons until their knuckles turned bloodless, yet none possessed the courage to advance a single step. The oppressive might of the golden core stage was enough to send their chi and blood reversing in their veins, and their very souls trembling. Xu Qinghan's jade delicate face turned frigid. Innate spiritual power cascaded from her as she stepped forward to shield Lin Chen, her gaze unyielding. Mr. Lin, I'll hold them back. Watch for your moment to strike. She had but recently broken through the peak of the transformation realm and formally stepped into the 3rd layer of chi refining. Though the distance between herself and the immortal general was as vast as clouds above and mud below, she did not retreat the breadth of a hair. Lin Chen reached out, pulling her back behind him. His fingertips lightly brushed the strands of hair the wind had scattered across her face. His voice was measured, yet carried a will that brooked no defiance. Stand down. A mongrel of the celestial realm has no right to your hand. He lifted his eyes to Mo Yuan. Within them was no ripple at all, only a contempt carved into the very marrow of his bones. Mo Yuan was indeed the first genuine cultivation world adversary Lin Chen had faced since his rebirth. At the peak of the early golden core stage, armored with the protective immortal mail and killing arts bestowed by a Tao Lord, he was 100-fold more terrifying than all the mortal powerhouses combined. But this was still not enough. The enemy who could truly drive him into desperation, burn through his 100,000 years of immortal emperor memory, and force him to break through upon the knife's edge of life and death, was yet lurking beyond the rift. Mo Yuan. Lin Chen spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it cut through the immortal pressure and reached every ear with perfect clarity. 30,000 years ago you advanced to Golden Core and have been a watchdog beneath Zixiao Dao Lord ever since. Who gave you leave to bark before me? Mo Yuan's expression twisted, incandescent fury flaring in his eyes. Silence. In the past you sat far above us, looking down on us as dust. Now your origin has self-detonated and you are nothing but a wisp of remnant soul dwelling in a mortal body. A hollow fallen emperor in name only. Today I will cut off your head and offer it to the Dao Lord, so that all the myriad realms shall know the Lin Chen Immortal Emperor is a joke. Before the final syllable faded, Mo Yuan's form flickered, and he turned into a black streak of lightning. The great sword, wrapped in all the immortal power of a peak Golden Core cultivator, loosed a black sword aura 100 yards long. Wherever it passed, space crumpled slightly, and the earth itself was cloven into a bottomless chasm. One stroke like this could reduce half of Jiangxing City to rubble. Be careful, Chu Qinghan cried out in alarm. Lin Chen did not dodge, did not flinch. His right hand turned over, and a golden longsword, forged of pure imperial power, materialized out of thin air. No ornate technique. Simply a horizontal block. Clang. The sound of colliding metal was deafening, and sparks erupted hundreds of feet into the sky. Lin Chen's body did not move a hair's breadth, yet the rock beneath his feet disintegrated into powder in an instant. Mo Yuan, however, was sent staggering backward 7 steps, each footfall gouging a half-foot deep print into the summit. His hand split open at the web of the thumb, and blood dripped down the great sword. Impossible. Mo Yuan stared in utter incredulity. You are clearly only at the early Golden Core stage. How could you possibly have parried my full force strike? A frog in a well. How could it know the depths of an immortal emperor? Lin Chen's tone was indifferent as he took the offensive. The golden sword traced a stream of flowing light. Each stroke was unadorned, yet every thrust was aimed with surgical precision at a fault in Mo Yuan's cycling immortal power. 100,000 years of immortal emperor combat experience had long been seared into his divine soul. Even with only 80% of his opponent's cultivation, he could suppress him utterly. After a few dozen exchanges, Mo Yuan's purple gold immortal armor was thick with cracks, his body drenched in blood, tattered and wretched. Shock and fury mounting, Mo Yuan knew that if things continued thus, he was as good as dead. Lin Chen, Immortal Emperor. You force my hand. A flash of madness shot through Mo Yuan's eyes. He slammed the dark iron greatsword into the earth, formed hand seals, and began to chant an abstruse immortal mantra. The Dao Lord rune on his chest flared. A monstrous aura far exceeding the Golden Core stage burst from deep within him. Dao Lord's bestowed art. Zixiao got annihilating thunder. Boom. Dark clouds seized the firmament. A violet divine thunder thick as a barrel descended upon Lin Chen with the force to annihilate everything in its path. This was a sliver of divine power that Zixiao Dao Lord had hidden inside his body, enough to gravely wound even a late Golden Core cultivator. Mr. Lin. Chu Qinghan's face went ashen. She sought to rush to his side, but was nailed to the ground by the thunder's oppressive majesty. Lin Chen's eyes hardened. This was the first time he had felt true death's threat since his rebirth. His golden radiance surged to a crescendo as he drove his Golden Core power to the absolute limit. At the same time, he roused an infinitesimal wisp of his immortal emperor origin and condensed it into a golden bulwark before him. Boom! The violet divine thunder smashed into the bulwark. An ear-splitting explosion shook heaven and earth, and smoke and dust engulfed the whole mountain summit. The ground reeled violently, and the main peak of Kunlun Mountain was shorn of its crown. When the dust cleared, Lin Chen yet stood in place, a line of vivid blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His white casual garments were scorched black across a large swath, and the golden bulwark had long since shattered. This was his first real injury since rebirth. Ha! Lin Chen, Immortal Emperor. You're wounded. Even you have your day of reckoning. Mo Yuan, half-mad with glee, tore the great sword from the ground and hurtled toward Lin Chen. Die. Your imperial soul is mine now. At the instant the great sword was about to split Lin Chen's skull, Lin Chen slowly raised his head. The placid detachment in his eyes was gone without a trace, replaced by a slaughterous intent frozen across 10,000 ages. A single wisp of a Dao Lord's residual power dares to act so insolent before me. In his body, that dormant filament of immortal emperor origin suddenly seethed. It did not fully erupt, merely released 1/10,000th of its might. Yet that was enough to warp the very face of heaven and earth. Emperor Dao, slay immortal. For words as light as goose down, yet as weighty as the heavenly Dao. The golden longsword traced an unremarkable arc. There was no dazzling light, no heaven-shaking clamor. The sword light passed in a flicker. Mo Yuan's body went rigid on the spot. He looked down at his chest, where a thread-thin tracing of blood had appeared, running from the center of his brow down to his dantian. In the next breath, his body and his divine soul dissolved together into drifting ash, leaving not even a fragment of remnant soul behind. The dark iron greatsword clattered to the ground with a dull thud. The whole field was hushed. The 500 immortal soldiers, their souls nearly startled out of their bodies, turned and bolted for the spatial rift. I told you once, since you've come don't think of leaving. Lin Chen waved a hand casually. Countless golden sword energies appeared from nothing and slanted down like a cloudburst. Cries of agony mounted and then died away. In the space of 3 breaths, all 500 soldiers were slain to a man reduced to ash and scattered to the wind. Lin Chen walked to the spatial rift and looked into the churning black, immortal mist within his countenance grave. He could feel with utter clarity that on the far side of the rift several auras tenfold and 100-fold more formidable than yuans were approaching at great speed. That faint fluctuation of immortal emperor origin had already roused the remnants of the 9 Dao lords. The next one to descend would in no way be some golden core cultivator, a nascent soul, or even a spirit transformation. Immortal General would breach the boundary before long. When that day came, his present early golden core cultivation, buttressed by a mere sliver of immortal emperor origin, would be utterly insufficient to resist. That would be the true life and death tribulation. The moment when he must ignite 100,000 years of immortal emperor memories, and with death on one side and life on the other break his limits, and be reborn. Lin Chen suppressed these thoughts and wove hand seals with swift precision. Countless golden runes flew from his fingertips, merging into the spatial rift. 9 heavens world sealing array arise. The golden runes instantly formed a dense screen of light, sealing the rift in absolute lockdown. This array can hold every golden core cultivator at bay. Even a nascent soul expert would need 3 days at the very least to break it. Lin Chen spoke calmly, his voice reaching every corner of the field. Within 3 days I will make this entire earth know my name. Chu Qinghan walked up alongside him and asked in a low voice, Mr. Lin, what shall we do next? Establish a hall. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the 10,000-li expanse of rivers and mountains below, his arrogance boundless. Spiritual energy is reawakening, the myriad races are about to descend, and the immortals' pursuers are eyeing us like hungry tigers. I will establish a hall to gather the brightest talents of the world. Whoever dares to wrong the human race, kill. Whoever dares to collude with the enemy, kill. Whoever descends from the immortal realm, kill. This hall shall be named Zhanxian Hall. If immortals wrong me, I will slay immortals. If heaven oppresses me, I will shatter heaven. Zhanxian Hall. The name, Zhanxian Hall, burst like a thunderclap in the heart of every person present. Arrogant, domineering, looking down on all creation, yet bearing a confidence that allowed no question. The commander-in-chief of the Dragon Group was the first to drop to one knee, his voice clanging like iron. Every member of the Dragon Group is willing to enter Zhanxian Hall, and through fire and boiling water never flinch. All the assets and power of the Chu family will be folded into Zhanxian Hall. Chu Qinghan bowed in salute. I am willing to serve as the first seat disciple of Zhanxian Hall, commanding the inner gate and assisting Mr. Lin. Lin Chen nodded and swept his gaze across the whole assembly. From this day forward, Zhanxian Hall is officially founded. Chu Qinghan shall be the first seat of Zhanxian Hall, taking charge of the inner disciples and all cultivation matters. The Dragon Group shall be reorganized as the outer hall, responsible for the secular realm's order, intelligence gathering, and resource deployment. Any who hold the human race in their hearts and possess extraordinary gifts, regardless of pedigree, regardless of nationality, may join the hall. Any who collude with the immortal realm, harm their own kind, or provoke Zhanxian Hall, death without pardon. Every phrase, like a decree of the heavenly Tao, was branded into the space between heaven and earth. The powerhouses of the nations, after exchanging glances, knelt down in succession and shouted at the top of their lungs, we wish to enter Zhanxian Hall. We await the Hall Master's commands. They understood all too well that in the impending chaos, only by clinging to Lin Chen and Zhanxian Hall could they hope to survive. Lin Chen watched the kneeling masses, his gaze profound. The founding of Zhanxian Hall was only the first step. He would use Earth as his foundation to forge a great army capable of slaying immortals and exterminating demons. He would make the 9 Dao lords understand Ling Xian, immortal emperor, had returned. Meanwhile, in the immortal realm far away within the palace of Zixiao Dao, Lord, a life tablet inscribed with the name Yuan shattered without warning. Zixiao Dao Lord, seated at the head, abruptly opened his eyes, towering rage surging within them. Worthless. He couldn't even kill a reborn fallen emperor. Summon General Xianin. Lead 3,000 immortal soldiers and descend to the lower realm at once. Within 3 days you must secure the Lingxian immortal emperor's imperial soul. If you fail again, come back with your head. The icy voice echoed through the palace. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, Lin Chen suddenly raised his head toward the immortal realm, a flash of frigid, killing intent in his eyes. It was coming. The true tribulation of life and death would soon descend. 3 days from now, a nascent soul immortal general would arrive. At that hour, he would burn through 100,000 years of immortal emperor memories and, caught between death and rebirth, break his shackles and ascend anew. The smoke of battle over the Kunlun Mountains had barely cleared before the news swept across the globe at the speed of light. With a single sword stroke, Lin Chen slew Yuan, a golden core immortal general, sealed the passage between the two realms, and established the Zhanxian Hall, proclaiming himself its hall master. The cascade of news struck the entire transcendent world like a magnitude 12 earthquake. By the time Lin Chen returned to Jiangcheng with Chu Qinghan and the Dragon Group, the whole city had already turned out into the streets. From the expressway exit to the city center, both sides of the road were packed with citizens who had come of their own accord to welcome him. They held up banners reading Jiangxian Hall and Hall Master Lin, their eyes full of reverence and gratitude. Everyone understood that this seemingly ordinary young man had blocked the invasion from the Immortal realm, shielding Jiangxing, shielding the Dragon Nation, and shielding the entire Earth. The motorcade rolled slowly forward. Inside the car, Lin Chen watched the cheering crowd outside the window, his expression still calm. In 100,000 years as an immortal emperor, he had seen too much reverent worship and too much betrayal and abandonment. These mortal honors were to him no more than passing clouds. Yet he knew in his heart that these people were the meaning of his protection. Chu Qinghan sat beside him watching the grand spectacle outside the window and said softly, "Mr. Lin, all the top corporations and great families in Jiangcheng have submitted letters of allegiance promising to pay 30% of their enterprise's profits to the Jiangxian Hall as operating funds for the sect. Moreover, a total of 127 countries and regions worldwide have sent diplomatic notes hoping to establish cooperative relations with the Jiangxian Hall and send disciples to study cultivation." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "Accept all of the industrial funding and use it for the Jiangxian Hall's construction and disciple training. Hold off on the requests from other countries for now. The Jiangxian Hall accepts only those who are devoted to humanity and possess extraordinary talent, regardless of nationality, regardless of background." "Understood." Chu Qinghan nodded in acknowledgement. The motorcade finally came to a stop beneath the Jiangxing International Financial Center. Rising 468 meters high, this skyscraper had once been a landmark of Jiangxing and the headquarters of the Chu Group. Now Chu Qinghan had donated it to the Jiangxian Hall without compensation to serve as the sect's headquarters. At the top of the building, the original 4 characters Chu Group had been taken down, replaced by 3 gleaming golden characters, Jiangxian Tower. These 3 characters were carved by Lin Chen's own hand using imperial power. The strokes were vigorous and arrogant, wild and unrestrained, faintly radiating an aura of imperial might that inspired dread in all who beheld them from afar. From this day forward, this place shall be the headquarters of the Jiangxian Hall. Lin Chen paced into the building, his voice resounding throughout the hall. The first floor will be the outer hall office, handling reception, registration, and mortal affairs. The 2nd through 10th floors are cultivation zones for outer disciples. The 11th through 20th floors are cultivation zones for inner disciples. The 21st floor is the scripture pavilion, storing foundational cultivation arts and martial techniques. And the top floor is my personal residence. No one enters without a summons. Chu Qinghan shall serve as the first seat of the Jiangxian Hall, overseeing all affairs of the inner sect. Li Lai shall be the outer hall master, supervising the outer hall and mundane affairs. The Dragon Group's original structure will be retained, but it shall henceforth be called the enforcement team of the Jiangxian Hall, charged with upholding sect discipline and eliminating traitors and external enemies. Order after order was issued smoothly, and the framework of the Jiangxian Hall rapidly took shape. Everyone bowed and accepted their commands, their eyes blazing with excitement and awe. They knew that a brand new era had arrived, and they would be the ones to pioneer it. Over the following 2 days, all of Jiangxing sank into unprecedented frenzy. Cultivators from across the globe poured into Jiangcheng like a tide, hoping to be received into the Jiangxian Hall. There were prodigies from ancient martial arts families, rogue cultivators who had been in seclusion for years, powerhouses with awakened abilities, and even foreign transcendents who had once been enemies. At the outer hall office on the 1st floor of the Jiangxian Tower, queues stretching several kilometers long formed every day. Chu Qinghan personally presided over the assessment of disciples. She adhered strictly to the standards Lin Chen had set, evaluating only talent and character, never origin or past. Anyone with a wicked heart, anyone who had harmed their own kin, and anyone who had colluded with the enemy or betrayed the nation was expelled on the spot and never employed again. In 2 days, more than 30,000 people came to register, yet only 300 passed the assessment. These 300 became the first batch of outer disciples of the Jiangxian Hall. Lin Chen personally taught them the foundational cultivation method, the Qi introduction art, as well as a fundamental martial technique, the Jiangxian fist. Although it was only the most basic of methods for mortal cultivators who had never come into contact with immortality, it was already an immense fortune. After merely a single day of training, dozens of disciples had successfully guided spiritual energy into their bodies and stepped into the Qi refining stage. When word spread, the entire globe was stunned. Everyone realized that what the Jiangxian Hall imparted was not ordinary ancient martial arts, but the genuine path of immortality. For a time, even more people came to seek apprenticeship. Yet even as the Jiangxian Hall developed at lightning speed, there were still some blind forces attempting to challenge its authority. In the northern outskirts of Jiangxing stood the Wang family, once the city's premier ancient martial arts clan. The family patriarch Wang Xiaoyan was a peak dark force expert. After the Chen family was wiped out, and the Zhao family fled, he had come to think of himself as the foremost figure in Jiangxing's martial arts world. Unwilling to live under the Jiangxian Hall's shadow, he secretly united with several foreign dark forces, hoping to launch a surprise attack on the Jiangxian Hall and seize its cultivation arts. Just a young whelp who got lucky and obtained an ancient inheritance. and he dares to call himself hall master and set up a Zhanxian hall. Wang Xiaotian sat at the head of the hall, face full of contempt. Once I succeed in my ambush and seize the cultivation arts, I'll break through to the transformation realm. When that happens, the entire Jiangsheng will be mine. The patriarch is wise. The surrounding Wang disciples chimed in. Just then a voice cold as ice came from outside the door. Is that so? Then I'd like to see how you plan to take my arts. Wang Xiaotian's face changed, and he raised his head sharply. It was Chu Qinghan strolling in with 10 enforcement team members behind her. She wore a white combat suit with spiritual energy swirling around her. She had already broken through to the 5th layer of the qi refining stage. Chu Qinghan. Wang Xiaotian's pupils contracted sharply. Why are you here? By the hall master's order, I have come to purge traitors. Chu Qinghan's tone was icy. The Wang family has colluded with foreign dark forces, harbored evil intentions, and plotted to ambush the Zhanxian hall. By the rules of the Zhanxian hall, your entire family shall be executed. Arrogant. Wang Xiaotian flew into a rage. My Wang family has thrived in Jiangxing for 100 years. How dare a yellow-haired girl be so insolent? Attack. Kill them all. Dozens of Wang family disciples, weapons in hand, charged at Chu Qinghan and the others. Chu Qinghan's eyes went cold, and she flicked her hand casually. A streak of white spiritual energy shot out instantly, sending the leading Wang disciples flying. They spat blood and died on the spot. Qi refining. You've actually reached the qi refining stage. Wang Xiaotian was stunned. He never imagined that Chu Qinghan could have advanced from the late transformation realm to the qi refining stage in just a few days. Such a cultivation speed was simply inconceivable. The means of the Zhanxian hall are beyond your imagining. Chu Qinghan's figure flashed, and in an instant she was in front of Wang Xiaotian, striking out with a palm. Wang Xiaotian hurriedly mustered all his strength to block, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Crack! A sharp crack rang out as Wang Xiaotian's arm snapped on the spot, and his entire body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Chu Qinghan walked slowly up to him and looked down at him from above. The hall master has decreed whoever provokes the Zhanxian hall shall meet death without mercy. As her words fell, she stamped down and crushed Wang Xiaotian's skull. Afterward, the enforcement team moved quickly, executing every Wang family disciple who had joined the rebellion. In less than an hour, the once arrogant Wang family of Jiangsheng was utterly annihilated. When the news spread, all the ancient martial arts families in Jiangsheng, and indeed the whole country, held their tongues in fear. No one ever dared to challenge the authority of the Zhanxian hall again. And Chu Qinghan's name for the first time spread across the transcendent world. Everyone knew that the Zhanxian hall not only had Lin Chen, an invincible hall master, but also a first-seat disciple of extraordinary talent and ruthless decisiveness. Time passed drop by drop. There was only one day left before the nascent soul, Immortal General, descended. On the top floor of the Zhanxian Tower, Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking toward the distant sky. He could clearly sense the spatial rift deep in the Kunlun Mountains expanding without pause. The light of the 9 heavens realm ceiling array had already grown dim and faint. A terrifying pressure of the nascent soul stage was seeping continuously through the rift, throwing the spiritual energy of the entire earth into restless turmoil. During these 3 days, he had not slackened in the least. Using the spiritual materials obtained from the Yaoqi secret realm, he refined a batch of foundation establishment pills and distributed them to the first group of outer disciples, allowing their cultivation to rise by leaps and bounds. Around the Zhanxian Tower, he set up 18 spirit gathering arrays and 9 killing arrays, transforming the entire tower into an impregnable fortress. He had also consolidated his cultivation at the peak of the early golden core stage, able to break into the mid-golden core stage at any moment. But he knew that these measures were still far from enough. The nascent soul and golden core stages were as different as heaven and earth. A single nascent soul cultivator could effortlessly crush 100 golden core cultivators. Moreover, the Xianin Immortal General who was about to descend was a mid-nascent soul powerhouse, and he was bringing 3,000 immortal soldiers. This battle would be the most difficult he had faced since his rebirth, and a battle he was determined to win. If he lost, Earth would become a colony of the immortal realm, and every human being would be reduced to slavery. Mr. Lin. Chu Qinghan's voice came from behind him. Holding a cup of hot tea, she walked up to Lin Chen and said softly, all the disciples are fully prepared, and all the formations of the Zhanxian Tower have been activated. The Dragon Group has already evacuated all residents around the Kunlun Mountains. We can go into battle at any moment. Lin Chen took the tea, sipped it gently, and nodded. Very well, Mr. Lin. Chu Qinghan hesitated for a moment before asking, is the nascent soul stage really that terrifying? Can we truly win? Though she was filled with confidence in Lin Chen, the pressure of the nascent soul stage was indeed too horrific. These days she could feel that suffocating pressure every day, leaving her sleepless at night. Lin Chen turned around to look at her, a rare hint of tenderness in his eyes. Rest assured, with me here, we will not lose. Moreover, this battle is not only mine, it is a battle for the entire human race. I will let those invaders from the immortal realm know that Earth is not a place they may trample as they please, nor is the human race a people they can enslave at will. His tone was placid, but it carried an indisputable determination. Chu Qinghan looked at his eyes, and the unease in her heart vanished at once. She nodded, her gaze resolute. I believe in you. No matter what happens, I will fight alongside you. Lin Chen smiled without saying a word. He turned to gaze at the sky, once more, a piercing, killing intent flashing through his eyes. Xianin, Immortal General. Tomorrow, I will wait for you at the Kunlun Mountains. This battle, either you die or I fall. But I have never lost. At dawn atop Kunlun Mountain, the spatial rift once sealed by the nine heavens world-locking array was now riddled with cracks like a spider's web. The golden barrier membrane had dimmed to near obscurity, on the verge of shattering at any moment. A cold, brutal, terrifying pressure, far surpassing the golden core stage, seeped endlessly through the rift, pressing the mountains into mournful sobs and turning heaven and earth pale. The 3,000 disciples of the Immortal Slaying Hall had already taken formation at the mountain's base. Chu Qinghan, clad in a silver-white battle suit and holding the spirit sword bestowed by Lin Chen, stood at the very fore. Behind her, Li Lai led the enforcement squad. Every disciple clutched a standard-issue magical artifact, eyes resolute, yet unable to conceal the tension etched across their faces. The nascent soul stage, a realm mortal cultivators had never dared to touch. Even a wisp of that pressure was enough to send the chi and blood of chi refining disciples into reverse flow, making them sway on their feet. Boom. A thunderous, earth-shattering explosion. The nine heavens world-locking array shattered completely. Golden runes scattered across the sky, then crumbled to ash. The colossal spatial rift expanded to 100 zhang wide. Ink-black immortal mist surged out as 3,000 immortal soldiers in black iron armor filed forth, divine spears in hand, forming battle arrays with murderous intent blazing. Leading them was a woman in black robes. Her face was eerily bewitching, her complexion deathly pale, her fingertips tipped with 3-inch black nails. A dense aura of cold energy coiled around her. She was the Xianin, Immortal General under the 9 Dao Sovereigns, a nascent soul mid-stage cultivator. Hovering in midair, she swept an indifferent gaze across the Immortal Slaying Hall disciples below, as if examining a nest of ants. Lingxian, Immortal Emperor, crawl out and die. The Xianin Immortal General's voice carried bone-piercing chill across all of Kunlun Mountain. That useless yuan couldn't even kill a reborn fallen emperor. Today I will personally carve out your emperor's soul and present it to our Dao Sovereign. As the words fell, she waved her hand casually. A streak of black, cold energy shot forth, streaking straight toward the Immortal Slaying Hall formation. Wherever it passed, the air froze solid and thick black ice condensed upon the ground. Watch out. Chu Qinghan's face drastically changed. She sprang into the air, spirit sword drawn, and unleashed a white sword chi with everything she had. Clang. The sword chi collided with the cold energy and shattered in an instant. Chu Qinghan was struck as if by a mountain, sent flying backward, blood spraying from her lips, her face pallid as paper. First seat. The disciples cried out in alarm, the formation instantly falling into chaos. Pathetic. The Xianin Immortal General sneered, contempt flooding her eyes. Mortal ants dare to oppose the immortal realm. Today I shall wash Kunlun Mountain in blood and show you the price of provoking the immortals. At that very moment, a streak of golden light raced across the sky and landed before the Immortal Slaying Hall formation. Lin Chen stood in black robes, hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. Fall back, he said calmly, his voice soft, yet carrying indomitable authority. Take all the disciples and withdraw 10 li from here. This is not a battlefield where you can intervene. Master Lin. Chu Qinghan struggled to her feet, her eyes filled with worry. I want to fight alongside you. Be good. Lin Chen glanced back at her, his gaze softening for a fleeting moment. Trust me. Chu Qinghan gritted her teeth, but ultimately nodded. She led all the disciples away, retreating 10 li in haste. On the mountaintop, only Lin Chen, the Xianin Immortal General, and the 3,000 immortal soldiers remained. Lingxian, Immortal Emperor, long time no see. The Xianin Immortal General looked him up and down, a sinister smile curling at her lips. I never thought you would truly be reborn, and even restored to the peak of the early Golden Core stage. Unfortunately, before me at the nascent soul mid-stage, you are still an ant. Ant. Lin Chen's lips curled in a cold arc. Back in the Lingxian Imperial Court, you were no more than a servant pouring tea and fetching water. And now you dare to call me an ant. The Xianin Immortal General's face twisted, venom flashing in her eyes. Silence. In the old days you lorded over me like a god, treating me as a slave. Today I will trample you beneath my feet, and let you taste what it feels like to be ground down by an ant. As her words fell, her form flickered, dissolving into a black afterimage that materialized before Lin Chen in an instant. Her 5 fingers crooked into claws wreathed in dense, cold energy, striking at his heart. A full-force blow from a nascent soul mid-stage expert, moving so fast that even space was torn into thin cracks. Lin Chen's eye sharpened. A golden longsword materialized in his hand, planted horizontally before his chest. Clang. The shrill cry of metal colliding rang out, deafening all who heard it. Lin Chen staggered backward, the rock beneath his feet cracking apart. The webbing of his hand was split, blood dripping down the sword. In just one exchange he had fallen behind. The golden core and the nascent soul, worlds apart. Ha! Do you see now? This is the gap between us. The Xianin Immortal General roared with laughter and pounced again. Lingxian, Immortal Emperor, today I will tear you apart bit by bit and let you die in agony. Her techniques were vicious, her every move a killing blow. Cold energy permeated everything, endlessly corroding Lin Chen's meridians and freezing the power of his golden core. Lin Chen channeled the Lingxian imperial scripture to its limits, burning his golden core power while drawing on a thread of his immortal emperor origin, barely staving off death. But his cultivation had long been eclipsed. Soon he was drenched in blood, covered with wounds so deep the bone showed through. Huffed. The Xianin immortal general's claws tore across Lin Chen's chest, leaving 5 ghastly gashes. Lin Chen was flung backward and crashed down hard, a gush of blood bursting from his lips. His golden core had already begun to fracture. Master Lin. Tin Liuwei Chu Qinghan screamed at the sight, lunging forward only to be grabbed firmly by Li Lai. Miss Chu, don't go. You'll only drag Master Lin down. The Xianin immortal general strolled to Lin Chen's side and loomed over him, triumphant glee flooding her eyes. Lingxian immortal emperor, look at you now. Once you were so mighty, commanding 3,000 myriad worlds, extinguishing stars with a flick of your finger. Now you lie at my feet like a dead dog. Do you know? The 9 Dao sovereigns foresaw your rebirth. The moment you detonated your origin, they had already woven a net across heaven and earth. This mortal star is your tomb. Once I extract your emperor's soul, the Dao sovereigns will descend with their legions, enslave every human on this planet, and bind them forever, never to rise again for all eternity. Lin Chen lay on the ground, his consciousness dimming. Blood gushed from his wounds, dyeing the earth beneath him scarlet. The cracks in his golden core widened by the second, threatening to shatter at any moment. For the first time, the shadow of death truly engulfed him. Visions from his past life surfaced before his eyes. He saw himself in his youth. A mortal body, spurned by his sect, bullied by his fellow disciples, shivering in the snow, yet clenching his teeth and stubbornly clinging to cultivation. He saw himself stepping into the chaotic forbidden zone, surviving through narrow death, obtaining the Lingxian legacy, and rising against the heavens ever since. He saw himself warring across the heavens, crushing 10,000 races, ascending step by step to the throne of immortal emperor, overlooking the glory of 3,000 myriad worlds from the Lingxiao imperial throne. He saw the 9 Dao sovereigns, his trusted lieutenants who had followed him for 80,000 years, join hands in betrayal at his weakest moment after he struck down the heavenly Dao's will and detonate the world-destroying formation. He saw his final act. Rather than let his emperor's soul fall into their hands, he self-detonated his very origin, choosing to die together with them in the same blaze. No, I cannot die. I still have 100,000 years of blood debt to settle. I still have my mother Chu Qinghan, the disciples of the immortal slaying hall, and the countless living beings of this planet who need my protection. 9 Dao sovereigns, you want me dead? It won't be so easy. I, Ling Xuan, was born defying heaven. I have never accepted fate. Today no one can kill me. Just as the golden core was about to shatter. Within Lin Chen's body, the long-dormant, indestructible emperor's soul suddenly erupted. 100,000 years of immortal emperor memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Countless divine abilities, cultivation methods, and insights fused together in an instant. The golden core, which had been fracturing, did not shatter. Instead, it began to spin at a maniacal speed. A power vast beyond measure burst from the depths of his emperor's soul and poured into the golden core. Crack. A crisp, crystalline sound. The golden core's cracks were mended in an instant, and the core began to expand explosively. Golden core midstage. Golden core late stage. Golden core peak. In the span of a single breath, Lin Chen's cultivation had rocketed from the peak of the early golden core stage straight to the peak of the golden core stage. Moreover, his emperor's soul fused completely with his present life body. A presence 100 times greater than before exploded from his frame, sweeping across all of Kunlun Mountain. In the sky above, wind and clouds shifted, thunder roared, and lightning split the heavens. Countless golden runes danced through the air, converging into a colossal imperial phantom. This. What is this? The Xianin immortal general's features contorted in terror, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could clearly perceive Lin Chen's aura surging at a horrifying pace. In the blink of an eye, it already rivaled her own, a nascent soul mid-stage cultivator. Impossible. This is impossible. You were at death's door. How could you possibly break through? Lin Chen slowly rose to his feet, his wounds healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He raised his head, golden light blazing in his eyes, imperial might radiating from his body, as if a true immortal emperor had descended to the mortal world. Nothing is impossible. His voice rang with the majesty of eternity. The life of me, Ling Xuan, has never been ruled by heaven, nor by the whims of traitors like you. You've had your fun striking me, haven't you? Now it's my turn. With that, Lin Chen flickered and appeared before the Xianin immortal general in an instant. His speed was over 100 times what it had been before. Before the Xianin immortal general could react, a fist roared into her chest. Uffed. The Xianin immortal general spewed a fountain of blood, flying backward to smash heavily into the ground. Even her nascent soul was shaken violently by that single blow. How are you this strong? The Xianin immortal general struggled to rise, her eyes full of terror. Lin Chen walked to her slowly, his gaze cold as ice. Just now you said you would wash Kunlun in blood. Turn humanity into slaves. Now hear my words. Whoever invades my earth shall be slain without mercy. Whoever dares to enslave the human race shall be slain without mercy. Whoever descends from the immortal realm shall be slain without mercy. He slowly raised his hand, golden imperial power gathering in his palm. Imperial Dao Soul Shatter. A beam of golden light shot out, piercing through the Xianin Immortal General's brow. Ah! A shriek of utter misery tore from the Xianin Immortal General. Her nascent soul was crushed to nothing by imperial power in an instant. Soul extinguished, not even a scrap of remnant spirit left behind. Having settled the Xianin Immortal General, Lin Chen turned his gaze to the 3,000 immortal soldiers, their souls scattered with fright. All of you die together. He waved his hand. Countless golden sword chi materialized, raining down like a storm. Screams rose one after another. In barely 10 breaths, all 3,000 immortal soldiers were hewn down, reduced to flying ash. Atop Kunlun Mountain, silence returned. Lin Chen stood at the summit, hands clasped behind his back as his imperial might slowly receded. 10 li away, the disciples of the Immortal Slaying Hall erupted in deafening cheers. Long live the Hall Master! Long live the Immortal Slaying Hall! Chu Qinghan watched the lone towering figure on the mountaintop, her eyes brimming with fervor and reverence. He had done it. At the cliff's edge between life and death, he had broken through, slain an immortal general of the nascent soul stage, and protected Earth. Now, however, Lin Chen lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes profound. In the moment his emperor's soul awakened, he had sensed many more things. The remnants of the 9 Dao Sovereign's forces had already gathered 100,000 troops at the edge of the Milky Way. Before long, the true immortal army would descend. But he was no longer afraid. Today's life and death tribulation had allowed him to fully fuse his emperor's soul with his mortal body, reclaiming a portion of his 100,000-year power as an immortal emperor. Next, he would accelerate, pushing his cultivation higher and expanding the Immortal Slaying Hall. He would make the 9 Dao Sovereigns know the Lingxian Immortal Emperor had truly returned. In this life, he would not only exact vengeance, he would also protect this planet and everyone he held dear. If the immortals come for me, I will slay immortals. If heaven crushes me, I will shatter heaven. As the smoke of battle dissipated atop Kunlun Mountain, the news of the Xianin Immortal General's beheading swept across the globe like a tsunami. When the footage relayed by every nation's satellites was decrypted, Lin Chen, at the precipice of life and death, awakening his imperial soul, shattering a mid-nascent soul immortal general with a single fist and annihilating 3,000 immortal soldiers with a flick of his fingers, the entire world was plunged into utter silence. The supernatural forces of every nation, which had been watching from the shadows and even stirring restlessly, fell into complete silence overnight. America's S.H.I.E.L.D. destroyed all of its battle plans against the Dragon Nation that very night. The European Sanctum proactively recalled all knights hidden in Asia, and the president of the Polar Bear Nation personally called the Dragon Nation's high command, expressing his sincerest wishes for cooperation. Even the Yuan Nation, whose forces had been mercilessly destroyed by Lin Chen, dispatched a delegation of supreme rank headed by its royal family. Carrying the most precious treasures of the entire nation, they knelt before the gates of the Zhanshan Tower for 3 days and 3 nights, pleading merely for the privilege to send disciples to cultivate within the hall. Hall Master Lin's divine might is unmatched in the world. Slaying the demonic general of the immortal realm and shielding all living beings upon Earth, we pledge our heartfelt allegiance. We vow to honor the Zhanshan Hall as the paramount sovereign of global supernatural forces and to follow Hall Master Lin's lead henceforth. We humbly beg Hall Master Lin to grant our nation the opportunity to dispatch its prodigies to train within the hall, so that together we may fend off the invasion of the immortal realm. Before the Zhanshan Tower, emissaries from over 170 nations knelt in neat ranks around the square, their voices sincere, devoid of even a shadow of their former haughtiness. They clutched national letters and offerings in their hands, their eyes brimming with reverence and dread. Standing before the Zhanshan Tower's gate, Chu Qinghan wore a white dress, her temperament frosty, spirit energy flowing around her. She had already broken through to the 7th level of Qi refining. She surveyed the kneeling emissaries below and said calmly, "The Hall Master decrees that the Zhanshan Hall shall not interfere in the mundane politics of any country. It shall not seek hegemony, nor shall it colonize. Anyone who stands with humanity and possesses exceptional talent regardless of nationality may enter the hall for assessment. However, there are 3 iron laws. Violators will be killed without exception. First, no harming one's fellow kind. Second, no colluding with the immortal realm. Third, no defying the Hall Master's orders. We will follow the Hall Master's orders." The envoys from every nation responded in one voice, their thunderous sound piercing the skies. No one dared so much as a whisper of dissent. Before absolute power, all plot schemes and national pride seemed helpless and pale. Lin Chen had proven himself with raw power, the solitary god of this age. Over the following half-month, the Zhanshan Hall welcomed an unprecedented boom of recruitment. Gifted cultivators from around the globe poured into Jiangsheng like surging waves. There were once-in-a-century geniuses from ancient martial families used with supreme awakened abilities, reclusive centenarian monsters of the hidden world, and even infamous dark force overlords who had once dominated entire regions. The Zhanxian Tower's assessment standards remained as strict as ever. Only talent and disposition were taken into account, never origins or past deeds. In the space of half a month, over 100,000 people had registered, but only 3,000 ultimately passed. These 3,000 became the Zhanxian Hall's second cohort of disciples. Lin Chen personally collected abundant spiritual materials from the Yaoqi secret realm, refined 3,000 foundation establishment pills, and issued them to every disciple. At the same time, he opened the second floor of the scripture pavilion and passed down dozens of ancient immortal cultivation arts and martial techniques to the most talented inner disciples. In merely half a month, the Zhanxian Hall's strength had transformed beyond recognition. Chu Qinghan advanced to the 9th level of Qi refining, within one step of foundation establishment. Veteran Dragon Group experts like Li Lai also each broke through to the mid-stage of Qi refining, and over 500 of the 3,000 disciples successfully channeled Qi into their bodies, stepping onto the path of immortality. The Zhanxian Hall had undoubtedly become the world's premier supernatural force. Lin Chen, meanwhile, remained in seclusion on the top floor of the Zhanxian Tower. After the Kunlun Mountain battle, he had wholly merged his imperial soul with his physical form. His cultivation was fixed firmly at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and he had recovered part of the memories and divine powers of his days as an immortal emperor 100,000 years ago. Yet he knew that this was still woefully insufficient. 100,000 immortal warriors under the command of the 9 great Tao lords had already amassed at the edge of the Milky Way. Within at most half a year they would descend upon Earth. Peak Golden Core strength sufficed to deal with nascent soul cultivators, but against spirit transformation and void refinement immortal kings, it remained devastatingly fragile. He had to find more ancient spirit veins and immortal cultivation ruins as quickly as possible, elevating his own cultivation while strengthening the Zhanxian Hall. At that moment, Chu Qinghan pushed the door open and stepped in with a solemn expression. Mr. Lin, urgent intelligence has just arrived from the Dragon Group. Abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations have appeared in the depths of Shenangjia. Shenangjia? Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise passing across them. Yes. Chu Qinghan nodded and handed him a report. 3 days ago, the core area of Shenangjia was suddenly covered in heavy mist. Inside the mist, spiritual energy has become so dense that it is nearly liquid, and from the depths comes the low, ancient tolling of a bell. The Dragon Group sent 3 reconnaissance squads to investigate, and all of them have lost contact, sending back only this vague photograph. Lin Chen took the photograph and saw the faint outline of a towering mountain gate in the fog upon which 2 archaic seal script characters were carved. Qingyun. The Qingyun sect. Lin Chen murmured the words, a sense of comprehension appearing in his eyes. In the ancient age of the cultivation severance, the Qingyun sect had been one of the most powerful immortal sects on Earth. 100,000 years ago, while journeying across the world, he had briefly met the Qingyun sect's sect master. He had never expected that after 100 millennia the ruins of the Qingyun sect would resurface in Shenangjia. The Qingyun sect ruins hold the intact legacy of ancient immortal cultivation along with a middle-tier spirit vein. Lin Chen spoke slowly. If we can acquire these resources, the Zhanxian Hall's power will multiply at least tenfold. A spark of excitement entered Chu Qinghan's eyes. Then let us set out right away and seize the ruins. No need to rush. Lin Chen waved his hand. Deep within Shenangjia, we are not the only ones with our eyes on this juicy prize. According to intelligence, several groups of ancient cultivator survivors who have been hidden for over 1,000 years have already entered the ruins ahead of us. Remnants of the Western Dark Council have also sneaked into Shenangjia, hoping to plunder the heritage. Survivors of ancient cultivators? Chu Qinghan frowned. Are there still hidden ancient cultivators on Earth? Of course. Lin Chen nodded. During the ancient cultivation rupture, many practitioners chose to enter dormant seclusion to escape the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Now that spiritual energy has revived, they have awakened one after another, yearning to seize control of the world's supernatural order. Most of these ancient cultivators have lived for more than 1,000 years. The weakest among them are at foundation establishment, and there are plenty of golden core old monsters. They think highly of themselves and look down on us, juniors, so naturally, they will never be willing to kneel beneath the Zhanxian Hall. Chu Qinghan's expression grew even heavier. Then what should we do? A cold, arrogant curve rose at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Those who dare to snatch what belongs to me, Lin Chen, must be prepared for death. Issue the order, assemble all inner disciples, and follow me to Shenangjia. I want to see exactly what these ancient monsters after 1,000 years of slumber are worth, and how they dare to act so insolently before me. 3 days later, deep within Shenangjia, at the entrance to the fog-wreathed Qingyun sect ruins, dozens of cultivators dressed in archaic garments had already gathered. With snow-white hair and beards, steady auras, and dense spiritual power radiating from their bodies. These were precisely the awakened survivors of ancient cultivation. At their head stood 3 elders in azure Taoist robes. Their auras were profound, each having reached the early golden core stage. These were exactly the 3 elders left behind by the Qingyun sect all those years ago. That snot-nosed brat of the Zhanxian Hall is nothing but a kid who got lucky with some ancient inheritance. He dares to style himself the sovereign of the world. He truly knows neither the height of heaven nor the depth of earth. The leading Qingyun great elder sneered, coldly, contempt dripping from every word. This is the ancestral ground of our Qingyun sect. The heritage and spirit veins within it naturally belong to us. The great elder is right. The second elder nodded. Once we seize the heritage and break through to nascent soul, we will join forces to obliterate the Zhanxian Hall and take back command of the world's supernatural powers. When that day comes, the three of us will be the masters of Earth. Who would dare disobey? And those remnants of the Western Dark Council are bold enough to barge into this affair. We will dispose of them on the spot as well. Killing intent glinted in the third elder's eyes. At that exact moment, an icily cold voice came through the fog. Is that so? I would love to see precisely how you plan to obliterate my Zhanxian Hall and become the masters of Earth. As the voice faded, the dense fog parted of its own accord, revealing a path. Lin Chen strolled in, followed by Chu Qinghan and 500 inner disciples. He wore black robes, his hands resting in his pockets, his expression indifferent as his gaze swept across the ancient cultivators like a reaper surveying the dead. The faces of the three Qingyun elders changed abruptly, wariness flickering in their eyes. Self-important as they were, they had still heard of Lin Chen's deed in slaying an immortal general at the nascent soul stage. Yet they counted on their numerical advantage and the presence of three golden core powerhouses, believing they were not entirely without a chance to fight. Lin Chen, this is the ancestral ground of our Qingyun sect, and has nothing to do with your Zhanxian Hall. I advise you to leave at once. The Qingyun great elder forced himself to appear composed as he bellowed sharply. Your ancestral ground. Lin Chen laughed mockingly, his tone reaching a peak of arrogance. Every blade of grass, every tree, every grain of sand and stone on this earth belongs to me, Lin Chen. Let alone a petty little ruin like the Qingyun sect. Even the entire earth, if I say it is mine, then it is mine. And you old monsters who have slept for over 1,000 years since you have awakened, you had best kneel and submit to me obediently. Those who covet what is mine will only tread the road of death. Arrogant fool. The Qingyun great elder flew into a towering rage. Young whelp, do not be too insolent. If the three of us join hands, even if you can slay a nascent soul immortal general, you will not necessarily be our match. Is that so? Lin Chen curled his lips into a cold smile. Then try by all means. No sooner had the words fallen than his figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the Qingyun great elder. His speed was far beyond anything the onlookers could fathom. The great elder's expression changed wildly as he hurriedly mustered all his cultivation to defend. But his movements in Lin Chen's eyes were as sluggish as a snail's crawl. Crack. With a casual squeeze, Lin Chen crushed the great elder's neck. An ancient cultivator at the early golden core stage struck dead in a single move. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Every ancient cultivator was petrified, disbelief etched across their faces. Their grand elder, the very pillar they took pride in, could not even withstand one exchange with Lin Chen. Who else refuses to submit? Lin Chen slowly turned his icy gaze, sweeping over the remaining ancient cultivators. Those left were scared out of their wits, their legs giving way as they dropped to their knees one after another, crying, "We submit. We are willing to pledge allegiance to the Zhanxian Hall and obey Hall Master Lin's every command." Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. Very well. Since you have surrendered, follow me into the ruins to claim the inheritance. Whoever dares to harbor a treacherous heart shall be executed without mercy. With that, he turned and walked toward the mountain gate of the Qingyun sect. Chu Qinghan and the 500 disciples followed closely behind. The submissive ancient cultivators scurried after them, not daring to show the slightest delay. The heavy gate of the Qingyun sect ruins slowly swung open. Within lay the complete inheritance of ancient immortal cultivation, and countless fortunes and perils alike. Lin Chen's arrival was destined to breathe new vitality into this ancient sect that had slumbered for 100,000 years, and destined to thrust the Zhanxian Hall to an even loftier height. The mountain gate of the Qingyun sect slowly creaked open, sending forth an ancient aura that had been sealed away for 100,000 years. A divine path paved with blue stone slabs led straight to the summit. Flanking it stood dozens of zhang-tall stone statues, weathered by the ages, yet still imposing, faintly radiating an oppressive pressure. At the end of the divine path lay a majestic, white jade square. At its center stood a 3 zhang-tall azure stone sword monument carved with 4 vigorous characters, sword-cleaving azure clouds. Such dense spiritual energy. Chu Qinghan took a deep breath, amazement shining in her eyes. The spiritual energy concentration here was 3 times richer than at the center of the Zhanxian Tower's spirit-gathering formation, a veritable paradise for cultivators. The 500 inner disciples were even more elated. They sat down cross-legged one after another and began absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The subjugated ancient cultivators also revealed greed on their faces, yet not one dared make the slightest move. The sight of the grand elder of Qingyun being killed in a single strike was still vivid before their eyes. Lin Chen walked slowly onto the square, his gaze falling upon the azure stone sword monument. His fingertip lightly traced the surface of the monument, and a familiar sword intent flowed through his fingertip into his body. Qinjianzi's sword intent truly has not diminished over the years, he murmured softly. 100,000 years ago, Qinjianzi had already been the foremost cultivator of Earth's cultivation world, his cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage, only one step away from spirit transformation. Had it not been for the great upheaval of heaven and earth and the withering of spiritual energy, he would have ascended to the immortal realm long ago. Master Lin, you know the sect master of the Qingyun sect? Chu Qinghan asked curiously. I have met him once, Lin Chen said calmly. Back then he came to me seeking guidance on the way of the sword. Unfortunately, his talent was limited, and he failed to break through to spirit transformation even after a lifetime of effort. At these words, the surrounding ancient cultivators drew in sharp breaths. Qinjianzi was a legendary figure of the ancient cultivation world, regarded by them as a god. Yet Lin Chen had actually said Qinjianzi's talent was limited, and that Qinjianzi had once sought his sword teachings. This utterly overturned their understanding. But no one dare question him. Strength was the best proof. With the ability to slay the Grand Elder of Qingyun, who was at the early Golden Core stage with a single move, Lin Chen's power was already far beyond their imagination. Just then several black shadows suddenly burst out from the side halls on both sides of the square. Clutching pitch-black daggers, they lunged at the nearest Zhanxian Hall disciples. The daggers glistened with a faint emerald light, clearly coated with deadly poison. Watch out! Chu Qinghan's expression changed as she leaped into the air, her spirit sword leaving its sheath and unleashing a white arc of sword chi. Clang! 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 The sword chi collided with the daggers, producing crisp metallic ringing. The black-clad figures were forced back again and again, revealing their true identities, the remnants of the Western Dark Council. At their head was a pale-faced, middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, radiating an aura at the late Foundation establishment stage. Lin Chen, the black-robed man, bellowed, his eyes filled with venom. You killed the president of the Dark Council and destroyed my council. Today I will make you pay in blood. Just you. Lin Chen let out a sneer, not even interested in lifting a hand. Chu Qinghan, I'll leave him to you. A perfect chance to test the fruits of your recent cultivation. Yes. Chu Qinghan acknowledged, spirit sword in hand, and charged at the black-robed man. In an instant the two were locked in battle. Chu Qinghan had awakened her innate spiritual body and cultivated the innate sword art passed down by Lin Chen, so her cultivation had long reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement. Although her realm was a notch below the black-robed man's, her combat strength was in no way inferior. As sword light flickered, every strike was lethal, driving the black-robed man into a flustered retreat. In only a few dozen exchanges, Chu Qinghan seized an opening and thrust her sword straight through the black-robed man's heart. You will die a miserable death. The black-robed man spat out a mouthful of black blood, collapsed to the ground, and breathed his last. The remaining members of the Dark Council were also slain, cut down by the combined efforts of the Zhanxian Hall disciples and the subjugated ancient cultivators. In a matter of moments, every invader had been wiped clean. Well done. Lin Chen nodded, satisfied with Chu Qinghan's performance. In a few more days you will be ready to break through to Foundation establishment. A hint of joy appeared on Chu Qinghan's face. Thank you, Master Lin. Lin Chen said no more. He turned around and walked toward the Qingyun Grand Hall behind the square. The crowd hurriedly followed. The Qingyun Grand Hall was magnificent, its interior supported by 36 dragon-entwined stone pillars. At the center stood a statue of Qinjianzi enshrined in reverence. On the offering table before the statue rested an ancient jade box and a cyan token. Lin Chen approached the offering table and picked up the cyan token. The token was cold to the touch. Etched with the emblem of the Qingyun sect, it faintly emanated subtle ripples of spiritual energy. This is the sect master's token of the Qingyun sect. Whoever holds it can control the entire Qingyun sect ruins, including the spirit vein below. Lin Chen explained. He handed the sect master's token to Chu Qinghan. Keep it safe. From now on, this place will be the Zhanxian Hall's branch. Yes. Chu Qinghan accepted the token with both hands and stowed it away carefully. Lin Chen then picked up the ancient jade box and opened its lid. A dense surge of spiritual energy instantly gushed forth. Inside the jade box lay a golden jade slip and 3 crystal-clear pills. This is the Qingyun sect's supreme technique, the Qingyun sword art, along with 3 nascent soul pills. Lin Chen took up the jade slip, swept his divine sense across it, and a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. I never expected Qinjianzi to have cultivated the Qingyun sword art all the way to the 9th level, and even left behind a complete record of his insights. The Qingyun sword art was a top-tier sword cultivation technique of the ancient era. Although it could not compare with his Lingxian Emperor scripture, it was already supreme within the mortal world. With this technique, the strength of the Zhanxian Hall's disciples would undergo a qualitative leap. He handed the jade slip to Chu Qinghan. Copy the Qingyun sword art and place it on the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion. All inner disciples may cultivate it. As for these 3 nascent soul pills, keep them for now. When someone renders meritorious service in the future, they may be rewarded. Understood. Just then the floor of the grand hall suddenly began to tremble faintly. The wall behind the offering table slowly split apart to both sides, revealing a passage leading underground. The entrance radiated even denser spiritual energy, and the faint sound of flowing water drifted out from within. It's the entrance to the spirit vein. An ancient cultivator shouted excitedly. Lin Chen nodded and led the way into the passage. The passage twisted downward. After walking several hundred meters, the view suddenly opened up. A vast underground cavern appeared before them. At its center, a cyan spirit vein coiled like a giant dragon. Bubbling spirit springs surged from the vein and gathered into a colossal spirit lake. The lake water was so clear one could see straight to the bottom, and the spiritual energy was so dense it had nearly become tangible. This is a medium-grade spirit vein. Heavens! A spirit vein this massive. The ancient cultivators trembled with excitement, greed blazing in their eyes. A single medium-grade spirit vein was enough to sustain the development of a great sect for several thousand years. With this spirit vein, their cultivation speed would increase several times over, and breaking through the nascent soul stage would no longer be a distant dream. Lin Chen walked to the edge of the spirit lake, gazing calmly at the churning spirit springs. This medium-grade spirit vein was indeed a tremendous fortune. With it, the Zhanxian Hall would have a stable source of spiritual energy and no longer need to worry about resource scarcity. He formed hand seals rapidly with both hands, murmuring incantations. Countless golden runes flew from his fingertips and merged into the spirit vein. In the name of Lin Chen, let this spirit vein bind its heart to mine, guarding the Zhanxian Hall with prosperity for 10,000 generations. As his command fell, the entire spirit vein shook violently. A beam of cyan light shot out from the vein and merged into Lin Chen's body. From then on, the spirit vein was connected to Lin Chen through a bond of mind and spirit. With but a single thought, he could summon the vein's full power. Having accomplished all this, Lin Chen turned to face the crowd, whose excitement was still palpable, and declared in a ringing voice. From this day forward, the ruins of the Qingyun sect shall be the Qingyun branch of the Zhanxian Hall. All disciples may cultivate here. Spirit vein resources will be distributed according to merit. Those with achievements shall be rewarded, and those who err shall be punished. We await your command, Hall Master. The crowd answered in unison, their voices shaking the cavern. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to a stone wall at the deepest part of the cavern. The stone wall was covered with dense ancient characters recording what had happened in the primordial era. He walked slowly to the wall and began to read carefully. Chu Qinghan and the others also gathered around, staring curiously at the words on the stone wall. As they read deeper, the faces of everyone turned grim. The words on the stone wall recorded the truth behind the severance of Earth's cultivation civilization. 100,000 years ago, Earth had not been as barren of spiritual energy as it was now. At that time, Earth was suffused with dense spiritual energy and filled with cultivators, making it one of the most flourishing cultivation planets in the Milky Way. But the good times did not last. The 9 Tao lords of the Immortal realm discovered Earth and sought to turn it into their colony, plunder its spirit vein resources, and enslave all of humanity. The ancient cultivators rose up in resistance and waged a ferocious, blood-soaked war against the armies of the Immortal realm. Qin Jianzi was one of the leaders of the resistance at that time. The Great War lasted for centuries. The ancient cultivators suffered catastrophic casualties, and countless sects were annihilated. In the end, to protect Earth, the surviving ancient cultivators joined forces and laid down the 9 Heavens realm-sealing Grand Array, completely isolating Earth from the Immortal realm. But the Grand Array had exacted a terrible price. Earth's spirit veins were sealed, spiritual energy declined drastically, and the cultivation civilization was severed from that point onward. Those Immortal realm cultivators who had not managed to retreat in time hid themselves within secret realms where they had been sleeping to this very day. The 9 Tao lords had never given up on Earth. Over the years, they had continuously sent immortal soldiers and generals down to the mortal realm, attempting to break the realm-sealing Grand Array and take Earth once more. So that's what happened. Chu Qinghan murmured, her eyes filled with shock. No wonder spiritual energy is reviving. It's because the realm-sealing Grand Array has weakened. No wonder pursuers from the Immortal realm kept descending. It was all to recapture Earth, Li Lai said in a solemn voice. Lin Chen stared at the words on the stone wall, his gaze deep and unfathomable. He had long known the general cause behind the severance of Earth's cultivation civilization, but he had never imagined it would be connected to the 9 Tao lords. It seemed his enmity with the 9 Tao lords ran even deeper than he had thought. It was not only the betrayal of his past life, but also the suffering that humanity on Earth had endured over these 100,000 years. 9 Tao lords. Lin Chen clenched his fist, a chilling, killing intent flashing through his eyes. In my past life, you betrayed me. In this life, you want to enslave the people of Earth again. This debt I will settle with you slowly. He turned to face the crowd, his tone resolute. You have all seen it. 100,000 years ago, our ancestors exchanged their lives and blood for Earth's 100,000 years of peace. Now the realm-sealing Grand Array is loosening, and the armies of the Immortal realm are about to descend. We must not let the sacrifices of our ancestors be in vain. I, Lin Chen, swear here that I will defend Earth and protect all of humanity. Any invader from the Immortal realm, slay without mercy. Any invader from the Immortal realm, slay without mercy. The crowd roared in unison, their voices shaking the cavern and resounding deep within every heart. Just then, Lin Chen's divine sense detected a hidden chamber at the deepest end of the cavern. His figure flickered as he appeared before the stone wall. With a casual wave of his hand, the wall burst apart with a thunderous crash. A narrow chamber appeared before the crowd. At its center sat a black stone box. Lin Chen walked up to the box and opened its lid. Inside there was no cultivation technique, no pills, only a cracked blackstone slab. On the slab a line of crooked words had been written in blood. The 9 Tao lords are not the end. Behind the heavenly Tao lurks a hidden hand. Beware. The writing stopped there abruptly. Clearly the one who left the message had met with misfortune in the final moment. Lin Chen picked up the black stone slab, his expression heavy. A hidden hand behind the heavenly Tao? What did that mean? Could it be that the betrayal of the 9 Tao lords concealed an even deeper conspiracy? He pondered for a long time, but found no answer. Yet he knew that matters were absolutely not that simple. The 9 Tao lords might merely be pieces on someone else's chessboard, and the true enemy was far more terrifying than he could imagine. Lin Chen put away the black stone slab and suppressed the doubts in his heart. No matter what scheme lay behind it all, as long as he became strong enough, he could shatter everything. The most pressing task was to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible and strengthen the Zhanxian Hall. Let's go. Lin Chen turned and walked out of the chamber. The construction of the Qingyun branch will be in your hands, Chu Qinghan. I am going into seclusion for a while to break through to the nascent soul stage. Yes. Rest assured, Master Lin. I will not let you down, Chu Qinghan said with utmost solemnity. Lin Chen nodded. With a flicker of his form, he vanished into the cavern. He needed to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible and prepare for the greater crisis ahead. As for the warning on that black stone slab, it was like a thorn lodged deep in his heart. He knew that an even greater storm was silently brewing. Top floor of the Zhanxian Tower, the secluded cultivation chamber. Around it were laid 18 layers of spirit-gathering formations overlapping 9 heart-guarding formations. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth throughout Jiang City was drawn by an invisible force, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy above the cultivation chamber. Visible white spiritual energy poured in like a tide, converging around Lin Chen. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on a cushion, his eyes tightly shut, golden light flowing around his body. His peak golden core cultivation had long been stabilized to the extreme. The originally crystal-clear golden core was now covered with fine cracks, and from within those cracks a life force 100 times more powerful than the golden core continuously overflowed. After the battle at Kunlun Mountain, the imperial soul had completely merged with his physical body, awakening the full accumulated foundation of a 100,000-year immortal emperor. The medium-grade spirit vein obtained from the Qingyun sect ruins provided him with an endless supply of spiritual energy. All conditions for breaking through to the nascent soul stage were now ripe. Golden core shatters, nascent soul is born. Lin Chen recited silently in his mind, activating the supreme technique of the Lingxian Emperor scripture. The golden core within his body began to tremble violently, the cracks growing wider and wider until it finally shattered with a thunderous boom. Countless golden fragments danced in the air and reassembled, gradually condensing into a tiny figure 3 inches tall. The tiny figure looked exactly like Lin Chen, clad in a golden imperial robe and crowned with the heaven-leveling crown of faint imperial might swirling around him. It was precisely Lin Chen's nascent soul. The instant the nascent soul took form, a vast, boundless aura erupted from the cultivation chamber and swept across all of Jiang City. In the sky above, wind and clouds shifted, thunder cracked, and lightning flashed. Countless golden runes danced among the clouds, forming a colossal imperial shadow that overlooked the entire city. Chu Qinghan, who was handling affairs in the Zhanxian Tower, suddenly raised her head, a flash of wild joy darting through her eyes. Mr. Lin is about to break through. All the Zhanxian Hall disciples stopped what they were doing and bowed toward the top floor of the Zhanxian Tower, their eyes filled with awe. Even the disciples and ancient cultivators at the Qingyun branch hall far away in Shenangjia sensed this terrifying aura and knelt in salutation one after another. The Hall Master's divine might. Congratulations to the Hall Master on his nascent soul breakthrough. Cheers rose one after another, resounding through the heavens. Meanwhile, inside the cultivation chamber, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a golden gleam flashing through them and vanishing. He felt the surging nascent soul power within him, and a satisfied smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Early nascent soul. In just half a month, he had broken through from peak golden core to early nascent soul. A cultivation speed like this was absolutely unprecedented across the myriad worlds. Now, even facing a late nascent soul cultivator, he could fight. If he mobilized the immortal emperor's origin and imperial Tao divine abilities, he could slay even a peak nascent soul cultivator. 9 Tao lords, you had better slow down your movements. Lin Chen murmured softly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Once I break through to spirit transformation, your time of death will come. He rose and walked out of the cultivation chamber. Chu Qinghan had long been waiting outside the door. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on your nascent soul breakthrough. Chu Qinghan bowed, her face full of joy. MHM. Lin Chen nodded slightly. While I was in seclusion, has anything happened at the Zhanxian Hall? Mr. Lin, everything has gone smoothly. Chu Qinghan reported, as you instructed, we have established 12 branch halls around the world, located in New York in the United States, London in Europe, Moscow in Russia, Cairo in Africa, and elsewhere. Worldwide, over 100,000 cultivators have passed the assessment and become outer disciples of the Zhanxian Hall. The construction of the Qingyun branch hall is also complete. The medium-grade spirit vein is now fully operational, and the disciples' cultivation speed has increased by more than threefold. The ancient cultivators who submitted have been behaving themselves, not daring to make the slightest move. In addition, the governments of various countries have signed cooperation agreements with us, willing to provide all resources to support the Zhanxian Hall in jointly resisting the invasion from the Immortal realm. Lin Chen nodded, very satisfied with Chu Qinghan's work. In just half a month, she had managed to keep the Zhanxian Hall in perfect order. Her ability truly exceeded his expectations. Well done, Lin Chen praised. Your cultivation has also broken through to the foundation establishment stage. You have improved quickly. Chu Qinghan's face broke into a shy smile. It is all because of Mr. Lin's excellent teaching. Just then Li Lai came rushing over, his expression grave. Hall Master, this is bad. Something has happened at the Qingyun branch hall. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What's going on? It's that ancient cultivator who submitted before, Zuanjizi. Li Lai said urgently. He was originally the sect master of the ancient Xiantian sect with mid-golden core cultivation. Just now he secretly allied with more than a dozen ill-intentioned ancient cultivators and ambushed the enforcement team at the Qingyun branch hall, trying to seize control of the spirit vein and even swearing to overthrow the Zhanxian Hall's rule. Chu Qinghan's expression changed. How audacious. I saw long ago that Zuanjizi had ill intentions, but I never expected he would actually dare to rebel. Mr. Lin, I will immediately lead people to the Qingyun branch hall to put down the rebellion. No need. Lin Chen waved his hand, his tone calm. Just a contemptible clown, not worth you making a personal trip. He raised his hand and golden light flickered at his fingertip. A golden sword chi materialized out of thin air, tore through the sky in an instant, and flew toward Shenangjia. One sword chi from me is more than enough. Shenangjia Qingyun branch hall. Zuanjizi stood by the spirit lake, a horsetail whisk in hand, exuding an air of pride. Behind him stood more than a dozen ancient cultivators, weapons in hand, surrounding several injured enforcement disciples. Ha! That whippersnapper Lin Chen. Does he think that just because he has gone into seclusion, no one can control us? Zuanjizi burst into wild laughter, his voice dripping with disdain. This Qingyun sect is the ancestral land of us ancient cultivators, and the spirit vein also belongs to us ancient cultivators. On what grounds should it belong to a junior like him? Today I, Zuanjizi, will lead you all to take back everything that belongs to us. Destroy the Zhanxian Hall and retake control of Earth's supernatural forces. Sect Master Xian is wise. Only by following Sect Master Xian can we have a chance to rise. The ancient cultivators behind him voiced their agreement one after another, their faces filled with greed and fanaticism. At that very moment, a golden sword chi tore across the sky and appeared before Zuanjizi in an instant. Zuanjizi's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly mustered all his power to defend. Puff! The sword chi penetrated his defenses without the slightest hindrance and cut off his head. Scalding blood burst out. Zuanjizi's head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open, his face still wearing an expression of utter disbelief. The whole place fell into dead silence. All the rebellious ancient cultivators were stunned, and the weapons in their hands dropped to the ground one after another. A calm voice appeared out of nowhere at everyone's ear. Anyone who dares to rebel will be killed without mercy. I will let the past go, considering this is your first offense. If there is a next time, Zuanjizi will be your fate. As the voice fell, the golden sword chi dispersed into the air. The rebellious ancient cultivators were scared out of their wits. One after another they fell to their knees and kowtowed, endlessly begging for mercy. We know we have done wrong. We will never dare again. Thank you, Hall Master, for sparing our lives. The few enforcement disciples also breathed sighs of relief and bowed toward the direction of the Zhanxian Tower. And so a rebellion was put down by a single sword chi from Lin Chen. When the news reached the Zhanxian Tower, Chu Qinghan and Li Lai were both filled with amazement. One sword chi crossing 1,000 miles slew a mid-golden core cultivator. Is this the power of the nascent soul stage? Too terrifying. Lin Chen remained calm, as if he had only done something utterly trivial. Spread the order, hang Zuanjizi's body at the entrance of the Qingyun branch hall, and display it publicly for 3 days. Anyone who harbors treacherous intentions again will meet the same end. Yes, Li Lai hastily acknowledged. Just then Chu Qinghan's phone suddenly rang. She answered the call, listened for a few moments, and her expression turned serious. After hanging up, she looked at Lin Chen and said in a low voice, Mr. Lin, urgent news has come from the East Sea. Deep in the East Sea, an immortal island that had been dormant for 100,000 years suddenly surfaced. The spiritual energy on the island was so dense it nearly took physical form, and the roars of ancient divine beasts could be heard. According to the Dragon Group satellite detection, that Immortal Island is precisely the legendary Penglai Immortal Island. Penglai Immortal Island. A trace of surprise flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Penglai Immortal Island was one of the most mysterious cultivation holy lands on Earth in ancient times. Legend has it that Penglai Immortal Island hides the secret of ascension to the immortal realm, along with countless ancient supreme treasures and divine beasts. 100,000 years ago, when the world underwent a great upheaval, Penglai Immortal Island sank into the sea and vanished without a trace. Unexpectedly, after 100,000 years, it had resurfaced. Yes, Chu Qinghan nodded. The news has already spread across the globe. The supernatural forces of every country are stirring with restless ambition. Quite a few factions have already sneaked into the East Sea hoping to seize Penglai Immortal Island's opportunity before anyone else. However, they are all wary of your power and dare not set foot on the island without authorization. They are waiting for the Zhanxian Hall's command. Lin Chen's mouth curled into a cold arc. Penglai Immortal Island conceals the secret of ascension and ancient supreme treasures. Such a fortune naturally belongs to my Zhanxian Hall. Issue the order, assemble all inner disciples, and come with me to the East Sea at dawn tomorrow. I'd like to see who dares to snatch something that belongs to me, Lin Chen. Yes, Chu Qinghan promptly acknowledged. The night grew deeper. The Zhanxian Tower was brightly lit, and all the disciples were busily preparing for tomorrow's trip to the East Sea. Lin Chen stood on the top floor gazing toward the East Sea with deep, unfathomable eyes. He could clearly sense that on Penglai Immortal Island there was not only dense spiritual energy and ancient supreme treasures, but also an extremely powerful aura. It was the aura of ancient divine beasts, and more than one of them. More importantly, on Penglai Immortal Island, he sensed a faint familiar aura from the immortal realm. It seemed the remnants of the 9 Dao Lords had also set their sights on Penglai Immortal Island. Tomorrow's trip to the East Sea was destined to be anything but calm. But Lin Chen was fearless. Now that he was an early nascent soul cultivator with the accumulated foundation of a 100,000-year immortal emperor behind him, let alone a few ancient divine beasts and remnant soldiers from the immortal realm, even if an immortal king of the spirit transformation stage came, he would still be able to put up a fight. Penglai Immortal Island. Lin Chen murmured softly, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. I hope what is inside will not disappoint me. The night wind swept by, gently lifting his black hair. A new opportunity and a new crisis were quietly waiting for him out on the East Sea. And the legend of the Zhanxian Hall would continue to write a new chapter upon Penglai Immortal Island. At the shore of Donghai, a vast expanse of blue waves stretched endlessly. The once calm sea was now packed so densely with warships that there was barely room to move. Supernatural fleets from more than 170 countries lined up in formation, all their cannons aimed at the distant Immortal Island that loomed faintly through the mist. At the very front was a colossal warship built entirely from 1,000-year-old spirit wood, its hull engraved with 3 gleaming golden characters, Zhanxian. On the deck, 500 inner disciples of Zhanxian Hall stood in uniform black martial robes, each holding a regulation spirit sword, their postures upright, and their auras surging like a rainbow. Chu Qinghan, dressed in a silver-white battlesuit, and holding the Qingyun sword bestowed by Lin Chen, stood at the prow. The spiritual energy of her mid-foundation establishment cultivation radiated without reserve, her cold, clear eyes sweeping over the surrounding fleets, her domineering aura fully unleashed. Behind her, Li Lai led the enforcement team, scanning the surroundings warily. On the decks of the various national fleets stood the top transcendent powerhouses from every country. The steel-armored forces of America's S.H.I.E.L.D. glinted coldly. The holy knights of Europe's sanctum held sacred swords, and the white bear warriors of the polar bear nation rippled with bulging muscles. Even the vanquished Wen nation had sent dozens of Onmyoji and ninja, who lurked at the very rear of the fleet, glaring at Penglai Immortal Island with sinister eyes. Everyone was waiting for the people of Zhanxian Hall to board the island first. No one dared to act on their own. Lin Chen's feat of slaying a golden core cultivator 1,000 miles away with a single sword chi had already spread across the globe. Now he had broken through to the nascent soul stage, making him even more untouchable. Anyone who dared to set foot on the island first and seize the fortune belonging to Zhanxian Hall would only end up worse than Zuanjizi. Chu Head Elder, we have been waiting here for 6 hours. Why hasn't Hall Master Lin arrived yet? Nick, the director of America's S.H.I.E.L.D. asked cautiously through the communicator, his voice filled with deference. The Hall Master has his own plans, Chu Qinghan said calmly. When the time is right, he will come naturally. Nick did not dare to ask more and hastily ended the communication. Beside her, Arthur, the Holy Knight Commander of the European Sanctum, sighed. I never imagined that we, the world's top transcendent powers, would now have to dance to the tune of a young man in his 20s. Truly, fate is unpredictable, Arthur added. What choice do we have? Nick said with a bitter smile. His strength is overwhelming. He can slay a nascent soul immortal general and kill from 1,000 miles away with a single sword chi. If we dare to disobey, he could crush us with a single finger, Nick continued. And besides, following Zhanxian Hall at least lets us get a taste of the spoils. If we offend Lin Chen, forget about fortunes. Whether we can leave Donghai alive is already a question, Nick added. Everyone nodded in deep agreement. Just then a streak of golden light raced across the heavens, tearing through the sky in an instant and landing on the deck of the Zhanxian. As the light faded, Lin Chen's figure slowly appeared. He was still wearing an ordinary black casual suit, hands in his pockets, his expression detached, as if he had simply come to Donghai as a tourist rather than to compete for the fortune of the ancient Immortal Island. Hall Master Chu Qinghan and all the disciples bowed in unison, their voices booming across the sea. The powerhouses of every fleet also rose, bowing respectfully to Lin Chen with awe in their eyes. All hail Hall Master Lin's divine might. We welcome Hall Master Lin. The cheers rose one after another, resounding over the entire Donghai. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the distant Punlai, Immortal Island. At this moment, Punlai, Immortal Island, had completely risen above the water. Above the island, clouds and mist drifted, magnificent palaces loomed indistinctly through the haze, immortal cranes danced, spirit deer ran, and the air was saturated with spiritual energy, so dense that it formed visible rain of spiritual energy. An ancient and mysterious aura radiated from the depths of the island, filling hearts with awe. Truly an ancient immortal island. Lin Chen murmured to himself, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. He could clearly sense that the spiritual energy density of Punlai Immortal Island was 10 times richer than that of the Qingyun sect ruins. Moreover, the island held not just one spirit vein. There were at least 3 medium-sized spirit veins, and possibly even 1 large spirit vein. More importantly, deep within the island he detected not just one breath of an ancient divine beast, but also an extremely faint fluctuation of spirit transformation stage immortal power. It seemed that remnants of the 9 Dao Lords had already boarded the island ahead of them. All of you hear my order. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, yet it reached each person with perfect clarity. After we land, all disciples of Zhanxian Hall will follow me into the core of the Immortal Island. All foreign forces may seek their own opportunities in the outer areas of the Immortal Island, but they must not take a single step into the core region. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. Anyone who dares to hide ancient divine treasures without reporting them will be killed without mercy. Anyone who dares to collude with invaders from the immortal realm will be killed without mercy. These 3 iron laws rang out sonorous and irrefutable. We obey the Hall Master's command. The powerhouses of every nation responded in unison, and no one dared to object. Set sail. At Lin Chen's order, the Zhanxian was the first to move, heading straight for Punlai, Immortal Island. The fleets of all countries followed closely behind, advancing grandly toward the ancient Immortal Island that had slumbered for 100,000 years. An hour later, the fleets arrived at the dock of Punlai, Immortal Island. The dock was paved with white jade. After 100,000 years, it was still as smooth and clean as new. 2 10-foot-tall stone lions stood on the dock, carved so vividly that they vaguely emanated a faint, oppressive aura. Just as everyone was preparing to go ashore, a deafening roar came from beneath the sea. Immediately, the sea churned violently as a colossal black flood dragon burst out from the seabed and soared into the air. The flood dragon was over 1,000 feet long, its entire body covered in pitch-black scales, with a single horn on its head, crimson eyes, and icy mystic frost spewing from its maw. It radiated the terrifying pressure of early nascent soul stage. It was none other than the guardian divine beast of Punlai Immortal Island, the mystic ice flood dragon. A flood dragon. The ancient mystic ice flood dragon. Heavens! There really is an ancient divine beast. The powerhouses from every nation turned pale with fright and fell back, while the warships hastily changed course, desperate to get away from the flood dragon. The mystic ice flood dragon hovered in midair, its icy gaze sweeping over the crowd below. It let out a furious roar. Mortal ants, how dare you trespass on Punlai Immortal Island? Today you will all be buried in the Donghai. With that, it opened its huge maw and spewed a blast of mystic ice cold stream hundreds of feet wide. Wherever the cold stream passed, the seawater instantly froze, and even the air crystallized into ice particles. Watch out! Chu Qinghan's expression changed. She leaped into the air, drew the Qingyun sword, and with all her strength, slashed out a white sword chi hundreds of feet long. Clang! The sword chi collided with the mystic ice stream with a deafening crash. The white sword chi was frozen in an instant, and Chu Qinghan was knocked back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chu head elder, the disciples cried out in alarm. A mere little girl at the Foundation establishment stage dares to block me. The mystic ice flood dragon sneered with disdain. Today I'll eat you first, then slowly deal with these ants. Its body moved, transforming into a streak of black lightning as it lunged at Chu Qinghan. Its enormous dragon claws whistling through the air struck viciously at her head. Just then a calm, indifferent voice rang out. A tiny serpent not yet able to take human form, and you dare to act presumptuously before me. Lin Chen walked forward slowly and waved his hand casually. An invisible force burst forth instantly, and the huge body of the mystic ice flood dragon, as if crushed by a colossal mountain, slammed heavily onto the dock, smashing a huge crater into the white jade pier. PFFF. The mystic ice flood dragon spat out a large mouthful of blood, its eyes filled with incredulous terror. It had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary young man could possess such terrifying power. With just a casual wave of his hand, he had rendered it utterly immobile. You? Who are you? The mystic ice flood dragon asked with a trembling voice. Who I am you are not worthy to know, Lin Chen said coldly. I'll give you 2 choices. First, submit to me and become the guardian divine beast of Zhanxian Hall. Second, die. A flicker of struggle passed through the mystic ice flood dragon's eyes. It was an ancient divine beast with a noble bloodline, always proud. How could it willingly submit to a human? But it could clearly sense that this young man's strength was far beyond its imagination. With a single thought, he could obliterate its very soul. I choose to submit. The mystic ice flood dragon gritted its teeth and ultimately chose survival. A wise man knows when to submit. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Very well. Lin Chen nodded. A stream of golden light shot from his fingertip and vanished into the mystic ice flood dragon's brow. This is a soul brand. From now on you are the guardian divine beast of Zhanxian Hall. If you dare harbor treachery, your soul will be annihilated. Yes, master, the mystic ice flood dragon said respectfully. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was stunned. With one move, he had suppressed an ancient mystic ice flood dragon at the early nascent soul stage and made it willingly submit. How terrifying was that? The powerhouses from all nations looked at Lin Chen with even more reverence. At last they understood how enormous the gap between themselves and Lin Chen truly was. That was the divide between heaven and earth, between mortals and gods. Lin Chen paid no more heed to the crowd's gazes, turned and walked toward the depths of the Immortal Island. Chu Qinghan, bring the disciples and follow me. All foreign forces remain in the outer area. Do not enter the core without permission. Yes. Chu Qinghan and the powerhouses of every nation answered in unison. Lin Chen led the disciples of Zhanxian Hall slowly into Penglai, Immortal Island. The mystic ice flood dragon obediently followed behind him, acting as his guard. Stepping into the Immortal Island, the group felt as if they had entered another world. The roadside was covered with all kinds of rare spirit herbs and spiritual medicines, the youngest of which were over 1,000 years old. Trees bore golden spirit fruits that released alluring fragrances. Occasionally spirit deer and immortal cranes ran past. Upon seeing Lin Chen and the others, they showed no fear, only gazing at them curiously. Heavens! 1,000-year-old ginseng. That's a vermilion fruit. A vermilion fruit that can boost cultivation if eaten. And that Lingji over there is at least 5,000 years old. The disciples were thrilled and cried out excitedly. Even Chu Qinghan's face lit up with delight. These spirit herbs and medicines were perfect materials for refining pills. With such resources, the cultivation speed of Zhanxian Hall's disciples would increase even further. Lin Chen, however, remained calm. These mundane spirit herbs and medicines were utterly beneath his notice. His gaze remained fixed on the very depths of the Immortal Island. That was where what he truly desired lay, and also the enemies he had to face. Just then, swish, swish, swish. Several black figures shot out from the woods ahead, hurtling toward Lin Chen and the others. Leading them was an immortal general clad in black immortal armor, radiating the terrifying aura of the late nascent soul stage. Behind him followed 10 golden core immortal soldiers, each seething with murderous intent. Lingxian, immortal emperor, we meet again. The immortal general sneered, murderous intent filling his eyes. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the nascent soul stage. However, today you have barged into Penglai, Immortal Island. This is your death sentence. Haifeng, immortal general under the 9 Dao Lords, Lin Chen said indifferently, recognizing his identity. Back then you were merely a stable hand in my imperial court, and now you dare to bark before me. Haifeng, immortal general's face changed drastically, a flash of venom in his eyes. Shut up. Today I will cut off your head and offer it to the Dao Lord. With that, he gripped a black great blade and hacked fiercely at Lin Chen. A full-powered strike at the late nascent soul stage was immensely devastating, tearing fine cracks even into the surrounding space. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed and a cold arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Perfect. This was a chance to test whether his nascent soul initial stage strength could slay a late nascent soul immortal general. He flickered and took the initiative to meet the attack. A peak battle between nascent soul powerhouses was about to officially erupt in the depths of Penglai, Immortal Island. Deep within the immortal isle of Penglai, ancient trees soared to the heavens and spiritual energy drifted like mist. Blackwind, immortal general, wielding his dark iron blade, unleashed a black saber, like dozens of zhang long, infused with the full force of his late nascent soul cultivation. Wherever the saber light passed, ancient trees snapped at their trunks, the earth split into bottomless ravines, and even the air was corroded with a sizzling hiss. This was his ultimate hidden technique, the Blackwind Demon Saber, a skill that had once slain 3 rebellious immortal generals at the early nascent soul stage. Emperor Lingshuan, prepare to die. Blackwind, immortal general, seemed utterly mad, his eyes brimming with venom. For 30,000 years he had climbed from a lowly stable boy to the rank of immortal general, enduring endless humiliation. Today, being able to personally slay the once lofty Emperor Lingxian was the greatest glory of his life. Lin Chen flickered his form, evading the saber light. A golden longsword materialized out of thin air. His sword strikes were unadorned, yet every single one precisely pierced the flaws of Blackwind, immortal general. 100,000 years of battle experience as an immortal emperor had long been engraved into his divine soul. Even if his cultivation were slightly inferior, he could still suppress his opponent completely. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal rang, without end sparks flying in all directions. The two fought from the ground into the sky, and from the sky into the mountain forests. Wherever they passed, mountains crumbled, the earth split, and vegetation turned to ash. Chu Qinghan watched from afar with her disciples, all of them tense with anxiety. Although they had full confidence in Lin Chen, Blackwind Immortal General was after all a late nascent soul powerhouse, 3 parts more formidable than the previous Xian Immortal General. Can the Hall Master win? A disciple asked in a low voice. Of course he can. Chu Qinghan replied with unwavering certainty, her eyes full of adoration. The Hall Master never loses. Sure enough, after dozens of exchanges, Blackwind Immortal General gradually fell into disadvantage. His immortal armor was covered in cracks, his body drenched in blood, and his breathing grew ragged. He simply could not understand how he, a dignified late nascent soul Immortal General, could not defeat a reincarnator who had just broken through to the early nascent soul stage. Impossible. This is impossible. Blackwind Immortal General roared, a flicker of madness flashing through his eyes. Emperor Lin Chen, you forced me to do this. He suddenly slammed his dark iron blade into the earth, formed seals with both hands, and chanted obscure immortal incantations. The black immortal power around him surged wildly. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a terrifying aura of annihilation swept across the entire battlefield. Forbidden art, Blackwind annihilation. Boom. Countless black wind blades poured down from the dark clouds, each one capable of slaying a golden core cultivator. Dense as a torrential storm, the wind blades shot toward Lin Chen, sealing off every possible route of escape. Be careful. Chu Qinghan cried out in alarm. Lin Chen's gaze turned sharp. His nascent soul trembled violently as a trace of immortal emperor origin essence silently merged into the golden longsword. Imperial path, truth-seeking. For words as light as a feather, yet as weighty as the heavenly Tao. The golden longsword traced a plain arc, and a dazzling beam of golden sword light split the sky. Wherever the sword light passed, all the black wind blades dissolved into nothing, and even the dark clouds above were cleaved apart by a single strike. Thud! The sword light pierced through Blackwind Immortal General's chest without the slightest obstruction. Blackwind Immortal General's movements froze instantly. He lowered his head to stare at the bloody hole in his chest, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. I refuse to accept. Before he could finish his words, his body and soul together turned to flying ashes and scattered into the wind. The 10 golden core immortal soldiers were so terrified that their souls nearly fled. They turned to run. None of you will escape. Lin Chen waved his hand casually, and countless golden sword chi appeared out of thin air, raining down like a torrent. Screams rose one after another. In less than 3 breaths, all 10 immortal soldiers were slain. The entire scene fell silent. Then the disciples of the Hall of Immortal Slaying erupted into earth-shaking cheers. Long live the Hall Master! Long live the Hall of Immortal Slaying! The powerhouses of various nations watching from the periphery through satellites were stricken with dread. A late nascent soul Immortal General had actually been slain by Lin Chen as well. Just how far had this man's strength reached? Lin Chen sheathed his sword and landed, his expression calm. Slaying a late nascent soul Immortal General had cost a little more effort than expected, but it was still within his calculations. Now that he was at early nascent soul, empowered by the Immortal Emperor's origin essence, he could fight any opponent below the spirit transformation stage. Continue deeper. Lin Chen said indifferently, leading the group further into the heart of the Immortal Isle. The mystic ice flood dragon obediently followed behind him, its eyes filled with reverence and fear. The battle just now had made it thoroughly understand the terror of its new master. Along the way, the group encountered several more waves of island-guarding demon beasts, a 1,000-year-old black bear, a venomous python, and a bifong bird that spat flames. Yet before Lin Chen, these beasts were utterly helpless, either slain on the spot or subdued. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the foot of a colossal volcano. The crater was shrouded in clouds and mist, and a scorching aura rushed toward their faces. The air was thick with dense fire-attributed spiritual energy, 10 times richer than anywhere else on the island. Roar! A crisp phoenix cry resounded through the valley. A phoenix wreathed in blazing flames burst forth from the volcanic crater and soared into the sky. The phoenix was 50 zhang long, its feathers forged from crimson gold. When it spread its wings, they blotted out the sun, and its entire body radiated the terrifying pressure of the mid-nascent soul stage. It was none other than the other guardian beast of Penglai, Immortal, the Crimson Flame Phoenix. A phoenix, an ancient divine beast. The disciples grew excited and cried out in amazement. The Crimson Flame Phoenix hovered in midair, its icy gaze sweeping over the crowd below, as it let out an enraged shriek. Mortal ants, how dare you trespass upon the sacred land of Penglai? And you have slain the mystic ice flood dragon. Today I shall burn you all to ashes. It is mistaken. The mystic ice flood dragon is not dead, it has already submitted to me, Lin Chen said calmly. The mystic ice flood dragon hurried forward and called out to the phoenix, Sister Phoenix, stop fighting. This master's power is heaven-defying. Even Blackwind Immortal General was slain by him. We are no match. We should submit. What? Blackwind Immortal General is dead. The Crimson Flame Phoenix's expression changed drastically, disbelief flashing in its eyes. Blackwind Immortal General was a late nascent soul powerhouse, one even it could not defeat. And this young man had actually killed him. It studied Lin Chen carefully, and sure enough sensed upon him the remnant aura of Blackwind Immortal General, along with an imperial might that made even its soul tremble. You. Just who are you? The Crimson Flame Phoenix asked, its voice trembling. I am Lin Chen, the Hall Master of the Hall of Immortal. Slaying Lin Chen replied flatly. I shall give you two choices. Submit or die. The crimson flame phoenix's eyes flickered with inner conflict. It was an ancient divine beast, noble in bloodline, even prouder than the mystic ice flood dragon. Yet it also knew full well that it was no match for Lin Chen. If it resisted, it would only end up like Black Wind, Immortal General. I am willing to submit. In the end, the crimson flame phoenix lowered its proud head. Lin Chen nodded. A beam of golden light shot from his fingertip and sank into the phoenix's brow, leaving a soul brand upon it. Very well. From this day forth you and the mystic ice flood dragon shall jointly guard Penglai, Immortal Isle. Yes, master. The two divine beasts answered in unison. Having subdued the crimson flame phoenix, Lin Chen led the group into the volcanic crater. Inside, a hidden world awaited them, not the searing magma they had imagined, but a cool and pleasant realm. At its center stood a great white jade platform upon which towered a stone tablet 100 jong high. 3 ancient characters were carved upon its ascension platform. The ascension platform was covered in densely packed ancient runes emitting faint ripples of spatial energy. So this is the legendary ascension platform. Chu Qinghan walked up to the stone tablet and examined it curiously. Can one truly ascend to the immortal realm from here? Lin Chen walked to the center of the platform and reached out to touch the runes on the tablet, his eyes solemn. He could clearly sense that this ascension platform was connected to a passage leading to the immortal realm. Yet at the other end of that passage lurked an extremely evil and terrifying presence. That aura was 100 times more dreadful than all 9 Dao Lords combined. Something is wrong, Lin Chen frowned. This is not a normal ascension passage. He stirred his divine sense and carefully examined the runes on the stone tablet. Before long, he discovered a line of small characters written in dried blood on the back of the tablet. The handwriting was already somewhat blurred, yet still faintly legible. The ascension passage has been corrupted. All who ascend shall have their souls obliterated and become food for the heavenly Dao. The 9 Dao Lords are merely pawns. Remember this, do not ascend. The signature beneath read, last words of Qingji Yunzi. What? Chu Qinghan's face turned pale. The ascension passage is corrupted. Ascenders become food for the heavenly Dao. All the disciples were shocked. Ascending to immortality was the lifelong dream of every cultivator. Yet now they were told that the ascension passage had been corrupted and that ascending meant walking to one's death. Lin Chen's gaze grew even more somber. He finally understood the meaning of Qingji Yunzi's final words. There is a dark hand behind the heavenly Dao. So the so-called heavenly Dao was not a natural law at all, but a terrifying entity. It had corrupted the ascension passage and devoured the souls of ascending cultivators in order to grow stronger. The 9 Dao Lords were nothing more than pawns in its grasp. No wonder 100,000 years ago the ancient cultivators chose to seal the immortal realm behind a great boundary array rather than ascend, Lin Chen murmured. So they had already discovered this secret. Then what are we to do? Are we never allowed to ascend? A disciple asked dejectedly. Of course not, Lin Chen said, turning to face the crowd, his tone resolute. If the ascension passage is corrupted, we shall purify it. If the dark hand of the heavenly Dao is causing havoc, we shall cut it down. One day I will lead all of you to shatter the void and ascend to the immortal realm. Not as food for the heavenly Dao, but as sovereigns of the immortal realm. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an unshakable power, instantly igniting hope in everyone's hearts. Yes, Hall Master. The disciples answered in unison, their eyes burning with determination. Lin Chen nodded, then turned his gaze back to the ascension platform. He could sense that deep within the ascension platform lay an ancient supreme treasure. That treasure could not only purify the ascension passage, but also help him rapidly increase his cultivation. Wait for me here, Lin Chen said to Chu Qinghan. I will go look deep within the ascension platform. Be careful, mister. Lin Chu Qinghan said with deep concern. Lin Chen gave a slight nod, and with a flicker he vanished into the ruins of the ascension platform. Inside there was a vast open space. At the center of the space floated a white crystal the size of a fist. The crystal radiated a soft glow, and a pure, boundless life force continuously streamed forth from it. This is a chaos spirit crystal. A flash of wild joy crossed Lin Chen's eyes. A chaos spirit crystal is a supreme treasure born at the dawn of the universe, containing the purest power of chaos. It could not only purify all evil, but also help cultivators break through realms, and even reshape mortal bodies and revive the dead. With this chaos spirit crystal, he could not only purify the ascension passage, but directly break through to the late nascent soul stage, or even the spirit transformation stage. Lin Chen walked slowly toward the chaos spirit crystal and reached out to take it. Just then the chaos spirit crystal suddenly trembled violently, and a terrifying aura erupted from deep within the crystal. A cold, ancient, utterly emotionless voice resounded through the space. Outsider, you should not have come here. Touch the chaos spirit crystal, and you die. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he retreated several steps. He could clearly sense that this aura was more terrifying than every enemy he had ever faced before. This was the aura of the spirit transformation stage. Inside the ascension platform's inner space, white light pervaded the air. The chaos spirit crystal hovering in midair suddenly erupted with blinding radiance, and a translucent old man's figure slowly emerged from within the crystal. The old man wore a Saiyan Taoist robe with snow-white hair and beard and an ancient weathered countenance. An awe-inspiring aura as vast as the ocean radiated from him, the unique pressure of a spirit transformation cultivator. Even as but a wisp of remnant soul, he could suppress all beings below the nascent soul stage. I am Yun Zhongzi, the seventh patriarch of the Penlai sect. The old man spoke, his voice ancient and icy, devoid of emotion. By decree of the heavenly Tao, I have guarded the chaos spirit crystal for 100,000 years. Any who trespass here shall be slain without mercy. As his words fell, he casually waved his hand. An invisible force erupted instantaneously. Lin Chen felt as though he had been struck by a planet. Every bone in his body cracked loudly. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the spatial barrier and vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Lin Chen clutched his chest and slowly rose to his feet, his gaze solemn to the extreme. Spirit transformation stage. This was the first spirit transformation level enemy he had encountered since his rebirth. Even a mere remnant soul possessed power far beyond that of the Black Wind Demon General at the late nascent soul stage. The gap between golden core and nascent soul was vast. The gap between nascent soul and spirit transformation was an insurmountable chasm. A spirit transformation remnant soul certainly lives up to its reputation. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet a cold smirk curled upon his lips. But a mere remnant soul. Do you truly think it can stop me, eh? Arrogant whelp. Yun Zhongzi spoke indifferently, not a trace of emotion in his eyes. At the early nascent soul stage, you are no different from an ant in my eyes. Considering how hard you've cultivated, I will spare your corpse if you cripple your own cultivation and leave Penlai at once. If you want to fight, then fight. Enough with the pointless blather. Lin Chen's figure flickered, and a golden longsword materialized out of thin air. He pushed his nascent soul power to its absolute limit, while simultaneously drawing upon a sliver of the immortal emperor's origin, thrusting the sword straight toward Yun Zhongzi's brow. This strike condensed all of his power enough to slay a late nascent soul cultivator. A paltry trick. Yun Zhongzi remained rooted in place, merely lifting a finger. A white light shield appeared out of thin air before him. Clang! The golden longsword struck the light shield, producing a tremendous clang, yet it did not leave even the faintest scratch. A colossal rebounding force surged back, sending Lin Chen flying once more. The golden longsword in his hand shattered inch by inch. The gap is far too great. Lin Chen thought to himself. A spirit transformation cultivator had already begun to grasp the laws of space. Even a remnant soul was not something he could easily contend with in his current state. I told you are no match for me, Yun Zhongzi said as he slowly walked toward Lin Chen, his tone flat. Since you refuse to cripple your cultivation, I shall do it myself. He extended his right hand and made a grasping motion at the void before him. Space seal. Lin Chen instantly felt an invisible force locking him tightly in place, rendering him utterly immobile. The nascent soul power within him was completely sealed as well. He could not mobilize even the slightest trace. It's over. A white sword chi condensed at Yun Zhongzi's fingertip and shot toward Lin Chen's brow. That sword chi seemed unremarkable, yet it contained the spatial laws of the spirit transformation stage, more than enough to pierce through the flesh and soul of a nascent soul cultivator. Mr. Lin. Outside the ascension platform, Chu Qinghan sensed the terrifying fluctuations within and cried out in alarm. She tried to rush in, but was blocked by the runic barrier of the ascension platform. Lin Chen watched the white sword chi drawing ever closer, yet there was no fear in his eyes. The shadow of death shrouded him once again. He felt as though he had returned to the summit of Kunlun Mountain, to the moment when he was trampled beneath the feet of the mysterious Yin Demon General. He was back to 100,000 years ago upon the Imperial Emperor's throne, betrayed by the 9 great Tao lords who jointly triggered the world-destroying Grand Array. Countless images flashed through his mind. He saw himself as a youth cultivating at the sect's rear mountain, braving the wind and snow, his fingers frozen purple, yet refusing to give up. He saw the joy of slaying his first demonic beast and obtaining his very first spirit stone. He saw the shock of venturing into the chaotic forbidden zone, narrowly escaping death and obtaining the inheritance of Lin Chen. He saw himself conquering the myriad heavens, crushing countless races with 9 sworn brothers by his side, spirited and proud. He saw the final moment. Those 9 once familiar faces now bearing icy, killing intent, plunging their swords into his heart. Why? Why did you betray me? Lin Chen murmured, a flicker of pain passing through his eyes before being replaced by towering rage. I refuse to accept this. I, Ling Xian, was born defying the heavens. From a mortal body, I climbed step by step to the position of a mortal emperor, weathering 100,000 years of storms. What great waves have I not seen? Do you think a mere wisp of a spirit transformation remnant soul can kill me? I still have blood debts to settle, loved ones to protect, and countless living beings to shield. I cannot die. Just as the white sword chi was about to pierce his brow, the undying emperor soul within Lin Chen's body boiled over once more. This time it was no longer a sporadic outburst, but a complete conflagration. 100,000 years of immortal emperor memories, insights, and foundations erupted like a volcano. At the same time, the chaos spirit crystal hovering in midair seemed to sense the aura of the Emperor's soul and trembled violently. A surge of pure, boundless chaotic power poured out from the crystal, flooding madly into Lin Chen's body. Crack! The previously sealed nascent soul instantly broke free of its shackles. Nourished by both the chaotic power and the Emperor's soul, it began to expand wildly. Early nascent soul, mid-nascent soul, late nascent soul. In an instant, Lin Chen's cultivation base had soared from early nascent soul all the way to late nascent soul. Moreover, his nascent soul was no longer golden as before, but had transformed into a chaotic hue wreathed in faint chaotic currents that contained the power to annihilate heaven and earth. This is a chaos nascent soul. Yun Zhongzi's face changed drastically, and for the first time disbelief appeared in his eyes. Impossible. The chaos nascent soul has been extinct for hundreds of millions of years. How could you possibly condense a chaos nascent soul? Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, chaotic colored light flickering within his gaze. An aura 100 times more powerful than before erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire ascension platform space. The space seal shattered instantly. Nothing is impossible. Lin Chen's tone was calm, yet carried an overbearing dominance that crushed all before it. I told you a mere remnant soul cannot stop me. He slowly raised his hand, chaotic power condensing in his palm. Imperial Way Chaos Slash. A beam of chaotic colored sword light shot forth from his fingertip. This strike contained the power of the primordial chaos, opening enough to tear space itself and sever the laws. Yun Zhongzi's face changed drastically as he hastily mustered all the power of his remnant soul, condensing a thick light shield before him. The chaotic sword light pierced through the light shield without the slightest obstruction, instantly impaling Yun Zhongzi's remnant soul. No! Yun Zhongzi let out a blood-curdling shriek as his remnant soul began to dissipate rapidly. I refuse. I guarded it for 100,000 years. Yet in the end I still failed. Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao will not spare you. Before his words could even fade, Yun Zhongzi's remnant soul dissolved completely into the air. As Yun Zhongzi faded away, the chaos spirit crystal, now bereft of its guardian, slowly drifted toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen reached out and grasped the chaos spirit crystal. A pure, boundless stream of chaotic power surged continuously into his body, nourishing the chaos nascent soul he had just condensed. He sat down cross-legged and began absorbing the power of the chaos spirit crystal to stabilize his late nascent soul cultivation. Time passed slowly. After what seemed like an eternity, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. The chaos spirit crystal had grown dim and lusterless. He had absorbed 7/10 of its power. The remaining 3/10 he kept for future emergencies. Sensing the surging chaotic power within him, Lin Chen curled his lips into a satisfied smile. Late nascent soul, chaos nascent soul. Now even against an early spirit transformation cultivator, he could hold his own. If he tapped into the immortal emperor's origin and imperial Tao divine arts, even a mid-spirit transformation cultivator could potentially be slain. Moreover, while absorbing the chaos spirit crystal, he had also obtained the memories left behind in Yun Zhongzi's remnant soul. From those memories, he learned more secrets about the Heavenly Tao's hidden hand. It turned out that the so-called Heavenly Tao was a terrifying entity born at the dawn of the universe, sustaining itself by devouring the souls of living beings and the origin essence of planets. It had created the Ascension Passage, luring cultivators to ascend only to devour their souls and grow stronger. The 9 great Tao lords were merely its chosen proxies. They helped the Heavenly Tao govern the immortal realm and suppress rebels, and in return the Heavenly Tao bestowed upon them immense power and eternal life. 100,000 years ago, the ancient cultivators discovered this secret and united to defy the Heavenly Tao. Enraged, the Heavenly Tao unleashed a world-destroying calamity, and the ancient cultivation civilization was nearly annihilated. The surviving cultivators set up the 9 heavens world-separating grand array, isolating Earth from the immortal realm, barely preserving the flame of humanity. And Yun Zhongzi was one of the rebels from that era. He had been ordered to remain on Penglai Immortal Island to guard the Chaos Spirit Crystal, the sole supreme treasure capable of opposing the Heavenly Tao. So that's how it is. Lin Chen murmured, his expression solemn. No wonder the 9 great Tao lords betrayed me. It seems they had long since pledged themselves to the Heavenly Tao. It appears my enemies are not just the 9 great Tao lords, but also the hidden hand of the Heavenly Tao behind them. But that's fine. Lin Chen clenched his fist, a fierce, killing intent flashing through his eyes. If immortals wrong me, I shall slay immortals. If heaven oppresses me, I shall shatter heaven. Whether it's the 9 great Tao lords or the hidden hand of the Heavenly Tao, if any dare stand in my way, I shall cut them down one by one. He rose to his feet, and with a flicker of his form, he exited the ascension platform. Mr. Lin. Chu Qinghan, seeing Lin Chen emerge, hurried forward with deep concern in her eyes. When she sensed the aura radiating from him, her expression changed drastically. Mr. Lin, you've broken through to late nascent soul. All the disciples gathered around, their eyes filled with reverence and excitement. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Yun Zhongzi's remnant soul has been slain by me, and the Chaos Spirit Crystal is now in hand. Excellent. The disciples erupted in thunderous cheers. Lin Chen swept his gaze across the crowd and declared, "From this day forth Penglai Immortal Island shall officially become the headquarters of the Immortal Slaying Hall. The Qingyun sect ruins shall serve as the first branch hall, and the Jiangxing Immortal Slaying Tower as the Mortal World Office. Chu Qinghanyu shall be in charge of the construction of the Penglai headquarters. Transfer all the most talented disciples from around the world to Penglai for cultivation. Li Lai, you shall be responsible for mortal world affairs. Continue expanding the Immortal Slaying Hall's global influence and gather intelligence on all ancient ruins and Immortal Realm pursuers. Mystic Ice Flood Dragon Crimson Flame Phoenix. The two of you are tasked with guarding Penglai Immortal Island. Do not fail. We obey the Hall Master's command." The crowd answered in unison. Lin Chen nodded, then turned his gaze toward the direction of the Immortal Realm, his eyes deep and profound. Yun Zhongzi's remnant soul had said that the heavenly Tao had already noticed his existence. Before long, the 9 great Tao lords would descend to the mortal world in person. A greater storm was brewing silently. Yet he no longer felt fear. Now he was at the late nascent soul stage with the chaos nascent soul condensed and the chaos spirit crystal in hand. Even if the 9 great Tao lords descended personally, he would still be able to fight them. 9 great Tao lords, hidden hand of the heavenly Tao. I will be waiting for you on earth. In this life, I will not only avenge my grudges. I will shatter the heavenly Tao and reshape the world. The sea breeze swept past, stirring his black hair. Beneath the setting sun, that solitary towering figure seemed to merge with all of Penglai Immortal Island, becoming the sole faith of a new era. At dawn, the sun rose in the east over Penglai Immortal Island. Golden sunlight pierced through the clouds and mist, scattering over jade towers and jeweled pavilions, enveloping the entire island in a sacred holy radiance. After 100,000 years of silence, the ancient sacred land now buzzed with voices and brimmed with vitality. The inauguration ceremony for the main headquarters of the Immortal Slaying Hall was being solemnly held on Penglai Square. At the center of the square stood a black stone stele 100 zhang tall, engraved with 3 dazzling golden characters, Immortal Slaying Hall. These 3 characters had been personally carved by Lin Chen with the power of chaos. The strokes were vigorous, wild, and untamed, exuding a faint imperial might that suppressed the heavens. From afar, they inspired awe and dread. Beneath the stele, 100,000 disciples of the Immortal Slaying Hall from more than 170 countries stood in neat ranks. From Shi refining to foundation establishment, from outer sect to inner sect disciples, every one of them stood tall, with resolute eyes. Xu Qinghan, dressed in a white immortal gown, stood at the front of the formation. Spiritual power at the late foundation establishment stage flowed around her. Cold and ethereal, she had already become the second most important figure of the Immortal Slaying Hall, second only to Lin Chen. Li Lai led the enforcement team in maintaining order. The Mystic Ice Flood Dragon and the Crimson Flame Phoenix circled above the square, one of ice, one of fire, magnificent and awe-inspiring, becoming the most striking symbol of the Immortal Slaying Hall. Political dignitaries and transcendent leaders from various countries had come to observe the ceremony in person. Standing to one side of the square, they watched the unprecedented splendor before them with eyes full of awe and emotion. Who would have thought that only half a year ago Earth was still panicking over the resurgence of spiritual energy and despairing over the invasion of the Immortal Realm? But now, because of Lin Chen, humanity had not only repelled the Immortal Realm's assault, but had also established its own cultivation sect, ushering in a brand new era. The auspicious hour had arrived. Lin Chen slowly walked up the high platform. Clad in a black imperial robe, he emanated a faint aura of the chaos nascent soul, carrying an unfathomable majesty that looked down on all living beings. The entire venue fell silent at once. Everyone's gaze converged on him, eyes filled with reverence and faith. Today, the main headquarters of the Immortal Slaying Hall is formally inaugurated on Penglai Immortal Island. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but it reached every ear with perfect clarity. From this day forward, the Immortal Slaying Hall is the sole, transcendent leader of the human race on Earth. All humans, regardless of nationality or race, may enter the hall and cultivate. Anyone who joins the Immortal Slaying Hall must abide by 3 iron laws: protect humanity, slay foreign enemies, and guard the heart. Whoever harms our people shall be hunted down no matter how far away they flee. Whoever colludes with the Immortal Realm shall be executed without mercy. Whoever betrays the sect shall have his soul utterly destroyed. Every word was sonorous and powerful, like a decree of the heavenly Tao branded into heaven and earth. We obey the Hall Master's command. 100,000 disciples shouted in unison, their voices shaking the clouds and spreading across the entire Penglai Immortal Island. The attending dignitaries from various nations also rose and bowed respectfully. We are willing to honor the Immortal Slaying Hall as the supreme ruler of the world, follow Hall Master Lin's commands, and jointly resist foreign enemies. Lin Chen nodded slightly and raised a hand to signal for silence. I know that many people are worried about the invasion of the Immortal Realm army, afraid that the home we worked so hard to build will be crushed under the iron hooves of the Immortals. His gaze swept across the crowd, and his tone was firm. Today I can tell you clearly, for at least 3 years the Immortal Realm will not be able to send a large-scale army down to the lower world. These 3 years are our golden window of development. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. Everyone showed looks of disbelief. 3 years. The Immortal Realm army wouldn't come for 3 whole years. This was simply tremendous news. Chu Qinghan looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. She had always believed that the Immortal Realm army could descend at any moment, forcing the Immortal Slaying Hall to remain battle-ready at all times. She never imagined Lin Chen would say there were still 3 years. Lin Chen raised his hand to quiet the discussions and slowly explained, I learned the truth about the passage between the 2 worlds from the remnant memories of Yun Zhongzi's soul. 100,000 years ago, ancient cultivators set up the 9 Heavens world-sealing grand formation to block the invasion of the Immortal Realm. Though its power has weakened over the long years, the core formation base remains completely intact. Not only can the formation stop powerhouses at the spirit transformation stage and above from forcibly breaking through the world barrier, it also produces a powerful suppression effect on any living being that crosses the boundary. When Immortal Realm cultivators descend, their cultivation base is suppressed by at least one major realm. A Golden Core cultivator descending can only exert foundation establishment strength, a Nascent Soul cultivator descending can only exert Golden Core strength, and spirit transformation powerhouses cannot pass through the formation at all. More importantly, opening the passage between the 2 worlds requires consuming an absolutely terrifying amount of resources. Lin Chen continued, for every Nascent Soul cultivator sent down, a superior grade Immortal Crystal must be consumed. For every spirit transformation cultivator sent down, a supreme grade Immortal Crystal must be consumed. Supreme grade Immortal Crystals are extremely precious resources even in the Immortal Realm. Although the 9 Dao Lords control most of the Immortal Realm's resources, they cannot consume them without limits. There are also 2 more important reasons. First, the suppression of the dark hand of the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao lives by devouring the souls of cultivators who ascend. It does not want too many Immortal Realm experts to descend and disrupt its scheme. Therefore, it will secretly suppress the passage between the 2 worlds and prevent large-scale armies from passing through. Second, the internal strife among the 9 Dao Lords. The 9 of them appear united but are divided at heart, suspicious of one another. Each wants to preserve his own strength, and none is willing to send his own elites down to die first. Mo Yuan, Xian Yin, and Hei Feng from before were all peripheral figures under them, not their true elites. With these 3 reasons combined, the Immortal Realm simply cannot dispatch a large-scale army within a short period of time. Lin Chen stated with certainty, according to my calculations, the 9 Dao Lords will need at least 3 years to gather enough resources, convince each other, and jointly open a temporary passage capable of allowing spirit transformation powerhouses to pass through. In other words, we have 3 full years to develop our strength. The entire venue erupted. 3 years. 3 full years of peaceful development. For the budding cultivation civilization of humanity, this was an invaluable treasure. With these 3 years, the Immortal Slaying Hall could train tens of thousands of foundation establishment cultivators and even a number of nascent soul powerhouses. By then, even if the Immortal Realm army really descended, humanity would have the strength to fight. Great. We have 3 years. 3 years from now, we will definitely become strong enough. Following Hall Master Lin, we will surely defeat the invaders of the Immortal Realm. The disciples cheered excitedly, their eyes filled with hope. The political leaders from all countries also breathed sighs of relief, and long-lost smiles appeared on their faces. The boulder weighing on their hearts had finally fallen to the ground. Lin Chen watched the cheering crowd with deep, unfathomable eyes. He had not told them all that what would descend in 3 years was not just a spirit transformation Immortal King, but possibly the 9 Dao Lords themselves. Moreover, the dark hand of the Heavenly Dao had already noticed his existence. In 3 years, waiting for them would be an unprecedented crisis. But now was not the time to mention these things. He needed to give everyone hope to motivate them to cultivate and strive. Silence. Lin Chen spoke again, and the venue instantly quieted. 3 years may seem very long, but in reality, they are very short. From today, the Immortal Slaying Hall will enter comprehensive combat readiness. I announce 3 orders. First, establish a complete cultivation system. Disciples of the Immortal Slaying Hall are divided into 4 ranks: Outer Sect, Inner Sect, Core, and Personal Disciple. Outer disciples cultivate the Qi Introduction Art and the Immortal Slaying Fist. Inner disciples cultivate the Azure Cloud Sword Art and the Basic Pill Scripture. Core disciples cultivate the Chaos Foundation Classic, personally written by me. Personal disciples may receive my personal instruction. A grand competition will be held every 3 months. Disciples will be promoted according to ranking and rewarded with elixirs, artifacts, and cultivation methods. Second, establish for major halls. The Alchemy Hall, responsible for refining elixirs, will have me as its head. The Artifact Hall, responsible for forging artifacts, will have the subjugated ancient cultivator Oyezi as its head. The War Hall, responsible for military operations, will have Li Lai as its head. The Intelligence Hall, responsible for global intelligence and Immortal Realm movements, will have Chu Yi as its head. Third, comprehensively fortify the defenses of Penglai, Immortal Island. I will set up 81 Chaos Killing formations and 36 Spirit Gathering Grand formations around the island. The entire island will be turned into an impregnable fortress. At the same time, branch altars and early warning systems will be established in major cities around the world so that once Immortal Realm invaders are detected, support can be dispatched at once. I hope that 3 years from now the Immortal Slaying Hall will have 100,000 Foundation Establishment disciples, 1,000 Golden Core disciples, and 100 Nascent Soul disciples. I hope that 3 years from now humanity will have enough strength to face any challenge. I hope that 3 years from now we can proudly tell the whole world humanity will never yield. Humanity will never yield. Humanity will never yield. 100,000 disciples roared in unison. The sound shook heaven and earth and lingered for a long time. After the inauguration ceremony, the entire Punlai Immortal Island was plunged into unprecedented fervor. The disciples cultivated day and night, forgetting sleep and food. The 4 major halls were rapidly formed and began operating, while the construction of defensive formations was also carried out with blazing intensity. Following Lin Chen's instructions, Chu Qinghan transferred all the most talented disciples across the globe to Punlai Immortal Island for intensive training. Li Lai meanwhile led the War Hall disciples to every corner of the world, cleaning up the remaining Immortal Realm spies and the remnants of ancient cultivators with ill intentions. The Alchemy Hall and Artifact Hall also lit their furnaces to refine pills and forge artifacts. A steady stream of elixirs and artifacts was delivered into the disciples' hands. The entire Immortal Slaying Hall was like a machine running at full speed, unleashing astonishing energy. Lin Chen meanwhile entered seclusion once again. He went to the core of the Chaos Spirit vein at the deepest part of Punlai Immortal Island and sat down cross-legged. He took out the remaining 30% of the Chaos Spirit crystals and began to absorb their power. At the same time, he sorted through the memories left by Yun Zhongzi studying ancient formations and the arts of alchemy and artifact forging. Within these 3 years, he intended to raise his cultivation to the spirit transformation stage, while also nurturing a group of sufficiently powerful disciples. He had to make full preparations for the Great War 3 years later. Time passed day by day. The strength of the Immortal Slaying Hall soared at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the first month, 100 disciples broke through to Foundation Establishment. In the third month, the Alchemy Hall refined the first batch of Foundation Establishment pills. In the 6th month, the first Golden Core disciple emerged. In the 12th month, the Immortal Slaying Hall boasted 1,000 Foundation Establishment disciples and 10 Golden Core disciples. In the 18th month, the Artifact Hall forged the first superior grade artifact. In the 24th month, Chu Qinghan broke through to the Golden Core stage and became the first Golden Core Elder of the Immortal Slaying Hall. Everything was moving in a good direction. Earth was rising at an unprecedented pace. Meanwhile, in the distant Immortal Realm within the palace of Dao, Lord Zixiao, the 9 Dao Lords were all present, their faces dark enough to drip water. 3 years. We have at most 3 years, Dao Lord Zixiao said in a deep voice. That Immortal Emperor Lin Chen is growing far too fast. If he is given 3 more years, the consequences will be unimaginable. Humph, that is because every one of you is unwilling to shed blood, Dao Lord Chiming snorted coldly. If you had listened to me earlier, sacrificed 100,000 immortal soldiers, opened a temporary passage, and sent a spirit transformation Immortal King down, you would have killed him long ago. Easier said than done. 100,000 immortal soldiers are the foundation of our power, Dao Lord Bio retorted. Besides, who knows whether that Immortal Emperor Lin Chen still has any trump cards? What if the Immortal King we send down is also killed by him? Then what? Enough. Dao Lord Zixiao slammed the table hard. This is no time to quarrel. In 3 days, the 9 of us will join forces, sacrifice 100,000 immortal soldiers, and open a temporary passage. Send Immortal King Xintian down. Be certain to slay Immortal Emperor Ling Xian and recover the Chaos Spirit crystals within 3 months. The icy voice echoed within the palace. A final decisive battle that would decide Earth's fate had entered its countdown. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who was in seclusion on Punlai Immortal Island, suddenly opened his eyes. Looking in the direction of the Immortal Realm, a fierce, murderous intent flashed in his gaze. So it is finally coming. Immortal King Xintian. Perfect. I will use your head to honor the 1,000,000 heroic spirits of my Immortal Slaying Hall. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye 2.5 years had passed. The morning mist over Punlai Immortal Island had not yet fully dispersed, and the training grounds were already abuzz with voices. 100,000 Zhanshan Hall disciples dressed in identical black battle robes were carrying out their daily morning drills. Sword light flashed, fists howled, and shockwaves from clashing spiritual energy surged through the air, forming visible ripples. The current Zhanshan Hall was no longer the fledgling sect with only 3,000 disciples it had once been. Through 2.5 years of explosive development, Zhanshan Hall had established 36 branch halls across the globe, with its total number of disciples surpassing 1 million. Among them, there were more than 30,000 Foundation Establishment disciples and 327 Golden Core disciples. The number of nascent soul elders had also reached 5. Apart from Lin Chen, Chu Qinghan had successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage half a year ago, becoming the second nascent soul powerhouse of Zhanshan Hall. The 4 ancient Golden Core cultivators who had submitted also broke through to the nascent soul stage one after another. The achievements of the Alchemy Hall and the Artifact Hall were even more remarkable. Under Lin Chen's personal guidance, the Alchemy Hall could now refine high-grade golden core pills, and could occasionally even produce supreme-grade golden core pills. Every month tens of thousands of pills were produced and sent continuously to branch halls throughout the world, supporting the cultivation of over 1 million disciples. Furthermore, Uyezi, the master of the pill hall, relying on the ancient inheritance and Lin Chen's guidance, had become Earth's first nascent soul artifact refining grandmaster, capable of refining high-grade magical artifacts, and even the legendary supreme-grade magical artifacts. The War Hall disciples were spread across the globe, eliminating the remnants of ancient cultivators and scattered Immortal Realm spies hiding in deep mountains, dense forests, and abyssal depths under the sea. Over the past 2.5 years, the War Hall had fought more than 100 battles of varying scale, without a single defeat. The might of Zhanxian Hall had long since been engraved in people's hearts. First, seat Chu. At the edge of the training grounds, the disciples bowed in salute one after another. Chu Qinghan, dressed in a white immortal gown, walked over slowly. She was now at the early nascent soul stage, and her aura had become even more aloof and ethereal, while her brows carried a new calmness and authority. 2.5 years of trials had transformed her from the young lady of the Chu family, who once needed Lin Chen's protection, into the first seat of Zhanxian Hall, capable of shouldering crucial responsibilities alone. She watched the disciples sweating as they trained on the grounds, and a hint of gratification appeared in her eyes. "How is today's disciple grand tournament preparation coming along?" Chu Qinghan asked softly. "First seat Chu, everything is ready." The chief of the enforcement team beside her hurriedly replied, "This tournament has a total of 10,000 inner disciples participating. The final top 10 will receive the qualification to enter the core of the Chaos Spirit Vein for 1 month of cultivation, and they will also have the opportunity to become core disciples." Chu Qinghan nodded. "Good. Tell the disciples to go all out. Zhanxian Hall does not look at one's origin, only one's strength. As long as you are outstanding enough, you can obtain the best resources and the highest status." "Yes." At that moment, a streak of light shot over from the distance and landed before Chu Qinghan. "First seat Chu, something bad has happened," a War Hall disciple said with an anxious expression. "Deep inside the Kunlun Mountains, an ancient ruin has suddenly appeared. A group of ancient cultivator remnants calling themselves the Ancient Alliance has gathered more than 1,000 people trying to seize the ruin. They also wounded 3 of our disciples who went to investigate." "Ancient Alliance?" Chu Qinghan's brows knitted slightly. "Isn't that the ancient cultivator organization that caused chaos in the western regions half a year ago and was crippled by us? They still dare to come out and make trouble?" "Yes." The War Hall disciple nodded. "This time their leader is an old monster called Song Xuanzi. It is said he has lived for 1,500 years and reached the early nascent soul stage. He has also united more than a dozen hidden ancient minor sects, so his strength must not be underestimated." A cold glint flashed through Chu Qinghan's eyes. "What audacity! It seems the lesson we gave them last time was not enough. Pass on the order, rally the first and second War Halls, and come with me to the Kunlun Mountains to suppress the rebellion." "Wait." A calm voice came from behind. Chu Qinghan turned around and saw Lin Chen walking over slowly. He still wore a simple black robe with his aura completely restrained, looking like an ordinary cultivator. But only Chu Qinghan knew that Lin Chen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, only a step away from the spirit transformation stage. "Mr. Lin." Chu Qinghan hurriedly bowed. "There is no need for you to go personally over such a small matter," Lin Chen said calmly. "Let the core disciples lead the team. It will also serve as a test of their cultivation results over the years." Chu Qinghan was startled for a moment, then immediately understood what Lin Chen meant. For more than 2 years, most battles had been led by Li Lai and a few elders. Although the core disciples trained diligently, they still had too little practical combat experience. This is a perfect opportunity to train them. "Understood." Chu Qinghan nodded. "Then I will have Zhao Tianlei lead the team, and I will send 2 nascent soul elders to oversee the operation." Zhao Tianlei was the first core disciple of Zhanxian Hall, and next to Chu Qinghan, the most gifted disciple. At only 20 years old, he had already broken through to the late golden core stage with strength far beyond disciples of the same level. "That's fine." Lin Chen slightly nodded. "Tell them not to hold back. Anyone who dares to resist shall be killed without mercy." "Yes." Chu Qinghan immediately went to make the arrangements. Lin Chen stood by the training grounds watching the disciples training diligently, below his gaze deep and unfathomable. For 2.5 years he had devoted almost all his time to cultivation and research. Not only had he solidified his cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he had also fully absorbed the power of the Chaos Spirit Crystal and gained a deeper understanding of the Chaos laws. At the same time, he had studied all the memories left behind by Yun Zhongzi and mastered the ancient arts of alchemy, artifact refinement, and formation arrays. The 81 chaos-killing formations he had set up around Penglai Immortal Island were now fully completed. Even a spirit transformation powerhouse who charged in could be trapped and killed within them. He had also refined large quantities of pills and magical artifacts, arming every disciple of Zhanxian Hall. Today's Zhanxian Hall was no longer the sect that had to depend on him alone. There was still half a year before the 3-year window period came to an end. The fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air had begun to grow more and more unstable. The glow of the nine heavens boundary sealing grand formation had also dimmed considerably compared to the past. Lin Chen knew the great battle was drawing ever closer. But he was not anxious. Over these 2.5 years, Zhanxian Hall had laid an unshakable foundation. 1 million disciples, 300 golden core cultivators, 5 nascent soul cultivators, and a Penglai immortal island, as impenetrable as an iron wall. Even if the immortal realm truly sent a spirit transformation immortal king to descend to the mortal world, they would still have the power to fight. Moreover, he still had one final trump card. Lin Chen turned and walked toward the Alchemy Hall. The Alchemy Hall was located at the center of Penglai Immortal Island, a vast circular building. Inside were more than 1,000 alchemy furnaces with spiritual flames burning day and night. A rich fragrance of medicines permeated the air, refreshing the soul. When Lin Chen entered, Yezi hurried forward to greet him. Hall Master. Yezi bowed, his face filled with excitement. The realm-breaking pill you wanted has finally been successfully refined, and it is of supreme grade. The realm-breaking pill was a medicine that helped nascent soul cultivators break through to the spirit transformation stage. Even in the ancient era, it was extremely precious. With this pill, Lin Chen's chances of breaking through to the spirit transformation stage could increase by at least 30%. Very good. Lin Chen accepted the jade vial. Inside was a pill that was crystal clear throughout and radiated a 7-colored glow. You have worked hard. It is an honor to serve the Hall Master, Yezi said hurriedly. By the way, Hall Master, over at the Artifact Hall, following your blueprints, we have completed the first flying war vessel. Do you want to go and see it, eh? Oh, a trace of surprise appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. That fast? Yes. Yezi nodded. We drew upon the power of 3 medium-sized spirit veins, and 300 artifact refiners worked day and night, finally completing it today. This flying war vessel is 300 zhang long, can hold 3,000 disciples, and is equipped with 108 spirit crystal cannons. Their power is enough to severely wound nascent soul cultivators. Let's go take a look. Lin Chen followed Yezi to the Artifact Hall's dock. A huge black war vessel lay quietly moored within. The warship was forged entirely from 1,000-year mystic iron. Its hull was densely carved with runic inscriptions, and its prow bore a fierce dragon head, giving it a truly imposing presence. Not bad. Lin Chen walked around the warship and nodded with satisfaction. Name it Zhanxian No. 1. Forged 9 more warships of the same model to form the Zhanxian fleet. Yes. Yezi hurriedly acknowledged. At that moment, Chu Qinghan's voice came from afar. Mr. Lin. Chu Qinghan walked over quickly, her face bright with joy. Great news has come from the Kunlun Mountains. Zhao Tianlei led the team to a complete victory. Song Xuanzi was killed by Zhao Tianlei's own hand, and the ancient alliance was utterly annihilated. We have successfully occupied the Kunlun ancient ruins. And Chu Qinghan paused, her tone growing even more excited. Deep inside the ancient ruins, the disciples discovered a massive underground treasury. It contains countless ancient spiritual materials, pills, and magical artifacts, as well as a complete ancient star chart. A glint of surprise flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. An ancient star chart. This was something far more precious than any spiritual material or magical artifact. With the ancient star chart, he would be able to learn the positions of other life-bearing planets in the Milky Way and detect the movements of the Immortal Realm's army in advance. Excellent. Lin Chen nodded. Send down the order. All participating disciples shall be rewarded according to their merits. Zhao Tianlei is promoted to personal disciple and is rewarded with 3 months of cultivation in the core of the Chaos Spirit Vein. Yes. The sun was setting in the west, and its golden afterglow sprinkled over Penglai Immortal Island, coating the entire isle in a warm layer of gold. Lin Chen stood at the highest point of Zhanxian Hall, overlooking the vibrant Immortal Island below, and watching the disciples train with great diligence. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. 2.5 years of effort had not been in vain. Today's Zhanxian Hall already had the capability to protect Earth. There was still half a year. Half a year later, no matter who the Immortal Realm sent, he was confident that they would never return alive. He raised his head and looked at the sky, his gaze resolute. Earth was not a place they could trample at will. Humanity was not a race they could enslave as they pleased. If you want to invade, first ask the sword in my hand whether it will agree. Penglai Immortal Island, top floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Spread across the enormous white jade table was the ancient star chart excavated from the Kunlun ancient ruins. The star chart was crafted from an unknown beast hide, yet after 100,000 years it remained in impeccable condition. Densely plotted across its surface with golden pigment were stellar trajectories accompanied by countless arcane ancient runes. Chu Qinghan, accompanied by 3 elder cultivators proficient in ancient scripts, had been studying the star chart for 3 full days and nights. Their eyes bloodshot from exhaustion, they had deciphered less than 1/10 of its contents. Venerable Chu, this star chart is far too complex. An elder rubbed his aching eyes and sighed. The runes inscribed here are chaos script, even older than those from the Qingyun sect era. Barely any of them can be recognized. Moreover, these stellar trajectories differ completely from the starry sky we observe today. Indeed. Another elder nodded in agreement. We attempted cross-referencing with modern astronomical knowledge only to discover that not a single star corresponds. This does not appear to be a star chart of the Milky Way at all. Chu Qinghan's brows furrowed slightly as her fingertips gently brushed across the runes on the star chart. She could sense that this artifact contained extremely important secrets, yet she was utterly unable to decipher them. Lord Lin has arrived. A disciple's voice came from the doorway. Chu Qinghan and the elders promptly rose to pay their respects. Lin Chen walked in with measured steps, his gaze settling upon the star chart on the stone table. He merely glanced at it, and a flicker of understanding flashed across his eyes. This is not a star chart of the Milky Way, it is a defense star map of the solar system from ancient times, Lin Chen said calmly. What it marks are the interstellar defense lines established by ancient cultivators at the edges of the solar system 100,000 years ago. Interstellar defense line. The gathered cultivators gasped in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. 100,000 years ago, the ancient cultivators had already established defense lines at the edge of the solar system. This utterly upended their understanding of history. Yes. Lin Chen nodded, approaching the star chart and pointing his fingertip at a ring of runes on the outermost edge. Here lies the Kuiper Belt defense line composed of 365 ancient star cannons. Here is the Oort cloud defense line guarded by 72 chaos annihilation formations, and at the very core the ultimate defense line on the far side of the moon, which conceals the ultimate weapon left behind by the ancient cultivators. As he spoke, he casually tapped a few spots on the star chart. Those once obscure and incomprehensible runes illuminated with golden light under his fingertips, automatically arranging themselves into clear text and diagrams. Chu Qinghan and the elders stared in utter amazement. The star chart they had struggled to decipher for 3 days and 3 nights proved so effortless before Lin Chen. So that is how it is. Chu Qinghan murmured to herself. No wonder the ancient cultivators could resist the heavenly realm's forces for so long. They had already established a defense system spanning the entire solar system. Unfortunately, the Great War 100,000 years ago destroyed nearly all of these defenses. Lin Chen's tone grew grave. Fewer than 10 of the Kuiper Belt star cannons remain operational, and most of the Oort cloud's annihilation arrays have failed. Only the ultimate defense line on the far side of the moon, protected by ancient grand formations, remains intact. Then can we repair these defenses now? An elder asked eagerly. If we can restore these interstellar defense lines, we could block the heavenly realm's army at the edge of the solar system rather than waiting for them to reach Earth before engaging. We can. Lin Chen nodded. Restoring the Kuiper Belt and Oort cloud defenses will require substantial spiritual materials and considerable time. However, the ultimate defense line on the far side of the moon can be activated immediately once we locate its activation key. Where is the activation key? Chu Qinghan asked hurriedly. Right within the Kunlun ancient ruins. Lin Chen pointed to a mark on the star chart. In ancient times, the cultivators divided the activation key into 9 portions, each concealed within one of 9 ancient ruins on Earth. This fragment from the Kunlun ancient ruins is the first. I will dispatch people to the Kunlun ancient ruins immediately for a thorough search. We must find the activation key. Chu Qinghan declared at once. No need for haste. Lin Chen waved his hand. The key is guarded by ancient grand formations and is not so easily found. Moreover, what is most pressing now is to test our own strength. He paused and continued, Zhanxian no. One has been completed, and its maiden voyage is scheduled for today. It is an opportune moment to head into the depths of the East Sea, clear out the mutated sea beast nests there, and simultaneously test the warship's combat performance. Excellent. A flicker of excitement flashed across Chu Qinghan's eyes. She had long been eager to witness this legendary flying warship. Half an hour later, at the shipyard in the eastern part of Penglai, Immortal Island, the enormous black Zhanxian no. One lay quietly anchored on the sea surface, sunlight cascading over its dark iron hull, reflecting a cold metallic gleam. 300 carefully selected disciples of the battle hall had already boarded and taken their positions. Zhao Tianlei stood at the bow, clad in black battle armor, his bearing striking and heroic. Having just been promoted to direct disciple, he served as the warship's commander for this maiden voyage. Report, Pavilion Master. All personnel are in position and all warship systems have been inspected. We are ready to set sail at any moment. Zhao Tianlei shouted into the communication device. Lin Chen and Chu Qinghan stood on the shipyard's high platform and nodded. Set sail. Lin Chen ordered calmly. Yes, set sail. At Zhao Tianlei's command, the engines of the Zhanxian no. One roared with a low, powerful hum. The spiritual crystal cannons on both sides of the hull slowly rose, and the runes on the ship's underside illuminated with pale blue light. The massive warship slowly left the dock and entered the East Sea. Its speed increased rapidly, soon reaching the speed of sound. The sea surface was cleaved by the hull, forming a towering wave of white foam. So fast! Chu Qinghan exclaimed in amazement. This speed is 3 times faster than the quickest fighter jet. This is not even its maximum speed. Lin Chen smiled. The Zhanxian's top speed can reach 10 times the speed of sound. Moreover, it is capable of spaceflight. It can enter outer space. Chu Qinghan was even more astonished. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. This vessel was crafted according to the blueprints of an ancient flying warship. It can not only fly within the atmosphere, but also navigate through space. Once we restore the interstellar defense lines, the Zhanxian will become our interstellar warship. At that moment, the warship's radar suddenly emitted an alarm. Reporting to Commander. Multiple unidentified biological signals detected 50 nautical miles ahead. The quantity exceeds 10,000. A disciple stationed at the radar shouted loudly. Zhao Tianlei immediately stepped forward to the radar console, his gaze narrowing as he observed the dense cluster of red dots on the screen. Mutated sea beasts. It seems we have stumbled right upon their nesting ground. He turned to Lin Chen and requested instructions. Pavilion Master, shall we engage? Lin Chen nodded slightly. An opportunity to test the power of the spiritual crystal cannons. Yes. Zhao Tianlei immediately issued the order. All spiritual crystal cannons charge. Target the sea beast formation ahead. Engage at will. Spiritual crystal cannons, charged and ready. Fire. At Zhao Tianlei's command, 108 spiritual crystal cannons fired simultaneously. Dazzling blue beams of light shot from both sides of the warship, crashing toward the sea surface like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions rang out one after another. The seawater vaporized, forming enormous clouds of white steam. Countless mutated sea beasts were shattered into pieces, their blood dyeing the sea surface crimson. A single broadside alone dispatched over 3,000 mutated sea beasts. Incredible. The disciples cheered with excitement. Chu Qinghan's face also lit up with joy. The destructive power of the spiritual crystal cannons exceeded her expectations. With such weapons, even large-scale enemies could be handled with ease. Continue advancing. Lin Chen said calmly. Strike directly at their stronghold. Yes. The Zhanxian continued its rapid advance, firing as it moved. The spiritual crystal cannons relentlessly spewed beams of death, leaving mutated sea beast corpses strewn everywhere in their path. Half an hour later, the Zhanxian arrived at the mutated sea beast's nesting ground, a massive underwater volcanic island. Tens of thousands of mutated sea beasts gathered around the crater. Among them were 3 enormous beast lords, each possessing the cultivation base of a late-stage golden core. Roar. Sensing the threat, the 3 beast lords let out furious roars and led the sea beast horde charging toward the Zhanxian. All spiritual crystal cannons concentrate fire on the beast lords. Zhao Tianlei ordered. 108 blue light beams simultaneously struck the 3 beast lords. Boom. One beast lord failed to evade in time and was struck by more than a dozen light beams, instantly turning to ash. The other 2 beast lords, terrified out of their wits, turned to flee. Attempt escape. Zhao Tianlei sneered. Launch homing torpedoes. 2 torpedoes inscribed with tracking runes shot from beneath the warship, pursuing their targets like lightning. Boom. Boom. 2 thunderous explosions obliterated the remaining 2 beast lords. With their leader slain, the remaining sea beast horde fell into chaos, scattering in all directions. All disciples disembark and clear the island. Zhao Tianlei ordered. 300 battle hall disciples immediately boarded small landing crafts and stormed the volcanic island to eliminate the remaining sea beasts. The battle concluded swiftly. The Zhanxian achieved a resounding first victory, slaughtering over 50,000 mutated sea beasts and annihilating the largest sea beast nest in the East Sea. Pavilion Master, we have discovered an ancient ruin deep within the crater. A disciple rushed over excitedly to report. Lin Chen and Chu Qinghan exchanged glances, both flashes of surprise crossing their eyes. To their surprise, another ancient ruin had been discovered here. Let us go take a look. The 2 followed the disciple and ventured deeper into the crater. Within the crater lay a hidden cave. The cave walls were covered with ancient murals depicting scenes of the Great War between the ancient cultivators and the Heavenly Realm's forces 100,000 years ago, as well as the construction process of the interstellar defense lines. At the deepest part of the cave rested an antique stone box. Lin Chen opened the stone box, revealing a bronze token and a rolled parchment inside. This is the second activation key. Chu Qinghan exclaimed in delight. The parchment contained detailed information about the ultimate defense line on the far side of the moon, as well as the approximate locations of the other 7 activation key fragments. Wonderful, Chu Qinghan said excitedly. With these 2 key fragments, we are one step closer to activating the ultimate defense line. Lin Chen nodded and carefully stored the key fragment and parchment. It seems the ancient cultivators have left us quite a few contingencies. Gazing at the sea beyond the cave, his eyes grew profound. As long as we proceed step by step, we will surely defend Earth and protect humanity. As the sun set, the Zhanxian returned to Penglai, Immortal Island, laden with spoils of war. The sea breeze rustled the sails, carrying the joy of victory. No one knew that at the distant edge of the solar system, an ancient star cannon that had lain dormant for 100,000 years suddenly flickered to life with a faint glow. As if responding to Earth's call, it also seemed to herald the imminent dawn of an interstellar war. Only 3 months remained of the 3-year window. In the air over Penglai, Immortal Island, there hung a faint, barely noticeable urgency, but what filled it even more was a surging, thriving vitality. Every day before dawn, sword light glittered across the training grounds. The furnace fires of the alchemy hall blazed without rest day or night, and the scent of herbs drifted over the entire island from the artifact hall came the unbroken rhythm of forging and bursts of sparks. The entire Zhanxian Hall was operating like a colossal precision-driven machine, making its final preparations for the approaching Great War. All 36 branch halls across the globe were carrying out the same mission, searching for the remaining 7 activation keys of the ultimate defense line. According to the approximate locations marked on the parchment, the keys were hidden in the snowy summit of the Himalayas, deep within the Sahara Desert, the heart of the Amazon rainforest, beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, on the Mediterranean seabed, inside a Mayan pyramid, and amid the megaliths of Easter Island. Every one of these was a perilous, rarely trodden place, not only because of the harsh natural environment, but also because of mutant beasts that had slumbered for 10,000 years and remnants of ancient cultivators. Report to the Hall Master. Great news from the Himalayan branch. A disciple of the intelligence hall strode quickly into the main hall, joy written all over his face. They found the 3rd activation key in an ancient ice cavern at the summit of Mount Everest. The ice flood dragon stationed there was slain by 3 golden core elders, acting together with no casualties. Lin Chen set down the ancient book in his hand and nodded slightly. Well done. I will reward them according to their merits. Have them keep the key safe and deliver it to Panlai within 3 days. Yes. The disciple had just withdrawn when another hurried in. Report, Hall Master. The Africa branch reports that the key deep in the Sahara has been found. However, they were attacked by a band of desert ancient cultivators. 3 disciples were wounded, but all of the cultivators were wiped out. The Amazon branch reports that they have discovered traces of the 4th key in an ancient temple deep in the rainforest, and are now breaking through its traps and formations. The Antarctic branch reports that the ancient base beneath the ice sheet has been located. Ice-breaking operations are in progress, and entry is expected within 5 days. One report of success after another poured in from around the world. Standing to one side, Chu Qinghan recorded each piece of information and smiled with relief. Mr. Lin, everything is going smoothly. At this rate, in a month at most, we will have gathered all 9 activation keys. Lin Chen nodded, his eyes deep and thoughtful. The contingencies left by the ancient cultivators are even greater than I imagined. Not only can these keys activate the ultimate defense line on the moon, each one also contains a thread of energy from an ancient grand formation. Once gathered together, we may even be able to partially repair the star cannon defense line in the Kuiper Belt. Just then, Uyezi, the master of the artifact hall, strode into the main hall, his voice booming. Hall Master. Wonderful news. The 10th flying warship, the Zhanxian No. 10, has officially been completed today. All 10 Zhanxian-class warships have been delivered to the war hall. At those words, everyone in the hall was stirred with excitement. 10 flying warships. Each vessel was equipped with 108 spirit crystal cannons, could carry 3,000 disciples, could reach a maximum speed of 10 times the speed of sound, and was capable of navigating outer space. The Zhanxian fleet formed from these 10 warships would become the most powerful aerial force, perhaps even interstellar force, in Earth's history. Excellent. Chu Qinghan said excitedly, with this fleet we can maneuver rapidly across the globe. No matter where the celestial army invades, we will be able to arrive at the first moment. Lin Chen also rose to his feet, a rare smile appearing on his face. Come, let us go see our Zhanxian fleet. The group made their way to the naval base on the eastern side of Panlai, Immortal Island. On the sea, 10 enormous pitch-black warships were drawn up in a single row, majestic and imposing. Sunlight poured over their dark iron hulls, reflecting a cold metallic gleam. The Zhanxian Hall insignia carved on the hulls and the dense runes covering them glistened brilliantly in the sun. 3,000 war hall disciples clad in identical black battle armor stood in neat ranks on the decks of the warships, their bearing straight and their gazes firm. Li Lai, dressed in silver battle armor, stood at the bow of the flagship Zhanxian No. 1. Seeing Lin Chen and the others arrive, he immediately raised his hand in a salute. Report to the Hall Master. All officers and disciples of the Zhanxian fleet, 3,000 people, 10 warships, are fully assembled. Please review the fleet. Lin Chen slowly rose into the air, his gaze sweeping over the 10 warships and 3,000 elite disciples below. His voice carried across the entire base. Today, the Zhanxian fleet is formally established. You are the sharp blade of Zhanxian Hall, the first line of defense of the human race. In the future, you will soar through Earth's skies and through the interstellar space of the solar system, protecting our homeland and our people. I want you to remember, the weapons in your hands are not for invasion, but for protection. Whoever dares to offend our people will be punished, no matter how far they flee. Whoever dares to offend our people will be punished, no matter how far they flee. 3,000 disciples shouted as one, their voices shaking the clouds and spreading across the whole of Panlai, Immortal Island. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction and said to Li Lai, from today onward you will serve as the commander-in-chief of the Zhanxian fleet. Immediately organize the fleet for combat exercises and become familiar with space navigation and interstellar warfare. 1 month from now, I want to see an interstellar fleet capable of winning hard battles. Yes, I guarantee the mission will be completed. Li Lai answered loudly, excitement blazing in his eyes. The formation of the Zhanxian fleet gave everyone a powerful boost of confidence. The disciples who had felt uneasy before were now filled with conviction. With Lin Chen, the invincible Hall Master, with the mighty Zhanxian fleet, and with 1,000,000 well-trained disciples they would surely defend Earth and defeat the invaders from the celestial realm. Over the following half-month the Zhanxian fleet conducted intensive combat exercises over the East China Sea and the Pacific Ocean. Spirit crystal cannon volleys, formation warfare, landing operations, space navigation. One exercise after another was repeated again, and the fleet's combat power soared. At the same time the search for the keys around the globe was drawing to a close. The Amazon branch broke through the temple's mechanisms and found the 4th key. The Antarctic branch broke through the ice and found the 5th key in the underground base. The Mediterranean branch dived into the ancient sunken city and found the 6th key. The Mayan branch opened the hidden chamber of the pyramid and found the 7th key, and the Easter Island branch found the 8th key beneath the megaliths. 8 of the 9 activation keys had now been found. Only the last one remained hidden in an ancient altar deep within the Himalayas. Just when everyone thought all was going smoothly, something unexpected happened. Report, Hallmaster. Something terrible has happened. A disciple from the intelligence hall rushed into the main hall, his face panicked. The Himalayan branch has lost contact. According to the last message on their way to the ancient altar, they were attacked by a mysterious force, and all communications were cut off. What? Chu Qinghan's expression changed. Those sent were all the elite forces of the Himalayan branch, led by 2 nascent soul elders. How could they suddenly lose contact? Lin Chen frowned slightly, and a hint of gravity flashed in his eyes. He could sense an extremely evil, icy cold aura spreading rapidly from deep within the Himalayas. That aura was neither the spiritual power of ancient cultivators, nor the demonic energy of wild beasts, nor the immortal force of the celestial realm. It seems something has awakened ahead of time. Lin Chen slowly rose to his feet. Chu Qinghan, you will remain at Penglai. Zhao Tianlei, come with me. Yes. The 2 answered in unison. Lin Chen, taking Zhao Tianlei with him, transformed into a beam of golden light and sped off toward the Himalayas. A few hours later the 2 arrived deep within the mountain range. The ground was already covered in thick ice and snow, the cold wind howled, and the temperature had dropped to tens of degrees below zero. The air was thick with a dense, sinister aura that made one's blood run cold. Mr. Lin, look over there. Zhao Tianlei pointed at a valley ahead and called out loudly. Lin Chen followed his gaze and saw the disciples of the Himalayan branch lying in the snow, their fate unknown. The 2 nascent soul elders were also severely wounded, trapped inside a black energy barrier, struggling desperately to hold on. At the center of the barrier stood a figure in a long black robe. He was shrouded in black mist, his face indistinguishable, and a dense, sinister aura radiated from his entire body. Who are you? Lin Chen asked coldly. The black-robed man slowly turned around and let out a hoarse laugh. Lin Chen, Immortal Emperor, it has been a long time. I never imagined that after 100,000 years you would still be alive. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. This man actually recognized him. And he even knew that Lin Chen was the Lin Chen, Immortal Emperor. Who are you? Lin Chen's tone turned even colder, and the chaotic force around him began to surge. Who I am is not important. The black-robed man smiled. What matters is that I am here to stop you. You should not have gathered the activation keys, nor should you have activated the ultimate defense line. The will of the heavenly Tao cannot be defied. A lapdog of the heavenly Tao. A flash of killing intent passed through Lin Chen's eyes. It seems Yun Zhongzi was right. The heavenly Tao has long since infiltrated Earth. Enough talk. The black-robed man raised his hand and swept it forward, sending a wave of black energy shooting toward Lin Chen. Today I will kill you first, then destroy all the keys and keep humanity forever under the control of the heavenly Tao. Lin Chen gave a cold snort. With a casual wave of his hand, a sword chi of chaos shot forth and easily dissolved the black energy wave. You think a wretch like you can kill me? Lin Chen's figure flickered, and in an instant he appeared before the black-robed man, his fist smashing out. The fist, condensed from chaotic force and carrying world-destroying momentum, slammed viciously toward the man's head. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically. He hastily transformed into a mass of black mist and tried to dodge, but Lin Chen was faster. The fist landed squarely upon the mist. Oh! The black-robed man let out a shrill, miserable scream. Most of the black mist scattered in an instant, revealing a badly rotted face. Impossible. How can you be this strong? The black-robed man was utterly incredulous. You are only at the peak of the nascent soul stage. There are still many things you know nothing about. Lin Chen said coldly. Speak. How many more of the heavenly Tao's lapdogs are there on Earth? What secret is truly hidden in the ultimate defense line? I will never tell you. A trace of determination flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. Lord Heavenly Tao will avenge me. As the words fell, he violently detonated his own energy. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook heaven and earth as the black-robed man blew himself up. The tremendous shockwave blasted away all the surrounding ice and snow, shearing off half the valley. Lin Chen casually formed an energy barrier to block the shockwave. One got away. He stared in the direction where the black-robed man had self-destructed, his gaze heavy. That strike just now had not killed the black-robed man, it had only destroyed one of his avatars. His true body had taken the opportunity to flee. It seemed the heavenly Tao's influence ran even deeper into Earth than he had imagined. Mr. Lin, are you all right? Zhao Tianlei rushed over and asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Chen shook his head. Let's go see how the disciples are. The two walked up to the energy barrier. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the barrier shattered. The two nascent soul elders hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Hall Master, for saving our lives. There is no need for such formality. Lin Chen said calmly. Where is the key? It is here. One of the elders took out an ancient stone box from his robes. We protected the final key with our lives. Lin Chen took the stone box and opened it. Inside it was indeed the 9th bronze token. At last, all 9 activation keys had been gathered. Excellent. Zhao Tianlei and the two elders all broke into joyful smiles. Lin Chen stored the keys away and gazed into the distant sky, his eyes deep and thoughtful. The keys were complete. Next came the journey to the moon to activate the ultimate defense line. Yet the appearance of that black-robed man had planted a seed of unease in his heart. The heavenly Tao had already taken notice of their actions. The far side of the moon might hold not only the ultimate defense line, but also a trap left by the heavenly Tao. Let us return, Lin Chen said calmly. Inform Chu Qinghan to prepare the lunar landing plan. In 3 days we depart for the moon and activate the ultimate defense line. Yes. The sun sank in the west, and its golden afterglow spilled over the snowy peaks of the Himalayas, reflecting dazzling light. Transformed into a beam of golden light, Lin Chen led the group, flying toward Penglai, Immortal Island. An even greater adventure was about to unfold on the far side of the moon, and the secret hidden behind the ultimate defense line was about to surface. Only 2 months remained of the 3-year window. At the eastern docks of Penglai, Immortal Island, 10 Zhangqian-class warships stood in line, their engines rumbling with low, deep roars. On the deck of the flagship Zhangqian No. 100 carefully selected core disciples stood tall, clad in specially made vacuum combat armor. Chu Qinghan and Zhao Tianlei stood at the very front of the formation, while Li Lai remained at Penglai with the fleet's other 9 warships to take charge of Earth's defense. Lin Chen slowly walked onto the deck, holding an ancient bronze box that contained the 9 activation keys they had collected for the ultimate defense line. His gaze swept across the crowd, and his voice was firm. Today we go to the moon and activate the ancient ultimate defense line. This is our final barrier against the invasion of the immortal realm. We must succeed, we cannot fail. We obey the palace master's command. The 100 disciples shouted in unison, and their voices came clearly through the communicators to everyone's ears. Set off. At Lin Chen's command, Zhangqian No. 1 slowly left the dock. With its engines at full power, it turned into a streak of black light shooting straight into the sky. Passing through the atmosphere and into outer space, the view outside the windows changed instantly. The azure earth shrank behind them, becoming a sapphire set on black velvet. Without the shelter of the atmosphere, the sky became pure ink black. Countless stars were set into the heavens like diamonds, bright but not twinkling, because with no air to scatter their light, starlight reached the eye unhindered. So beautiful. The disciples who had entered space for the first time pressed against the windows, their eyes full of awe. They had never seen such a pure, such a boundless starry sky. After flying toward the moon at 10 times the speed of sound for 6 hours, the moon's outline appeared clearly before them. It was a dead silent world. There were no oceans, no atmosphere, and no life. Its entire surface was covered with dense impact craters like a face weathered by the passage of ages. In areas under direct sunlight, the surface was a blinding bright white with temperatures as high as 127 degrees Celsius. In the shadows of the craters, it was an unfathomable black with temperatures as low as minus 173 degrees Celsius. Approaching lunar orbit. Prepare to land. Zhao Tianlei's voice rang out in the cockpit. Zhangqian No. 1 slowly descended and headed toward the Von Karman impact crater on the far side of the moon. This was one of the moon's oldest and deepest impact craters and the site of the ancient ultimate defense line. The ship landed smoothly at the bottom of the crater. The hatch opened, and a wave of cold vacuum rushed in. The disciples filed out of the ship one by one, stepping onto the lunar soil. Under the low gravity, their bodies felt weightless, and every step could carry them several meters away. The lunar soil beneath their feet was as fine as powder, leaving deep footprints. Footprints that would remain forever, for there is no wind or rain on the moon, no natural force to erase them. So this is the far side of the moon, Chu Qinghan said softly, looking around. All around was utter silence with no sound at all, because a vacuum cannot transmit sound. Only their own breathing and heartbeats could be clearly heard inside their helmets. The sky remained pure black, and the sun hung at the edge of the heavens, yet carried no warmth. In the distance, the ringed mountains stretched in endless ridges, casting long pitch-black shadows in the sunlight like slumbering beasts. The entrance to the ultimate defense line is at the center of the largest crater ahead. Lin Chen pointed at a colossal crater more than 100 kilometers in diameter ahead, then led the group toward its center. Under the low gravity, everyone walked as if flying, and soon reached the bottom of the crater. At its center lay a flat open space. On the open space stood a circular platform about 10 meters in diameter, carved with 9 grooves that exactly matched the shapes of the 9 activation keys. This is the place. Lin Chen stepped onto the platform, opened the bronze box, took out the 9 bronze tokens, and inserted them into the grooves one by one. Clank, clank. The moment the 9 tokens were all inserted, the platform shook violently. Golden runes lit up from the grooves and spread across the ground like rivers of gold. The ground slowly split open, revealing a passage leading downward. From deep within came faint ripples of spiritual energy. Let us go. Lin Chen entered the passage first, and the others followed closely. The passage descended for several hundred meters before a massive stone door appeared ahead. The stone door was carved with reliefs of ancient cultivators battling the armies of the immortal realms, still lifelike after 100,000 years. Lin Chen raised his hand, pressed it to the door, and channeled a trace of chaos force into it. The stone door slowly opened to both sides, and a gust of fresh air rushed out. Everyone was stunned, instinctively removing their helmets. There was air here, and gravity too. Completely unlike the dead desolation of the lunar surface, behind the stone door lay a vast underground grotto heaven. Overhead was an artificial sky glowing with soft white light, as bright as day. Beneath their feet was fertile black soil covered with all kinds of ancient plants. The walls were covered with a layer of blue luminous moss glistening like a starry sky and illuminating the entire grotto heaven. A clear spirit river flowed out from the depths of the grotto heaven, its waters shimmering with a faint golden light. The air was thick with spiritual energy, several times richer than at Penglai, Immortal Island. Along the river grew several ancient spirit trees, several hundred feet tall, bearing golden spirit fruits. Several palm-sized, translucent spirit deer ran leisurely through the forest. There were also butterflies radiating iridescent colors, fluttering gracefully among the flowers. Heavens! This is simply another world. A disciple could not help exclaiming, "Is this the power of the ancient cultivators? They could actually build such a grotto heaven on the far side of the moon." Chu Qinghan was equally stunned. 100,000 years. This underground grotto heaven had operated on its own for 100,000 years without any external supplies. The ecosystem inside remained perfectly intact. This is the combined result of the ancient spirit gathering formation and the grotto heaven formation. Lin Chen explained, the ancient cultivators set up 81 spirit gathering formations here, drawing spiritual energy from the lunar veins deep within the moon to sustain the entire grotto heaven. At the same time, the grotto heaven formation sealed off the vacuum and extreme temperatures outside, creating an environment suitable for life. The group then followed the spirit river toward the depths of the grotto heaven. Along the way, they saw more ancient relics, collapsed palaces, abandoned alchemy chambers, and stone walls covered with ruins. Occasionally, they even saw the bones of ancient demonic beasts, clear evidence that fierce battles had once taken place here. After walking for about an hour, they arrived at the deepest part of the grotto heaven. A colossal bronze gate 1,000 feet tall stood before them. 9 coiling dragons were carved on it, their heads facing a groove at the center of the door, an awe-inspiring sight. This was the core control chamber of the ultimate defense line. Finally, we have arrived. Chu Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief. Just then a clanking sound came from nearby. The stone walls on both sides of the gate suddenly split open, and 2 bronze puppets, each 100 feet tall, stepped out, with giant axes in hand. They radiated the oppressive might of the peak golden core realm, their cold eyes fixed intently on the group. Guardian puppets. Zhao Tianlei's expression changed, and he immediately drew his sword. No need to panic. Lin Chen waved a hand, and walked forward slowly. He made an ancient hand seal toward the 2 puppets. Instantly the puppets stopped moving, bowed to Lin Chen, then retreated into the stone walls. This is the guardian mechanism left by the ancient cultivators. Only those holding the activation keys can pass, Lin Chen explained. He walked to the center of the gate, merged the 9 activation keys into one, and embedded it into the groove. The gate trembled violently, and the eyes of the 9 dragons lit up with golden light at the same time. The massive bronze gate slowly opened to both sides. Behind it lay a huge circular hall. At the center of the hall stood a crystal pillar 1,000 feet tall. Inside it flowed golden liquid emanating an energy fluctuation that could destroy heaven and earth. This was the core of the ancient ultimate defense line, the star-destroying cannon. This is the ultimate defense line. Chu Qinghan stared at the crystal pillar, her eyes filled with awe. Yes. Lin Chen nodded, his expression solemn. The star-destroying cannon is an ultimate weapon forged by the ancient cultivators with the full strength of their entire race. Once activated, a single shot can destroy an asteroid. Even a spirit transformation immortal king would be obliterated in one blast. Just as everyone was stirred with excitement, Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed. He walked up to the crystal pillar, reached out, and stroked its surface, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. This is not right. This is not a weapon meant to fight the immortal realm. This is... Before Lin Chen could finish, the crystal pillar suddenly trembled violently. A cold, ancient voice devoid of any emotion echoed through the hall. Host detected Ling Xian, Immortal Emperor. Ultimate Defense Line activation program has been altered. Target: eliminate all life not recognized by the Heavenly Tao. Countdown begins 10-9-8. The faces of everyone present changed drastically. The ultimate defense line had actually had its program tampered with by the Heavenly Tao. It was not meant to oppose the immortal realm. It was meant to wipe out humanity. This is bad. Lin Chen's expression changed. He immediately channeled chaos force and struck toward the crystal pillar. 3, 2, 1. Program initiated. The crystal pillar erupted with blinding golden light, and a terrifying energy began to gather rapidly. An unprecedented crisis had descended without warning. The crystal pillar of the world destruction star cannon erupted with blinding golden light as terrifying energy ripples instantly swept across the entire hall. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, runes on the walls flickered wildly, and the once soft artificial sky instantly turned blood red. A cold mechanical voice echoed through the space like a death knell counting down. Everyone fall back. Lin Chen barked sharply, pushing his chaos power to its limit and forming a thick protective barrier before him. The torrent of golden energy crashed against the shield with a deafening explosion. The bluestone floor beneath Lin Chen's feet shattered into powder instantly, and the force sent him stumbling backward 3 steps as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Mr. Lin, Chu Qinghan and Zhao Tianlei cried out simultaneously, desperate to rush forward, but the lingering energy waves kept them at bay. Don't come any closer, Lin Chen shouted without turning around. The star cannon's core energy has been corrupted by the heavenly Tao. Confronting it head-on would only result in assimilation. Search the surrounding areas for alternate control panels or backup systems. Understood. The two immediately dispersed with their disciples, systematically combing through the massive control chamber. The control chamber was far vaster than they had imagined, spanning the equivalent of 10 football fields. Beyond the central crystal pillar of the world destruction star cannon, hundreds of smaller control consoles dotted the perimeter, each covered in dense arrays of buttons and runes that still emitted faint luminescence after 100,000 years had passed. Intricate star charts and formation diagrams were carved into the walls, with dried black bloodstains lingering in places, an unmistakable testament to the brutal battles fought here in ancient times. Head Chu, come look at this. A disciple pointed toward a dust-covered stone platform in the corner. Chu Qinghan hurried over to find skeletal remains resting on the platform, draped in tattered ancient Taoist robes, their hands tightly gripping a yellowed scroll. Deep fissures marred the bones, evidence of fatal injuries sustained in life's final moments, yet the figure maintained a seated posture, steadfastly guarding the scroll against its chest. Chu Qinghan carefully removed the scroll and unfurled it. Covered in dense inscriptions of ancient chaos script were handwritten formation diagrams alongside walls of text. An ancient cultivator's journal. Chu Qinghan exclaimed with delight, immediately extending her spiritual sense into the scroll. But as she delved deeper, her expression grew increasingly grave. So it was that 100,000 years ago, just as the ancient cultivators were finalizing their ultimate defense line, the heavenly Tao's minions had suddenly breached their ranks. They had corrupted the star cannon's core programming, redirecting its barrel from the immortal realm toward Earth. 300 ancient cultivators stationed along the defense line engaged the heavenly Tao's forces in desperate combat to prevent the cannon's activation. In the end, they paid with their lives to forcibly seal away most of the star cannon's energy, leaving behind a backup control core in hopes that future generations might uncover the truth and reactivate the true defense system. Mr. Lin, I found it, Chu Qinghan called out. The journal states the backup control core rests in an underground chamber beneath the star cannon. It requires 9 keys activated simultaneously to open the sealed door. Excellent. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with hope at these words. He surged forward, thrusting his chaos shield ahead to temporarily halt the star cannon's energy torrent, then vanished and reappeared beside Chu Qinghan, quickly scanning the beast skin scroll. Zhao Tianlei, take 50 disciples to hold the entrance and prevent anything from breaking through. Lin Chen ordered urgently. Chu Qinghan, come with me. Yes. Following the route marked in the journal, the two arrived at a stone wall behind the star cannon, where 9 identical grooves carved into the surface matched the activation keys perfectly, clearly the entrance to the hidden chamber. Lin Chen withdrew 9 bronze tokens and inserted them into the grooves one by one. With a grinding sound, the stone wall slowly split apart, revealing a narrow passage descending underground. A fine layer of dust hung in the air within the passage, while bioluminescent moss on the walls continued to emit a soft blue glow, illuminating the path ahead. After descending roughly 50 meters along the passage, the confined space suddenly opened up before them. The small chamber housed an antique bronze console at its center, above which floated a fist-sized white crystal radiating pure gentle light. Unlike the corrupted golden energy outside, this crystal pulsed with nothing but wholesome vitality, a warm, life-giving presence. This is the true core control crystal, Chu Qinghan exclaimed with excitement. Lin Chen nodded and quickly approached the console. He placed his hand upon the white crystal and channeled a thread of chaos power into it. The crystal flared to life, projecting a holographic image before the two. The projection showed an elderly man in white Taoist robes, his countenance gaunt with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly bearing grievous wounds. Whosoever finds this recording in later ages, if you are seeing this, then the heavenly Tao has already corrupted the world destruction star cannon's programming. The old man's voice carried exhaustion, yet unwavering resolve. I am King Fengzi, the last patriarch of the Penglai sect. Back then we barely managed to seal the star cannon by exhausting our entire clan's strength, but we knew the seal would one day fail. The heavenly Tao feeds upon the primordial essence of planets, and Earth has been chosen as its next target. The 9 great Tao Lords are merely its pawns, and the World Destruction Star Cannon serves as its ultimate weapon to annihilate Earth's civilization. The white crystal at the center of this console is the primordial core of the entire defense line. Reconnect it with the Star Cannon to overwrite the Heavenly Tao's programming and activate the true defense system. However, this process requires maintaining the connection for the duration of 1 instant Styx burn, during which countless Heavenly Tao puppets will attack to disrupt it. You must hold them back at all costs. Within the chamber's cabinets lie all the formation diagrams and weapon blueprints we left behind, along with 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals. May these aid you in defending Earth and preserving the human race. Remember, the Heavenly Tao is not invincible. As long as we unite as one, we will surely shatter its chains and attain true freedom. The projection faded, the old man's figure dissolving gradually. Chu Qinghan gazed at the empty space where the image had been, reverence filling her eyes. The ancient ancestors were truly magnificent. Indeed, Lin Chen agreed, his gaze resolute. We cannot let their sacrifice be in vain. He drew a deep breath and rapidly formed hand seals, beginning to reconnect the primal core with the World Destruction Star Cannon. The white crystal emitted progressively brighter radiance as streams of pure energy surged upward through subterranean conduits toward the Star Cannon's crystal pillar above. Just then, the sounds of fierce combat and disciples' anguished screams echoed from beyond the passage. Bad. The Heavenly Tao puppets have arrived. Chu Qinghan's expression shifted sharply as she drew her sword. Mr. Lin, continue the connection. I'll hold them off. Wait. Lin Chen called after her, retrieving a golden long sword from his storage ring. This is a top-tier artifact forged from chaos spirit crystals. It can counteract the Heavenly Tao's malevolent power. Be careful. Yes. Chu Qinghan took the sword, nodded firmly, and sprinted out of the chamber. Beyond the passage, chaos reigned. Hundreds of pitch-black Heavenly Tao puppets, their visages twisted in grotesque horror, poured forth from every corner of the control chamber. Devoid of consciousness and immune to pain, they knew only how to furiously assault all living things. Zhao Tianlei led his disciples in desperate resistance, but they were gradually being overwhelmed with over a dozen already wounded and fallen. Headshu, upon seeing Chu Qinghan emerge, the disciples' spirits lifted. Hold fast, everyone. Mr. Lin is restoring the system. If we can endure for just 1 instant Styx duration, we will prevail. Chu Qinghan shouted, charging into the puppet horde with her golden long sword. Wherever the golden blades swept, Heavenly Tao puppets melted like ice before a raging fire, their forms dissolving with sizzling sounds. Chu Qinghan moved through the horde like a white butterfly, her sword flashing with each strike, claiming another puppet. Zhao Tianlei seized the opportunity to reform his formation and led his disciples in a counterattack. The battle raged with exceptional ferocity, and though disciples continued to fall, none retreated. They understood that behind them stood Lin Chen, and with him all of Earth's hope. 1 instant Styx worth of time stretched into what felt like an eternity. Just as the disciples were on the verge of collapsing, a blinding white radiance erupted from deep within the passage, engulfing the entire control chamber in an instant. All Heavenly Tao puppets were reduced to ash and scattered upon contact with the white light. The artificial sky, once stained crimson, reverted to its gentle white hue. The crystal pillar of the World Destruction Star Cannon shifted from its harsh golden glare to a pristine blue. The mechanical voice returned, now carrying a note of warmth. Primal core connection established. Heavenly Tao programming purged. Ultimate defense system activated. Lunar base shield deployed. All residual star cannons within the solar system are re-establishing network connection. We did it. We succeeded. The disciples erupted in thunderous cheers, many moved to tears by the moment. Lin Chen and Chu Qinghan emerged from the passage, their faces breaking into gratified smiles as they took in the scene before them. Over the following 3 days, everyone embarked on a comprehensive exploration of the ancient lunar ruins. Beneath the control room, they uncovered a vast interstellar dock housing 3 immaculate ancient flying warships. These vessels dwarfed the Zhanxian by 3 times their size, armed with more powerful spirit crystal cannons and interstellar torpedoes, more than sufficient to confront the Immortal realm fleet head-on in the void of space. Additionally, they discovered a sprawling underground warehouse stocked with ancient spiritual materials, medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and formation diagrams. Resources ample enough to sustain the Zhanxian palace for decades. At the ruin's deepest point, they found the burial ground of ancient cultivators. 300 cultivators who had defended the frontier rested eternally in quiet repose. Lin Chen led all present in conducting a grand funeral ceremony for them. Ancestors, rest in peace now, Lin Chen declared resolutely before the tombstone. The duty of safeguarding Earth is ours to bear, and we shall not falter in this mission. 3 days later, the Zhanxian departed from the lunar surface. They stationed 50 disciples alongside 1 ancient warship at the lunar base to maintain the ultimate defense system. As the vessel journeyed toward Earth, the azure sphere grew ever larger beyond the viewport. Lin Chen stood at the porthole, gazing down at their home world with profound contemplation in his eyes. The ultimate defense line was now active, the ancient warships secured, and resources abundant. Only 1 month remained before the 3-year window closed. The clouds of impending conflict grew ever denser. Yet this time they would not face their trial alone. They possessed the formidable Zhanxian fleet, a million well-trained disciples, the contingency plans left by ancient ancestors, and an unyielding resolve to defend their homeland. No matter who the immortal realm sent, no matter what schemes the heavenly Tao devised, they would fight to their utmost. Humanity would never yield. The Zhanxian tore through the atmosphere, trailing a streak of pale blue flame as it descended slowly into the dockyard of Punlai, Immortal Island. News had already spread across the globe. As Lin Chen led his companions off the starship, bearing the ancient warship blueprints and enough spirit materials to fill 3 dockyards, the entire Zhanxian Hall and the whole world erupted into celebration. The news that the moon's ultimate defense line had been successfully activated was like the strongest dose of reassurance, dispelling the gloom that had shrouded humanity's hearts for years. The Hall Master returns in triumph. At the docks, 100,000 disciples stood in flawless formation and shouted in unison. Li Lai hurried forward with the elders who had stayed behind, his face bright with excitement. Hall Master, you've returned. Was the ultimate defense line really activated? Lin Chen gave a slight nod, then handed the storage ring to Yezi. Inside are the complete ancient warship blueprints and the inventory of spirit materials from the moon's warehouse. Have the artifact hall assemble the workforce, immediately refit our Zhanxian fleet according to the blueprints, and spare no effort in replicating the ancient spirit crystal cannons. Yes, I guarantee that all modifications will be completed within a month. Yezi accepted the ring, his hands trembling slightly. The technology of the ancient warships far surpassed anything they had imagined. With these blueprints, Zhanxian Hall's weapon crafting capabilities would advance by an entire era. For the next half-month, the entire Earth entered an unprecedented state of all-out war preparation. On Punlai Immortal Island, the artifact hall worked ceaselessly day and night, its furnace flames dyeing half the sky red. 3,000 artifact refiners worked in 3 rotating shifts, refitting the Zhanxian fleet according to the ancient blueprints. The original 108 spirit crystal cannons were all dismantled and replaced with far more powerful ancient energy-focusing cannons. Every warship was also fitted with energy shields and interstellar torpedo launchers. The refitted Zhanxian had at least 3 times its original combat power. The alchemy hall operated at full capacity, refining every ancient spirit material brought back from the moon into pills and elixirs. Foundation establishment pills, golden core pills, and even nascent soul pills were distributed to the disciples in an endless stream. In just half a month, Zhanxian Hall gained 5,000 new foundation establishment disciples, 30 golden core disciples, and 2 elders who successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage. All 36 branch altars around the globe also entered the highest state of combat readiness. Every disciple had their leave canceled and trained day and night. War readiness slogans covered the streets and alleys of every city, and countless ordinary people spontaneously donated money and supplies to support Zhanxian Hall. The elderly sent their sons off, wives sent their husbands off. One touching scene after another unfolded across the world. Lin Chen entered seclusion once more. He went to the core of the chaos spirit vein deep in the innermost reaches of Punlai, Immortal Island, and sat down cross-legged. During his journey to the moon, he had not only activated the ultimate defense line, but also absorbed a wisp of pure energy from the source core. His cultivation had already touched the threshold of the spirit transformation stage. The spirit transformation stage was a monumental watershed on the path of cultivation. Breaking through to spirit transformation allowed one's spirit to leave the body, roam the great void, and command far more formidable laws. This was also his only capital against the approaching spirit transformation immortal king. He took out the final ancient realm-breaking pill brought back from the moon and swallowed it. He simultaneously activated the Lingxian Emperor scripture, furiously devouring the energy of the chaos spirit vein. The chaos nascent soul within his body began to tremble violently. Countless golden runes swirled across its surface as a vast, awe-inspiring aura quietly gathered. Day after day slipped by, and only 7 days remained in the 3-year window. The fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air grew more and more unstable. All across the globe, spatial rifts of varying sizes emerged. Black, demonic chi seeped out from the fissures, contaminating the surrounding land and water, and spawning hordes of mutated demonic beasts. Report, Hall Master. The Amazon branch altar sent word that a 100-meter-wide spatial rift has appeared deep in the rainforest. Dozens of celestial soldiers charged out from the rift, and we have already annihilated them. Report, Hall Master. The Mediterranean branch altar was attacked. 3 golden core disciples fell, but the rift has been sealed. Report, Hall Master. A nascent soul-stage demonic beast has appeared in the polar bear nation, suspected to be corrupted by demonic chi. Chief Chu has already led a team there to provide support. One urgent report after another converged on the Punlai main altar. Li Lai stood before the enormous star map in the War Command Center, his expression grave. Hall Master, the dimensional barrier is growing weaker and weaker. In the past few days, 37 spatial rifts have appeared around the globe. Although we sealed them all in time, the rifts are occurring more frequently and on an even larger scale. Lin Chen stood before the star map, his gaze fixed on the zones marked with red alerts, his eyes deep and unreadable. This is only the beginning. The 9 Tao Lords have grown impatient. They are hammering at the dimensional barrier, trying to tear open a larger passage. Before long, the true vanguard will descend. He paused, then continued, send the order. All branch altars are to contract their defensive lines, immediately abandon remote outposts, and concentrate their forces on defending the major cities. The Zhanxian fleet is to split into 3 detachments stationed above the Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Oceans, ready to support any region at any time. Yes. Just then the alarm in the War Command Center suddenly blared with piercing urgency. Alert! Alert! A tremendous spatial energy fluctuation has been detected deep in the Kunlun Mountains. Its intensity exceeds the combined strength of every previous rift. What? Li Lai's expression changed drastically. The Kunlun Mountains. Didn't we station heavy forces there? Lin Chen's eyes sharpened, and he looked out the window at once. In the direction of the Kunlun Mountains, the sky had turned pitch black. A colossal spatial rift stretched across the heavens like a hideous wound. Black, demonic chi poured out of the rift like a tide, blotting out the sun and the sky. A terrifying aura far beyond the nascent soul stage emanated from the fissure, causing the entire Kunlun Mountains to tremble faintly. At last they've come, Lin Chen said softly, a fierce, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Send the order. The 1st and 2nd detachments of the Zhanxian fleet are to assemble at the Kunlun Mountains immediately. Zhao Tianlei, gather all core disciples and follow me. Yes. An hour later, atop Kunlun Mountain, the enormous spatial rift had already expanded to 1,000 zhang wide, and countless pitch-black celestial soldiers poured out of it, as dense as ants. At their head was an immortal general in black battle armor, wielding a giant axe and radiating a terrifying aura at the peak of the nascent soul stage. He was none other than Xing Tian, the vanguard general under the 9 Dao Lords. Xing Tian hovered in midair, his gaze sweeping across the mountains below with undisguised contempt. Insignificant mortal ants, do you dare defy the will of the heavenly Dao? Today I shall bathe the Kunlun Mountains in blood and clear the path for the immortal king. As his voice fell, he casually waved his hand. A streak of black axe chi slashed out, instantly shearing off half a mountain peak. Rocks tumbled down and dust filled the air. The Zhanxian Hall disciples stationed at Kunlun, led by 2 nascent soul elders, resisted with desperate courage. But the gap in strength was too vast. The disciples suffered heavy casualties, and the defensive line fell back step by step. Huh. You can't withstand even one blow. Xing Tian laughed wildly and charged toward the disciples, giant axe in hand. At that moment, a streak of golden light shot across the sky. Your opponent is me. Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet carried boundless authority, instantly drowning out all the cries of battle. As the light faded, Lin Chen appeared before Xing Tian. Still clad in a black robe, his aura was restrained, yet he naturally exuded an ineffable majesty that looked down upon all living beings. Ling Xian, Immortal Emperor. Xing Tian's expression changed, and a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes before turning savage. I never expected you were still alive. But even if you are alive, so what? Today I will cut you down and offer you to the immortal king. You. Lin Chen let out a sneer, his tone arrogant. A menial errand boy at the peak of nascent soul dares to bark before me. You're asking for death. Xing Tian flew into a rage and smashed his giant axe down at Lin Chen. The axe carried the might to destroy heaven and earth, and wherever it passed, space itself was rent with fine cracks. Lin Chen neither dodged nor avoided. He slowly raised his hand. One finger pressed gently against the edge of the giant axe. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. Xing Tian felt an irresistible force surge through the axe blade. The giant axe was wrenched from his grip, flew backward, and embedded itself deep into the ground. He himself was knocked backward repeatedly, his hands split open and streaming with blood. Impossible. You're clearly only at the peak of nascent soul. How can you be this strong? Xing Tian's face was full of disbelief. Lin Chen slowly lowered his hand, his eyes ice cold. I told you there are far more things you do not know. His form flickered, and he appeared before Xing Tian in an instant, then struck out with a palm. The hand condensed from chaos power, carrying the momentum to crush everything, slammed heavily into Xing Tian's chest. Blood burst from Xing Tian's mouth, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the ground and smashing a huge crater into the earth. He struggled to rise, only to discover that his nascent soul had been shattered by chaos power, and every meridian in his body was severed. No, I refuse to accept this. Xing Tian's eyes were filled with venom. The immortal king will avenge me. Sooner or later you'll all die. Lin Chen strolled over to him and looked down at him from on high. Rest assured, your immortal king will soon come down to keep you company. As the words left his mouth, he casually clenched his hand. Xing Tian's head burst apart instantly, and his soul was extinguished. Having dealt with Xing Tian, Lin Chen raised his head and gazed at the colossal spatial rift. On the other side of the rift, he could clearly sense an even more terrifying presence rapidly approaching. The spirit transformation immortal king was finally about to arrive. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and the chaos nascent soul within his body began to tremble violently. He could feel his cultivation quietly breaking through at this very moment. The threshold of the spirit transformation stage was within reach. Everyone hear my command. Lin Chen's voice rang through the entire field. Seal the spatial rift at once. Reinforce the defenses. The immortal king will be here soon. Yes. The disciples answered in unison, no trace of fear in their eyes, only resolute battle intent. The sun was setting in the west, and a blood-red afterglow spilled over the summit of Kunlun Mountain, illuminating the corpses that littered the ground and the fluttering banner of Zhanxian Hall. The horn of war had officially sounded, and humanity's counterattack had only just begun. Atop Mount Kunlun, the setting sun hung blood-red like a splash of blood. A spatial rift 1,000 zhang wide yawned like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, while surging black demonic aura slowly seeped out, accompanied by an overwhelming boundless pressure. This pressure far exceeded the nascent soul stage, carrying the unique law power of the spirit transformation stage. It pressed down until the mountains whimpered and heaven and earth changed color. The disciples of the Zhanxian Hall below felt as though a colossal mountain 10,000 zhang tall were crushing their chests, making it hard even to breathe. Many weaker disciples fell to their knees, trembling all over. Lin Chen hovered in midair, hands clasped behind his back, robes flapping in the wind. He paid no attention to the surging immortal soldiers. All his focus was fixed on the deepest part of the spatial rift. He could clearly sense the terrifying aura rapidly approaching, growing denser with every passing second. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as the spatial rift expanded once more. A giant hand covered in golden scales reached out from the rift. With a gentle tear, it ripped the rift open into a gap tens of thousands of zhang wide. Immediately after, a figure clad in golden dragon-patterned battle armor walked out slowly. His face was resolute, and he wore a purple-gold crown holding a golden spear entwined with a coiling dragon. Radiating brilliant golden light, countless golden runes swirled around him. Mere presence alone seemed to make him the center of heaven and earth, with all spiritual energy converging toward him. He was none other than Xiantian, Immortal King, the foremost battle general under the 9 great Dao lords, with a cultivation base at the early spirit transformation stage. You mortal ants dare to slay this king's vanguard. Xiantian, Immortal King's voice thundered like a sudden clap of thunder, carrying the unique arrogance and iciness of the spirit transformation stage. Lin Chen, Immortal Emperor, crawl out and died. This king grants you a chance to commit suicide so as not to soil this king's spear. His gaze swept across the field like an emperor surveying his territory, his eyes utterly devoid of emotion. Only extreme indifference remained. In his eyes, the million human cultivators below were nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. Xiantian, Immortal King. Lin Chen spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, yet it cut clearly through the immortal power's pressure, reaching the ears of everyone present. He stepped forward, standing in distant confrontation with Xiantian, Immortal King, while his own aura began to rise imperceptibly. In the past, you were merely a minor gatekeeper general in my imperial court. How dare you act like a tyrant in front of me now? Impudence! Xiantian, Immortal King, flew into a rage, pointing his coiling dragon golden spear at Lin Chen. A ruined emperor who destroyed his own origin dares to spout arrogant nonsense before this king. Today this king will sever your head and hang it on the southern heaven gate, so that all the myriad worlds may witness the fate of those who betray the heavenly Tao. As his words fell, his figure flickered and instantly appeared before Lin Chen. The coiling dragon golden spear, carrying the full immortal power of the spirit transformation stage, thrust out a blinding golden spear light. Wherever the spear light passed, space shattered inch by inch, forming a long spatial rift. This strike contained the rudimentary law of space, enough to easily pierce through the flesh and soul of a peak nascent soul cultivator. Mr. Lin, be careful. Below, Chu Qinghan cried out in alarm, gripping her longsword tightly, ready to rush up and help at any moment. However, facing this world-destroying thrust, Lin Chen stood still, motionless. Just as the spear light was about to pierce his brow, boom, an immeasurably vast aura erupted from Lin Chen's body. The chaos nascent soul within his body, stimulated by Xiantian, Immortal King's spirit transformation stage pressure, finally shattered the last barrier. Countless golden runes surged from the surface of his nascent soul and fused completely with his divine soul. Divine soul left the body and merged with the nascent soul. Early spirit transformation. At this moment, Lin Chen's cultivation officially broke through to the spirit transformation stage. Above, the winds and clouds changed color, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless golden chaos runes danced among the clouds, coalescing into a colossal imperial silhouette that looked down upon the entire land. An aura 100 times more powerful than before erupted from Lin Chen's body, sweeping across the entire Mount Kunlun. The aura was wrapped in a faint chaos halo, somber yet profound. Wherever it touched the air, dense ripples spread across the surrounding space, and even the laws of heaven and earth trembled in response. Xiantian, Immortal King's spear light halted abruptly, just 1 CUN from Lin Chen's brow. Impossible. Xiantian, Immortal King's face drastically changed, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could you possibly break through to spirit transformation at this moment? This is absolutely impossible. He simply could not believe that a ruined emperor reborn for only 3 years could break through to the spirit transformation stage under his pressure at the critical moment. This completely overturned all his understanding of cultivation. Nothing is impossible. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, chaos-colored light flickering within them. He could clearly feel that the laws of heaven and earth had become incomparably distinct before him. His divine soul could easily cover the entire earth, and his power could easily tear apart space. This was the power of the spirit transformation stage. Moreover, his cultivation of spirit transformation was vastly different from ordinary spirit transformation cultivators. He had condensed a chaos nascent soul and fused it with the divine soul of a 100,000-year immortal emperor. Even at early spirit transformation, his strength far surpassed ordinary mid-spirit transformation cultivators. That spear strike just now wasn't bad. A cold arc curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Now it's my turn. As his words fell, he slowly raised his hand. A long sword condensed from pure chaos power materialized in his hand out of thin air. The long sword was entirely chaos-colored, devoid of any ornamentation, yet it radiated an unparalleled pressure that suppressed all realms. Fine imperial Dao runes flowed along the blade, each one containing the power to annihilate everything. Emperor's Dao Chaos / Lin Chen uttered those 4 words softly and swung his sword. A seemingly ordinary chaos sword light cleaved through the sky, shooting towards Xiantian, Immortal King. There was no earth-shaking explosion, no dazzling radiance. Yet it contained the terrifying power of primeval chaos opening and all things returning to nothingness. Wherever it passed, even space was silently torn apart, leaving a rift that could never heal. Xiantian, Immortal King's face changed drastically. He hurriedly crossed his coiling dragon golden spear before his chest, while channeling all his immortal power to form a thick golden shield in front of him. A lifebound defense he had condensed with a century's worth of immortal power capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an early spirit transformation cultivator. Yet the instant the chaos sword light descended, the golden shield shattered like thin paper. The sword light pierced through the coiling dragon golden spear without obstruction, the spear's shaft instantly bursting into countless fragments, and finally, through Xiantian, Immortal King's chest. How can this be? Xiantian, Immortal King looked down at the bloody hole in his chest. Chaos power was crazily devouring his nascent soul and divine soul. He could clearly feel his life rapidly draining away, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He couldn't fathom how he, a dignified Immortal King at the early spirit transformation stage, couldn't even block a single strike from Lin Chen. Do you think the spirit transformation stage is the end? Lin Chen walked slowly up to him and said in a cold tone, "Everything you strive for is nothing more than something I grew tired of 100,000 years ago. The 9 great Tao Lords sent you here to send you to your death." As his words ended, a beam of golden light shot from Lin Chen's fingertip and sank into Xiantian, Immortal King's brow. Xiantian, Immortal King let out a hair-raising scream of agony. His divine soul was instantly crushed by the imperial power, leaving not even a trace of remnant soul. His golden battle armor and coiling dragon golden spear fell to the ground with a dull thud. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Everyone was stunned. An Immortal King of the spirit transformation stage actually slain by a single strike from Lin Chen. This was nothing short of a miracle. After a brief stillness, thunderous cheers erupted. "Long live the Hall Master! Long live Zhanxian Hall! Humanity will prevail!" A million disciples shouted in unison, their voices shaking the clouds and spreading across the entire planet. Chu Qinghan gazed at the solitary lofty figure in midair, her eyes filled with admiration and excitement. She knew it, Mr. Lin never lost. Lin Chen sheathed his sword and landed, his gaze turning toward the gigantic spatial rift. Although Xiantian, Immortal King, was dead at the other end of the rift, even more immortal armies were amassing. He could clearly sense that at least 3 more spirit transformation Immortal Kings were rapidly approaching. "Listen to my orders, everyone." Lin Chen's voice spread across the battlefield. "Activate Mount Kunlun's defensive formation at once. The entire Zhanxian fleet must sortie and seal off the spatial rift. All disciples above the Golden Core stage follow me into battle." "Yes." The disciples answered in unison, their eyes devoid of fear. Only blazing battle intent burned within them. The Zhanxian fleet's 10 war vessels rose into the sky simultaneously, with 108 ancient energy-condensing cannons trained on the spatial rift. Chu Qinghan led 300 Golden Core elders arraying themselves behind Lin Chen. Boom, boom, boom. Immortal soldiers and generals kept pouring out of the spatial rift. But the moment they emerged, they were blasted into ashes by the fleet's energy-condensing cannons. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Immortal soldiers and generals surged out like an unending tide, while the disciples of Zhanxian Hall fought desperately. Disciples kept getting wounded and falling in sacrifice, yet not one of them retreated. Lin Chen stood at the very front, like an insurmountable natural moat. Any immortal general above the nascent soul stage who dared to emerge was instantly slain by a single sword strike. His sword speed was incredibly fast, requiring no superfluous moves. The chaos-condensed sword tip always pierced precisely through the immortal general's nascent soul core, and every blow was accompanied by the agonizing screams of annihilated divine souls. Within a single short hour, over 20 nascent soul immortal generals had died by his sword. Blood stained the summit of Mount Kunlun red, and corpses piled up like mountains. Yet Lin Chen's expression remained calm as ever. While slaying the immortal generals rushing out, he simultaneously operated the Lin Chen Emperor scripture, absorbing the energy of the battlefield and the residual immortal power of fallen immortal generals. His newly broken through spirit transformation cultivation was stabilizing at a visible speed, and the chaos halo around him grew increasingly dense. After an unknown amount of time, the spatial rift suddenly began to tremble even more violently. An aura several times more powerful than Xiantian immortal kings emanated from within the rift. Lin Chen, immortal emperor, how dare you slay this king's younger brother? Today I will hack your body into 1,000 pieces. A furious roar resounded through heaven and earth. Immediately after, 3 golden figures emerged from the rift at the same time. Leading them was an immortal king clad in red battle armor, radiating a terrifying mid-spirit transformation aura, surrounded by blazing southern brightness Li fire, none other than Qi Yin, immortal king. Behind him followed 2 early spirit transformation immortal kings, Bisui, immortal king, whose surroundings shimmered with dense water vapor, and Qingmu, immortal king, who carried the rich vitality of plants and trees. Each of them exuded murderous intent. 3 spirit transformation immortal kings descended at once. The disciples below instantly turned pale. 1 spirit transformation immortal king was already terrifying enough, now 3 had arrived. Xu Qinghan tightened her grip on her longsword, her gaze grave. She could sense that the strength of these 3 immortal kings far surpassed that of Xiantian, immortal king from earlier. Lin Chen slowly raised his head, looking at the 3 immortal kings in midair, a cold arc curling at the corner of his mouth. All 3 coming together saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. His tone was calm, yet carried an overbearing dominance that crushed everything. Arrogance. Qi Yin, immortal king, flew into a rage. Lin Chen, immortal emperor, don't think you're invincible just because you killed Xiantian, immortal king. With the 3 of us joining forces, we can even fight a late spirit transformation cultivator. Today you will pay in blood. As his words fell, the 3 immortal kings struck out simultaneously. Qi Yin, immortal king, struck first, unleashing a sky-covering sea of fire. That flame was no ordinary fire, it was the southern brightness Li fire imbued with immortal power. Wherever it touched the ground, rocks instantly melted into magma, and even the void was scorched until it writhed and seared. Bisui, immortal king, followed, closely summoning a 10,000 zhang giant wave. Hidden within the wave were countless sharp ice shards, each containing extreme cold immortal power capable of freezing a nascent soul apart. Qingmu, immortal king, meanwhile, summoned countless towering ancient trees that burst from the earth, their branches coiling like venomous snakes to ensnare Lin Chen and cut off his escape. The 3 different types of immortal power interwove into a world-destroying attack that slammed fiercely toward Lin Chen. Well struck. Lin Chen bellowed, and wielding the chaos longsword, he took the initiative to meet it head-on. His figure flickered, transforming into a streak of chaos-colored light. Ripples of chaos radiated beneath his feet as he instantly teleported to the junction of the sea of fire and the giant wave, evading Qingmu, immortal king's ancient tree entanglements. Facing the scorching southern brightness Li fire, he slightly raised his fingertip, condensing chaos power into a thin barrier, like the primordial membrane of heaven and earth at the dawn of chaos. The moment the Li fire struck it, there was no sound of burning at all, it merely turned into wisps of white smoke, silently devoured by the chaos power. The laws of the spirit transformation stage are not something crude brutes like you who only rely on raw force to drive immortal power can understand. Lin Chen's tone was calm. He twisted his wrist and swept the chaos longsword horizontally. The sword, wind laden with chaos power, slashed heavily into the giant wave. This strike produced no earth-shattering sound, yet it contained the dual laws of rending and annihilation. The giant wave was cleaved in 2 at the point of rupture. The void directly collapsed into a tiny black hole, swallowing all the ice shards and seawater. Bisui, immortal king's pupils contracted sharply. She tried to withdraw her immortal power, only to find that it was being drawn by the chaos sword, wind crazily flooding into Lin Chen's body through the severed wave. Yo! You dare plunder my immortal power? Bisui, immortal king, cried out in shock. For a spirit transformation cultivator, immortal power was bound to the divine soul. Plundering it was equivalent to severely injuring the divine soul. Lin Chen cast her a cold glance, a faint arc curling at his lips. Your immortal power isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. As his words fell, his fingertip twitched, and a condensed chaos sword chi shot straight toward Bisui, immortal king's brow. Seeing this, Qingmu, immortal king, quickly activated his life-bound immortal art, causing the withered ancient trees to revive once more. Their branches grew thicker and harder, coiling layer by layer like dark iron, attempting to trap Lin Chen and cover for Bisui, immortal king. But Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and the chaos halo around his body swelled. The divine soul power of the spirit transformation stage instantly spread outward. At this stage, the divine soul could directly interfere with reality, let alone his divine soul, which was at the immortal emperor level. Without lifting a finger, purely through divine soul pressure, the towering ancient trees instantly halted their growth, and their branches began to wither rapidly. Even Qingmu, immortal king's life-bound immortal root, was affected. He let out a muffled groan, clutching his head, his face pale as paper. Within his sea of consciousness, his divine soul was being mercilessly crushed by Lin Chen's imperial Tao divine soul. Seeing his two companions repeatedly thwarted Qian Immortal King's eyes flashed with viciousness. Grinding his teeth, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. His immortal power surged madly, and the southern brightness leaf fire transformed into a gigantic firebird that swooped toward Lin Chen. Forbidden art leaf fire burning heaven. Qian Immortal King roared. This technique consumed 30% of his immortal power, enough to severely injure a mid-spirit transformation cultivator. Enduring the excruciating pain in her divine soul, Bisui Immortal King channeled all her immortal power, transforming into a pillar of ice that interwove with the firebird, forming a devastating attack of intertwined ice and fire. Qingmu Immortal King, using every ounce of his remaining life immortal power, revived the withered ancient trees, once more layering them in entangling coils to completely seal off Lin Chen's escape routes. Facing the combined forbidden arts of the three spirit transformation Immortal Kings, Lin Chen finally dropped his indifference, a fierce, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He stamped his feet on the void, and the chaos power around his body erupted completely. He pushed the law power of the spirit transformation stage to its limit. Spiritual energy from heaven and earth crazily converged toward him. The chaos longsword grew heavier and sturdier, imperial Tao runes on the blade gleaming brilliantly, and a chaos halo shrouded the entire battlefield. Emperor's Tao chaos suppresses the world. Lin Chen shouted, gripping the chaos longsword with both hands and slowly raising it. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The sea of fire, the ice pillar, and the ancient trees all halted in midair. The void began to tremble violently. Countless chaos runes surged from the longsword, forming a colossal chaos domain that completely enveloped the attacks of the three immortal kings. Within the chaos domain, the laws were rewritten. The southern brightness leaf fire lost its burning power, the ice pillar melted instantly, the ancient trees withered once more, and the immortal power of the three immortal kings was forcibly suppressed by the domain. Their cultivation seemed to have been beaten back to the nascent soul stage, their immortal power draining away frantically. No, what kind of domain is this? Qian Immortal King roared in despair. He could feel his immortal power draining rapidly, his divine soul being slowly corroded by the domain, and even his life-bound immortal fire growing faint. Holding the chaos longsword, Lin Chen walked slowly into the domain. With every step he took, the void left behind a deep footprint, and chaos power spread along the footprints, coiling around the bodies of the three immortal kings and rendering them immobile. He walked up to Qian Immortal King and slightly raised his longsword, chaos power condensing at the tip. With no unnecessary moves, he simply thrust gently. The sword tip pierced through Qian Immortal King's battle armor and into his chest. Chaos power instantly surged into his body, madly devouring his nascent soul and divine soul. Qian Immortal King's body began to wither rapidly. The light in his eyes slowly went out until he finally turned into a wisp of flying ash, dissipating within the chaos domain. Immediately after, Lin Chen turned around and swept his sword horizontally. Bisui Immortal King's neck was slashed open. Her divine soul had no time to escape before being crushed by chaos power. Her body crashed heavily to the ground, turning into a pool of mangled flesh. Qingmu Immortal King was frightened out of his wits. He wanted to self-detonate his nascent soul to die together with Lin Chen, but Lin Chen sealed his nascent soul with chaos power. With a gentle pinch of his fingertip, the nascent soul shattered, the divine soul was annihilated, leaving not even a trace behind. Having disposed of the three immortal kings, Lin Chen put away the chaos longsword. The chaos halo around his body gradually receded, and his spirit transformation aura settled accordingly. He lowered his head to look at his hands. A trace of residual warmth from chaos power still lingered on his fingertips. His newly broken through early spirit transformation cultivation had already stabilized in this great battle, and he had even touched the threshold of the mid-spirit transformation stage. He raised his head to look at the spatial rift. On the other side of the rift, the immortal army that had been raring to move fell silent in an instant. All the immortal soldiers and generals were scared out of their wits, not daring to take another step forward. 4 spirit transformation immortal kings, all slain by Lin Chen. This man was too terrifying. Lin Chen gazed at the immortal army beyond the rift, his tone calm, yet carrying undeniable authority. Go back and tell the 9 great Tao lords. 3 years from now, I will personally march upon the immortal realm. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Now get lost. As his words fell, he casually waved his hand. A massive chaos sword chi shot out, slashing violently into the spatial rift. Boom. The 1,000-zhang-wide spatial rift was instantly forced shut. Atop Mount Kunlun, silence returned. Lin Chen stood amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, gazing into the distant sky with deep, unfathomable eyes. The fall of the 4 spirit transformation immortal kings was only the beginning. The true great battle still lay ahead. 3 years from now, he would personally lead the Zhanxian fleet to attack the immortal realm. He would demand repayment for all blood debts from the 9 great Tao lords and the dark hand behind the heavenly Tao. For now, what he needed to do was to continue increasing his strength and expand Zhanxian Hall, to be fully prepared for the ultimate battle 3 years later. The smoke of battle gradually dispersed atop Kunlun Mountain. A blood-red setting sun pierced through the clouds, spilling over the corpse-strewn ground, and mottled bloodstains dyeing the entire peak a deep crimson. Lin Chen stood in the void, his dark robe unstained by a single drop of blood. The chaotic halo around his body had already receded, leaving only a trace of lingering sharpness deep in his eyes. He raised a hand and swept it downward. A gentle, yet overwhelming wave of primordial chaos poured forth, dispersing the demonic aura and the stench of blood from the battlefield. The remains of the fallen disciples, wrapped in spiritual light, rose slowly and drifted toward Penglai, Immortal Island, where a memorial stele would be erected engraved with the names of every one of those who had sacrificed themselves to protect humanity. Issue the order, clear the battlefield, tend to the wounded, and carry the spirit tablets of the fallen disciples into the Hall of Martyrs. Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet powerful, cutting through the mountain wind and reaching every disciple's ears. Reinforce the Kunlun Mountain defense line, threefold, leave 5,000 disciples to garrison it, and have the rest return to Penglai with me. As you command, Hall Master. The surviving disciples answered in unison. Though fatigue gathered in their eyes, reverence filled their expressions. After this battle, Lin Chen's feat of slaying 4 immortal kings with a single sword was carved into the hearts of every Zhanxian Hall disciple. He was no longer a distant legend, but the anchor that safeguarded humanity and the unshakable imperial venerable. Chu Qinghan quickly stepped forward and bowed. Master Lin, the battlefield has been fully counted. We lost 2,300 disciples, 3 golden core elders, and 2 nascent soul elders. We captured countless immortal weapons and armor along with the storage rings of the 4 immortal kings. Her voice was slightly choked. Among the fallen disciples were many she had watched grow up, yet she also knew that this sacrifice had bought humanity a temporary peace. Lin Chen nodded slightly and took the 4 storage rings Chu Qinghan offered. With a single sweep of his divine sense, the immortal crystals, spiritual materials, and cultivation manuals within them all unfolded in his mind. Give the immortal crystals to the Alchemy Hall and the Artifact Hall, and give priority to refining pills and retrofitting warships. Use the spiritual materials to repair the lunar base and the solar system defense line. Compile the cultivation methods and secret manuals into volumes, and place them in the scripture pavilion for our core disciples to study. His tone was calm and utterly unperturbed, as if what he held were not priceless immortal treasures, but ordinary objects. 100,000 years of accumulated depth as an immortal emperor had long made him indifferent to such external possessions. The sole obsession in his heart was to strengthen humanity and prepare for the expedition to the immortal realm. On the way back, Lin Chen stood on the deck of the Zhanxian Yuan, gazing down at the mountains and rivers passing slowly beneath him. After the Kunlun Mountain battle, the shuddering of the realm barrier had temporarily subsided, and the small spatial fissures had been sealed one by his disciples, but he knew this was only a brief respite. When the 9 Dao Masters in the immortal realm learned of the deaths of the 4 immortal kings, they would surely fly into a rage. The ultimate battle 3 years hence would only be even more brutal. He raised his hand and channeled primordial chaos. Faint golden light coiled around his fingertips. The early spirit transformation cultivation he had just broken through grew increasingly stable amid the aftermath of war, and he was now only a step from the mid-spirit transformation stage. Master Lin Zhao said as he hurried over with a respectful expression, "There is one thing this disciple does not understand. Why not press the advantage and break through the realm barrier to attack the immortal realm?" Lin Chen slowly turned around and looked toward the distant horizon, his gaze profound. "The time has not yet come." He paused, then continued, "Although we slew 4 immortal kings, the immortal realm has a deep foundation. The 9 Dao Masters are all at the late or even peak spirit transformation stage, and they command 1,000,000 immortal soldiers and countless immortal artifacts. As for us, the Zhanxian fleet has been retrofitted, but our experience in interstellar warfare is still lacking. The disciples are high in morale, yet our high-end combat strength remains woefully scarce. A reckless attack would only add to our casualties. Then what should we do next?" Zhao Tianlei asked. "Revive the nation, inaugurate a new age, and lay our plans." Lin Chen said, "Word by word, carry out post-war reconstruction and strengthen the Zhanxian Hall. Inaugurate universal cultivation so that more ordinary people set foot on the immortal path and bolster humanity's combat strength. Repair the solar system defense line, replicate ancient warships, and train interstellar combat units. When the 3 years are complete, I shall personally lead the fleet into the immortal realm and settle every blood debt." A flash of determination shot through Zhao Tianlei's eyes. "This disciple understands. I will do everything in my power to assist you, Master." After returning to Penglai Immortal Island, Lin Chen immediately convened a council of elders and arranged all post-war matters. Yezi accepted the order. Leading the Artifact Hall disciples, he used the spiritual materials from the 4 Immortal Kings' storage rings and the ancient blueprints retrieved from the moon as the foundation to overhaul the Zhanxian fleet, while also replicating ancient energy cannons and interstellar torpedoes, striving within a year to forge an interstellar army capable of contending head-on with the Immortal Realm's fleet. The Alchemy Hall worked at full capacity, refining immortal crystals and spiritual materials into pills to raise the cultivation of disciples in batches, especially those at the Foundation establishment, and golden core stages, aiming to produce 1,000 golden core cultivators and 100 nascent soul cultivators within 3 years. The intelligence hall gathered clues about ancient ruins around the globe, searching for more contingencies left by their ancestors, while closely monitoring the movements of the realm barrier and probing the latest tidings from. Lin Chen, for his part, devoted most of his time to two matters: stabilizing his cultivation and guiding his disciples. Every morning, he went to the heart of the chaos spirit vein, circulated the Lingxian Emperor scripture, absorbed chaotic spiritual qi, and strove to break through to the mid-spirit transformation stage. The spiritual qi of the chaos spirit vein was exceedingly dense, and aided by the high-grade immortal crystals in the Immortal King's storage rings, his cultivation advanced with astonishing speed. Within half a month, he had touched the barrier of the mid-spirit transformation stage. The chaotic power around him grew ever more refined, and his divine soul force became even more vast, easily covering the entire solar system. He could clearly perceive every subtle stir at the lunar base, and even faintly sense the fluctuations of immortal realm aura on the other side of the realm barrier. Apart from secluded cultivation, Lin Chen personally instructed the core disciples. Zhao Tianlei, Chu Qinghan, and many exceptionally gifted young disciples were the key targets of his tutelage. He did not forcibly pour his cultivation into them. Instead, he dissected the deeper principles of the techniques, explained the operation of the laws, and imparted the wisdom of his 100,000 years of cultivation without the slightest reservation. Under his guidance, Zhao Tianlei broke through to the early nascent soul stage, Chu Qinghan's cultivation stabilized at the mid-nascent soul stage, and several core disciples broke through their bottlenecks to step into the late golden core stage. The Zhanxian Hall's high-end combat power was rising rapidly. At the same time, Lin Chen made a decision that stunned the world to make cultivation methods public and usher in an era of universal cultivation. He ordered cultivation academies to be established in major cities around the world, with Zhanxian Hall elders and core disciples serving as instructors to teach foundational cultivation techniques. Any ordinary person willing to cultivate would be accepted. Regardless of birth, age, or aptitude, all who harbored a desire to protect humanity could step onto the path of cultivation. When the news spread, the world erupted. Countless ordinary people flocked to the cultivation academies to enroll, some longing to become stronger, some hoping to defend their homes, and some simply curious about the mysteries of immortality. For a time, the trend of cultivation swept the globe. Ordinary people could be seen cultivating in streets and alleys. Cultivation courses became mandatory in schools. Corporations opened cultivation training classes to enhance their employees' physiques. Lin Chen personally devised a cultivation rank assessment system to bring order to the world of cultivation. He also dispatched disciples to cleanse lands corrupted by demonic qi and exterminate mutated demonic beasts, creating a safe environment for ordinary people to cultivate. Amid the nationwide cultivation fervor, the Zhanxian Hall expanded at an astonishing pace. Within a single month, its branches worldwide increased from 36 to 72, and the number of disciples surpassed 2 million. Among them, foundation establishment disciples exceeded 100,000, golden core disciples exceeded 500, and nascent soul disciples had increased to 10. The entire Earth was advancing toward a civilization of cultivation at an unprecedented speed. Yet Lin Chen did not pause in his preparations for the expedition to the immortal realm. He personally went to the lunar base to inspect the operation of the ultimate defense line and guided his disciples in repairing the remaining star cannons in the Kuiper Belt and the Oort cloud, turning the lunar base into the first line of defense of the solar system. He also studied the blueprints of ancient interstellar warships together with Yezi, optimizing the design of the Zhanxian fleet and enhancing the speed, defense, and firepower of the vessels. In the meantime, he studied the ancient star chart once more. Combining it with the map of the immortal realm found among the Immortal King's storage rings, he plotted detailed interstellar routes and surveyed the territorial distribution of the immortal realm and the strongholds of the 9 Dao Masters. That day, Lin Chen emerged from seclusion, the aura around him already having broken through to the mid-spirit transformation stage. As he walked out of the chaos spirit vein, Chu Qinghan was waiting outside the door with a solemn expression. "Master Lin, you broke through." A hint of joy flashed in Chu Qinghan's eyes. Lin Chen nodded slightly. "What weighs so heavily on your mind?" "The intelligence hall has sent word." Chu Qinghan handed him a report. "The realm barrier has begun stirring again. Moreover, beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, we discovered a stone stele in the ancient ruins that records the secrets of the heavenly Tao and the true strength of the 9 Tao Masters." Lin Chen took the report and scanned it with his divine sense, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. The stele's inscriptions confirmed his conjecture. The 9 Tao Masters were not pawns of the heavenly Tao, but had colluded with it, seeking to devour Earth's origin and ascend to the Emperor realm. Their strength far exceeded his estimation. The leader, the heavenly Tao Master, had already reached the peak of spirit transformation, only one step away from the Emperor realm. "It seems the great battle 3 years from now will be far more difficult than we imagined," Lin Chen said softly. Yet his tone held not the slightest fear, only a hint of fighting spirit. Chu Qinghan was worried. "Master Lin, the 9 Tao Masters are powerful. With only the strength we have now, I am afraid." "Do not worry." Lin Chen interrupted her, his gaze resolute. 3 years is enough for us to become powerful. The seeds of universal cultivation have been sown, the Zhanxian fleet is forming, the solar system defense line is almost repaired, and we still have the hidden means left by our ancient predecessors. Moreover, since I was able to be reborn and to break through to spirit transformation, I will certainly be able to defeat them and shatter the shackles of the heavenly Tao. He raised his hand and looked up at the sky, chaotic power surging around him once more as the might of the mid-spirit transformation stage swept over all of Penglai, Immortal Island. Issue the order, accelerate the fleet's retrofitting and the restoration of the defense line, and intensify disciple training, especially interstellar combat training. Yes. Chu Qinghan bowed in acknowledgement. The worry in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by unwavering conviction. Lin Chen stood at the highest point of Penglai Immortal Island, overlooking the teeming island below, watching the disciples cultivating in the distance, and gazing at the planet he had sworn to protect. He knew that 3 years would pass in the blink of an eye, and the final battle would soon arrive. But he was unafraid. 100,000 years ago he had ruled the imperial court and commanded all heavens. 100,000 years later, he could once again rally his forces, keep humanity safe, raise the immortal realm, and exact payment for every blood debt. As the night deepened, Lin Chen took out the immortal realm token found in the storage ring of the Xiantian Immortal King and traced its engravings with his fingertips. The token bore the marks of the 9 Tao Masters and the faded remnants of the immortal realm's imperial court, the court that had once been his, and everything that had been taken from him through betrayal. 9 Tao Masters' dark hands behind the heavenly Tao. Lin Chen said, his voice low and icy. 3 years from now, I, Lin Chen, will personally storm the immortal realm, reclaim all that is mine, and avenge the million heroic souls of the imperial court and every human disciple who fell in battle. Moonlight poured over him, stretching his shadow long and solitary, proud and unyielding. The lights of Penglai Immortal Island blazed through the night. The clang of forging from the artifact hall, the hiss of alchemy from the alchemy hall, and the sounds of disciples cultivating intertwined into a resounding battle hymn of endeavor. An expedition bearing on humanity's survival and the very order of all realms was being quietly prepared, and Lin Chen was its helmsman. The hope of humanity, the Lingxian Immortal Emperor who was about to descend upon the heavens once more. Beside the chaotic spirit vein on Penglai Immortal Island, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, holding a fragment of a dark steel that shimmered with an eerie glow, a relic unearthed from the ancient ruins beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. Its surface was inscribed with obscure chaotic script, though faded and mottled, the calligraphy still radiated in overwhelming imperial majesty. Across all the heavens, only he, the former Lingxian Immortal Emperor, could decipher the long-sealed secrets buried within. Chaotic spiritual energy slowly curled around him. Lin Chen's divine sense cautiously seeped into the fragment, and the blurred, warped runes gradually sharpened. One by one, truths buried by the ages surged into a sea of consciousness like a rising tide, instantly filling many of the doubts he had harbored since rebirth regarding the heavenly Tao and the 9 Tao Lords. This steel had not been left behind by an ancient cultivator of the Penglai sect. Rather, it was carved by a primordial imperial sovereign who had defied the heavenly Tao. The inscription recorded that the heavenly Tao was not the naturally born master of heaven and earth laws. Instead, it had been twisted into existence from the gathered souls of countless fallen imperial sovereigns. It fed on devouring planets' origin essences and plundering cultivators' souls, nourishing itself by absorbing the life force of all heavens, and it aspired to ascend into the chaos sovereign that commanded all things. 100,000 years ago, the heavenly Tao had secretly coveted the foundations of the Lingxian imperial court. Colluding with the treacherous 9 Tao Lords, it laid a betrayal that seized his imperial court and shattered his imperial rank. Also, it could use the court's power to accelerate its devouring of the origins of all heavens. Earth was the next target it had chosen. What sent a chill through Lin Chen's heart was that the inscription also concealed a lethal secret. The 9 Tao Lords had long since laid a dense web of hidden agents across Earth, infiltrating every corner of the human race. The demonic, tainted mutant beasts, the remnants of ancient cultivators lurking in old secret realms, and even some newly recruited instructors at cultivation academies. All were pieces placed by the heavenly Tao. Their purpose was to secretly disrupt Earth's order before the 3-year deadline arrived, bewitch minds, weaken human combat strength, and even nurture demonic seeds in the shadows, paving the way for the immortal realm's invasion and bringing to pass a conspiracy of collusion from within and without. So that is how it is. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a bone-chilling sharpness flashing through his gaze. The steel fragment at his fingertips, enveloped by chaotic force, instantly turned to ash. I wondered why demonic chi has been surging erratically across many regions lately, and why occasional disciples have defected from cultivation academies. So they were the ones pulling strings in the shadows. He rose to his feet. The pressure of his mid-spirit transformation stage silently radiated outward, causing even the spiritual energy around the entire chaotic spirit vein to tremble, and fine Emperor Tao runes surfaced across the ground. Half of the 3-year period had already passed. If the 9 Tao Lords' hidden agents were not rooted out in time, they would become a fatal threat to the coming expedition against the immortal realm. Moreover, he had to break through to the late spirit transformation stage as quickly as possible if he were to face the heavenly Tao Master, who had already touched the threshold of the Imperial realm, head-on in the final battle. Mr. Lin. Shu Qinghan's voice arrived at the right moment. She walked quickly over an intelligence report in her hands, her expression grave and her brow still bearing traces of travel. Clearly, she had just rushed over from the intelligence hall. The intelligence hall conducted investigations overnight and discovered abnormalities in cultivation academies across many regions. 3 instructors have secretly been cultivating demonic arts, inciting disciples to betray the Zhanxian Hall and harm their fellow disciples. In addition, we have made a new discovery beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. There is a sealing array of the heavenly Tao. They're apparently nurturing an extremely powerful demonic seed. Its aura is uncanny, far beyond that of an ordinary demonic cultivator. As expected, Lin Chen said evenly. He took the report and swept a glance over it, a faint surge of chaotic force at his fingertips, wiping away the traces of demonic chi upon it. The hidden agents lurking in the dark are due for a purge. He paused, his gaze settling on Shu Qinghan. Take 500 core disciples to major cultivation academies around the world. Purge the traitors, destroy the demonic arts, and comfort the injured disciples. You must stabilize the order of cultivation and not allow the heavenly Tao's schemes to succeed. The words had barely faded when Zhao Tianlei hurried over and bowed in salute. Mr. Lin, your disciple requests permission to fight. Through Lin Chen's guidance, he had stabilized his early nascent soul cultivation and greatly improved his combat ability. His former rawness had long since fallen away, replaced by composure and decisiveness. Lin Chen nodded slightly and looked at Zhao Tianlei. Take 2,000 battle hall disciples and set out for the Antarctic ice sheet at once. Destroy the heavenly Tao's sealing array and slay every demonic seed. You must root them out completely. Never allow the demonized power to spread, still less let them cultivate a force capable of threatening humanity. This disciple obeys. Shu Qinghan and Zhao Tianlei bowed at the same time, their eyes filled with resolve. Wait. Lin Chen called them to a halt. From his storage ring, he took 2 long swords suffused with chaotic radiance and handed them over. These are high-grade artifacts refined from chaos spirit crystals imbued with the power of the Emperor Tao. They can suppress all demonic evils. Keep them well. Remember, if you encounter demonic cultivators at the late nascent soul stage or above, do not fight them head-on. Send word to me at once, and I will rush to support you. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The 2 accepted the swords with both hands, nodded solemnly, and turned to leave quickly, their figures soon vanishing into the mist of Penglai, Immortal Island. Watching their departing backs, Lin Chen looked toward the distant horizon, his expression growing ever more profound. He could clearly sense that the demonic seed beneath the Antarctic ice sheet gave off an extraordinarily eerie aura, faintly mixed with the heavenly Tao's origin power. It was by no means something an ordinary demonic cultivator could control. Behind it, there was likely a spirit transformation stage lackey of the heavenly Tao holding sway. But he did not go himself. His primary task now was to break through to the late spirit transformation stage and condense the embryonic imperial mandate. The hidden agents would serve as training for Zhao Tianlei and Shu Qinghan, tempering their combat prowess and building a cadre of capable commanders for the expedition to the Immortal Realm 3 years later. For the next month, Lin Chen entered complete seclusion, devoting all his energy to striving for the late spirit transformation stage. He took out all the high-grade immortal crystals from the storage rings of the 4 immortal kings and piled them at the core of the chaotic spirit vein. The dense spiritual energy gathered around him, nearly condensing into liquid form. The Lingxian imperial scripture operated at full power. The chaotic nascent soul within him continued to grow under the nourishment of spiritual energy, and the Emperor Tao runes around his body grew ever more resplendent. Within his sea of consciousness, the embryonic imperial mandate was also slowly condensing, radiating an increasingly powerful pressure. During his seclusion, reports of victories and urgent intelligence came pouring in from all regions, all handled by the elders on his behalf, for no one dared disturb Lin Chen's cultivation. Shu Qinghan led her forces in smoothly purging traitors from cultivation academies across the regions. They slew 5 demonic instructors, seized large quantities of demonic arts, and comforted the seduced disciples. Order in the cultivation academies was quickly restored, and the nationwide fervor for cultivation remained unaffected. After Zhao Tianlei's forces reached the Antarctic ice sheet, they acted swiftly and succeeded in destroying the heavenly Tao's sealing array, slaughtering countless demonic seeds. Yet deep within the ruins, they encountered a demonic lord at the early spirit transformation stage. The 2 sides fought fiercely for half a day. Relying on the chaos long sword bestowed by Lin Chen and his own combat ability, Zhao Tianlei barely managed to severely wound the foe. Though dozens of disciples fell in battle, they held the ruins and prevented the demonic seeds from spreading. Upon learning the news, Lin Chen did not let his attention waver. With a faint stir of divine sense, he sent a gentle stream of chaotic force into Zhao Tianlei's message talisman, both as comfort and as guidance for stabilizing his wounds and clearing the remnants of demonic seeds from the ruins. He collected his mind and poured all his energy into the breakthrough. The chaotic force within him, like surging rivers, hammered unceasingly against the barrier of the late spirit transformation stage. The embryonic imperial mandate in his sea of consciousness became clearer and clearer. Boom! A thunderous crash shook heaven and earth. The chaotic spirit vein trembled violently as countless chaos runes surged from its depths and wrapped around Lin Chen's body, forming the huge phantom image of an imperial seal. The nascent soul within him abruptly swelled several times in size, and his soul force became boundless. The barrier of the mid-spirit transformation stage was completely shattered. A pressure several times greater than before erupted from his body and swept across all of Penglai Immortal Island, even throwing waves several zhang high in the seas around the island. Late spirit transformation. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. A flash of chaotic colored light flickered through his gaze, then faded into calm. He raised his hand and waved. A bolt of chaotic force shot out, instantly shattering a cumulonimbus cloud 1,000 li away. The sheer power was several times greater than before. He could clearly feel that the laws of heaven and earth had grown ever more docile before him. His soul could easily traverse every corner of the solar system, and even faintly glimpse the other side of the realm wall. The concrete layout of the immortal realm, the strongholds of the 9 Tao Lords, and the unsettling aura of the heavenly Tao Master. On the day he emerged from seclusion, Penglai Immortal Island was decked with lanterns and colorful banners. Disciples flocked to the chaotic spirit vein to offer congratulations, and the elders came forward bowing, their eyes filled with reverence and excitement. News of Lin Chen's breakthrough to the late spirit transformation stage spread across the globe like a spring breeze. Whether disciples of cultivation academies or ordinary people in the middle of cultivating, all were invigorated. With such a late spirit transformation, imperial sovereign standing guard, humanity's confidence in resisting the immortal realm had grown by several measures. Lin Chen did not indulge in congratulations. The moment he left seclusion, he teleported to the lunar base. After months of repairs, more than half of the surviving star cannons in the Kuiper Belt had been restored. The chaos-killing array in the Oort cloud had been reactivated and optimized, and the lunar base's defensive shield had grown far sturdier. 3 ancient interstellar warships had also completed their commissioning and were ready for battle at any moment. The disciples stationed at the lunar base were all in high spirits and fully prepared. Hall Master. The elder stationed at the lunar base stepped forward, bowed, and said with reverence, the weapons systems of the ancient warships have all been optimized. They can fire 10 ancient energy cannon blasts simultaneously, enough to pierce the defenses of ordinary immortal realm warships. The star cannons in the Kuiper Belt can form a crossfire net to seal off the entrance to the entire solar system. In addition, below the lunar base we discovered an ancient ammunition depot storing large quantities of ancient spirit crystal shells, enough to sustain a large-scale interstellar war. Lin Chen nodded slightly and walked to the enormous star map. With a light tap of his fingertip, the solar system's defense line, the lunar base, the Kuiper Belt star cannon clusters, and the immortal realm's territories beyond the realm wall all became clearly visible. He could sense that the fluctuations of the realm wall were becoming ever more frequent and its energy surges ever more intense. The 9 Tao Lords were gathering armies in the immortal realm, and the heavenly Tao Master's aura was growing increasingly distinct. Clearly they could hardly wait to break through the realm wall and invade Earth. Very good. Lin Chen said firmly, continue accelerating the restoration of the defenses. Within 1 month, all repair work on the Kuiper Belt and the Oort cloud must be completed. Optimize the ancient warships' weapon systems, once more focusing on improving the defensive power of the energy shields to withstand raids by immortal realm warships. Also finish inventorying the shells in the ancient ammunition depot and distribute them to the warships in preparation for battle. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Leaving the lunar base, Lin Chen returned to Penglai Immortal Island and immediately summoned all the elders and core disciples for an emergency meeting on expedition preparations. Ouyang was the first to report. Hall Master, the retrofitting of the Zhanxian fleet is complete. All 10 warships have been equipped with ancient energy cannons and interstellar torpedoes and fitted with top-grade energy shields. Their speed has been increased to 15 times the speed of sound, allowing long-duration space navigation and adaptation to interstellar combat. At the same time, we have produced 2 replicas of ancient interstellar warships expected to be delivered and put into battle readiness in 3 months. The Alchemy Hall Master then reported the Alchemy Hall has refined 100,000 Foundation Establishment pills, 5,000 Golden Core pills, 500 Nascent Soul pills, and 3 Realm-breaking pills that can assist Nascent Soul stage disciples in breaking through to the Spirit Transformation stage. In addition, using the spiritual materials from the Immortal King's storage rings, we have produced a batch of anti-demon pills that can effectively resist demonic chi erosion and protect disciples from demonic influence in battle. The Intelligence Hall Master also stepped forward. Hall Master, we have mapped out the distribution of the 9 Tao Lord strongholds in the Immortal Realm. The Heavenly Tao Master sits in the Immortal Realm's Imperial Court, controlling its core power, while the other 8 Tao Lords each command 1,000,000 immortal soldiers in the 8 great domains. In addition, our monitoring shows that the realm wall's fluctuations are becoming increasingly frequent. The Nine Dao Lords are accelerating the gathering of their armies and are expected to attempt another breach of the realm wall in about 1 year, launching the invasion earlier than expected, 2 years ahead of our estimated 3-year deadline. Earlier than planned. A cold glint flashed through Lin Chen's eyes, and the chaotic force at his fingertips rippled faintly. That saves us the waiting. This is a perfect chance to shatter their conspiracy completely. He rose to his feet and swept his gaze over everyone present. From this day forward, all disciples enter first-level combat readiness. The Battle Hall disciples are to be divided into 3 groups. 1 group guards Earth's defense lines and cultivation academies to fend off any demonic cultivators or demonic seeds. 1 group guards the lunar base and defends the solar system's defense line, and 1 group undergoes intensive interstellar combat training to master the operation of ancient warships and interstellar tactics. He paused, then continued his deployment. The Artifact Hall and the Alchemy Hall must accelerate production and ensure ample supplies of weapons and pills. The Intelligence Hall must closely monitor the Immortal Realm's movements and comprehensively track energy fluctuations of the realm wall. The moment any large-scale disturbance is detected, send word immediately, without the slightest delay. Chu Qinghan and Zhao Tianlei, you two will each command a division of Battle Hall disciples and intensify practical training, focusing on honing their demon resistance and coordinated combat abilities. We shall obey the Hall Master's orders. Everyone present answered in unison, their voices shaking the great hall filled with resolve and not the slightest trace of fear. After the meeting, Lin Chen went alone to the Hall of Martyrs. Gazing at the names of the 2300 fallen disciples carved into the wall, his expression turned somber. He raised his hand and waved, and a gentle spiritual light scattered over the stone monument. Those names gradually lit up, radiating a soft halo, as if responding to his gaze. Rest assured, Lin Chen said, his voice low and resolute, I will protect humanity, protect this planet, and protect our home. I will not let your sacrifice be in vain, nor will I allow the heavenly Tao and the Nine Dao Lords' schemes to succeed. 100,000 years ago, he had failed to protect the million heroic souls of the Lingxian imperial court, leaving a lifelong regret. 100,000 years later, reborn and returned, he would never allow that tragedy to repeat. Whether it was the disciples of humanity or the earth that had nurtured him, he would guard them with all his might. At that moment, Lin Chen's divine sense suddenly detected an extremely terrifying aura from the other side of the realm wall, an aura far beyond the late spirit transformation stage, carrying the coldness and overbearing dominance unique to the heavenly Tao with an overwhelming oppressive force. It was the heavenly Tao Master. Clearly, the heavenly Tao Master had also sensed the aura of his breakthrough to the late spirit transformation stage and deliberately sent a strand of will as a show of intimidation. An icy bone piercing will pierced the realm wall and forcibly surged into Lin Chen's sea of consciousness. Lingxian, Immortal Emperor, it has been a while. Are you well? I, the Lord, have already sensed your aura. So what if you are at the late spirit transformation stage? It is nothing more than a last-ditch struggle. In 1 year, I will descend in person, devour Earth's origin, crush your soul, and take back everything that belongs to me, so that you shall never know rebirth for all eternity. Killing intent surged in Lin Chen's eyes. The chaotic force around him churned instantly, and the pressure radiating from his embryonic imperial mandate struck back directly. A sharp will pierced through the realm wall and resounded across the heavenly Tao Master's sea of consciousness. Heavenly Tao Master, cut the nonsense. In 1 year, whether you descend in person or the Nine Dao Lords lead their armies to invade, I, Lin Chen, will fight you to the very end. When that day comes, I will cut you down with my own hands, take back my imperial court, shatter your shackles, and exact every blood debt for the million heroic souls of the imperial court and for all the disciples of humanity who fell in battle. The exchange of wills ended in an instant. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. The heavenly Tao Master's power was indeed far beyond his estimation. Even just a strand of will had caused him a slight backlash to his soul. But he felt not the slightest fear. Instead, his determination to break through grew even firmer. Within 1 year, he had to reach the peak of the spirit transformation stage and condense a complete imperial mandate before he could truly possess the strength to face the heavenly Tao Master head-on. Night deepened, yet the training grounds of Penglai Immortal Island were still ablaze with lights. The disciples were all in high spirits, cultivating with intense dedication. The air was thick with dense spiritual energy and unyielding battle intent. The forging sounds from the Artifact Hall, the pill-refining sounds from the Alchemy Hall, and the cultivation sounds of the disciples interwove into a rousing war anthem that resounded across all of Penglai Immortal Island. Standing at the highest point of the Immortal Island, Lin Chen gazed at the disciples below, at the brimming vitality of the island, and at the distant azure earth. A sharp gleam flashed through his eyes. The war drums had already sounded, and the horn of the expedition was about to ring out. The heavenly Tao's ambition and the Nine Dao Lords' conspiracy would ultimately be shattered beneath his chaos-long sword. The 1 year period flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, he would cultivate with single-minded focus, strengthen the Zhanxian Hall, and perfect the solar system's defenses. When the moment was ripe, he would personally lead the Zhanxian fleet smash through the realm wall and strike directly at the Immortal Realm's imperial court. He would return to the heavens, ascend once more to the seat of imperial sovereign, and protect humanity's eternal peace. At the core of the chaotic spirit vein on Penglai, Immortal Island's spiritual mist lingered. The dense chaotic spiritual energy had condensed into a tangible stream, slowly nourishing Lin Chen as he sat cross-legged. Layer upon layer of imperial Tao runes swirled around him. Within his sea of consciousness, the nascent imperial mandate revolved slowly, radiating a boundless pressure that could suppress all heavens. With every rotation, more chaotic spiritual energy poured in, making the outline of the imperial mandate increasingly clear. The clash of wills with the heavenly Tao Lord moments ago had lasted only an instant, yet it had inflicted a slight backlash on Lin Chen's soul. The traces of blood at the corners of his mouth had not yet dried, but his gaze remained as steadfast as ever, even sharper than before. The heavenly Tao Lord's pressure, far surpassing the late spirit transformation stage, did not make him retreat. Instead, it ignited the imperial pride deep in his bones. 100,000 years ago, he had commanded the imperial court and crushed the myriad heavens. Now, even after rebirth and recultivation, he would never be inferior to a heavenly Tao Lord who clung to life by devouring the origins of others. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from his lips, formed a hand seal with his fingers, and drove the Lingxian Emperor scripture to its limits. The chaotic nascent soul within him surged once more, and the imperial Tao aura around him grew even more overwhelming. His cultivation at the late spirit transformation stage was already stable. At this moment, all his effort was focused on condensing a complete imperial mandate. Only by doing so could he truly wield the power of an imperial venerable, face the heavenly Tao Lord head-on in the final battle a year later and protect all of humanity. The spiritual energy deep within the chaotic spirit vein surged madly toward him, transforming into streams of golden spiritual current that poured into his body, nourishing his nascent soul and primordial spirit. Within his sea of consciousness, countless imperial Tao runes intertwined and coiled. The lines upon the nascent imperial mandate gradually became clear, and from its initial blurred phantom, it slowly condensed into a small, exquisite imperial seal. The seal's body was carved with ancient imperial inscriptions radiating boundless majesty. The entire chaotic spirit vein trembled in response, and even the very foundations of Penglai, Immortal Island, resonated faintly. After an unknown span of time, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. A brilliant golden light flashed through them before fading back to calm. He raised his hand and waved. The phantom image of the imperial mandate instantly appeared in the void, and when the imperial seal descended, the ground was covered in a dense web of imperial Tao runes before they quietly faded away. The imperial mandate has just taken shape. Though it is not yet fully completed, can already stir imperial might. Lin Chen murmured to himself, a trace of relief in his voice. With this nascent imperial mandate, his strength had risen by a large margin. Even if he encountered another mental assault from the heavenly Tao Lord, he could handle it with ease and even launch a counterattack of his own. At that moment, a message talisman shot down from the sky, pulsing with dense demonic energy, and landed in Lin Chen's hand. With a sweep of his divine sense, the contents of the talisman instantly appeared in his mind. After Zhao Tianlei led his forces back to the Antarctic ice sheet, they had discovered a hidden demonic army breeding base deep within the ruins. It concealed several hundred demon seeds on the verge of maturity, and a mid-spirit transformation demon, Tao Venerable, was stationed there. Zhao Tianlei's disciples had suffered heavy casualties and could barely hold on. He was requesting Lin Chen's immediate support. The heavenly Tao Lord truly is a lingering ghost, Lin Chen said, a fierce, killing intent flashing through his eyes. The message talisman between his fingers turned to ashes in an instant. Although Zhao Tianlei had severely wounded an early spirit transformation demon, Tao Venerable, he had not expected an even greater threat to lie hidden deeper in the ruins. Clearly, the heavenly Tao's resolve to breed a demonic army far exceeded his estimate. With a flicker of his form, Lin Chen vanished from the heart of the chaotic spirit vein. His black robe snapped loudly in the fierce wind as the chaotic power around him merged with the pressure of the imperial mandate, turning him into a streak of chaotic colored light that shot toward the Antarctic ice sheet. At the speed of the late spirit transformation stage, he could already traverse the atmosphere. In less than half an incense stick's time, he arrived above the Antarctic ice sheet. The Antarctic ice sheet no longer had its former frozen tranquility. Demonic energy churned across the sky, and the ground was littered with the corpses of disciples and the remains of demon seeds. Zhao Tianlei, holding the chaotic longsword and covered in wounds, was struggling to fend off the attacks of a black-robed cultivator. The disciples around him were weary, yet they still fought with desperate tenacity to prevent the demon seeds from breaking out of the base. The black-robed cultivator had a sinister face and radiated the dreadful pressure of the mid-spirit transformation stage. In his hand was a pitch-black demonic whip. With every lash, countless blades of condensed demonic energy shot out. He was none other than Bloodshadow Venerable, another demon, Tao Venerable under the heavenly Tao Lord. He gave a wild laugh and cracked the demonic whip viciously at Zhao Tianlei, his voice dripping with contempt. How dare a lowly mortal cultivator obstruct Lord Heavenly Tao's plan? Today, all of you will become nourishment for the demon seeds. Zhao Tianlei gritted his teeth and fended off the blow. The chaotic longsword clashed against the demonic whip with a deafening roar. He was knocked back several steps, spat out a mouthful of blood, and the spiritual energy within his body fell into chaos. Never! He roared, charging forward once more, his eyes filled with determination. He could not allow the demon seeds to break out, could not betray the task Lin Chen had entrusted to him, and could not allow countless human lives to be plunged into peril. Just as the demonic whip was about to strike Zhao Tianlei between the eyes, an icy voice came from the sky, instantly drowning out Bloodshadow Venerable's wild laughter. Your opponent is me. Lin Chen's figure slowly materialized, hovering in midair with his hands clasped behind his back. Chaotic power swirled around him, and the nascent Imperial Mandate radiated supreme pressure, causing Bloodshadow Venerable's face to change drastically. His whole body trembled, and the demonic whip in his hand almost slipped from his grasp. Late spirit transformation, and he has condensed an Imperial Mandate. Bloodshadow Venerable's face was full of disbelief, and a flicker of terror crossed his eyes. Impossible. Lord Heavenly Dao said you would need at least another half-year to condense an Imperial Mandate. How could you have improved so quickly? The Heavenly Dao Lord's insight is nothing remarkable. Lin Chen cast a cold glance at him, and said with disdain, a puppet propped up by power granted by the Heavenly Dao dares to act insolently before me. You slaughtered the disciples of my Zhanxian Hall. Today you will pay blood for blood. You seek death. Enraged by Lin Chen's arrogance, Bloodshadow Venerable suppressed the fear in his heart, raised his demonic whip, and lashed savagely at Lin Chen. The demonic whip was wrapped in dense demonic energy imbued with the Heavenly Dao's sinister power. Wherever it passed, the void was corroded into black fissures, and even the Antarctic ice was melted away in large gaps by the demonic energy, enough to gravely wound a mid-spirit transformation cultivator. Facing this lethal strike, Lin Chen neither dodged nor evaded. He slowly raised his hand, and a chaotic light blade coalesced at his fingertip. Imperial Dao runes flowed across the blade, radiating supreme power capable of suppressing the demonic path. He did not use his full strength. With a light wave, the chaotic light blade surged with immense imperial might and met the demonic whip. Clang! A deafening crash rang out. The chaotic light blade instantly shattered the demonic whip, and the black demonic energy was swallowed up by chaotic power. Bloodshadow Venerable was blasted backward. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, and blood streamed down. The demonic energy within him became disordered, and even his soul ached under the crushing pressure of the Imperial Mandate. Impossible! How can your power be this strong? Bloodshadow Venerable's face was filled with despair. He simply could not believe that he had dignified mid-spirit transformation. Demon Dao Venerable could not even withstand a single blow from Lin Chen. He tried to muster his demonic energy for a counterattack, only to find that it had already been eroded by chaotic power and could no longer circulate. Lin Chen's form flickered, appearing instantly before Bloodshadow Venerable, and he struck out with a single palm. A palm condensed from chaotic power carrying the pressure of the Imperial Mandate slammed heavily into Bloodshadow Venerable's chest. Puffed! Bloodshadow Venerable sprayed out a large mouthful of black blood and flew backward, crashing heavily into the ice and sending ice shards several zhang into the air. His nascent soul was instantly gravely wounded by chaotic power, and his primordial spirit gradually disintegrated under the crushing force of the Imperial Dao. Mr. Lin. Zhao Tianlei's eyes flashed with delight at the sight of Lin Chen. He hurried forward, bowed, and said with deep guilt, this disciple is incompetent. I failed to thoroughly cleanse the ruins, and the disciples have suffered heavy casualties. It's all right. Lin Chen nodded slightly, raised his hand, and released a gentle stream of chaotic power over Zhao Tianlei, mending his injuries. You have already done very well. If not for your defense, the demon seeds would have broken out long ago, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. He paused, looked toward the depths of the ruins, and said firmly, leave the remaining demon seeds to me. As his voice fell, Lin Chen's form flickered, and he disappeared into the depths of the ruins. Inside the base, several hundred demon seeds on the verge of maturity were madly absorbing demonic energy, every one of them hideous in appearance and radiating terrifying aura. Killing intent surged in Lin Chen's eyes. He raised his hand and waved, and countless chaotic runes shot out like a sky full of starlight, landing on the demon seeds. The demon seeds instantly let out blood-curdling screams. Crushed beneath the dual force of chaotic power and Imperial Dao power, they turned to ashes one after another, leaving not even a wisp of demonic energy behind. After disposing of the demon seeds, Lin Chen raised his hand and struck out with a palm, completely destroying the entire breeding base. Chaotic power sealed off all exits to the ruins, ensuring that no demonic energy could leak out. Having done all this, he walked out of the ruins and looked at Zhao Tianlei and the surviving disciples. Return to Penglai Immortal Island first and recover from your wounds. More disciples will come later to take over the defense of the Antarctic. We must never give the Heavenly Dao an opportunity to exploit. Yes, this disciple obeys. Zhao Tianlei and the disciples answered in unison, their eyes full of reverence and gratitude. After reassuring his disciples, Lin Chen did not immediately return to Penglai Immortal Island. Instead, he stood atop the Antarctic ice sheet and looked up at the sky. He could clearly sense that the energy fluctuations of the realm barrier were growing stronger. Though the temporary rift over the Western Pacific had closed, multiple small rifts had quietly appeared across the globe, with demonic energy constantly seeping through. Clearly the 9 Dao Lords were accelerating the destruction of the realm barrier to prepare for the invasion a year later. Even more alarming was that from the other side of the realm barrier, the heavenly Dao Lord's aura was growing increasingly distinct. That icy pressure was enough to send shivers down one's spine, even across the distant barrier. Clearly the heavenly Dao Lord was also accelerating his cultivation, attempting to break through to the imperial realm completely within a year. When that happened, humanity would face an unprecedented crisis. With a flicker, Lin Chen returned to Penglai Immortal Island and immediately summoned all the elders and core disciples for an emergency meeting. The demonic breeding base on the Antarctic ice sheet has been destroyed and Bloodshadow Venerable has been slain. But this was merely another probe by the heavenly Dao. Lin Chen stood at the center of the great hall, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and said gravely, the disturbances of the realm barrier are becoming more frequent. Demonic energy is seeping through at an accelerating rate. The armies of the 9 Dao Lords are rapidly gathering, and the heavenly Dao Lord is also assaulting the imperial realm. Our time is running out. Bayezi stepped forward, bowed, and reported, Hall Master, the 2 replica ancient interstellar warships have been delivered successfully. All 12 warships of the Zhanxian fleet have completed combat readiness testing, fully equipped with abundant ancient spirit crystal shells and interstellar torpedoes. Their energy shields have also been upgraded to withstand the full force attack of a late spirit transformation cultivator. In addition, the artifact hall has refined a batch of chaotic war armor, which can enhance the disciples' defenses and resist demonic erosion. The Alchemy Hall Master then reported the Alchemy Hall has refined more nascent soul pills and realm-breaking pills. At present, 5 nascent soul stage disciples have taken the realm-breaking pills and successfully broken through to the late nascent soul stage. Antidemonic pills have also been mass-produced enough to supply all disciples in battle. In addition, using the spiritual energy of the chaotic spirit vein, we have cultivated a batch of healing spirit herbs that can rapidly mend the disciples' wounds. Chu Qinghan also stepped forward to report, Mr. Lin, order has been fully restored throughout the global cultivation academies. We have selected a group of exceptionally gifted disciples and formed elite squads led by core elders to clear small rifts and hidden demonic cultivators in various regions. So far we have cleansed more than 30 rifts and slain over 100 demonic cultivators, effectively curbing the spread of demonic energy. Lin Chen nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing through his eyes. Good. You have all done very well. He rose to his feet, his tone growing even firmer. From today on, all disciples enter the highest state of combat readiness. The disciples of the War Hall will be divided into 4 teams. 1 team will garrison the major rift strongholds on Earth, 1 will garrison the lunar base and the solar system defense line, 1 will continue high-intensity interstellar combat training to master coordinated operations on the ancient warships, and the final team will be personally led by me, ready to reinforce any location at any time. He paused, then continued his deployment. The artifact hall and the alchemy hall will work around the clock to ensure ample supplies of weapons, pills, and armor. The intelligence hall will monitor the realm barrier from all angles and keep close watch on the movements of the 9 Dao Lords and the heavenly Dao Lord in the immortal realm. The moment any anomaly is detected, send word immediately. Zhao Tianlei, Chu Qinghan, the 2 of you will be responsible for disciple training and rift cleansing across the regions respectively. Be sure to hold every line of defense and never let any demonic cultivator or demonic energy invade Earth. We respectfully obey the Hall Master's command. Everyone present answered in unison, their voices shaking the great hall. Their tone was filled with resolve, showing no trace of fear, even in the face of the approaching ultimate battle. After the meeting, Lin Chen once again went to the lunar base. At this moment, all the star cannons in the Kuiper Belt had been fully repaired, and the chaos-killing formation in the Oort cloud had also been optimized and upgraded. 12 Zhanxian warships were arrayed in formation above the lunar base, their hulls gleaming with cold metallic light. The disciples stationed at the base were in high spirits, standing in strict readiness to meet any invasion by the Immortal Realm's army. Hall Master. The elder stationed at the base stepped forward and bowed. The solar system defense line has been fully deployed. The star cannons in the Kuiper Belt can form a crossfire network with no blind spots, and the chaos-killing formation in the Oort cloud can devour any invading immortal soldiers and generals. In addition, we have placed early warning formations at the edge of the solar system. The moment the Immortal Realm army breaks through the realm barrier, an alert can be issued immediately. Lin Chen nodded, faintly walked to the star map, and tapped it with a fingertip. The territories of the Immortal Realm and Earth's defense lines were clearly visible on the map. He could sense that on the other side of the realm barrier, the armies of the 9 Dao Lords were rapidly assembling. Immortal soldiers from the 8 great territories were ceaselessly drawing closer to the barrier, and the heavenly Dao Lord's aura was growing more and more terrifying. A great war was already imminent. Very good, Lin Chen said firmly. Continue strengthening the defenses, and keep close watch on the realm barrier. Once the Immortal Realm army breaks through, immediately activate the defense system, delay them, and await reinforcement by the Zhanxian fleet under my command. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Leaving the lunar base, Lin Chen returned to Penglai Immortal Island and entered the chaotic spirit vein, once more devoting himself quietly to cultivation. He knew time was extremely pressing. Within 1 year, he had to perfect the Imperial Mandate, break through to the peak of the spirit transformation stage, and even touch the threshold of the Imperial realm. Only then could he defeat the Heavenly Tao Lord and the 9 Tao Lords in the ultimate battle and protect humanity. Within the chaotic spirit vein, spiritual energy continued to surge together wildly. The patterns on the Imperial Mandate grew clearer and clearer, and Lin Chen's aura rose steadily. Within his sea of consciousness, the Imperial seal revolved slowly, woven from countless Imperial Tao runes radiating ever stronger pressure. Even the spiritual energy of Penglai Immortal Island seemed to pay homage to him, as if welcoming the return of their Imperial Venerable. Meanwhile, cultivation academies around the world continued to flourish. More and more ordinary people had set foot on the path of immortality. The number of disciples in the Zhanxian Hall surpassed 3.5 million, with 20 nascent soul stage disciples, over 1,500 golden core stage disciples, and more than 200,000 foundation establishment disciples. Humanity's combat power was rising at a visible speed. As the night grew deeper, Lin Chen awoke from cultivation. The aura around him was already infinitely close to the peak of the spirit transformation stage, and the Imperial Mandate was on the verge of being fully condensed. He stood beside the chaotic spirit vein, gazing at the distant horizon, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The disturbances at the realm barrier were becoming more frequent. The war drums had already sounded, and the shadow of the ultimate battle was quietly closing in. But he was fearless. 1 year from now, he would personally lead the Zhanxian fleet break through the realm barrier and strike straight into the Imperial court of the Immortal Realm. With the chaotic longsword, he would shatter the Heavenly Tao's ambition. With the power of an Imperial Venerable, he would demand repayment for every blood debt, return to the myriad heavens, and ascend once more to the throne of the Imperial Venerable. He would protect humanity for all eternity, never failing the heroic souls of the Imperial court from 100,000 years ago, never failing the disciples who had died in battle today, and never failing the planet that had nurtured him. At the core of the chaotic spirit vein on Penglai Immortal Island, spiritual energy surged like tides, and an expanse of chaotic runes interwove into a dome above, enveloping Lin Chen. He sat cross-legged with his eyes half closed. Within his sea of consciousness, the newly formed Emperor seal was growing toward perfection at a visible pace, the ancient Imperial runes on its surface blazing brilliantly. Every line radiated the supreme Imperial might that suppressed all heavens, resonating with the spiritual energy of the chaotic spirit vein. The entire Penglai Immortal Island trembled faintly, and even the spiritual veins beneath the sea pulsed in resonance. After several days of absorbed cultivation, the chaotic force within Lin Chen's body had condensed to its limit. The barrier of the late spirit transformation realm was completely shattered, and his aura surged as he stepped straight into the peak of the spirit transformation realm. More importantly, his Emperor's mandate had become utterly complete. A smooth, translucent Emperor seal engraved with dense Imperial runes hovered at the center of his sea of consciousness, rotating slowly. Divine soul power and Imperial might interwove into a vast force far surpassing anything he had felt before, sweeping across the entire chaotic spirit vein. Even the spiritual energy in the air condensed into glittering golden ice crystals. Peak spirit transformation, Emperor's mandate complete. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, chaotic and golden light intertwined in his gaze before vanishing in a flash. The Imperial might around him receded, yet he still gave one an oppressive sensation, like facing a mountain. He raised his hand and swept it outward, and a complete Emperor seal materialized in the void. As the seal descended, crisscrossing Imperial Tao runes appeared on the earth, shrouding the entire chaotic spirit vein, and the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy increased several-fold. At this moment, even against the Heavenly Tao Lord, I have the strength to fight. Just as Lin Chen was stabilizing his cultivation at the peak of spirit transformation, an urgent warning transmission talisman broke through the barrier of the chaotic spirit vein and landed in his hand, carrying a bone-chilling, immortal, baleful aura. With a sweep of his divine sense, Lin Chen's expression instantly turned grim. The lunar base had sent an urgent report. A colossal rift 10,000 zhang wide had appeared in the boundary wall at the edge of the solar system. The immortal vanguard dispatched by the 9 Tao Lords had already broken through the barrier and was charging toward the star cannon clusters in the Kuiper Belt. At its head was an immortal commander at the late spirit transformation realm, leading 1,000 immortal soldiers accompanied by 3 small immortal warships sweeping in with overwhelming momentum. At last they've come. Lin Chen's fingers closed, crushing the transmission talisman to ash, and a fierce, killing intent flashed across his eyes. This was clearly no simple probe. It was the opening assault of the 9 Tao Lords, aimed at destroying the solar system's defense line and clearing the way for the main army's invasion. The star cannon clusters in the Kuiper Belt were the solar system's first line of defense. If broken, the immortal army could drive straight in and bear down on Earth. With a flicker, Lin Chen appeared outside the chaotic spirit vein. His dark robe flapped noisily in the wind, and Imperial might radiated around him. Pass on my order. His voice, carried by chaotic force, spread across the entire Penglai Immortal Island. Zhao Tianlei lead 5,000 disciples of the war hall aboard 3 ancient interstellar warships and set out immediately to reinforce the Kuiper Belt. Assist the disciples at the lunar base in defending the star cannon clusters. You must hold the first line of defense. Do not allow the immortal soldiers to advance a single step. Disciple obeys. Zhao Tianlei's response came from afar. In a short time, the 3 ancient interstellar warships rose slowly into the air, carrying 5,000 war hall disciples, and transformed into 3 streaks of light, racing toward the edge of the solar system. Shu Qinghan, you will remain at Penglai Immortal Island to command the remaining disciples. Fortify the rift strongholds on Earth and coordinate with the Alchemy Hall and Artifact Hall to ensure a steady real-time supply of pills, weapons, and battle armor. If the Kuiper Belt defense line comes under critical threat, dispatch reinforcements without delay. Lin Chen issued the order again, his tone unwavering and allowing no doubt. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, this disciple will not fail her mission. Shu Qinghan appeared outside the main hall and bowed, her eyes shining with resolve. Through countless trials, she had grown capable of shouldering responsibility alone, deploying every defense with composure and order. With everything arranged, Lin Chen did not delay. Chaotic force surged around him as he turned into a streak of chaotic light, broke through the atmosphere in an instant, and raced toward the Kuiper Belt. At the speed of a peak spirit transformation cultivator, far beyond his previous limits, he reached the edge of the solar system in the time of a single incense stick. From afar, he could see immortal, baleful aura churning wildly. 3 small immortal warships were bombarding the star cannon clusters in the Kuiper Belt with frenzied ferocity. Cracks had already appeared in the energy shields around the cannons. The disciples stationed there fought desperately, yet still found it hard to withstand the immortal soldiers' relentless assault. The immortal commander at the lead, clad in golden armor and holding an immortal sword, hovered above the warship, radiating the pressure of the late spirit transformation realm. He was the golden-armored Dao General under the 9 Dao Lords. He laughed savagely and swung his immortal sword, sending countless sword beams condensed from immortal power, slamming into the shields of the star cannon clusters. Base mortal cultivators, how dare you stand in the path of the immortal army? Today I shall raise the Kuiper Belt and pave the way for the Dao Lords. At that moment, the warships led by Zhao Tianlei had already arrived. Wielding the chaotic longsword, he leaped from the deck and charged at the golden-armored Dao General. Thieves of the immortal realm, do not be insolent. As the words fell, nascent soul power surged around him. The chaotic longsword, carrying the lingering might of the imperial Dao, slashed ferociously at the golden-armored Dao General. Behind him, the disciples also leaped from the warships and joined the immortal soldiers in fierce battle. The golden-armored Dao General glanced at Zhao Tianlei, contempt filling his eyes. A mere early nascent soul cultivator, and you dare to show off your paltry skills before me. He raised his hand and swung the immortal sword, meeting the chaotic longsword with a massive clang. Zhao Tianlei was driven back again, and again the webbing between his thumb and index fingers split open, and the spiritual energy in his body fell into chaos. Seeing this, the immortal soldiers' morale soared. Brandishing their immortal weapons, they charged at the disciples of the immortal slaying hall. In an instant, both sides were locked in a chaotic melee, immortal baleful aura and chaotic force interweaving as the void blazed with the light of clashing energies. Zhao Tianlei fall back. A frigid voice came from the horizon. Lin Chen's figure slowly emerged, hands clasped behind his back, radiating imperial might that instantly overpowered the golden-armored Dao General's pressure. His arrival stirred the morale of the fiercely fighting disciples and wrenched the golden-armored Dao General's expression into sudden change, a flicker of fear appearing in his eyes. Peak spirit transformation. Not only that, he has condensed an emperor's mandate. The golden-armored Dao General was utterly incredulous. The orders he had received claimed that Lin Chen was merely at the late spirit transformation realm, and even if he had condensed an emperor's mandate, he was nothing to fear. Yet now, feeling the pressure radiating from Lin Chen, he realized he had gravely underestimated this reborn Ling Xian, immortal emperor. The 9 Dao Lords sent you here to die. How thoughtful of them. Lin Chen gave him a cold, indifferent glance, his tone laced with contempt. The immortal army hasn't even fully assembled, yet you already dare to send a vanguard. It seems you are all in a hurry to die. Arrogant. Enraged by Lin Chen's insolence, the golden-armored Dao General suppressed the dread in his heart, swung his immortal sword, and let his immortal power erupt as countless immortal runes surfaced around him. Even at peak spirit transformation, you may not be my match. Today I will slay you and claim the greatest merit. As his words fell, the golden-armored Dao General leaped into the air, the immortal sword wrapped in overwhelming immortal power, and slashed directly at Lin Chen. The immortal sword was thick with immortal baleful aura containing the Dao power of the 9 Dao Lords. Wherever it passed, the void was torn open with fissures. Its force was enough to gravely wound even a peak spirit transformation cultivator. Facing this deadly strike, Lin Chen neither dodged nor avoided. He raised his hand and clenched, and the chaotic longsword condensed from nothing. Imperial runes flowed along the blade, imperial might and chaotic force intertwining, exuding a supreme power that suppressed all immortal baleful aura. He gave a gentle swing, and the chaotic longsword bearing a sky full of imperial Dao runes met the immortal sword. Clang! A thunderous sound echoed across the solar system as the chaotic longsword and the immortal sword collided. Immortal power and chaotic force erupted in an instant, forming a colossal energy shockwave that blasted the surrounding immortal soldiers and disciples backward. The golden-armored Dao general was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A crack appeared in his immortal sword, and the immortal power within his body churned wildly. He was clearly gravely wounded. Impossible. How can your power be so strong? The golden-armored Dao general was filled with despair. He could not believe that he, a dignified immortal commander at the late spirit transformation realm, could not even withstand a single blow from Lin Chen. Lin Chen's form flickered and he appeared before the golden-armored Dao general in an instant. He raised his palm and struck out, blending Emperor's mandate power and chaotic force into a devastating blow that slammed into the general's chest. The golden-armored Dao general sprayed out a huge mouthful of golden immortal blood. His nascent soul was crushed by imperial might and collapsed in an instant, while his divine soul was eroded by chaotic force, turning to ashes. After slaying the golden-armored Dao general, Lin Chen raised his hand and waved. Countless chaotic runes shot out like starlight and descended on the immortal soldiers. The immortal soldiers immediately let out miserable shrieks. The immortal baleful aura was devoured by chaotic force, and their bodies gradually disintegrated into ash, leaving not even a single trace. The three small immortal warships struck by the force of Lin Chen's chaos exploded thunderously and shattered into fragments. Thank you, Hall Master. Zhao Tianlei and the surviving disciples bowed one after another, their eyes filled with reverence and excitement. With this single strike, Lin Chen had not only slain the golden-armored Dao general, but had also shattered the immortal vanguard, held the star cannon clusters in the Kuiper belt, and enormously boosted everyone's morale. It's nothing. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the 10,000 zhang rift in the boundary wall, his expression turning solemn. This was only the vanguard of the 9 Dao lords. The true great war is still to come. He raised his hand and swept it, sending a stream of chaotic force to seal the rift in the boundary wall for the moment. Zhao Tianlei remain here to reinforce the Kuiper belt's defenses and repair the damaged star cannons. Keep a close watch on the boundary wall. If any new immortal soldiers come, send word to me at once. Yes. This disciple obeys. Zhao Tianlei bowed. Lin Chen's form flickered, and he returned to the lunar base in an instant. The elder stationed at the base hurried forward and bowed. Hall Master, the Kuiper belt defense line has stabilized, and the damaged star cannons are under urgent repair. In addition, our monitoring shows that on the other side of the boundary wall, the main force of the 9 Dao lords is rapidly assembling. Immortal soldiers from the 8 great domains are streaming toward the boundary wall without end, and the aura of the heavenly Dao Lord has grown increasingly terrifying. He is suspected to be on the verge of breaking through to the Emperor realm. I already know. Lin Chen walked to the star map and tapped it lightly with his fingertip. On the map, the deployment of the immortal army beyond the boundary wall was visible with perfect clarity. Dense masses of immortal soldiers and warships were pressing toward the boundary wall like a tide, and a heart-stopping pressure could be clearly sensed even across the barrier. Once the heavenly Dao Lord breaks through to the Emperor realm, we will face an unprecedented crisis. We must hasten our preparations and be fully ready before his breakthrough. Hall Master, the Artifact Hall has mass-produced chaotic battle armor and ancient spirit crystal cannon shells, and the Alchemy Hall has refined enough realm-breaking pills and demon-resistance pills. At present, 10 nascent soul disciples of the Immortal Slaying Hall have broken through to peak nascent soul and can attempt the spirit transformation realm at any moment. In addition, 2 imitation ancient interstellar warships have been placed into service, greatly increasing the combat strength of the Immortal Slaying fleet. The elder bowed and reported. Lin Chen nodded slightly, approval flashing in his eyes. Very good. Continue to accelerate the progress. Notify Chu Qinghan to select a number of exceptionally gifted peak nascent soul disciples and send them to the lunar base. I will guide them personally, cultivating more spirit transformation cultivators in the shortest possible time to strengthen our high-end combat power. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Leaving the lunar base, Lin Chen returned to Penglai Immortal Island. At that moment on Penglai Immortal Island, every disciple was spirited and drilling diligently. The clanging of the artifact hall, the sounds of pills being refined in the alchemy hall, and the practice cries of the disciples interwove into a rousing hymn of endeavor. Chu Qinghan was methodically deploying defenses and selecting elite disciples. Seeing Lin Chen return, she stepped forward and bowed. Mr. Lin, you've returned. Lin Chen nodded slightly. The Kuiper Belt crisis has been resolved, but the armies of the 9 Dao Lords are about to strike, and the heavenly Dao Lord is on the verge of breaking into the Emperor realm. We have very little time. He paused, then continued, select 10 peak nascent soul disciples as soon as possible and send them to the lunar base. I will personally guide their breakthroughs to the spirit transformation realm. In addition, reinforce the defenses of all rift strongholds on Earth and dispatch elite squads to take the initiative in cleansing the hidden demonic cultivators and small rifts. Never give them an opening. This disciple understands. I will carry it out immediately. Chu Qinghan bowed. Without further words, Lin Chen turned and headed toward the chaotic spirit vein. He knew that even with his breakthrough to the peak of spirit transformation and the perfection of his Emperor's mandate, he still could not afford to be careless when facing the heavenly Tao Lord who was about to enter the Emperor realm and an immortal army of 1,000,000. He needed to raise his strength further in the shortest possible time, perfect the solar system's defense line, and nurture more high-end combat power, so as to be fully prepared for the final war. Within the chaotic spirit vein, Lin Chen sat cross-legged. The Emperor seal rotated slowly in his sea of consciousness, chaotic force and imperial might merging ceaselessly, nourishing his divine soul and his body. He began to deduce the tactics of the final war. Combining the arrangement of the solar system's defense line and the battle power of the immortal slaying fleet, he formulated a detailed battle plan. At the same time, he continued to comprehend the laws of the imperial Tao, striving to touch the threshold of the Emperor realm. Only by breaking through to the Emperor realm could he truly crush the heavenly Tao Lord and protect humanity. Meanwhile, on the other side of the boundary wall, inside the imperial court of the immortal realm, the 9 Tao Lords gathered together with somber expressions. Below the hall, an immortal soldier bowed and reported, "Lords, the vanguard led by the golden-armored Tao general has been slain by Lin Chen. The Kuiper Belt defense line was not breached, and the rift in the boundary wall has also been temporarily sealed." The heavenly Tao Lord seated upon the imperial throne at the head emanated a frozen pressure, and killing intent flickered in his eyes. "Useless. A mere peak spirit transformation cultivator, and you could not even hold off a vanguard." He paused and his voice grew colder still. "Issue the order, hasten the army's assembly. In 3 days I shall personally lead 1,000,000 immortal soldiers to break through the boundary wall, raise Earth, and devour its origin essence. I will personally slay Lin Chen, condense the Emperor realm, and take command of all the heavens, as the heavenly Tao Lord commands." The 8 Tao Lords present answered in unison, their eyes full of reverence and murderous intent. Night deepened, but the lights of Penglai Immortal Island remained bright. Within the chaotic spirit vein, Lin Chen's aura grew more and more vast, and his comprehension of the laws of the imperial Tao sank ever deeper. He could clearly sense that the aura of the heavenly Tao Lord beyond the boundary wall was rising rapidly. A final war, one that would determine the survival of humanity and the fate of all the heavens, was already close at hand. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing through them as imperial might radiated from his body. "Heavenly Tao Lord, 9 Tao Lords," he murmured, his tone unwavering, "in 3 days I will be waiting for you at the solar system's defense line. This time I will not only slay all of you, but also take back my imperial court, shatter your shackles, protect humanity's eternal peace, return to the heavens, and ascend once more to the throne of the imperial venerable." The war drums had already sounded, and the horns resounded across all the heavens. The immortal slaying fleet stood in solemn readiness, and the solar system's defense line was as solid as iron. Human disciples, their morale at its peak, awaited only the arrival of the immortal army to fight to the death, with blood and courage guarding the planet that had nurtured them and the future of humanity. The bell of Penglai Immortal Isle rang unceasingly through the night, each note striking deep into everyone's heart. Lin Chen walked slowly out of the chaotic spirit vein. His ink-black robe was unstained by even a single speck of dust. The aura of a peak spirit transformation cultivator merged perfectly with his consummate imperial Tao foundation, restrained and deep as an abyss, yet making every spirit vein on the isle bow submissively beneath his feet. He did not go to the main hall. Instead, he climbed straight to the highest observation platform of the Hall of Immortal Slaying. With a light tap of his fingertip, a holographic star map covering the entire solar system unfolded in midair. Dense points of light flickered across the map, each one representing a defensive line, a warship, or a disciple. "Transmit my 3 military orders." Lin Chen's voice, carried by the power of chaos, reached the ears of every commander in the 72 branch halls across the globe, the lunar base, and the Kuiper Belt defense line at once. "First, Chu Qinghan shall command all inner disciples on Earth and the elite of the immortal cultivation academies. With Penglai Immortal Isle as the array, I deploy the 9 provinces world-protecting Grand Array to cover the entire atmosphere of Earth. If any immortal soldiers break through the outer defense line, kill them without mercy. Never let a single one harm a mortal. Second, Zhao Tianlei shall lead all defenders in the Kuiper Belt, switch the star cannon batteries to volley mode, and aim every star cannon at the rift in the realm wall. The moment the immortal army shows itself, concentrate fire and bombard them to slow their advance. Third, Oyezi shall lead all disciples of the artifact hall into the lunar shipyard, complete the final repairs on all warships within 3 days, load all stockpiled ancient spirit crystal shells, and stand ready to sortie at any moment. As the 3 military orders fell, the entire Hall of Immortal Slaying instantly entered the highest state of combat readiness. Above Earth, countless cultivators soared into the sky and took their positions according to the formation's layout. Their spiritual power interwove into a colossal golden net of light that slowly enveloped the entire planet. In the Kuiper Belt, the star cannon batteries rotated slowly, their muzzles gleaming with cold blue light. In the lunar shipyard, 12 immortal slaying warships and 3 ancient interstellar warships were lined up in a row, while disciples of the artifact hall moved among them, conducting final checks. Lin Chen's figure flickered, turning into a streak of light that shot straight toward the lunar base. Inside the ancient command hall, 10 disciples at the peak of nascent soul were already waiting with respectful bows. They were the most exceptional geniuses among the million disciples of the Hall of Immortal, slaying every one of them tempered through life and death trials. Facing Lin Chen now, there was no trace of fear in their eyes, only searing battle intent and longing. You have been stuck at the peak of nascent soul for at least 3 years, at most 5. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the 10. His tone was calm, yet carried an unshakable power. With ordinary cultivation, you would need at least another 10 years just to touch the threshold of spirit transformation. But war is imminent, and I do not have 10 years to give you. He raised his hand and swept it outward. 10 golden motes of imperial Tao light shot from his fingertips and vanished precisely into the 10 disciples' foreheads. This is the spirit transformation origin essence of my Lingxian Emperor scripture, containing my 100,000 years of comprehension of the laws. Today I will use my own imperial Tao foundation as a guide to force open the gate of spirit transformation for you. How much you comprehend and how far you can go will be entirely up to your own fortune. As his words fell, Lin Chen's imperial might surged. The perfected imperial seal emerged from his sea of consciousness, hung in midair, and radiated countless golden rays. The imperial seal rotated slowly, and countless imperial Tao runes flew out from the seal, merging into the 10 bodies. The spirit veins of the entire lunar base were fully stirred. Vast spiritual energy surged toward the 10 like a tidal wave. Nourished by the power of the imperial Tao, their nascent souls began to tremble violently, and fine cracks appeared on the originally unyielding barriers of their nascent souls. Standing at the center, Lin Chen formed hand seals with both hands, continuously sending out imperial Tao runes to guide spiritual energy and imperial power flowing through the 10 bodies. He did not directly instill his cultivation realm into them. Instead, he used his imperial Tao foundation to pave the way, letting them witness the entire process of spirit transformation and comprehend the true meaning of the laws. Time slipped away minute by minute. In the first hour, the first disciple burst forth with dazzling golden light. His nascent soul shattered and reorganized, fusing completely with his spirit, and a spirit transformation stage pressure shot into the sky. In the second hour, the second and third disciples broke through one after another. In the third hour, the sixth disciple successfully entered the early spirit transformation stage. The remaining 4 disciples had not broken through, but their nascent souls had been refined to the extreme, and their barriers were on the verge of collapse. They needed only a single opportunity to break through their cocoons and transform into butterflies. Thank you, Hall Master, for bestowing the Tao. The 6 newly elevated spirit transformation cultivators knelt down in unison, their voices trembling, crossing into spirit transformation in a single step. This was a fortune they would never have dared to dream of. If not for Lin Chen, they might never have touched the realm of spirit transformation in this lifetime. Rise. Lin Chen put away the imperial seal, his aura slightly disordered. Using his imperial Tao foundation as the catalyst to help 6 people break through had consumed a great deal of his soul power, even for him. You 6 will immediately take over the defensive formation of the lunar base and control the 3 ancient interstellar warships. Remember, your lives are not meant for repaying gratitude. They are meant for holding this defense line and guarding the earth behind you. As the Hall Master commands. The 6 answered in unison, turned, and rushed to their posts. Lin Chen did not linger. Alone, he ascended to the core of the ultimate defense line on the far side of the moon. The world-destroying star cannon left by ancient cultivators 100,000 years ago stood silently within a crystal pillar, radiating energy fluctuations capable of overturning heaven and earth. He raised a hand and pressed it against the crystal pillar. Chaos power slowly flowed in the core of the star cannon, began to rotate, and the blue energy glow grew brighter and brighter. Ancient predecessors, the mission you left unfinished, I will complete today. Lin Chen murmured to himself, his fingertips forming a seal as he released a complex imperial Tao incantation. In that instant, the entire lunar surface lit up with countless golden runes. The star cannon batteries in the Kuiper belt roared in unison. The chaos slaughter array in the Oort cloud activated in full. A pale blue translucent barrier extended outward from the moon, tightly enveloping the entire outer perimeter of Earth. This was the ancient all-heavens world-protecting grand array, which had not been fully awakened in 100,000 years. Today, under Lin Chen's imperial Tao power, it had finally reappeared in the mortal world. After completing all this, Lin Chen returned to Penglai Immortal Isle. At this time, only 1 hour remained until the 3-day deadline. Chu Qinghan stood at the edge of the observation platform, gazing at the distant starry sky with a grave expression. Seeing Lin Chen return, she hurried forward. Mr. Lin, the 9 provinces world-protecting array has been fully deployed. All mortals on Earth have been moved into underground shelters, and every defense line has entered combat readiness. Very good. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his gaze turning toward the edge of the solar system. He could clearly sense that the aura from the other side of the realm wall was growing ever more terrifying. The Emperor realm pressure of the heavenly Tao Lord had already begun to seep through, and even the all-heavens world-protecting array trembled slightly. Afraid? Lin Chen asked abruptly. Chu Qinghan was startled for a moment, then shook her head with a resolute gaze. With Mr. Lin here I am not afraid. Even if I die I will stand with the disciples of the Hall of Immortal slaying and defend Earth. Lin Chen looked at her, a trace of gentleness flashing in his eyes. No one is going to die. I promised you that I would lead you into the immortal realm and take back everything that belongs to us. Today no one is going to destroy our home. Just then, boom. A thunderclap that pierced through both realms resounded across the entire solar system. At the edge of the solar system, the 10,000 zhang rift that Lin Chen had temporarily sealed burst open, with a deafening roar instantly expanding to 100,000 zhang in size. Black fragments of the realm wall flew wildly through the air. Dense, immortal, baleful aura poured out like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the star cannon batteries in the Kuiper Belt. The heavenly Tao Lord, clad in a pitch-black imperial robe, slowly walked out of the rift, treading upon the void. The Emperor realm pressure around him swept across all directions. Wherever he passed, stars dimmed and the void shattered. Under his pressure, the star cannon batteries in the Kuiper Belt roared without cease, dense cracks spreading across their energy shields. The chaos slaughter array in the Oort cloud suddenly dimmed, nearly on the verge of collapse. On Earth, the 9 provinces world-protecting array trembled violently, and countless disciples spat out blood, yet they still gritted their teeth and channeled spiritual power to sustain the grand array. Lin Chen. The heavenly Tao Lord's voice exploded across the starry sky like a thunderbolt, carrying boundless murderous intent and arrogance. Come out and face death. Today this emperor will devour Earth's origin, crush your soul, and condemn you to eternal damnation with no hope of rebirth. The 8 Tao Lords followed closely behind him, leading 1,000,000 immortal soldiers and 100 immortal realm warships as they surged out of the rift in a mighty flood. The immortal, baleful aura blotted out the sky and the sun, plunging the entire solar system into darkness. At the lunar base, the 6 newly advanced spirit transformation cultivators turned pale and gripped their weapons tightly. In the Kuiper Belt, Zhao Tianlei held the chaos longsword, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the immortal army ahead. On Earth, Chu Qinghan led the disciples in furiously pouring out spiritual power to stabilize the 9 provinces world-protecting array. Just when despair was about to swallow everyone, a streak of chaos light soared up from Penglai, Immortal Isle, and pierced straight through the starry sky. Lin Chen, in his ink-black robe, stood with his hands behind his back, suspended before the all-heavens world-protecting array. He alone stood between the heavenly Tao Lord and 1,000,000 immortal soldiers. His peak spirit transformation aura burst open, his consummate imperial Tao foundation radiated countless golden rays, and his imperial might shot straight into the heavens, forcibly holding firm against the heavenly Tao Lord's emperor realm pressure. Heavenly Tao Lord. Lin Chen's gaze was calm, yet carried an edge that could cleave through eons. Earth is not a place you should have come to. If you retreat today, I may spare your immortal soldiers. If you insist on war, I will bury you and your 1,000,000-strong army here, turning you all into dust of the solar system. The starry sky was utterly silent. On one side stood 1,000,000 immortal soldiers, 100 warships, 8 Tao Lords, and a newly ascended emperor, venerable, their might surging to the heavens, as though they could devour everything. On the other side stood one person, solitary yet unyielding. Behind him the blue homeworld, before him the boundless river of stars. The curtain of the ultimate war was thus drawn open. Upon the chaotic spiritual vein of Penglai Immortal Island, imperial might and spiritual energy wove themselves into a sky-filling curtain of luminescence. Lin Chen sat in meditation, a faint chaotic halo encircling his form. Within his sea of consciousness, the imperial seal grew increasingly solid, each imperial rune flowing in slow, deliberate currents as it drew in the primal essence of the chaotic spiritual vein, simultaneously deducing the ultimate mysteries of the Tao of Emperors. The 3-day deadline vanished in the blink of an eye. He needed to advance further still before the heavenly Tao Lord broke through to the imperial realm, while ensuring the solar system's defensive line remained impenetrable. Every strategic deployment bore upon the life and death of the human race. Venerable Master Senior Sister Chu Qinghan has delivered the 10 Foundation Establishment Peak disciples to the lunar base. They await your personal guidance outside the hall. A crisp transmission echoed into Lin Chen's ears. It was the battle hall disciple stationed beyond the spiritual vein, his tone tinged with both reverence and urgency. Lin Chen gradually withdrew his cultivation, his imperial aura silently subduing. He rose and stepped beyond the chaotic spiritual vein, his dark robes rippling gently in the ethereal wind. His gaze was clear and razor-sharp, as though capable of piercing through the void itself to perceive the undercurrents gathering on the other side of the boundary wall. Outside the hall, the 10 Foundation Establishment Peak disciples stood at rigid attention, each radiating steady composure, their eyes blazing with eagerness and resolve. They were the elite warriors of the sword-slaying Immortal Hall, the backbone of humanity's future resistance against the Celestial Army. To receive direct instruction from Lin Chen was the greatest honor of their lives. Follow me. The moment Lin Chen spoke, his figure dissolved into a streak of chaotic luminescence, hurtling toward the martial arts arena of Penglai, Immortal Island. The 10 disciples dared not delay, immediately activating their spiritual energy and giving chase, their hearts surging with exhilaration. The arena was inscribed with chaotic runes from end to end, its spiritual energy density far surpassing any other corner of the island. This was a cultivation secret realm specifically arranged by Lin Chen, perfectly suited for his disciples to attempt breakthroughs into the transformation spirit realm. You are all individuals of extraordinary talent, and reaching the peak of foundation establishment is no small feat in itself. Lin Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the 10 disciples. His voice was calm, yet carried an unyielding weight. What I shall do for you today is not to force your breakthrough directly, but rather to open the meridians of the Imperial Tao within you, and help you comprehend the true essence of chaotic power. In this way, when you break through to the transformation spirit realm, you will be able to condense far greater combat strength, perhaps even touch the threshold of the Imperial Tao. Before his words had fully faded, Lin Chen raised his hand, and within his sea of consciousness the Imperial seal slowly materialized, hovering above the center of the arena. Imperial might swept across the grounds, and the 10 disciples instantly felt a surge of overwhelming pressure. They promptly seated themselves in meditation, gathering their minds as the Imperial runes radiating from the seal flowed into their bodies. Those Imperial runes moved like living filaments through the disciples' meridians, scouring away the shackles within and repairing hidden injuries inflicted by years of cultivation. Simultaneously, an intuitive understanding of chaotic power seeped quietly into their seas of consciousness. Lin Chen's eyes were slightly closed, his divine sense enveloping all 10 disciples, as he precisely regulated the output of Imperial runes, ensuring the power never exceeded what their soul foundations could withstand. He could clearly perceive their nascent souls undergoing rapid transformation within spiritual energy, gradually converting into chaotic essence, their overall aura steadily rising. Each was but a single step away from the transformation spirit realm. Remember, the path to transformation spirit lies in genuine comprehension, not in forced breakthrough. Chaotic power must be guided by the Imperial Tao and rooted in the spirit. Only then can it be wielded at will and unleash its true devastation. Lin Chen's voice penetrated the sea of consciousness of each disciple, striking like thunder and revealing the path before them with sudden clarity. Meanwhile, within the lunar base, Zhao Tianlei led his disciples in urgently repairing damaged star cannons and reinforcing the defenses of the Kuiper Belt. 3 ancient interstellar warships hovered above the star cannon array, chaotic runes shimmering brilliantly along their hulls, ever watchful for any movement at the boundary wall rift. The elders gathered around the star map, their expressions grave as they monitored the movements of the celestial army on the other side of the boundary. The luminous dots representing the celestial forces grew increasingly dense upon the map, and a chilling pressure seeped through the temporarily sealed rifts, steadily permeating the air. Elders, the number of celestial soldiers beyond the boundary wall has surpassed 1 million. All 8 regional commanders have assembled. The heavenly Tao Lord's aura grows ever more terrifying. He appears to be on the verge of touching the threshold of the Imperial realm. He is estimated to complete his breakthrough within 2 days. A monitoring disciple bowed deeply, his voice trembling with unease. Zhao Tianlei paused in his work and approached the star map, his sharp gaze fixed upon the direction of the boundary wall. What is there to panic over? The venerable master has already laid out an inescapable net. We need only hold our defensive lines and prepare for battle. We have no cause to fear the celestial army. Issue the order. All star cannon arrays are to be fully charged. Distribute the chaotic battle armor and spirit crystal ammunition to every position. All disciples stand ready for combat. The moment the celestial soldiers breach the boundary wall, launch your attacks without hesitation. Do not permit them to advance a single step. Yes, sir. The disciples responded in unified voices, their earlier panic gradually subsiding. With Lin Chen presiding over the operation, the elite warriors of the sword-slaying Immortal Hall at their side, and the defenses firmly entrenched, their resolve grew ever stouter. Within the alchemy hall of Penglai, Immortal Island, furnace fires burned incessantly. Alchemists worked through day and night, without pause, piling breakthrough pills, demonic resistance pills, and healing medicines into towering mounds that radiated a rich, intoxicating herbal fragrance. Inside the artifact hall, the clamor of hammers reverberated deafeningly. Craftsmen swung chaotic iron hammers, forging chaotic battle armor and ancient weapons. Each completed piece contained surging chaotic power, more than sufficient to withstand assaults from celestial soldiers. Chu Qinghan shuttled between the alchemy hall and the artifact hall, coordinating material supplies with practiced efficiency, while simultaneously organizing disciples to reinforce the various rift strongholds across Earth. Elite squads were dispatched to eliminate hidden demonic cultivators, those agents secretly sent by the 9 great Tao Lords in the days leading up to war, seeking to destabilize humanity's defenses from within. Senior Sister Scouts from the Cleanup Squad have reported finding a group of hidden demonic cultivators near the Eastern Rift stronghold on Earth. Their numbers exceed 100 and all possess strength at least at the mid-foundation establishment stage. They appear to be attempting to sabotage the stronghold's defensive arrays. A disciple bowed deeply to report. A cold gleam flashed across Chu Qinghan's eyes as a long sword materialized in her hand. Issue the order. Dispatch 2,000 battle hall disciples led personally by you. Proceed immediately to the Eastern Rift stronghold and eradicate those demonic cultivators completely. Restore the defensive arrays. We cannot allow them to undermine our battle preparations. Remember, strike swiftly and withdraw without delay. Do not become entangled in protracted combat, lest you fall into an ambush. This disciple obeys your command. The disciple bowed deeply, then turned and departed at once. Within moments, he led 2,000 battle hall disciples, their forms merging into a single streak of light as they sped toward Eastern Earth. Within the chaotic spiritual vein, Lin Chen once again took his seated position. This time, however, he did not deduce the Tao of Emperors. Instead, he extended his divine sense beyond the boundary wall, probing the specific deployment of the celestial army. Through the temporarily sealed rift, he clearly perceived the scene beyond. Outside the celestial emperor court, 1,000,000 celestial soldiers stood in perfect formation, their armor gleaming and their killing intent piercing the heavens. 3 massive celestial warships hovered at the forefront of the formation, their hulls inscribed with celestial runes radiating world-shattering power. The 9 great Tao lords stood upon the lead warship, their expressions cold and implacable. Most prominent among them was the heavenly Tao lord, whose body was wreathed in a faint imperial aura. His eyes were closed in deep concentration as he exerted himself to break through to the imperial realm. His heavenly energy churned like raging tides, causing even the surrounding void to tremble faintly. The heavenly Tao lord truly stands on the brink of the imperial realm, Lin Chen thought grimly, a shadow of concern crossing his eyes. Once the heavenly Tao lord broke through and mastered the power of the imperial Tao, his combat strength would surge catastrophically. Even Lin Chen himself would face tremendous pressure. It seems I must reach the threshold of the imperial realm within these 2 days. Only then can I hope to oppose him. With those words, chaotic energy erupted around Lin Chen's body. The imperial seal within his sea of consciousness spun with blinding speed, imperial runes scattering through the air like shooting stars, merging deeply with the primal power of the chaotic spiritual vein. He began to actively draw upon the Tao of Emperors, comprehending the very essence of the imperial realm. His aura grew ever more majestic, his imperial might intensifying with each passing moment. The entire Punlai Immortal Island trembled faintly, and the spiritual energy of the chaotic spiritual vein churned at an unprecedented pace. Day 1 passed unnoticed. Under Lin Chen's guidance, 3 of the 10 Foundation Establishment Peak disciples successfully broke through to the early stage of the transformation spirit realm, their auras surging dramatically and their combat power increasing manifold. The star cannon array in the Kuiper Belt was fully repaired and its fortifications further strengthened. The demonic cultivators near the Eastern Rift stronghold were completely eradicated and the defensive arrays were restored to full integrity. All supplies from the Alchemy Hall and Artifact Hall had been readied and stockpiled. At dawn on the 2nd day, Lin Chen finally emerged from his cultivation. Chaotic and golden hues interlaced within his eyes, and his imperial aura had reached the absolute pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm. Within his sea of consciousness, the imperial seal faintly exuded the resonance of the imperial realm itself. He had touched the threshold of emperorhood. With but one final step, he would break through and stand equal to the heavenly Tao Lord. Venerable Master, urgent intelligence from the lunar base. The seal upon the boundary wall rift is weakening. The heavenly Tao Lord's aura has surged once more. He appears moments away from breaking through to the imperial realm. The celestial army has already mobilized and is prepared to charge. They are expected to breach the boundary wall and assault the solar system at first light tomorrow. A rapid transmission pierced Lin Chen's ears. He waved his hand, and the message talisman crumbled to ashes. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes. So it finally comes, he murmured to himself, his voice steady and resolute, void of any trace of fear. In a single flash of movement, Lin Chen appeared atop the highest peak of Punlai, Immortal Island. Gazing toward the edge of the solar system, his voice, amplified by chaotic energy, resounded across the entire island, the lunar base, and every rift stronghold on Earth. All disciples, heed my command. Tomorrow at dawn, the celestial army will breach the boundary wall and assault the solar system. By end of today, all defensive preparations must be finalized. Every disciple stands ready for battle. The sword-slaying fleet will assemble immediately and proceed to the Kuiper Belt defense line, forming a pincer formation with the star cannon array. By order of the Venerable Master. A response that rang across the heavens erupted from every direction, brimming with unwavering determination and courage. Every disciple of the sword-slaying hall stood tall and spirited, battle lust blazing in their eyes. They donned their chaotic battle armor and grasped their ancient weapons, racing toward the Kuiper Belt. The warships of the sword-slaying fleet rose slowly into the heavens, transforming into streaks of luminescence that converged upon the Kuiper Belt, standing in perfect formation. Disciples from the alchemy and artifact halls continuously transported medicinal pills and weaponry to the front lines, ensuring the supply chain remained unbroken. Lin Chen stood upon the highest peak of Punlai Immortal Island, his imperial aura radiating majestically as his gaze swept across the heavens above. Within his heart, all preparations had been made. He knew that the battle ahead would be one of blood and devastation, a clash that would shake the very foundations of the heavens. a struggle that would determine the fate of the human race and reshape the order of all realms. So what if the heavenly Tao Lord broke through to the imperial realm? So what if 1,000,000 celestial soldiers descended upon them? He was Lin Chen, the reincarnated Lin Chen immortal emperor possessing a perfectly cultivated imperial dignity and unmatched combat prowess. Beside him stood the disciples of the sword-slaying Immortal Hall, and at his back rested the unyielding faith of the entire human race. He would slaughter every celestial traitor, protect humanity to his last breath, reclaim dominion over the heavens, and ascend once more to the throne of the supreme emperor. Night descended once more upon the Kuiper Belt defense line. Lights blazed across the formation, the sword-slaying fleet stood at full alert, and the star cannon arrays waited poised for activation. Soldiers lined the walls in rigid ranks, their battle intent piercing the heavens. On the other side of the boundary wall, the celestial army had already completed its deployment. The heavenly Tao Lord's aura grew ever denser, and the oppressive pressure of the imperial realm seeped through the rift like an advancing tide. The ultimate confrontation for survival was poised upon the arrow's tip, awaiting but the morning horn to unleash its fury upon the cosmos. Lin Chen stood amidst the void of the Kuiper Belt, his dark robes rippling in the cosmic wind. The chaotic longsword floated at his side, and within his sea of consciousness the imperial seal turned slowly, silently. The first glimmer of dawn had yet to pierce the nebula of the Kuiper Belt when the dead silent void suddenly trembled violently. The colossal rift in the realm barrier that Lin Chen had temporarily sealed emitted a piercing, shattering sound. Dense cracks spread like a spiderweb as the pale golden sealing runes crumbled inch by inch. An oppressive aura of the Emperor realm, terrifying to the extreme, broke through the barrier like a flood bursting from a levee. In an instant it swept across the entire solar system, and even the distant sun seemed to dim. Boom! A thunderous sound that shook the heavens erupted as the realm barrier completely shattered. 1,000,000 immortal soldiers poured out of the rift like a black tide. Their armor reflected a cold gleam, and their immortal killing aura condensed into a sky-obscuring dark cloud. Wherever they passed, even meteors were ground to dust. 3 colossal immortal realm warships charged out first, all their immortal runes blazing. Countless immortal power cannon muzzles were aimed at the star cannon batteries in the Kuiper Belt, poised to fire. The 9 Tao Lords hovered before the warships, each with an icy expression and fierce killing intent. The leading heavenly Tao Lord was wreathed in radiant golden Emperor Tao light. When his eyes opened, their arrogance seemed to look down upon all under heaven. He had already broken through to the Emperor realm, and his aura was unfathomable. Every gesture carried the supreme might to suppress the heavens. Lin Chen, get out here and die. The heavenly Tao Lord's voice exploded like thunder as Emperor might wrapped in immortal power slammed heavily against the Kuiper Belt defense line. The energy shields of the star cannon cluster instantly rippled violently. Many disciples of lower cultivation turned pale, staggered backward, and spat out blood. Heavenly Tao Lord, you have finally come. Lin Chen's voice came from the void, calm, yet carrying a power that pierced all things. He stepped out slowly, his dark robes flapping noisily under the impact of the Emperor might. He radiated a solemn Emperor aura, not the least bit inferior. The Chaos sword revolved slowly in his hand, Emperor runes flowing, releasing a chaotic Emperor might entirely distinct from the heavenly Tao Lords. I didn't expect you could truly touch the threshold of the Emperor realm. The heavenly Tao Lord examined Lin Chen, a flicker of surprise in his eyes quickly replaced by dense killing intent. Pity you are still one step short. Today I will use your Emperor foundation to solidify my Emperor realm and make myself the true sovereign of all heavens. Delusion. Lin Chen said indifferently, pointing the Chaos sword. Today either you die or I die. Kill. At the heavenly Tao Lord's command, 1,000,000 immortal soldiers released a sky-shaking battle cry and charged toward the Kuiper Belt defense line. Countless immortal power arrows shot out like a torrential rain. The immortal power cannons of the 3 giant Immortal Realm warships opened fire simultaneously, sending thick pillars of immortal power with world-destroying might smashing into the star cannon batteries. Star cannons volley fire. Zhao Tianlei roared and slammed down the launch button. In an instant, thousands of star cannons fired at once. Countless ancient spirit crystal shells, trailing long flames, flew toward the immortal soldiers like a meteor shower. The spirit crystal shells exploded among the immortal soldiers. Chaos force raged, and in a flash thousands of immortal soldiers were turned to ashes, not even a trace left behind. Immortal slaying fleet charge. Xu Qinghan's voice came through the communicator. The 5 ancient interstellar warships accelerated simultaneously, chaos runes on their hulls lighting up. Countless chaos missiles shot out and collided in midair with the immortal power beams from the Immortal Realm warships erupting into blinding light. In the void, energy shockwaves rose one after another. Immortal killing aura and chaos force interwove, creating terrifying currents of energy. The disciples of the immortal slaying hall, wielding ancient weapons, engaged the surging immortal soldiers in a brutal struggle. Screams, clashing weapons, and explosions intermingled, composing a tragic war song. An Immortal Realm commander at the initial spirit transformation stage raised a giant axe and split open the armor of an immortal slaying hall disciple. As he was about to deliver the killing blow, a cold flash passed. Chu Qinghan's longsword had already pierced his throat. She twisted her wrist, pulled out her sword, and blood splattered onto her white dress, yet her determined gaze did not waver at all. Hold the line. Never allow a single immortal soldier to advance. Chu Qinghan shouted, swinging her sword. Sharp sword chi shot out in all directions, slaying all the immortal soldiers around her. The disciples behind her were greatly inspired. They fought bravely and held wave after wave of immortal soldiers outside the defense line. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlei with the Chaos Sword in hand was locked in a fierce battle with the Dao Lord at the mid-spirit transformation stage. The Chaos Sword carried lingering Emperor Dao might, and every slash came with tremendous power. That Dao Lord gradually fell into disadvantage and was finally slashed across the shoulder by Zhao Tianlei, blood gushing out. Worthless. Seeing this, the heavenly Dao Lord's eyes flashed with anger. He raised his hand and waved, sending a bolt of Emperor Realm power smashing toward Zhao Tianlei. If that blow landed, Zhao Tianlei would surely die. Your opponent is me. Lin Chen vanished and reappeared in front of Zhao Tianlei, striking out with a palm. Chaos force collided with Emperor Realm power, creating a massive energy shockwave. Lin Chen remained motionless, but the heavenly Dao Lord was shaken back half a step. Not bad. You managed to take 1/10 of my power. The heavenly Dao Lord's eyes showed a hint of surprise, then he sneered, but this is only the beginning. As his voice faded, golden Emperor Dao light around him surged, and within his sea of consciousness a golden Emperor seal slowly emerged. This Emperor seal had just been condensed to, although not yet completed, already contained true Emperor Dao power. Emperor seal suppress. The heavenly Dao Lord shouted, and the golden Emperor seal crashed toward Lin Chen with the might to suppress all heavens. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, and even time seemed to freeze. Well struck. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with battle intent. In his sea of consciousness, the perfect Chaos Emperor seal slowly surfaced. Unlike the heavenly Dao Lord's golden seal, Lin Chen's Emperor seal was translucent and glossy, covered with ancient Chaos Emperor runes radiating a primeval and majestic aura. Chaos Emperor seal break. Lin Chen shouted, sending the Chaos Emperor seal forward. Clang. The two Emperor seals collided in the void, producing a deafening roar that shook the stars. A terrifying shockwave instantly expanded, blasting the surrounding immortal soldiers and immortal slaying hall disciples away. The 3 giant Immortal Realm warships and 5 ancient interstellar warships were knocked backward, their runes dimming visibly. The heavenly Dao Lord's face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of golden immortal blood. The golden Emperor seal was blasted backward, a fine crack appearing on it. He looked at Lin Chen with utter disbelief. Impossible. How can your Emperor seal be stronger than mine? I am a true Emperor Realm cultivator. Your Emperor seal was formed by stealing the heavenly Dao, so its foundation is unstable. Lin Chen said calmly, waving the Chaos Sword. Mine was condensed from 100,000 years of enlightenment on the Emperor Dao, perfect and flawless. Today I will show you what true Emperor Dao power is. As the words fell, chaos force surged around Lin Chen. Emperor might and chaos force fused profoundly, turning into a chaotic pillar of light that shot straight through the clouds. He held the Chaos Sword, leaped up, and slashed violently at the heavenly Dao Lord. This slash contained his 100,000 years of Emperor Dao enlightenment and the ultimate power of chaos force. Where it passed, an immense rift was torn in the void, as if the very river of stars had been cut through. The heavenly Dao Lord's face changed dramatically. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly summoned back the golden Emperor seal, formed hand seals, and condensed all his immortal power into a thick Emperor Dao shield in front of him. Rip! The Chaos Sword slammed into the Emperor Dao shield, immediately ripping open a huge gash. The sword continued without losing momentum and struck the heavenly Dao Lord across the chest. Up! He let out a miserable scream. A wound so deep that bone was visible was carved into his chest, and golden, immortal blood gushed out. He was sent flying backward and crashed into the giant Immortal Realm warship behind him, instantly caving in a large portion of its hull. Heavenly Dao Lord. Seeing this, the other 8 Dao Lords were greatly alarmed. They all leaped together and attacked Lin Chen from all sides. 8 Dao Lords at the peak of spirit transformation struck at once, their immortal power interweaving into a huge net that shrouded Lin Chen. A pack of clowns. How dare you act insolently before me? Lin Chen snorted. The Chaos Sword swept across, sending out a giant wave of Chaos Sword chi that forced the 8 Dao Lords back at once. He flickered and instantly appeared before one Dao Lord, striking out with a palm. That Dao Lord had no time to react before Chaos Force devoured him, reducing him to ashes. The remaining 7 Dao Lords were terrified out of their minds and quickly retreated, not daring to step forward. Lin Chen, I want you dead. The heavenly Dao Lord climbed out of the ruins, bloodshot eyes wide, his aura becoming increasingly savage. He abruptly spat a mouthful of vital blood onto the golden Emperor seal. The seal instantly became blood red, radiating a horrific bloody aura. Blood sacrifice Emperor seal. The heavenly Dao Lord roared, and the golden Emperor seal, carrying boundless blood and killing intent, smashed toward Lin Chen once again. This time its power had multiplied several times, and even the surrounding space was distorted. A flicker of gravity appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. He knew that the heavenly Tao Lord was burning his life. He took a deep breath and poured all the chaos force within him into the chaos sword. Every emperor rune on the blade blazed to life, radiating dazzling light. Today let us settle all of this, Lin Chen shouted, and with the chaos sword in hand, he slashed heavily toward the blood-red emperor seal. At that moment, from the other end of the barrier rift, an even more terrifying aura suddenly came. A black crack appeared from nowhere, and a giant hand covered in black scales extended out, grabbing viciously at Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen's face changed abruptly. He had never expected a third party to interfere. Without time to think, he turned around and slashed backward at the giant hand with the chaos sword. Clang! The sword struck the giant hand with a metallic crash. The hand paused briefly from the impact, then grabbed at Lin Chen with even greater force. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao Lord's blood-red emperor seal had already reached Lin Chen's front. Attacked from front and back, his life hung by a thread. At the critical moment, Lin Chen's eyes blazed with surging chaos divine light. The combat instincts of a 100,000-year immortal emperor were etched into his very bones. Without a moment's thought, the long-dormant chaos origin within him ignited a wisp of golden flame. Chaos shadow division. Body transforms into yin and yang. With a low shout, Lin Chen's figure abruptly split into two. His pitch-black chaos clone lashed out with a backhanded palm, carrying a force that devoured everything as it slammed into the giant black-scaled hand behind him. Meanwhile, his true body did not retreat, but surged forward. The chaos long sword in his hand blazed with blinding light as it met the blood-colored imperial seal of the heavenly Tao Lord head-on. Clang! Two deafening booms exploded almost simultaneously. At the instant the chaos clone collided with the black-scaled giant hand, the entire void seemed to freeze for half a second. The clone then exploded with a thunderous boom, scattering into fragments of chaos that dissolved into the air. But the black-scaled giant hand was blasted back into the rift, and from its fingertips dripped several beads of ink-black blood. Where they fell on the snow, they instantly corroded deep, bottomless holes. On the other side, Lin Chen's long sword landed solidly upon the blood-colored imperial seal. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering rang out. The imperial seal, which the heavenly Tao Lord had pushed to its limit through blood sacrifice, was actually split cleanly in two from the middle. Terrifying chaos power flooded through the cracks of the imperial seal and instantly rebounded upon the heavenly Tao Lord. No! My imperial seal! The heavenly Tao Lord let out a heart-rending scream. His imperial Tao foundation was tightly bound to the seal. With it shattered, his cultivation instantly plummeted by 3/10. Golden immortal blood gushed freely from his 7 apertures, and his entire body was sent flying once more like a kite with its string cut. He slammed heavily into the already battered immortal warship, smashing a hole clean through its hull. Lord of the heavenly Tao. The remaining 7 Tao Lords turned deathly pale. They could never have imagined that the heavenly Tao Lord, who had already broken through to the Emperor realm, would be routed so miserably by Lin Chen. Just then, the rift torn open by the black-scaled giant hand expanded further. An icy, malevolent pressure filled with destructive aura surged out from the rift, several times more terrifying than the heavenly Tao Lord's imperial might. A demon general 10 meters tall, his entire body covered in black scales, and a pair of curved ox horns sprouting from his head, slowly stepped out of the rift. His eyes were pure blood red as they swept across the battlefield, as though he were looking at a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Ha ha ha! A false emperor of the immortal realm, and a newly ascended human immortal emperor. How amusing! The demon general licked his lips, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. I am the demon Abyss Marquis. By order of the demon lord, I have come to take over this low-grade planet. Whether they be remnants of the immortal realm or ants of the human race, all will become blood fodder for my demon clan. The heavenly Tao Lord struggled to his feet from the rubble. Hearing this, his face instantly turned livid. Demon Abyss Marquis, how dare your demon clan interfere in the war between the immortal realm and the human race? Are you not afraid of triggering an immortal demon war? Immortal demon war. The demon Abyss Marquis sneered, his eyes full of disdain. A ruined immortal realm that cannot even defend its own boundary wall. Does it truly deserve to speak of war with my demon clan? Once I devour the imperial mantles of you two, I will lead a great army to trample the immortal realm flat, and all the myriad heavens and worlds will kneel beneath the demon lord's feet. Before his words faded, the demon Abyss Marquis suddenly struck. A pitch-black, demonic whip materialized out of thin air and lashed toward the heavenly Tao Lord like a venomous snake. The heavenly Tao Lord changed color in alarm and hurriedly mobilized his remaining immortal power to defend, but the demonic whip easily shattered his protective shield and bound his body tightly. Let me go. I am the lord of the immortal realm. You cannot do this to me. The heavenly Tao Lord struggled wildly, yet could not break free from the demonic whip in the slightest. The demon Abyss Marquis walked step by step up to him, greed glinting in his blood-red eyes. A false emperor is a false emperor. Though the imperial mantle stolen from the heavenly Tao is a little coarse with impurities, it is better than nothing. As he spoke, he extended his sharp claws and was about to pierce the heavenly Tao Lord's brow to devour his imperial mantle. My property, do you dare touch it? An icy voice sounded beside the demon Abyss Marquis' ear. Lin Chen had appeared behind him at some unknown moment, the chaos longsword in his hand, carrying a fierce, killing intent as it slashed straight at his head. The demon Abyss Marquis's expression changed. Forced to abandon the heavenly Tao Lord, he spun around and struck out with a palm. Black demonic chi collided with chaos power, and both of them retreated 3 steps. Oh, I never expected a mere human immortal emperor like you to possess such strength. A flash of surprise passed through the demon Abyss Marquis's eyes, then greed replaced it. Your imperial mantle is far more perfect than that false emperor's. If I devour you, I may even break through directly to the late emperor realm. Then let's see if you have that ability. Lin Chen's eyes were ice cold. What he hated most was this kind of despicable opportunist who took advantage of a burning house. The frustration of being caught in a pincer attack moments ago now transformed entirely into towering killing intent. Chaos power churned madly around his body. The aura that had merely had 1 foot in the emperor realm began to climb step by step at this moment. The Imperial Tao Foundation, accumulated over 100,000 years, erupted completely. In the void, countless ancient chaos runes materialized and revolved slowly around him, forming a colossal vortex of chaos. How is this possible? Bound to the side, the heavenly Tao Lord's eyes split with rage. You have actually broken through to the true emperor realm. Even in death, he could not understand how someone reborn on Earth, a land of declining dharma, could step into the true emperor realm. Before him, a genius who had cultivated in the immortal realm for tens of thousands of years. Lin Chen ignored him. His eyes held only the demon Abyss Marquis. Chaos Imperial Sword First Form, Heaven Cleaver. With Lin Chen's thunderous shout, the chaos longsword in his hand transformed into a colossal sword light that spanned the galaxy. This single strike severed the void and rent time itself, even cleaving the surrounding demonic chi apart to reveal the pristine starry sky. The demon Abyss Marquis's face changed drastically. At last he realized he had underestimated the young man before him. He hurriedly summoned his life-bound demonic artifact, a giant black battle axe, and mustered all his strength to block. Crack! The sword light fell, and the axe snapped in 2 on the spot. The undiminished sword light struck the demon Abyss Marquis's chest, shattering his scale armor and leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone. Black demonic blood gushed forth, spilling across the void before dissolving into wisps of black smoke. You dare to wound me. The demon Abyss Marquis was both shocked and enraged. The demon lord will not let you get away with this. My demon army is already massed beyond the boundary wall. Before long, your entire Earth will be reduced to a demon domain. Then I will kill you first, and afterward go and face your demon lord. Lin Chen's tone was calm, yet carried undeniable killing intent. His figure flickered, and he appeared before the demon Abyss Marquis, in an instant, the longsword in his hand pointing straight at his heart. Just then, the heavenly Tao Lord suddenly broke free from the demonic whip's restraint. He stared at Lin Chen's back, a flash of crazed malice in his eyes. Lin Chen, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The heavenly Tao Lord abruptly burned all his remaining cultivation and soul, transforming into a streak of golden light that hurtled toward Lin Chen's back. This was his final self-detonation with power enough to destroy an asteroid. Seeking death. Without looking back, Lin Chen swept his sword in a backhanded slash. The sword light flashed, and the heavenly Tao Lord's figure was instantly cleaved in 2. Before the energy of his self-detonation could erupt, it was completely devoured by chaos power. Not even a ripple was stirred. The once arrogant lord of the immortal realm ultimately met an end of utter annihilation. With the heavenly Tao Lord dealt with, Lin Chen turned his gaze back to the demon Abyss Marquis. The demon Abyss Marquis, now severely wounded, was trying to take advantage of the moment to flee back into the rift. Trying to leave. Too late. Lin Chen flicked his finger, and a sword chi of chaos shot out, piercing the demon Abyss Marquis's skull with deadly precision. The demon Abyss Marquis's body stiffened, and the blood-red color in his eyes rapidly faded. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end nothing came out. His body dissolved into a pool of black, putrid liquid and scattered into the void. With the deaths of the heavenly Tao Lord and the demon Abyss Marquis, the battlefield fell silent in an instant. The remaining 7 Tao Lords looked at one another in dismay, their eyes filled with terror. Even the heavenly Tao Lord and the demon Abyss Marquis had died at Lin Chen's hands. Could they peak spirit transformation cultivators possibly make any difference? Flee! Run! Someone shouted, and the 7 Tao Lords turned and fled toward the boundary rift. The million immortal soldiers instantly scattered, running after them like stray dogs. Trying to run. Zhao Tianlei bellowed, ready to lead the pursuit. No need to chase them. Lin Chen raised his hand to stop him. Zhao Tianlei looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Hallmaster, why not press the advantage and destroy them all? Lin Chen shook his head, his gaze grave as he fixed it on the increasingly widening boundary rift. The demon Abyss Marquis was right just now. He was only a vanguard. The boundary wall has collapsed completely, and far more powerful enemies are yet to come. The moment his words fell, countless sky-shaking roars sounded from the other end of the boundary rift. All manner of terrifying auras surged over like a tidal wave. The coldness of the demon race, the savagery of the monster race, the wildness of the witch race, and many unfamiliar presences that even Lin Chen had never encountered before. Chu Qinghan walked to Lin Chen's side looking at his grave profile and asked softly, Lin Chen, what should we do now? Lin Chen took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at all the disciples of the Immortal slaying hall behind him. His voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears with perfect clarity. By my order, the Immortal slaying hall is to enter its highest state of combat readiness. All star cannon batteries are to seal the boundary rift at full power, and the Immortal slaying fleet is to conduct round-the-clock patrols. Earth is no longer the peaceful planet it once was. From this day forward, we will face challenges from the countless races of the myriad heavens. But I, Lin Chen, swear here and now, as long as I live, I will never allow any alien race to trample our homeland. All the disciples of the Immortal slaying hall shouted in unison, their voices shaking the starry river. We swear to follow the Hall Master unto death. Defend Earth. Watching his disciples' soaring morale, a trace of relief flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Yet his heart remained heavy. He knew that the deaths of the heavenly Tao Lord and the demon Abyss Marquis were only the beginning. The true war had only just begun. The boundary wall has shattered, the immortal tide has arrived, and the myriad races have descended. This blue planet is about to become the battlefield where all the myriad heavens contend for supremacy. And Lin Chen, as an immortal emperor, will guard the gate of this world and slay every enemy that dares to invade. The boundary rift, battered by the surging aura of countless races, burst apart, like a tattered cloth torn open by a colossal beast, shattering into fragments that filled the sky. The pitch-black spatial rift expanded to a width of 1,000 li, and countless grotesque alien races poured out like a swarm of locusts. Their shrieks and roars shook the entire Kuiper belt. There were stone folk 100 zhang tall, their bodies clad in rocky armor, each step shattering asteroids. There were feather folk with wings on their backs, spitting dark green toxic flames, their sky-obscuring wings blotting out the sun's light. And there were witch folk with cyan faces and fang-like teeth, wielding massive bone clubs wrapped in thick, deathly aura, leaving trails of decaying ripples in the void wherever they passed. Leading the charge were the fearless demonic cannon fodder, gripping rusted demonic blades with bloodshot eyes, frenziedly hurling themselves at the defenses of the slaying immortals' hall. Fire! Zhao Tianlei's hoarse voice rang out as he slashed his arm downward. Thousands of star cannons roared in unison, spirit crystal shells trailing long plumes of flame across the starry sky, blooming into death flowers amidst the alien army. Chaos energy ravaged the battlefield, instantly turning tens of thousands of demonic cannon fodder to ash. But the alien horde was simply too vast. As those in front fell, those behind immediately trampled over their comrades' corpses and kept charging as if endless. Chu Qinghan's white battle dress was already stained light red. She stood atop the flagship of the slaying immortals' fleet, longsword in hand, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. First fleet, flank left. Second fleet, concentrate fire on the featherfolk cluster. At her command, the 5 ancient interstellar warships shifted formation with agility, unleashing countless chaos missiles that collided with the featherfolk's toxic flames in midair, erupting in dazzling light. A featherfolk commander with a wingspan of 100 zhang broke through the barrage, its talons carrying void-rending force as it viciously clawed at the flagship's bridge. You're courting death. Chu Qinghan leaped into the air, her longsword blazing with brilliant white light. A fierce sword chi shot skyward, piercing precisely through the featherfolk commander's skull. The featherfolk commander let out a shrill scream as its colossal body plummeted, smashing onto an asteroid and splattering into a pulp of flesh. But just then a violent explosion thundered from the star cannon positions. 3 zhang tall witchfolk bone shamans had broken through the outer defenses. With a wave of their bone staves, countless ghastly pale skeletons crawled out of the void, frenziedly charging at the star cannon gunners. Those skeletons were impervious to blades and spears, only turning to ash when struck by chaos energy. In a blink, 3 star cannons were destroyed by the skeleton horde, and over a dozen gunners fell in sacrifice. Bastards! Zhao Tianlei's eyes split with rage as he charged into the skeleton horde, chaos longsword in hand. He slashed wildly, his chaos sword chi sweeping in every direction, reducing countless skeletons to ash. But the bone shamans kept summoning new skeletons. They were impossible to fully eradicate. One shaman slipped behind Zhao Tianlei, its bone staff wreathed in thick, deathly aura viciously swinging at the back of his head. Watch out! Chu Qinghan cried out in alarm, but it was too late to rescue him. In that split second, a streak of chaos sword chi appeared out of nowhere and cleaved the bone shaman in two. Lin Chen's figure materialized beside Zhao Tianlei. He raised a hand and released a surging wave of chaos energy, instantly reducing every skeleton on the battlefield to ash. The remaining 2 bone shamans were scared out of their wits and turned to flee. Stay! Lin Chen's tone was calm as he flicked his fingers, sending 2 bolts of chaos sword chi that pierced precisely through their skulls. Having dealt with the bone shamans, Lin Chen looked up at the boundary rift, his expression growing heavier. He could sense an even more terrifying aura rapidly approaching, one stronger than the demon Marquis Mo Sha from before. Sure enough, moments later, a streak of golden light tore through the void and landed at the center of the battlefield. It was a powerful being of the Yao race with a lion's head and a human body covered in golden fur, wielding a massive battle axe and radiating wild demonic aura. He was none other than the Golden Lion Great Sage, one of the 7 great sages of the Yao race. His strength had reached the peak of the early Emperor realm, surpassing even Demon Abyss Marquis by a notch. Lin Chen, the Golden Lion Great Sage, roared his voice like thunder. So you're the one who killed my Yao race's vanguard general. Today I'll tear you limb from limb and use your blood to honor our fallen. Before his words faded, the Golden Lion Great Sage swung his battle axe at Lin Chen with devastating force. The axe carried the power to split mountains and crack the earth, leaving a massive rift in the void wherever it passed. Lin Chen did not dodge or evade. He swung his chaos longsword, clashing directly against the battle axe. Clang! A deafening explosion rang out. The Golden Lion Great Sage was blasted backward, stumbling several steps, his tiger's mouth split open, golden blood streaming down his arm. He stared at Lin Chen in utter disbelief. Impossible. You only just broke through to the Emperor realm. How can you possess such power? A frog at the bottom of a well can never comprehend the vastness of heaven and earth. Lin Chen said calmly, then vanished and reappeared instantly before the Golden Lion Great Sage. His longsword thrust forward with blinding speed. The Great Sage panicked and raised his axe to block, but the sword pierced straight through his shoulder. Chaos energy surged into his body, violently ravaging his meridians. The Golden Lion Great Sage let out an agonized roar, then frantically burned his essence, blood, his demonic aura skyrocketing. He hurled his battle axe, now transformed into a streak of golden light, at Lin Chen with everything he had. It was his final desperate strike, a blow powerful enough to destroy an entire satellite. Lin Chen's eye sharpened. He raised his chaos longsword high, and in the void the power of countless stars was drawn forth, converging upon the blade. All the Chaos Imperial runes on the sword blazed to life, forming a colossal vortex of stars. Chaos Imperial Sword Second Form, Starbreaker. With a mighty shout, Lin Chen brought the sword down. A colossal blade of light filled with the power of endless stars swept toward the Golden Lion Great Sage like a galaxy pouring from the heavens. Where the sword light passed, the void split open into a bottomless rift. Even a distant asteroid was instantly cleaved in two by the edge of the blade. No! The Golden Lion Great Sage let out a desperate scream. Together with his battle axe, he was utterly annihilated by the sword light, reduced to ashes. Not even a wisp of his soul remained. The death of the Golden Lion Great Sage silenced the entire battlefield in an instant. Every alien race stared at Lin Chen in sheer absolute terror. Even the once ferocious stonefolk and featherfolk halted their attacks, trembling as they retreated. The demonic cannon fodder which moments ago had been so fearless now turned and fled in panic. Who else? Lin Chen's voice was ice cold, like the biting wind of deep winter carrying across the entire battlefield. Not a single alien dared to answer. They all fled toward the boundary rift, terrified that a single step too slow would mean meeting the Golden Lion Great Sage's fate. Just then a cold and majestic voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the boundary rift, as if it originated from the abyssal depths of the Nine Hells. Lin Chen, you dare kill the vanguard of my myriad races. Bold of you. As the voice subsided, a blurred figure slowly materialized from the void. Shrouded in a faint black mist, its face was indiscernible, yet its aura was unfathomably deep, several times more terrifying than the Golden Lion Great Sage. Merely standing there, it seemed to freeze the entire starry sky. Lin Chen's gaze hardened as he tightened his grip on the Chaos Longsword. He could sense that this mysterious figure's strength was at least at the Mid-Emperor realm. And even that was not its true limit. It was clearly concealing its full power. Who are you? Lin Chen asked in a low voice. This lord is Zhang Xian, Vanguard Commander of the Myriad Races United Army, the mysterious figure said calmly. I had thought a tiny Earth could be conquered with just a few vanguards. Unexpectedly, you turned out to be such a variable. But don't be too pleased with yourself. The Golden Lion Great Sage was merely the most insignificant commander in my Myriad Races army. In 3 days, 1 million of our main forces will arrive in the solar system. When all the Emperor Realm powerhouses of every race emerge, no matter how strong you are, you won't withstand the iron hooves of the Myriad Races. If you know what's good for you, cripple your cultivation and surrender Earth this instant. I might just spare your life and let you be a dog for my Myriad Races. Lin Chen listened, then curled his lips into a cold smirk. Surrender? Keep dreaming. 3 days from now, I'll be right here waiting for you. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all. Arrogant fool. Zhang Xian snorted coldly, his aura erupting. Since you're so eager to die, I'll cripple you here, and now, then slowly deal with Earth afterward. Before his words, even fated Zhang Xian transformed into a black shadow and lunged at Lin Chen. His speed was so extreme it approached the speed of light, appearing before Lin Chen in an instant as he struck out with a palm. The black palm wind carried the power to annihilate everything, collapsing even the void itself where it passed. Lin Chen dared not be careless. He poured every ounce of his chaos energy into the longsword and met the attack head-on. Boom! Palm and sword collided, producing a heavy, muffled explosion. Lin Chen was forced back 3 steps, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Xian, however, retreated only a single step, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Not bad. You actually managed to withstand 70% of my power. It seems that in 3 days I'll have to take the field myself. Song Xian gave Lin Chen a long searching look, but did not continue his attack. He knew that killing Lin Chen here would cost him dearly as well. Moreover, once the main forces arrived in 3 days, killing Lin Chen would be as easy as turning over a hand. There was no need to take such a risk now. Enjoy your final 3 days. 3 days from now, I'll make you watch Earth turn to scorched earth with your own eyes and watch everyone at your side die one by one before you. After leaving that icy threat, Song Xian transformed into a black shadow and vanished into the boundary rift. With Song Xian's departure, all the alien races fled without a trace. The battlefield finally returned to silence, leaving only the scattered wreckage and bloodstains along with the lingering stench of blood and gunpowder in the air. Lin Chen sheathed his long sword and gently wiped the blood from his lips. That palm strike had left him slightly injured. Song Xian's strength was even greater than he had imagined. And in 3 days there would be even more Emperor Realm powerhouses and a million-strong army of the myriad races. The situation was even grimmer than he had expected. Chu Qinghan and Zhao Tianlei walked over to Lin Chen, deep worry etched on their faces. Lin Chen, are you alright? Chu Qinghan asked softly, her eyes full of concern. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Lin Chen shook his head and looked at them. Immediately clean up the battlefield and repair all damaged star cannons and warships. All disciples are to rest in shifts and maintain peak condition. Also transmit my orders, activate Earth's highest level defense system. Notify all nations worldwide the myriad races army arrives in 3 days. Have them organize civilians into underground shelters immediately and place all military forces on highest combat alert. Yes. Chu Qinghan and Zhao Tianlei answered in unison and immediately went to make arrangements. Lin Chen stood alone amid the starry sky, gazing into the depths of the boundary rift. Their countless terrifying auras were converging like a slumbering leviathan on the verge of awakening. He knew that the battle 3 days hence would be the most arduous since his rebirth. If he lost, Earth would be doomed beyond redemption, and all of humanity would be reduced to slaves and blood sustenance for the alien races. Don't worry, I won't let anyone destroy Earth. Lin Chen clenched his fist, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. 100,000 years ago, I led the Immortal realm to repel the demonic invasion. 100,000 years later, I will likewise lead humanity to defend this blue planet. In 3 days, let the myriad races witness the might of the human emperor, never to be violated. The rays of the setting sun bathed Lin Chen in a golden glow. His figure stood solitary, yet like a pillar supporting the heavens, unwavering in the starry sky of the Kuiper Belt guarding the home behind him. A decisive battle that would determine the fate of mankind was about to begin, 3 days from now. 3 days slipped by at lightning speed amid extreme tension and relentless activity. The entire Earth had changed beyond recognition. The once bustling cities were now deserted, not a soul remained on the streets, only the howling wind sweeping up fallen leaves. Billions of people worldwide had evacuated into underground shelters 1,000 meters beneath the surface. The elite forces of every nation had assembled in the surface fortifications of major cities, grasping the rudimentary spirit energy weapons provided by the Zhanxian Hall and gazing skyward with unwavering determination. The Kuiper Belt defense line was even more impregnable. Thousands of star cannons had been upgraded and refitted until their firepower was tripled, and every muzzle was trained on the rift in the realm barrier. The 5 ancient interstellar warships of the Zhanxian fleet had also completed their final repairs, chaos runes gleaming brilliantly across their hulls, ready to plunge into battle at any moment. Countless disciples of the Zhanxian Hall stood in orderly ranks along the defense line, clad in uniform black battle armor and gripping ancient weapons. A chilling aura of slaughter rose straight to the heavens. Deep within the Kunlun Mountains at the summit of the mist-wreathed main peak, Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the rolling mountain ranges below. He formed a hand seal with his fingertips, and a stream of golden chaos power shot into the earth beneath him. The entire Kunlun range quaked violently. Ancient runes surfaced from the mountains and spread across the ridges like golden dragons unfurling across the land. 9 towering bronze pillars rose from beneath the ground, their surfaces densely carved with obscure ancient emperor runes. 100,000 years have passed. The Kunlun Mountain Protecting Grand Array has finally been activated once more. Lin Chen murmured softly, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. The Kunlun Grand Array was the final barrier protecting Earth, personally laid down by him 100,000 years ago when he ascended to the position of Immortal Emperor. As long as the Grand Array was activated, even a late-stage Emperor Realm expert could not hope to break through. As the array fully awakened, a pale golden light screen slowly rose, shrouding the entire Earth. Countless chaos runes drifted across the light screen, radiating an ancient and majestic aura. In the distant Kuiper Belt, Chu Qinghan and Zhao Tianlei sensed it, and their hearts instantly settled. The Hall Master is indeed farsighted, leaving behind such a powerful trump card. Zhao Tianlei exclaimed with feeling. Chu Qinghan nodded, admiration shining in her eyes. As long as Lin Chen is here, we will definitely protect Earth. Just then Lin Chen's figure appeared out of thin air before them. He held a jade bottle and handed it to Chu Qinghan. Inside are the chaos pills I refined. After taking one, your cultivation will be doubled in a short time. Do not use them lightly unless absolutely necessary. With that, he produced dozens of pitch-black pearls that radiated a fearsome aura and distributed them to the core disciples around him. These are Chaos Thunder Pearls, each with the power equivalent to a full-force strike from a peak spirit transformation cultivator. If you encounter danger, simply crush one. Thank you, Hall Master. The disciples responded in unison and carefully stowed away the Chaos Thunder Pearls. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the crowd. The armies of the myriad races will arrive today. Remember, you are not fighting alone. I will be on the front line fighting shoulder to shoulder with you. As long as we are united as one, no enemy is invincible. We swear to follow the Hall Master to the death. Protect Earth. Their thunderous cries echoed through the starry sky, and blazing battle intent burned in every eye. Over the next 2 days, Lin Chen personally guided Chu Qinghan and Zhao Tianlei in their cultivation. With the support of his Emperor Dao Enlightenment, Chu Qinghan successfully broke through to the peak of the spirit transformation realm, only one step away from the Emperor realm. Zhao Tianlei also broke through to the late-stage spirit transformation realm, his strength soaring. The speed of their advancement left the Zhanxian Hall disciples in awe. Yet the peaceful days did not last long. On the eve of the decisive battle, the moon was dark and the wind howled. A pitch-black rift suddenly tore open in the sky above the lunar base. Hundreds of lithe Shadow Clan assassins slipped out of the rift without a sound. Like phantoms, they merged into the darkness, venom-dipped daggers gleaming coldly in their hands, and crept toward the energy core of the lunar base. The Shadow Clan was the race most skilled in assassination and stealth among the myriad races. Their bodies could blend wholly into the shadows, and even peak spirit transformation cultivators would find it extremely difficult to detect their presence. This time they had been ordered to launch a surprise attack on the lunar base, destroy its energy core, and cut off the power supply to the Kuiper Belt defense line. Alert! Alert! Unknown energy reaction detected. The lunar base's alarm suddenly blared with piercing urgency. The Zhanxian Hall disciples guarding the base instantly became alert, weapons in hand searching everywhere. But the Shadow Clan assassins were far too swift. In an instant, more than a dozen disciples had fallen to poison daggers without even a chance to send out a distress signal. Not good. The energy core is in danger. The base commander's expression changed drastically, and he immediately led his men rushing toward the energy core. It was already too late. 3 Shadow Clan commanders had breached the outer defense line and reached the control room of the energy core. Their daggers gleamed with a green glow as they were about to stab into the core's control console. Stop! A sharp feminine shout rang out. Chu Qinghan appeared like a bolt of lightning. With a sweep of her longsword, a fierce sword aura shot out, driving back the 3 Shadow Clan commanders. Chu Qinghan. Killing intent flickered in the leading commander's eyes. I never imagined you'd be here. Fine. Killing you will surely make Lin Chen suffer unbearable grief. Before the words had faded, the 3 Shadow Clan commanders attacked simultaneously. Their figures flickered in and out of the darkness as their daggers thrust toward Chu Qinghan from every devious angle, every strike designed to kill. Chu Qinghan was utterly unafraid. Her longsword spun like a storm-white sword, chi crisscrossing in all directions and slicing through the surrounding darkness. Having just broken through to the peak of the spirit transformation realm, she was far stronger than before. After a few exchanges, she ran one Shadow Clan commander through the heart, and he dissolved into a wisp of black smoke. The remaining 2 commanders were greatly alarmed. They exchanged a glance, burned their own vital blood at the same time, and lunged at Chu Qinghan with explosively increased speed, seeking to die together with her. Watch out! Zhao Tianlei's voice rang out. Wielding the Chaos Longsword, he struck from the flank and delivered a single slash at one of the Shadow Clan commanders. Unable to dodge in time, the commander was cut in 2. Seeing the situation turn perilous, the last commander turned to flee. You want to leave? Too late. Chu Qinghan snorted coldly and flicked her finger. A Chaos Thunder Pearl shot out, striking the commander squarely. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the Chaos Thunder Pearl detonated. Terrifying chaos power raged, and the commander was instantly reduced to ashes. After dealing with the Shadow Clan assassins, Chu Qinghan and Zhao Tianlei immediately checked the extent of the base's damage. Fortunately, they had detected the attack in time, and the energy core remained intact. Even so, more than 30 Zhanxian Hall disciples had died, and more than a dozen defensive turrets had been destroyed. These Shadow Clan assassins are far too cunning. Zhao Tianlei gnashed his teeth. If we hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Chu Qinghan nodded with a solemn expression. This is only the beginning. The armies of the myriad races will certainly have more schemes to come. We must heighten our vigilance and not allow the slightest slack. Just then Lin Chen's figure appeared at the lunar base. He looked at the corpses and wreckage scattered across the ground, his gaze icy. Song Xian is testing our defenses, Lin Chen said in a deep voice. It seems the armies of the myriad races have already arrived. The moment the words left his mouth, countless points of light suddenly flared to life in the distant starry sky. The lights drew nearer and brighter. Alien warships blotting out the sky pressed down like storm clouds, dense, innumerable, and stretching beyond the reach of sight. Atop the warships, countless bizarre alien beings brandished weapons and let out earth-shaking roars. At last a million-strong army from the myriad races had arrived in the solar system. At the very front was a colossal black warship, some 10,000 zhang long, its hull covered with ferocious, demonic patterns. Song Xian stood at the bow, followed by 12 Emperor Realm powerhouses whose auras were terrifying to behold. They came from the demon race, the monster race, the shaman race, the stone race, and other great races, each radiating an imperial might that looked down upon the world. Song Xian cast an ice-cold gaze at the Kuiper Belt defensive line, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen, the 3-day deadline is up. Today will be Earth's doomsday. At his command, the armies of the myriad races let out a heaven-shaking war cry. Countless immortal energy cannons and demonic energy cannons fired at once. Thick pillars of energy carrying world-destroying power pounded violently against the Kuiper Belt defensive line. Fire! At Lin Chen's command, thousands of star cannons roared in unison. Spirit crystal shells, trailing long tails of blazing light, slammed into the energy beams of the myriad races in midair. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions followed one after another. In the void, energy shockwaves surged and collided, spawning terrifying currents of chaotic energy. The ultimate battle that would decide the fate of humanity had officially begun. Lin Chen gripped the chaos longsword, leaped into the air, and hovered at the very front of the defensive line. Chaos power exploded around him, and his imperial might swept across the entire starry sky. Today I, Lin Chen, swear this oath: whoever invades my Earth shall be annihilated, no matter how far they flee. Whoever harms the human race shall be shown no mercy. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating across the entire battlefield. Hearing this, the morale of all Zhanxian Hall disciples and human soldiers surged. Roaring in fury, they charged at the surging alien armies. Song Xian watched Lin Chen, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Lin Chen, don't waste your strength. Today no one can save you. With that, he leaped forward, transforming into a black shadow as he hurtled toward Lin Chen. Behind him, the 12 Emperor Realm powerhouses also struck out in unison, converging to besiege Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he tightened his grip on the Chaos Longsword. A supreme duel between Emperor Realm powerhouses was about to unfold above the sea of stars. 13 distinct torrents of Imperial might crushed down simultaneously, and the pitch-black void instantly collapsed into spinning black holes. Song Xian's demonic palm carried in all-devouring darkness the horn of the monster race's green ox. Great sage gleamed with cold light, and the witch clan's blood, which let soul-corrosive venom blood drip from a bone staff. 12 Emperor Realm powerhouses from every race each unleashed their killing arts, forming an encirclement with Song Xian to grind Lin Chen to dust in the starry river. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. Lin Chen gave a cold snort. The chaos sword in his hand suddenly erupted with 10,000 zhang golden light. Instead of retreating, he advanced, turning into a streak of light and darting through the gaps between the 13 Emperor Realm attacks. Wherever his long sword passed, the void was etched with countless fine cracks, and chaos force poured out like a surging tide. Squelch! A flash of sword light. The weakest of them all, the Bone Emperor of the Witch Clan, was split in two by that single strike before he could even scream. His Emperor core tried to flee, but Lin Chen took a breath and swallowed it into his belly. At this moment, the true depth of a 100,000-year immortal emperor was laid bare to Lin Chen. Devouring an emperor core was merely nourishment for his power, courting death. Seeing this, Song Xian flew into a rage. Demonic aura surged from his body and condensed into an enormous claw that blotted out the sky, sweeping savagely toward Lin Chen. At the same time, the Green Ox Great Sage and the Blood Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan attacked from left and right as 3 streams of Emperor Realm power sealed off every route of escape. Chaos Emperor Sword, Sea Splitter. Lin Chen held his longsword level, and a colossal Chaos Sword Chi appeared out of thin air like a divine blade, parting the ocean forcibly, cleaving all 3 attacks in two. The Sword Chi carried onward without losing strength, leaving a wound deep enough to see bone across the Green Ox Great Sage's chest. "Oh, my horn." The Green Ox Great Sage let out a harrowing shriek. The lifebound horn he had always prided himself on had actually been severed at the root by that Sword Chi. Golden monster blood spurted out, scattering across the starry sky into points of starlight. Lin Chen gave him no chance to recover. A flicker, and he was behind him in an instant, stabbing his longsword in a reverse thrust straight through his heart. Chaos force surged in, annihilating every trace of his vitality in an instant. Thus fell the great sage who had dominated the monster race for tens of thousands of years. In only a few short breaths, 2 Emperor Realm powerhouses had died under Lin Chen's sword. A chill rose in the hearts of the remaining 11 Emperor Realm powerhouses. Yet they knew that if they could not kill Lin Chen today, what awaited them was a fate of utter and eternal ruin. Formation. At Song Xian's command, the remaining 10 Emperor Realm experts immediately shifted their formation, surrounding Lin Chen in the center. They channeled their cultivation bases at the same time, and Emperor Realm powers of different attributes wove together into a colossal blood-red cage, trapping Lin Chen fast inside. The 10,000 races heaven-imprisoning formation. "Let me see how you escape this time." Song Xian sneered. "This is a killing formation that our 10,000 races alliance spent a millennium of painstaking effort to create. Once trapped inside, even a late Emperor Realm power can forget about getting out. The blood-red cage continued to shrink, its surface covered in sinister runes that emanated a soul-devouring force. Lin Chen could sense his chaos force being slowly devoured. Interesting. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. In his sea of consciousness, the Chaos Emperor seal rotated slowly. Countless ancient chaos runes flew from the seal and merged into the chaos sword. Every Emperor rune on the blade blazed to life, radiating a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering aura. Chaos Emperor Sword, third form. Heaven Incineration. With a thunderous shout from Lin Chen, golden chaos fire abruptly blazed from the longsword. This was no ordinary flame, but divine fire born of the origin of chaos. A fire that could incinerate all creation, reducing even souls and the laws of heaven to ash. The golden flames spread in the blink of an eye, igniting the entire blood-red cage. Those sinister runes sizzled loudly as chaos fire scorched them, rapidly melting away. In just a few breaths, the seemingly indestructible 10,000 races heaven-imprisoning formation was burned away completely. No, that's impossible. Song Xian's face was filled with utter disbelief. He had never imagined that the killing formation he prided himself on could be broken so easily by Lin Chen. Lin Chen gave him no time to react. Holding the sword wreathed in chaos fire, he swept among the Emperor Realm powerhouses like the god of death himself. Chaos fire ignited on contact. Once it touched something, even an Emperor Realm expert could not extinguish it. Screams of agony rang out without cease. The Rock Emperor of the Feather Clan had his wings engulfed in chaos fire. No matter how desperately he flapped, he could not put the flames out, and at last he was burned to drifting ash. The Rock Emperor of the Stone Clan, whose body was incomparably hard, melted bit by bit into magma under chaos fire's searing blaze. The remaining Emperor Realm experts were frightened out of their wits and turned to flee. Run. Too late. Lin Chen flicked his finger, and several chaos fire lotuses shot out, catching the fleeing Emperor Realm experts with perfect precision. The fire lotuses exploded. Golden flames swept in all directions, devouring them all. In the blink of an eye of the 12 Emperor Realm powerhouses, only Song Xian remained. Song Xian stared at the Emperor Realm corpses scattered around him, his eyes full of terror and madness. He had never dreamed that the 12 Emperor Realm powerhouses he had brought could be slaughtered to the last in such a short span of time. Lin Chen, don't get smug. The Demon Lord will not let you go. Song Xian roared hysterically. The Demon Lord has long reached the peak of the Emperor Realm. Just one step away from breaking through to the legendary Immortal Emperor Realm. If you kill me, he will flatten Earth and avenge me. Then I will wait for him to come. Lin Chen's tone was calm as he walked step by step toward Song Xian. The chaos fire around him danced slowly, the golden glow casting him as inviolable as a deity. Just then, violent explosions suddenly erupted from the Kuiper Belt defensive line. Lin Chen frowned and turned to look. The defense line had been ripped open with a massive gap by the 10,000 races army. Countless alien races were pouring through like a flood. A Stone Clan Titan, 1,000 zhang tall, wielding a giant hammer, was frantically smashing the star cannon emplacements to pieces. Zhao Tianlei fought him fiercely with his longsword, but a hammer blow sent him flying, blood spraying from his mouth, and he crashed heavily onto an asteroid. Zhao Tianlei. Xu Qinghan cried out and moved to rescue him. But she was locked in combat with 2 Demon Clan commanders at the peak of spirit transformation and simply could not break free. She had just taken a chaos pill, and her cultivation had erupted to the half-step Emperor Realm, yet against 2 seasoned Demon Clan commanders, she was gradually being pushed into the disadvantage. Huh, do you see that? Your defense line is already broken. Seeing this, Song Xian laughed madly. Even if you kill me, what of it? Your Earth and your people will still be reduced to slaves and blood sacrifices for my 10,000 races. Lin Chen's eyes turned icy cold, his killing intent towering skyward. He no longer held back. The chaos origin within his body ignited completely, golden flames shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire Kuiper Belt gold. The chaos sword in his hand also underwent a transformation in that moment. The Emperor runes on the blade grew more ancient and mysterious, releasing an overwhelming pressure that could suppress all heavens and countless worlds. You have succeeded in angering me. Lin Chen's voice was frigid without a trace of emotion. He raised his hand and swept it down, and a colossal golden sword light, spanning the starry river, slashed toward the Stone Clan Titan, who was wrecking the star cannon emplacements. Wherever the sword light passed, the void shattered completely. The 1,000 zhang Stone Clan Titan, invulnerable to blades and spears, was reduced to powder by the sword light before he could even cry out. Immediately after, Lin Chen swung again. Countless drops of chaos fire rain descended from the heavens amid the 10,000 races army. Chaos fire burst into flame on contact, and in an instant a sea of fire spread across the battlefield. Countless alien beings wailed in agony in the sea of fire and were burned to ash. The once mighty 10,000 races army collapsed in an instant. Seeing this, Xu Qinghan and Zhao Tianlei immediately led the disciples in a counterattack. The disciples of the Immortal, slaying Hall, their morale soaring, charged at the routed alien army like tigers descending a mountain. Song Xian, watching the scene, was struck dumb with terror. He could not have imagined that Lin Chen still possessed such terrifying strength. No, don't kill me. I surrender. I am willing to submit to you. Trembling all over, Zhang Xian knelt in the void with a thud and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Too late. Lin Chen's tone was icy. He pointed his longsword, and a stream of chaos sword chi shot out, piercing precisely through Zhang Xian's brow. Zhang Xian's body went rigid. The light in his eyes faded rapidly, and his body dissolved into a pool of black pus that scattered into the void. With Zhang Xian's death, the 10,000 races coalition completely collapsed. The remaining alien races streamed toward the rift in the realm wall, wishing they had 2 extra legs. After them. Don't let a single one escape. Zhao Tianlei roared, and led the Immortal slaying fleet in pursuit. Countless chaos missiles shot out, blossoming into flowers of death among the fleeing alien army. Lin Chen stood in the starry void, watching the routed 10,000 races army, his gaze still cold. He knew that this was only the first wave of the 10,000 races coalition's offensive. Since the Demon Lord had sent Zhang Xian, he was certain to have further moves. And the true threat was the legendary Demon Lord at the peak of the Emperor Realm. Just then, from deep within the rift in the realm wall, a terrifyingly extreme aura suddenly surged forth. It was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than Zhang Xian's. Even a wisp of the pressure leaking from it made the entire solar system tremble. A cold, commanding voice resounded across the entire starry river, as if it came from the dawn of the ages. Lin Chen, you killed my disciple and destroyed my army. I will settle this account with you personally. In 3 days I shall personally set foot on Earth and take your head. As the voice fell, that terrifying aura vanished. But everyone on the battlefield felt a bone-deep chill. Chu Qinghan walked to Lin Chen's side, her face pale, and asked Lin Chen, "Was that the Demon Lord just now?" Lin Chen nodded, his gaze solemn. "Yes. His strength is even greater than I imagined. Peak Emperor Realm. Only 1 step from the Immortal Emperor Realm. Then what do we do now?" Zhao Tianlei also walked over, deep worry written on his face. That aura just now had robbed him even of the courage to resist. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Clean up the battlefield immediately and repair the defense line. All disciples are to enter the highest state of combat readiness. Also convey my order, activate the final form of the Kunlun Grand Formation. 3 days from now I will fight to the death with the Demon Lord at the summit of Kunlun." His voice was not loud, yet it carried an unquestionable resolve. Sunset light spilled over him as golden chaos fire flickered slowly around his body. His figure stood among the stars like a pillar supporting the heavens, guarding the homeland behind him. In 3 days upon the summit of Kunlun, a final battle that would decide the survival or extinction of the human race was about to officially begin. 3 days passed like a white colt flashing past a crevice, yet they felt as long as a century. The defensive line at the Kuiper Belt was repaired and reinforced overnight. All shattered star cannons were replaced with even more powerful chaos star cannons, and the Immortal slaying fleet laid down 3 blockade lines at the edge of the solar system. Above Earth, the final form of the Kunlun Grand Array had been activated. 9 colossal bronze pillars shot into the sky, their imperial runes flowing with resplendent golden light. The entire planet was shrouded in a thick golden barrier, through which even sunlight could only seep, casting a soft golden glow. In underground shelters, billions of humans held their breath, gazing toward the summit of Kunlun through the global broadcast set up by the Immortal Slaying Hall. No one spoke. The air was thick with tension and despair. Everyone knew that today's battle would decide the fate of humanity. Victory meant the continuation of the human race, defeat meant utter ruin beyond redemption. At the summit of Kunlun, clouds and mist swirled. Lin Chen sat cross-legged at the center of the 9 colossal bronze pillars, his eyes tightly shut. The chaos energy around him flowed slowly while the Chaos Emperor seal in his sea of consciousness spun at high speed. The imperial essence of the 12 Emperor Realm powerhouses he had devoured was being gradually refined and absorbed by him. The Demon Lord at the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm was the most powerful enemy he had encountered since his rebirth. Even the slightest leak of his oppressive aura could make the entire solar system tremble. To defeat him, his current cultivation at the early Emperor Realm was far from sufficient. 100,000 years of accumulation is about to erupt in full force. Lin Chen silently recited and abruptly activated the Chaos Emperor art. The chaotic origin within his body awakened like a slumbering divine dragon. Golden chaos energy surged wildly, breaking through barrier after barrier of his meridians. Boom! A low rumble emanated from within Lin Chen. His aura suddenly skyrocketed, instantly breaking through the shackles of the early Emperor Realm and stepping into the mid-Emperor Realm. Moreover, his cultivation continued to rise, soon reaching the peak of the mid-Emperor Realm, only 1 step away from the late Emperor Realm. Sensing the surging power within his body, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of sharp light flashing through them. He could feel his connection with the Kunlun Grand Array deepen. With a single thought, he could command the power of the entire array. Lin Chen, Chu Qinghan, and Zhao Tianlei walked over slowly, both clad in brand new battle armor. Their weapons had also been personally tempered by Lin Chen. Chu Qinghan's eyes were filled with worry. She reached out and gently took Lin Chen's hand. "You must be careful. Don't worry." Lin Chen smiled slightly, holding her hand in return. "I promised you I would come back alive." Zhao Tianlei nodded firmly. "Hallmaster, we will be at the foot of the mountain. As long as you give the order, even if it costs us our lives, we will never let the demon lord set foot on Kunlun. Lin Chen looked at the two of them, then gazed down at the immortal slaying Hall disciples and human armies arrayed at the mountain's base. A warm current surged through his heart. You don't need to come up, Lin Chen said in a grave voice. This is a decisive battle between the demon lord and me. You cannot help, and you would only add to the casualties. Hold the foothill, and preventing any alien race from taking advantage is the greatest help you can give me. But Chu Qinghan wanted to say more, but Lin Chen interrupted her. Trust me. His gaze was firm yet gentle. Chu Qinghan looked at him and finally nodded. Just then the sky suddenly darkened. The previously clear sky was instantly enveloped by boundless black, demonic chi. The sunlight was completely obscured, and the whole world was plunged into darkness. A terrifyingly extreme, oppressive aura descended from the heavens, suffocating everyone. The soldiers at the foot of the mountain fell to their knees, their faces pale, lacking even the courage to look up. The golden barrier of the Kunlun Grand Array trembled violently. The runes upon it flickered, emitting an overwhelmed buzzing sound. He's here. Lin Chen looked up at the sky, his eyes icy. Crack. A crack split the pitch-black sky as a colossal demonic claw tore it open. A terrifying figure 100,000 zhang tall, covered in black scales, and bearing 3 horns upon its head, slowly stepped out from the rift. His eyes were pure blood red, scanning the earth as if looking at a colony of ants. Merely standing there, he caused the entire Kunlun mountain range to tremble violently. He was the sovereign of all races, the demon lord. Lin Chen, come out and die. The demon lord's voice boomed like thunder, shaking rocks loose and splitting the earth. Lin Chen leaped into the air, hovering above the summit of Kunlun, facing the demon lord from a distance. The chaos energy around him surged, golden light piercing the darkness, rivaling the demon lord's black, demonic chi. Demon lord, you finally come. I never expected that after 100,000 years you would still be alive, and even reborn in such a land of withering dharma. The demon lord eyed Lin Chen up and down, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, soon replaced by thick, killing intent. Back then you led the celestial armies, destroyed my demon realm, and slaughtered hundreds of millions of my demon subjects. Today I will make you pay in blood. With your blood, I will honor the fallen souls of my demon race. It turned out that the demon lord had long recognized Lin Chen's identity. 100,000 years ago, it was Lin Chen, the Chaos Immortal Emperor, who led the celestial coalition and drove the demon race into retreat after retreat, nearly annihilating them. This was the real reason the demon lord was willing to pay any price to invade Earth. My greatest regret back then was failing to completely wipe out your demon race, Lin Chen said calmly. Today I will make up for that regret by eliminating this calamity once and for all. Arrogant. The demon lord flew into a rage and struck out with his palm. A colossal black demonic claw that blotted out the sky, carrying world-destroying power, hurtled toward Lin Chen. Wherever the claw passed, the void shattered completely. Even the barrier of the Kunlun Grand Array was torn with a huge crack. Well struck. Lin Chen let out a thunderous shout and swung the chaos longsword in his hand. A colossal golden sword light spanning heaven and earth met the claw head-on. Clang. The sword light and the demonic claw collided, producing an earth-shaking boom that resounded across the universe. A terrifying shockwave spread outward, instantly shearing off half of the summit of Kunlun. Countless boulders fell like raindrops. Lin Chen was knocked back 3 steps, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The demon lord also retreated a step, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect that after your rebirth you could still recover to such strength, the demon lord sneered. However, the mid-emperor realm is still far from enough before me. Before his words faded, the demon lord struck again. His hands formed seals, and the demonic chi around him surged wildly, transforming into countless black demonic dragons that lunged at Lin Chen. Each of these demonic dragons possessed the power of the early emperor realm. Roaring, they bit and clawed at Lin Chen, densely packed and blotting out the sky. Chaos Emperor Sword. 10,000 swords returned to one. Lin Chen spun the chaos longsword in his hand. Countless golden sword chi flew out from the blade, shooting toward the demonic dragons like a golden rainstorm. The sword chi collided with the demonic dragons, producing bursts of explosions. The black demonic chi intertwined with golden chaos energy, creating a bizarre and spectacular scene in the sky. But the demon lord's power was far too great. Endless demonic dragons surged forth from the demonic chi, impossible to kill them all. Soon Lin Chen found himself at a disadvantage, his body bearing several wounds so deep that bone was visible. Golden imperial blood dripped down his arm, falling onto the rocks of Kunlun's summit. Lin Chen. Seeing this from below, Chu Qinghan was frantic and rushed up to help. Don't go. Zhao Tianlei grabbed her. The hall master said this is his battle. If we go up, we'll only hold him back. Chu Qinghan struggled, tears streaming down her cheeks. But he's hurt. He can't defeat the demon lord. Huh? Do you see now? Lin Chen, you are no match for me at all. The demon lord laughed madly. Just die obediently. I'll make you watch Earth turn to scorched earth, and watch the people around you die one by one before your eyes. As he spoke, the demon lord fiercely burned his own essence, blood, and his aura surged once more. He extended his right hand, and a jet-black, demonic sword emanating an aura of world annihilation slowly materialized. This sword was his life-bound demonic weapon, the world-destroying demonic sword. Die? One sword of annihilation. Holding the world-destroying demonic sword, the demon lord slashed fiercely at Lin Chen. A pitch-black sword light carrying the power to devour everything sliced through the air, wherever it passed, even time and space were completely swallowed. This strike contained the demon lord's lifelong cultivation, its power enough to destroy a star. Lin Chen's eyes grew solemn. He knew this was the demon lord's strongest blow. He took a deep breath, pouring all the chaos energy in his body into the chaos longsword. At the same time, with a thought, he mobilized the power of the entire Kunlun Grand Array. The 9 colossal bronze pillars erupted with 10,000 zhang golden light. Countless ancient imperial runes emerged from the earth, all converging upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen's aura skyrocketed, instantly breaking straight through to the late emperor realm. Fourth form of the Chaos Emperor Sword. End of an era. With a battle cry that echoed through past and present, he slashed down with the Chaos Longsword. A golden sword light like a divine blade that split heaven and earth, carrying the supreme power to end all eras, met the demon lord's world-destroying strike. Boom. The two sword lights collided, producing an unprecedented thunderous roar. The entire earth trembled violently, tsunamis and earthquakes erupted simultaneously. The 9 colossal bronze pillars at Kunlun's summit shattered simultaneously, and the golden barrier of the Kunlun Grand Array broke instantly. A terrifying energy storm swept across the entire Kunlun mountain range, reducing everything in its path to dust. In the sky, half was golden light, and half was black demonic chi. The two clashed and devoured each other ferociously, neither willing to yield. Everyone at the foot of the mountain stared fixedly at the sky, their hearts in their throats. No one knew what the final outcome of this ultimate battle, which would decide the fate of humanity, would be. Golden and black torrents of energy tore savagely against each other atop Kunlun's peak, leaving nothing in heaven and earth but the deafening roar of battle. At first, the golden sword light could still hold its own against the world-destroying demonic sword. But the demon lord, after all, was an ancient monster steeped in the pinnacle of the emperor realm for tens of thousands of years. His lifelong demonic arts had long reached perfection. With a furious roar, boundless demonic chi surged like a tsunami. The black sword light abruptly swelled and forcibly drove the golden sword light back step by step. Lin Chen violently spat out a mouthful of golden immortal emperor blood. His body flew backward like a kite, with its string cut, and slammed hard into the rocks atop Kunlun's peak, blasting a huge deep pit into the unyielding stone. The chaos longsword flew from his grasp and lodged in a crevice nearby, the golden light on its blade dimming. Lin Chen, Chu Qinghan at the foot of the mountain, let out a heartrending cry. No longer caring about anything that had held her back, she charged madly toward the summit. With reddened eyes, Zhao Tianlei gripped his longsword and followed close behind with the Zhanxian Hall disciples. "Huh! I told you were no match for me." The demon lord hovered in midair, laughing maniacally. Demonic chi churned around him, and the black radiance of the world-destroying demonic sword grew ever more piercing. "So what if you are the Chaos Immortal Emperor? Even reborn and returned, you are nothing but an ant with broken wings. Today I will wipe out your soul completely and make you suffer for eternity without a chance for rebirth." As he spoke, he raised the world-destroying demonic sword and slashed viciously at Lin Chen in the deep pit. This blow gathered all the power of his demonic origin, intending to erase Lin Chen and the entire Kunlun mountain range from the face of the earth. As the pitch-black sword light descended, the shadow of death fell over all of heaven and earth. In the underground shelters, billions of humans closed their eyes, tears sliding silently down their faces. Everyone believed it was all over. Yet just as the sword light was about to touch Lin Chen, an unprecedented and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within the deep pit. That aura was ancient, vast, and supremely majestic, carrying the boundless oppressive might to suppress all heavens and myriad worlds, and to command the rise and fall of chaos itself. Even a single wisp of its leaked aura instantly froze the demon lord's sword light, sent the demonic chi throughout the sky into violent trembling, and made the stars of the entire solar system halt in their courses. This is the might of an immortal emperor. The maniacal smile on the demon lord's face instantly froze, replaced by overwhelming terror. He could hardly believe that Lin Chen had broken through to the legendary immortal emperor realm at this very moment. In the deep pit, Lin Chen slowly rose to his feet. The wounds all over his body healed at a visible rate. Golden chaos divine light burst forth from within him, illuminating the entire darkened world. Within his eyes unfolded the birth and death of star rivers and the changing of epochs. The accumulated depth of 100,000 years as an immortal emperor exploded forth completely in that moment. The demon lord's full force strike just now had not killed him. Instead, it shattered the final shackle of his reborn body, fully awakening his slumbering chaos immortal emperor origin and allowing him to step back into the immortal emperor realm. Impossible. This is impossible. The demon lord howled hysterically. In a land where the Tao has withered, how could anyone possibly break through to the immortal emperor realm? I don't believe it. He madly burned his demonic core, pouring all of his lifelong cultivation into the world-destroying demonic sword, and slashed at Lin Chen once more. This strike was his final act of madness. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he would drag Lin Chen down to hell with him. 100,000 years ago, I defeated you. 100,000 years later, I can still kill you. Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet carried the boundless majesty of one who commands heaven and earth. He raised his hand, and the chaos long sword lodged in the crevice flew back into his grasp on its own. The Emperor runes on the blade all blazed to life, merging with the immortal Emperor aura around him, and radiating a supreme power that could split open heaven and earth. Chaos Emperor sword final form. Immortal Emperor descends to the mortal world. With a soft shout from Lin Chen, the long sword slowly cleaved forth. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no world-destroying storm of energy. Only an unremarkable golden sword light advanced slowly. Yet wherever it passed, time froze and space dissolved. The Demon Lord's world-destroying sword light melted away in an instant like snow under a blazing sun. Even the world-destroying demonic sword forged with the Demon Lord's lifelong efforts shattered inch by inch under that sword light and turned to ashes. No. The Demon Lord let out a shriek of ultimate despair. He tried to flee only to find his body completely imprisoned. He could not move even a single bit. He could only watch helplessly as the golden sword light slowly sank into his body. The power of the Chaos Immortal Emperor poured into him, instantly destroying his demonic core, crushing his meridians, and burning his soul to cinders. His towering demonic form gradually dissolved in the golden light, leaving not even a single soul fragment behind. The Demon Lord, who had bestrode the myriad heavens for tens of thousands of years and forced countless races to bow before him, thus fell completely, his soul scattered and destroyed. With the Demon Lord's death, the boundless black demonic chi receded like a tide. Golden sunlight pierced through the clouds and poured down onto the earth once more. Warm light enveloped the entire Kunlun mountain range and the whole earth. The wind ceased, the earthquake stopped, and the tsunami subsided. The entire world returned to peace. We won. Did we win? At the foot of the mountain, Chu Qinghan halted, gazing at the figure bathed in golden divine radiance atop the peak. Tears streamed down her face once more, this time tears of joy. Zhao Tianlei and all the Zhanxian Hall disciples cast aside their weapons and raised their hands high, erupting in thunderous cheers. In the underground shelters, billions of humans stared at the sunlight reappearing on the live broadcast, and at the figure standing atop Kunlun's peak, bursting into unprecedented cheers. Countless people embraced and wept, crying and laughing, celebrating the hard-won victory. At that moment, the entire earth was immersed in jubilation. Lin Chen descended slowly onto the summit of Kunlun, gradually reigning in the Immortal Emperor aura around him. Having just broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm and forcibly unleashed the final sword technique, his inner power had been almost completely spent, and his face was slightly pale. Chu Qinghan rushed to his side and threw her arms around him, her voice choked with tears. I knew you would win. I promised you I would come back alive. Lin Chen gently patted her back and smiled tenderly. Zhao Tianlei and a group of core Zhanxian Hall disciples also came forward. Together they knelt on one knee, their voices reverent, yet unable to hide their excitement. Congratulations to the Hall Master for slaying the Demon Lord and returning in triumph. The Hall Master's divine might has protected our human race. Rise. Lin Chen raised his hand to lift them to their feet. This victory is not mine alone. It belongs to every disciple who held the line and every human being who kept hope alive. Together we defended our home. At that moment, an urgent communication signal arrived from the direction of the Kuiper Belt. Zhao Tianlei immediately answered the communication. After listening, his expression changed, and he quickly reported to Lin Chen, Hall Master, the armies of the myriad races beyond the boundary wall, upon learning of the Demon Lord's fall, have all fled in disarray. The Zhanxian fleet has sent word that they are mopping up the remnants of the foreign races. All threats outside the solar system have been eliminated. Hearing this, everyone once again burst into thunderous cheers. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze turning toward the distant starry sky, toward the rift in the boundary wall. He knew that the Demon Lord's death was only the beginning. The boundary wall had been shattered. All the myriad races of the heavens now knew of Earth's existence, knew that here was a living planet guarded by a newly ascended Immortal Emperor. In the future, there would be more formidable enemies and more challenges. But he no longer feared them. He had returned to the Immortal Emperor realm. Behind him stood the Zhanxian Hall disciples who would follow him unto death, billions of human kin united as one, and the home he would protect with everything he had. As the sun set, golden afterglow spilled over Kunlun's peak and over Lin Chen. He turned and looked at the vast mountains and rivers below, at the blue planet slowly turning in the starry sky, and a resolute light flashed in his eyes. 100,000 years ago, he was the Chaos Immortal Emperor who ruled the immortal realm. 100,000 years later, he is the guardian of humanity, protecting Earth. From this day on, should any race among the myriad heavens dare to invade Earth or harm humanity, Lin Chen will cut them down with a single sword. Though they be far away, they shall be slain. The starry river is boundless, and the imperial Tao has no limits. The legend of Lin Chen and the new epic of humanity have only just begun. On the third day after the demon lord's fall, Earth finally stepped out from beneath the dark pall. The alloy gates of the underground shelters opened one by one, and billions of people cautiously emerged from under the earth, lifting their heads to gaze at the sky they had not seen in many days. Above, the clear blue sky was adorned with leisurely white clouds. Golden sunlight was warm and dazzling, and the air brimmed with a fresh, moist tenderness. Drawing it into their lungs, they felt an ease spreading through their bodies. Even the chronic ailments of many years seemed to lighten. This was an unexpected blessing of the shattered realm barrier. After the barrier that had isolated the myriad heavens for 10,000 years burst apart, spiritual energy from the vast starry river flooded into this once spiritually barren planet like an incoming tide. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which had once been so thin as to be almost non-existent, was now dense enough to condense into mist. Among mountains and rivers, spirit veins awakened from beneath the earth, surging with billowing clouds of spiritual energy. Even the ancient trees, long withered, now pushed out fresh buds, and unnamed spirit flowers bloomed across the mountains and fields. The whole earth was welcomed into an unprecedented rebirth. Spiritual energy. It is spiritual energy. Ancient martial artists who had once gone into seclusion, feeling the thick spiritual energy in the air, were so moved that tears streamed down their aged faces. The fetters they had spent their entire lives unable to break through now showed faint signs of loosening under the present density of spiritual energy. Above the ruined cities, the disciples of the Zhanxian Hall, clad in black battle armor, methodically cleansed the lingering demonic aura and the remnants of alien races. The spirit energy instruments in their hands swept across every inch of the ground, purifying the demonic insects and remnant souls hidden in the corners. Everywhere they passed, the people stopped and bowed deeply to these heroes who had defended their homeland. Atop the Kunlun Mountains, the peak that had once been sliced off by the energy storm had long since been reshaped by Lin Chen with the power of an immortal emperor. 9 colossal bronze pillars rose anew from the ground, even more magnificent than before. The chaotic emperor runes on their surfaces, inscribed by Lin Chen's own hand, had multiplied their power several-fold. The reconstructed Kunlun Mountain Protecting Formation not only covered the entire Earth, but extended its protection all the way to the Kuiper Belt, forming together with the Star Cannon batteries and the Zhanxian fleet 3 unbreakable lines of defense. Inside the Great Hall, the core council of the Zhanxian Hall was in session. Lin Chen sat at the head, his dark robes draping downward. Though he exuded no pressure, there was an unspoken majesty about him, the supreme bearing of one who held heaven and earth in his grasp. Below, Chu Qinghan, Zhao Tianlei, and the 12 branch masters of the Zhanxian Hall stood in solemn silence, their faces respectful. Hall Master, the cleansing of demonic aura around the globe has been 70% completed. The scattered remnants of alien races are nothing to fear. Zhao Tianlei was the first to step forward and report, his voice sonorous. Having been baptized by one fierce battle after another, he had long shed his former immaturity. His bearing was calm and steady, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the spirit transformation stage, only one step away from the Emperor realm. The Kuiper Belt defense line has been fully upgraded. The Zhanxian fleet is now divided into 5 squadrons, patrolling the outer reaches of the solar system around the clock. If any alien race dares to advance even half a step, we shall make certain they come, but never return. Lin Chen nodded slightly and turned his gaze toward Chu Qinghan. Chu Qinghan stepped forward, a jade scroll held in her hands, and spoke softly. As you instructed, I have finished compiling the simplified version of the Chaos Foundation art, and have distributed it to every person through the global network. This art has an extremely low threshold. Even ordinary people with no cultivation background whatsoever can smoothly take their first step. At present, more than 10,000 cultivation academies have been established in countries around the world, with Zhanxian Hall disciples taking turns to teach. The initial framework of a universal cultivation system has been built. Good. Lin Chen spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying unshakable conviction. The realm barrier has broken. Earth is no longer a paradise secluded from the rest of the universe. The 10,000 races of the myriad heavens are eyeing us hungrily. Though the demon lord is dead, even more powerful enemies could arrive at any moment. If we do not want to be enslaved by alien races, if we want to defend our home, the only way is to make the entire human race strong. He raised his hand and waved. 12 streams of light flew out, each landing in the hands of one branch master. These 12 volumes of the Emperor Path Foundation records are written from my 100,000-year cultivation insights. Take them back and impart them to the core disciples of your respective halls. In 3 months I will examine you personally. Those who are exceptionally gifted and firm of heart will be accepted into my tutelage and receive the Emperor Path arts directly from me. Thank you, Hall Master. The 12 branch masters trembled with agitation and knelt on one knee in unison, receiving the jade scrolls with both hands. To be personally instructed by the Chaos Immortal Emperor was a fate that countless cultivators across the myriad heavens could only dream of. With the council concluded, the crowd withdrew, leaving only Lin Chen and Chu Qinghan in the Great Hall. Chu Qinghan walked slowly to Lin Chen's side, reached up to gently smooth the crease between his brows, and murmured, still worrying about the 10,000 races of the myriad heavens. The demon lord was no more than one regional overlord among the 10,000 races. Lin Chen took her hand, his gaze looking out at the starry sky beyond the hall, a shadow of gravity passing through his eyes. The myriad heavens are vast with races beyond counting. Those stronger than the demon race are far from few. The divine race, the spirit race, the insect race. None of them are simple to deal with. They are only hesitant now because I have just broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm, and they dare not act rashly. But before long they will come. Then we shall stand guard together. Chu Qinghan nestled close to him, her eyes resolute. You protect Earth, and I shall protect you. Even if all the 10,000 races of the myriad heavens descend at once, I will stand by your side and fight until the final moment. Warmth surged through Lin Chen's heart, and he reached out to draw her into his embrace. 100,000 years ago he had ascended alone to the throne of the Immortal Emperor, governing the immortal realm, yet with no one at his side to share his heart. 100,000 years later, reborn and come back, he had a home to protect and people to cherish. This time he was no longer alone. Just then Zhao Tianlei's urgent voice rang out from outside the hall. Hall Master, something terrible has happened. Beyond the rift in the realm barrier, a spatial passage has suddenly appeared. 3 people emerged from it and demanded to see you by name. They say they are from the immortal realm. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He released Chu Qinghan and rose slowly to his feet. The immortal realm. Those 2 words carried 100,000 years of his past and held the truth behind his fall. Since his rebirth, he had never actively probed for news of the immortal realm, yet he had not expected that people from the immortal realm would come looking for him first. Bring them in. Yes. Moments later, 3 figures followed Zhao Tianlei into the great hall. The one at the lead was an old man with white hair dressed in a blue Taoist robe. His face was aged, yet his eyes were bright and piercing, and the aura about him was unfathomably deep. Clearly an expert at the late Emperor realm. Behind him followed 2 middle-aged cultivators, also at the early Emperor realm. As soon as the 3 saw Lin Chen on the main seat, their bodies stiffened and their eyes burst with an incredible light. In the next second, all 3 knelt to the ground, their foreheads pressed firmly against the floor, and their voices trembling with sobs. They spoke. Your subordinate, Qing Xian, greets the Immortal Emperor. It has been 100,000 years. I have finally seen you again. Your subordinates greet the Immortal Emperor. We welcome the Immortal Emperor back to his throne. Lin Chen regarded the 3 kneeling figures, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Qing Xian, the left protector who had served under him 100,000 years ago. During the Great War in the Immortal Realm, in order to cover Lin Chen's retreat, he had fought desperately against the combined siege of 3 demon race emperor lords. Lin Chen had always believed Qing Xian had fallen in battle. He never imagined the man was still alive. Qing Xuan, rise. Lin Chen's voice was calm. 100,000 years have gone by. Oh, I never thought you would still be alive. Come now, tell me. What exactly is the state of the immortal realm today? Qing Xian and the other 2 slowly straightened up, still standing with bowed respect. At Lin Chen's question, their eyes instantly filled with fury and indignation. Immortal Emperor, after you fell, the immortal realm changed its skies entirely. Qing Xian gnashed his teeth. Lingshu, the right protector beneath your seat, colluded with the demon race and stabbed you fatally in the back. After your fall, he allied with the rebels of the immortal realm, split up your immortal emperor palace, proclaimed himself the Lingxiao Immortal Emperor, and seized control of the immortal realm. All these years, Lingshu has acted against all right principles, secretly cooperating with the demon race and the divine race, while crushing the old subordinates loyal to you. Countless officers and soldiers who once fought at your side were either executed by him or sealed away. Your subordinate, leading the remnants of your loyal forces, has been hiding in the desolate borderlands of the immortal realm, dragging out a miserable existence for 100,000 years. 3 months ago, we sensed the aura of your immortal emperor. Only then, at the cost of burning our origin essence, did we carve open a spatial passage from the immortal realm to Earth in search of you. Immortal Emperor, return with us to the immortal realm. The people of the immortal realm are all waiting for you to come back to topple Lingshu's tyranny and to take the helm of the immortal realm once more. Lin Chen sat in the master's seat, his fingers tapping gently on the table. His face showed nothing but a cold, murderous intent had long since blazed up in his eyes. In the final decisive battle with the demon race all those years ago, he had clearly held absolute superiority, yet at the crucial moment someone had struck him from behind. Gravely wounded, he had ultimately been forced to shed his mortal body and be reborn. He had always assumed it was a demon race conspiracy. He never imagined that it was Lingshu, the right protector he trusted most, who had betrayed him. Lingshu. Lin Chen murmured the name, and the chill in his voice lowered the temperature of the whole hall by several degrees. 100,000 years. It is time to settle this account. At that moment, Zhao Tianlei's communicator rang again. After one glance at the screen, his expression drastically changed. Hall Master. Emergency. A massive fleet has appeared at the edge of the solar system. Over 1,000 warships in total, the great army of the divine race. They have issued an ultimatum: we must immediately hand over Earth and submit as their vassals, or they will trample the entire solar system flat. Hearing the words divine race, Qing Xuan's expression changed drastically, and he hastened to speak. Immortal Emperor, the divine race, is Lingshu's greatest supporter. They must have allied with Lingshu, and upon learning of your rebirth have come to encircle you and destroy you. The patriarch of the divine race is a peak Emperor realm expert, and beneath his banner are 8 Emperor realm elders. Their power is exceedingly great. Lin Chen rose slowly, the aura of the immortal emperor around him gradually unfurling. Golden chaos divine light illuminated the entire hall. His gaze pierced through layers of space, reaching the edge of the solar system, reaching that sky-obscuring fleet of the divine race. 100,000 years ago, I alone could crush the 10,000 races of the myriad heavens under such pressure that they dared not look up. 100,000 years later, I still can. Lingshu hides in the immortal realm, not daring to stick his head out, and sends the divine race's hounds to die in his place. Then I shall first slay these divine race vanguards and afterward return to the immortal realm myself to settle the blood debt of 100,000 years with him. The moment his words fell, Lin Chen took a single step, and his silhouette had already vanished from the great hall. When he appeared again, he stood in the void at the edge of the solar system. Behind him, Chu Qinghan and Zhao Tianlei led the elite disciples of the Zhanxian Hall, arriving closely behind. The auras they had just broken through into the Emperor realm bloomed proudly across the starry sky. In the far distance, countless human cultivators who had only just stepped onto the road of cultivation followed far behind, riding newly refined flying artifacts. Their cultivation may be shallow, but their eyes burned with absolute determination. This time Lin Chen was no longer fighting alone. Behind him stood all of awakened humanity, the whole reborn earth. On the opposite side, upon 1,000 warships of the divine race, countless soldiers gripped divine spears, their bodies blazing with majestic divine light. At the bow of the leading warship, a divine race elder in golden divine armor with 12 pairs of divine wings spread behind him fixed Lin Chen with freezing eyes and issued an arrogant ultimatum. Lin Chen, cripple your cultivation right now, lower your head and surrender, and follow me back to the immortal realm to kneel before immortal Emperor Lingshu and plead guilty. Otherwise today will be the very day the human race is exterminated. Lin Chen's lips twisted into a cold smile at those words. He raised his hand, and the chaos longsword appeared in his grip. The emperor runes on the blade shimmered, and a golden sword light pierced through the starry river. You want my surrender? The likes of you are not qualified. Today whoever invades my solar system shall be put to death without mercy. At his command, the Zhanxian fleet behind him unleashed fire all at once. Thousands of chaos star cannons roared together in fury. Upon the starry river the flames of war blazed again. And this time Lin Chen would lead the human race from this blue planet, walking through every corner of the myriad heavens, reclaiming every blood debt and writing an immortal legend belonging to humanity.